Elf Dimension God Level Treasure Chest. Chapter 1. Departure Day. I've finally waited for this day. In the early morning, Chu Chen, dressed neatly, opened the window, and his face facing the sun was a little dazed. He lives in the Hone region of the Pokemon world, but he is not actually a native of this world. A few years ago, Chu Chen woke up and found that he had come to this strange yet familiar world. He naturally had no relatives in this world. Fortunately, thanks to the good social welfare system of this world, he did not have to live a wandering life because his physical age became only about 10 years old after crossing and he had no identity certificate. In the past few years, he has been like an ordinary teenager in this world. In school, he accumulated knowledge to become an excellent trainer. Now, at the age of 15, Chu Chen has reached adulthood, and it is time for him to embark on his journey. Yes, unlike the original world, if a teenager in this world wants to start traveling alone, he must reach the age of 15 and be able to take care of himself. But Chu Chen is now facing a problem. The breeding of Pokemon requires a lot of manpower and material resources. Even the Alliance can only provide a good growth and education environment for a teenager with special circumstances as much as possible. And it is impossible to make every teenager like him get an Earl Dervish Pokemon on the day of departure. So, when teenagers from all over the world receive Royal 3, or start their journey with the Earl Dervish Pokemon prepared by their families, Chu Chen's situation is a little embarrassing. Note: Earl Dervish Pokemon specifically refers to the first Pokemon obtained by the trainer, not necessarily the Royal 3. The Royal 3 refers to the 3 Pokemon of each generation that everyone is familiar with. However, Chu Chen was not discouraged. As long as the mind does not slip, there are always more ways than difficulties. Perhaps because of the rules of the world, the physical fitness of people in this world is not bad. Think about it: Gym Leader Chuck, a fighting attribute in the Johto region, and Bruno, one of the 4 elites in the Kanto region, can fight Pokemon head-on. As for Ash, who carries Larvitar in his hand and Tyranitar on his shoulder, it's nothing more than a protruding lumber disc. Even Chu Chen, who came here in this world, has greatly improved his physical fitness compared to before the crossing. At worst, he can capture Pokemon with his bare hands like Jessie did. Chu Chen is confident that he can still beat Magikarp, Wurmple, and the like. If it doesn't work, what else can he do? Since we are here. If it is. As if he remembered something, Chu Chen shook his head gently. Overall, he was still very happy. Which Pokemon player has not fantasized about traveling to the Pokemon world one day? The experience of being able to truly capture and cultivate your favorite Pokemon is not comparable to the game. After packing up his luggage, Chu Chen took a deep breath and walked out the door. Stepping out of this door, he will be exposed to a magnificent world that is different from the ivory tower environment of the school. Loading progress 1%, 2%, 100%. Bind to the only host, Chu Chen. Ding! The God-level treasure chest system is activated. That is, at the moment when Chu Chen's hand touched the door handle, several consecutive electronic prompts sounded as if they appeared directly in his mind. The hand holding the door handle froze, and Chu Chen was sure that this was not his hallucination. Having experienced time travel, it was not difficult to accept another system. In fact, as soon as he came here, he was waiting for the appearance of it, which was the standard equipment for time travelers. God-level treasure chest system? Is this system specifically for opening treasure chests? In what form can treasure chests be obtained? Compared to some other details, Chu Chen was more concerned about these. But before he could figure out the reason, the cold electronic prompt sounded in his mind again. Ding! You have obtained newbie exclusive treasure chest X1. Along with this electronic prompt sound, a blue translucent panel appeared in front of Chu Chen. It was a panel similar to the inventory in the game. And in the first grid, a golden box emitting light was listed. Without the system's prompt again, Chu Chen spoke without a teacher. System, open the newbie exclusive treasure box. At the same time when Chu Chen issued the order, the treasure box on the blue panel enlarged and opened, and the light was bright. Ding! P.S. New book is launched. Please give me some flowers and some evaluation votes. Thank you. Chapter 2. Ding! You got Luxury Ball X1. Ding! You got Exploration IX1. Ding! You got Poke Ball X5. The treasure box on the panel in front of him opened, and 3 new items appeared in front of Chu Chen. The 5 poke balls can be ignored directly, which is for new trainers to capture new Pokémon. Exploration Eye is not difficult to understand from the literal meaning, it is used to view the information on the Pokémon panel. Chu Chen's eyes fell directly on the luxury ball in the front. Luxury ball contains a random Royal 3. A line of information appeared above the luxury ball. Random Royal 3. Just a few minutes ago Chu Chen was still thinking about how to get Earl Dervish Pokémon, but he didn't expect that this would solve the problem. And it's not just an ordinary Earl Dervish Pokémon. This is my first Pokémon. Muttering softly, Chu Chen reached out and grabbed it, his eyes filled with anticipation and excitement. Come out! Little guy! Turning around, Chu Chen threw the black luxury ball in his hand into the house. As the black luxury ball opened in the air and a white light flashed, a small figure landed on the ground. The appearance of a monkey, orange hair, a hairstyle like lazy sheep, and a burning flame on the tail. This is a Chimchar. Chu Chen's eyes were filled with surprise. The strength of the Royal 3 is not much different, so it doesn't matter which one you get randomly. But if there is a choice, Chu Chen naturally hopes to get the ones he likes the most. Chimchar and Infernape are his 2 favorite fire lords. It goes without saying that Infernape, the final evolution form of Pokémon, has one of the largest fan bases among all Pokémon. Chu Chen fell in love with Chimchar because of its difficult growth process in the original book. At the Lily of the Valley conference of the Sinnoh League, Paul and Ash faced off against each other. The moment when Infernape activated Fierce Fire and burned the entire venue made Chu Chen's blood boil. Chimchar, we will be partners from now on. With a smile on his face, Chu Chen half knelt down in front of Chimchar and reached out to touch its little head. Pop! The comfort of Luxury Ball itself can promote the improvement of the favorability between trainers and Pokémon. Even if it is the first time they meet, Chimchar does not reject his intimacy. After a soft cry, the little guy even closed his eyes and rubbed his head against Chu Chen's palm. System, use Eye of Exploration on Chimchar. Looking at the well-behaved Chimchar in front of him, Chu Chen also became concerned about the specific situation of his first Pokémon. The system was very efficient, and a blue translucent panel immediately appeared above Chimchar. Name, Chimchar. Attribute, Fire. Feature, Iron Fist. Level, Level 5, Junior. Potential, Leader. Carry, None. The feature is not Fierce Fire, but the relatively rare Iron Fist that can increase the power of Fist-type skills. Chu Chen's eyes first fell on the feature column on the panel, and he nodded secretly. For Chimchar, which has strong physical attack and its subsequent 2 evolution forms, Iron Fist is undoubtedly a good feature. And in terms of the stability of performance, Iron Fist is also better than Fierce Fire, which needs to drop in status to play a role. Is it Leader Potential? As his eyes moved down to the potential column, Chu Chen's eyes were filled with joy. Leader Potential means that even if he just trains Chimchar step by step, he can get a leader-level Pokémon. What does leader-level strength mean in the Pokémon world? This represents the watershed of trainer strength. Starting from the leader level, it is truly considered to have entered the category of a powerful trainer. What's more, for Chu Chen, who has a god-level treasure chest system, even leader potential will only be temporary. When he got Chimchar, more detailed information about the system had been transmitted to his mind by the system. Treasure chests of various levels, and various rare items. Among them are props that can help Pokémon break through their potential. The way to get the treasure chest is to defeat the Pokémon in the battle. Chu Chen smirked and lifted Chimchar up and put him on his shoulder, then strode out the door. Let's go. Let's go get the treasure chest now. Chapter 3 Ha! I found you! Chu Chen's voice rang out in the woods. He lives in the suburbs of Little Root Town. There are large tracts of woods outside here, and there is no shortage of wild Pokemon in such places. He just took Chimchar into the woods and caught the Wurmple in front of him in a moment. LV3 level, just at the level of Chimchar can easily deal with it. Chimchar, use grab attack. Pointing at Wurmple who was still a little confused on the tree trunk, Chu Chen gave Chimchar the first command. Pop! With a soft cry, Chimchar jumped out and quickly approached the big tree in front. Wurmple on the tree trunk realized the crisis and squirmed to run away. However, Chimchar was much faster than it, and the claws emitting a faint white light fell directly on it. With a snap, Wurmple fell to the ground and lost his combat ability with just one hit. Ding! Chimchar gained 16 experience. Hearing the electronic prompt sound in his mind, Chu Chen, who was looking for the dropped treasure chest, was stunned. It turns out that this system also comes with an experience acquisition function. Chu Chen, who didn't know this before, now feels like he was hit by a lottery ticket, and his excitement rushed to his head. Does the system have this function? It's so big. Compared with the conventional breeding method, isn't this like riding a rocket? Just this one function can beat all the disobedient ones. For this reason, Chu Chen didn't even care about the failure of not successfully exploding the treasure chest once. Swish, swish, swish. Swish it. Chu Chen waved his hand and announced the beginning of the disaster day for the Pokemon living in this forest. Ding! Chimchar gained 13 experience. Ding! Chimchar gained 18 experience. Ding! Chimchar level +1. Reached LV6. Ding! Chimchar gained 17 experience. Ding! Chimchar level +1. Reached LV7. Ding! Chimchar mastered Ember. With the new skills, Chu Chen swept the forest with Chimchar faster. But after knocking down a group of Wurmple, he still didn't even see the shadow of a treasure chest. I gained quite a bit of experience points. Is this a system for picking up experience points or a system for god-level treasure chests? Did I open it the wrong way? Looking at the Chimchar who had joined the battle again, Chu Chen fell into deep thought. But just when another Wurmple fell down in hatred, a dazzling golden light suddenly lit up in front of him. Ah! My titanium dog eyes! Chu Chen covered his eyes that were no longer needed, but his eyes were filled with joy. Ding! You got Saffron Treasure Chest X1. The place where the glittering golden light came from was a box with a similar appearance to the newbie exclusive treasure chest that Chu Chen had obtained before. Finally, a treasure chest exploded. And it was a saffron-level treasure chest. It turned out that it hadn't appeared before, so it was holding back its ultimate move here. System, start now! Chu Chen said in his mind almost immediately. Ding! You got Rare Candy X1. Ding! You got Silver Crown X1. Ding! You got Alliance Coin X 10,000. Rare Candy and Silver Crown. Rare Candy is not to be mentioned. No matter what the current level of the Pokemon is, it can be fixedly upgraded by one after taking it. This is an item with higher cost performance as the level increases. Low-level upgrades require less experience, and it won't be too obvious. But what if it's LV99 to LV100? This must be kept. It can be very useful at critical moments. Putting Rare Candy into the system backpack, Chu Chen rubbed his hands and looked at another item next to him. What did he say before? Chimchar's potential will not stop at leader. Isn't the Silver Crown that can make Pokemon break through the potential value here? System, use Silver Crown on Chimchar. Chu Chen said. Ding! According to Chimchar's current potential value, the success rate of using Silver Crown to break through is 40%. Do you want to continue? Continue. Chu Chen currently has only one Pokemon, so the answer is of course yes. Ding! Chimchar's potential value has been successfully broken through. Promoted to Quasi-Elite. Chapter 4. After the Saffron Treasure Box exploded, Chu Chen's treasure box explosion rate finally returned to normal. Although there were no more Saffron Treasure Boxes, there were quite a few Bronze Treasure Boxes. Opening the Bronze Treasure Box usually gives you Super Potion, Ultra Ball, which are not precious but practical items. The Alliance coins that will be opened in each treasure box also provide a source of income for Chu Chen. If his goal is not to become a top Pokemon trainer, he may be able to become the richest man in the world with this system. Ding! Chimchar gets 21 experience points. Ding! Chimchar gets 26 experience points. Ding! You get Bronze Treasure Box X1. Ding! Chimchar gets 32 experience points. Level +1. Reach LV9. Ding! Chimchar has mastered Taunt. Ding! You get Bronze Treasure Box X1. The sweep of the forest is still going on, and Chu Chen is waiting for a golden shiny. In a trance, he even found a bit of the feeling of playing a certain game before he crossed over and brushing the abyss over and over again. Is it for the precious items in the Saffron Treasure Box? No. He is for that golden light. The spiritual pleasure brought to people at the moment of the appearance of the golden light is addictive. After defeating several Wurmplees, Chu Chen did not wait for the golden light, but welcomed a silver-white light first. Ding! You got Silver Treasure Box X1. Chu Chen has a lot of the most common Bronze Treasure Box. He also got the higher level Saffron Treasure Box with great luck. This is the first time he got the Silver Treasure Box in the middle. System, open it directly. Chu Chen spoke straightforwardly. Ding! You got Fire Punch Skill Learning Machine X1. Ding! You got Alliance Coin X3000. Skill Machine. Is the silver level treasure box a skill learning machine? Chu Chen was somewhat surprised. In this real world, there is no such thing as a skill learning machine. The source of Pokemon's skills, except for those that are learned by themselves after leveling up, are all acquired through continuous learning. This is also one of the training tasks of trainers. From this perspective, a skill learning machine that allows Pokemon to quickly master skills is extremely precious. Chu Chen did not expect that the skill learning machine was only placed in a silver level, not a higher level treasure chest. But after thinking about it carefully, he was soon relieved. No matter how precious the skill learning machine is, can it be more precious than the Silver Crown? Come! Chimchar, this is for you. Shaking his head and smiling, Chu Chen took the skill learning machine out of the system backpack and handed it to Chimchar. The skill learning machine is disposable. But Chu Chen did not intend to use it carefully and meticulously. Ordinary people might regard something as a treasure, but for him who has a god-level treasure chest system, it's just a little better than the common goods. I don't feel bad if I can't use it after learning it. What's more, Fire Punch itself is extremely suitable for Chimchar, who has the Iron Fist characteristic. Pop! Chimchar trusted Chu Chen very much. Even though he couldn't understand Chu Chen's meaning, he still blinked his curious eyes and took the skill learning machine directly. And at the moment when Chimchar held the skill learning machine firmly, the skill learning machine turned into two balls of flames, covering Chimchar's two small fists. The method of mastering Fire Punch was also imprinted into the little guy's mind. Pop! With his eyes wide open, Chimchar obviously realized what was going on, and his eyes were full of joy. The flames on his two small fists gradually stabilized, and it was obvious that he was mastered by the little guy. Chu Chen was about to say a few words of praise, but a slight rustling sound came from his ear. Together with Chimchar, Chu Chen looked towards the bushes on one side of the woods. The woods became quiet, with only the sounds of unknown Pokemon in the bushes. A few seconds later, a furry head emerged from the bushes. It looked like a bear or a dog, with brown and white hair, and its eyes looked like it was wearing a pair of dark goggles. This is a zigzagoon. Subconsciously, Chu Chen and Chimchar looked at each other. They had never encountered a Pokemon other than Wurmple in this forest. The smile gradually became perverted.jpg. Chimchar, Ember block the road, then use Fire Punch. With a wave of his hand, Chu Chen gave the order to attack. Pop! Chimchar clenched his fist and responded with full energy. This little guy is also a warmonger. Only Chu Chen can see the treasure chests that the system explodes, but it screams every time and is more excited than Chu Chen. But Zigzagoon is not in such a good mood now. Chapter 5. If there is a chance to start over again, Zigzagoon feels that he will definitely check the almanac before going out. When Chimchar and Chu Chen looked at each other, it instinctively felt that something was wrong. Duogu! With a soft cry, Zigzagoon, who is well versed in the essence of military tactics and the best strategy of running away, chose to turn around and run without hesitation. But it was too late. Pop! Chimchar, who was running fast behind, touched the ground with his toes and jumped up. In its mouth, sparks were brewing, and as it spitted, a piece of ember rain was formed, covering the direction of Zigzagoon's escape. A small piece of shrubs was ignited and connected into a line of fire, forcing Zigzagoon to stop. In just a moment's pause, Chimchar had already come behind it. Pop! Chimchar clenched his fist, and flames gathered on his fist, using the fire punch he had just mastered. With the blessing of the Iron Fist feature, Fire Punch is Chimchar's most powerful skill at present. The fist was raised high, burning the air, and then it fell heavily, directly hammering Zigzagoon to the ground. The flames wrapped around the fist were surging, and at the same time, they were also causing damage to Zigzagoon and taking away its physical strength. Duogu! Zigzagoon barely raised his head, and his dark round eyes were full of resentment. But he didn't resent for too long, because Chimchar's second punch came down. Bang! It was so miserable. After taking these two punches, this Zigzagoon also lost its ability to fight as expected. The next second after Zigzagoon turned into a circle of eyes, golden light shone. It flashed. In front of the ground where Zigzagoon lay, there stood a golden box. Ding! You got Saffron Treasure Box X1. Ding! Chimchar got 56 experience. Level +1. Reached LV11. Listening to the electronic prompt sound in his mind, Chu Chen smiled happily. This is the second Saffron Treasure Box he has exploded. What will be opened in it? Chu Chen murmured softly, and continued, System, open. Ding! You got Silver Crown X2. Ding! You got Alliance Coin X 10,000. 2 Silver Crowns Attents. Listening to the electronic prompt sound in his mind, Chu Chen was slightly stunned, and then laughed again. The Silver Crown cannot guarantee a 100% success rate for potential breakthroughs. It's okay to have one more as insurance. Chimchar's potential value cannot be achieved without elite. According to the 40% success rate for a single time, the total success rate for 2 times is as high as 64%. System, use Silver Crown on Chimchar. With a slight smile, Chu Chen said in his mind. Ding! According to Chimchar's current potential value, the success rate of using Silver Crown to break through is 30%. Do you want to continue? Wait. How did it become 30%? Chu Chen's smile froze. According to the current potential value. Is this the rhythm that the success rate decreases by 10% for every large level of potential value? It seems that for a high-level potential breakthrough, you still need a golden crown that is 1 level higher than Silver Crown. Chu Chen was thoughtful. According to common sense, the success rate of golden crown in breaking through potential is estimated to be 100%. However, there is no golden crown on hand now, so Silver Crown should be used. Even if the success rate is 30% for a single time, there is still a total success rate of 51% for 2 times. When breaking through the quasi-king level potential before, the success rate was only 40%, but it was still successful. Chu Chen's face regained a smile. Continue. Ding. Chimchar failed to break through potential. Chu Chen. The smile gradually disappeared. JPG. From the perspective of probability, it failed once. Go to hell with probability. Believe in metaphysics and gain eternal life. Possession by the European Emperor. System, use silver crown on Chimchar. Ding. Chimchar's potential successfully broke through. Promoted to Elite. Elite. Well, comfortable. Chapter 6. Pokemon Levels and Strengths. Youngster, LV 19, Primary, LV 1019. Intermediate, LV 2029, Advanced, LV 3039. Superior, LV 4049, Leader, LV 5059. Quasi-Elite, LV 6069, Elite, LV 7079. Champion, LV 8089, Master, LV 9099. Third level God LV 100. LV 100 plus is the second level God, level 1 God. Level 3 God is listed as LV 100, which only represents its higher life level. And it belongs to the category of LV 90 LV 100 together with the Headmaster, because the Headmaster can compete with the level 3 God in actual combat. Chest level. King Tong Silver Saffron Platinum Diamond Epic. As for the update, I don't know whether to set a rule for additional updates. However, the plan is to put it on the shelves on the 2nd of next month, and the average daily update is more than 10,000 or 12,000. Well, it should not be a small amount. So, there will be no additional update rules. If I make a guarantee of 4 updates, the flowers and evaluation votes you cast for additional updates are not enough for my original plan. That would be very embarrassing. As for the issue of the explosion of updates after the release, there will definitely be a guarantee of 10 updates. The specific number of explosions the author will save the manuscript from now on, and will release as many as he has on the day of the release. The author is not good at writing, so don't expect too much. Finally, I shamelessly ask for flowers. Ask for evaluation votes. Ask for monthly votes. Well, generally speaking, monthly votes don't have much practical effect, but if you vote, the author will directly receive a text message in the background. The author will be very happy when he sees it. The favorite thing of a salted fish author is to click on the text messages one by one. So, friends who have multiple monthly votes, well, vote one by one. The author will receive many text messages in the background and gain many times the happiness. Chapter 7. Time passed, and the sun was high. Chu Chen still wandered in the woods with Chimchar. However, it became difficult to find opponents. After all, the forest they were sweeping was not big. Besides, no matter how many Wurmplees there were, they couldn't withstand a sweep like theirs. Anyway, it is unknown whether the remaining Wurmplees heard the news and ran away in advance, or whether all the Wurmplees were killed by the 2 of them. In this forest, they spent half a day trying but still couldn't find the next unlucky guy. Damn! Just a little bit of experience. Chu Chen turned his head and looked at Chimchar beside him, and decided to try harder. It seems that the Wurmplees defeated before are generally not too high in level. As if he remembered something, Chu Chen was thoughtful. Moreover, I didn't see any Wurmple's evolution type Silcoon and Cascoon. Chu Chen estimated that he happened to encounter the breeding season of Dustox and Beautifully, so he encountered such a large number of novice monsters. Sow'll there be Dustox and Beautifully staying nearby? With his eyes lit up, Chu Chen called Chimchar and ran deeper into the forest. Although insect Pokemon like this usually leave directly after laying eggs. But during the breeding period that may last for several months, these breeding groups also have batches. Chu Chen's guess was right. After half an hour of exploration, he was about to give up and leave, but he finally found a small group of Dustox. Great! The experience that any one of these dustuks can provide is not comparable to the previous Wurmple and Zigzagoon. Half hidden behind the tree, Chu Chen excitedly punched his palm. The problem now is how to find the lone one. Chu Chen's eyes wandered over one dustuks after another. The level of these dustuks is generally LV10 LV20. Although Chu Chen really wants to catch them all, his strength does not allow it. If you are accidentally entangled by them, they will use a set of poison powder plus paralysis powder. Tisk tisk. It was so sour, I couldn't believe it. While thinking about countermeasures, Chu Chen saw that the originally clustered dustuks group dispersed a little, and then each of them danced gracefully. Their courtship ceremony began. During the dance, pairs of dustuks successfully paired up and flew to one side, until there was only one dustuks left in the middle. There were an odd number of dustuks in this small group, and this dustuks couldn't find a partner. Looking at it alone in the air, Chu Chen felt distressed. Out of humanitarian spirit, he decided to help it. As long as it is knocked unconscious, it won't have to endure such pain and humiliation. Amen. Chu Chen had been thinking about finding the lone ones from the beginning. Aren't single dogs also alone? Single dog, it's so hard for me. With Chimchar, Chu Chen kept approaching the dustuks from the side. And the dustuks seemed to have finally accepted this sad fact, and silently turned around and flew farther away from the main group. It happened to be flying to the location of Chu Chen and Chimchar. Now, Chimchar, fire punch! When he was only a few meters away from the dustuks, Chu Chen decisively issued an order. Pop! Chimchar, who was exposed to the danger, had been ready for a long time, and jumped out with a slight cry. Its fist with scorching flames just hit the unprepared dustuks' face. Fire skills are very effective for dustuks with insect plus poison attributes. With just one strike, the dustuks staggered like a drunk. Before Chimchar's second strike arrived, the dustuks suddenly froze. Then a ball of fire emerged from its body and wrapped its entire body. Chimchar's fire punch just triggered the burn effect. With this burn, the dustuks' state directly reached the limit, and it fell from the air to the ground with a snap. Lost the ability to fight. Ding! Chimchar gained experience. Level +1. Reached LV14. The electronic prompt sounded in his mind, and Chu Chen was satisfied. Looking at the distance again, the pairs of dustuks also noticed the situation here. Chimchar, let's go! Before they reacted, Chu Chen laughed and turned around. Running after the fun, so exciting! While running, Chu Chen turned his head to look at Chimchar, who was also running beside him. A faint light has begun to emerge on its body. I have gained this last crucial experience. Chimchar is finally going to evolve. Chapter 8. Unlike most Royal 3s who have LV16 evolution, Chimchar's evolution level is LV14. The light on Chimchar's body gradually becomes stronger, making its figure a little blurry. But even so, you can see that its body shape is changing. The trunk and limbs become slender, and the tail gradually grows. When the blue evolution light turns into a sky full of light spots and disappears into the air, Chimchar has disappeared, replaced by the more powerful Monferno. Name, Monferno. Attribute, Fire plus Fighting. Feature, Iron Fist. Level, Level 14, Primary. Potential, Elite. Carry, None. The attribute has changed from a single attribute of fire to a dual attribute of fire plus fighting. Through the system prompt just now, Chu Chen knew that after Monferno completed evolution, he also directly comprehended the new skill Mach Punch. The power of Mach Punch is not strong, but like quick attack and extreme speed, it is an excellent preemptive skill. Hello, Monferno. Looking at his first Pokémon, Chu Chen's eyebrows were full of joy that he couldn't hide. Pop! With a long tail swinging, Monferno also waved his fists at Chu Chen twice. Doc! At this time, a Dustux flying in the front had already come behind him. With colorful wings flapping, this Dustux wanted to cast skills to attack. Pop. Without Chu Chen speaking, Monferno took action and turned around to use Fire Punch. Ding! Monferno gained experience. One punch to a kid. More Dustics followed in the back. For Monferno now, this rhythm of Calabash brothers saving their grandfather could not pose a threat to it at all. But these waves after waves are really disturbing. After exchanging a look with Monferno, Chu Chen thought it would be better to just counterplan. However, he looked back and felt a chill on his back. They had been running in the front and the airflow was flowing to the back, so they didn't feel it, but in the area where this group of Dustics flew over, even the air was purple. That was all poison powder. Before Monferno fought Dustics close combat, he didn't consider the phosphorus powder characteristics of Dustics. Because when Monferno used Fire Punch, the flame wrapped in his fist could turn all the burn up a strange powder to avoid negative effects. But this, in a real close combat, isn't it almost like being soaked in poison powder? Who can withstand this? Pop! After hammering away another Dustux, Monferno's mouth was brewing with sparks, and he directly spit out ember rain to the back. Out of instinctive fear of fire, the Dustux group paused for a moment. But due to the limitations of the skills themselves, even if Monferno is much stronger than Chimchar, the ember used is not enough to threaten all Dustux at the same time. So, the deterrence only lasted for a few seconds. Are you determined to fight us? Chu Chen was angry and amused. He decided that even if it took some time, he would knock them down one by one. Of course, it would be better if it could be solved in one go in a time-saving and labor-saving way. In the scene in front of him, a powerful skill that can clear the field is needed. Wait for a silver treasure chest. Chu Chen focused his attention on every Dustux that fought with Monferno. Finally, a silver-white light flashed on another Dustux that was hammered away. Without waiting for the system prompt to sound, Chu Chen said, "System, turn it on directly." Ding! You got Flamethrower Skill Learning Machine X1. Ding! You got Alliance Coin X3000. Flamethrower. It came perfectly. Chu Chen had a vague understanding. It seems that the treasure chests exploded by the system are more likely to open suitable props. However, now is not the time to think about this. Monferno. With a flip of his wrist, Chu Chen took out the skill learning machine from the system backpack and threw it at Monferno. Use Flamethrower. Pop! Monferno splash, catching the skill learning machine. The skill learning machine instantly turned into a blazing flame, gathering in Monferno's mouth. The next second, a thick column of flame was spewed out by Monferno, cutting through the air and blasting straight into the Dustux group. Ding! You got Bronze Treasure Box X1. Ding! You got Silver Treasure Box X1. Ding! You got Saffron Treasure Box X1. Chapter 9. There is nothing that a flamethrower can't solve. If it doesn't work, then use 2 shots. For a while, the lights of treasure boxes of various levels in the woods flickered. In Chu Chen's mind, the system prompt sound continued. When all the Dustux lost their combat ability, Monferno's level directly reached LV18 in one breath. In addition to the bronze treasure boxes everywhere, Chu Chen also exploded a silver treasure box and a saffron treasure box. After opening all the bronze treasure boxes with one click, he turned his attention to the 2 high-level treasure boxes. System, open them together. Chu Chen said. Ding! You got Rare Candy X2. Ding! You got Swords Dance Skill Learning Machine X1. Ding! You got Alliance Coin X13000. This time, the saffron treasure box did not open the silver crown, but 2 rare candy. Including the first one, Chu Chen has a total of 3 on hand. This means that when necessary, Chu Chen can instantly increase Monferno's level by LV3. And the amplification skill Swords Dance that can enhance attack power can increase the upper limit of the Pokémon's actual combat ability. Chu Chen threw it to Monferno casually. Counting the flamethrower, this group of dustics who were eager to give themselves away still brought him a lot of benefits. Should I go directly to the next destination now, or? On the way out of the woods, Chu Chen was also thinking about this question. Let's go back and take a look at it one last time. Having been in the Pokemon world for a few years, Chu Chen was not always alone. He also had friends. However, his friend was not a human, but a Pokemon. In the initial plan, Chu Chen planned to persuade it to become his first Pokemon and accompany him on the journey. However, just a few days before the departure date, it suddenly disappeared. Chu Chen tried to find it, but was disappointed again and again. He didn't know why it left suddenly. But at the moment when he was about to leave here for a long time, Chu Chen wanted to go back and take a last look. There was no fighting on the way back, so the time spent was greatly shortened. Stopped at the door of the house, took out the key, but Chu Chen did not open the door immediately. He was afraid that this time he would experience disappointment again like when he was looking for it before. Pop! Monferno at Chu Chen's feet suddenly cried softly and entered a state of alert for battle. Just as Chu Chen was about to ask, he felt a cold feeling approaching. However, Chu Chen was not surprised but happy. Pushing the door open, he walked into the house. The layout of the house was no different from when he left, and there was no sign of anyone touching it. Looking around, there was no sign of Pokemon. But Chu Chen's mouth corners were smiling little by little. Then, he suddenly turned around and made a face at the air behind him. He 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 he. A burst of laughter sounded, and the air in front of Chu Chen twisted, revealing a cloud of blue-purple smoke. This is a Ghastly. It was it that accompanied Chu Chen through the past few years. To be honest, Ghastly's appearance is definitely ferocious and terrifying, the kind that can stop a baby from crying. The voice is absolutely restricted. At least, when Chu Chen first found it in this room, he was scared. But after getting along for a long time, he knew that it was a pure child. The way of greeting just now was just a daily routine for Chu Chen and it. Monferno, this is Ghastly. Stopped Monferno who wanted to take action, Chu Chen introduced them to each other. He 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 he. Ghastly made a face to Monferno, and before Monferno did anything, it laughed to itself again. That's not right. Ghastly's face, no need to make, it should be a face. Ghastly, where have you been these days? After slowly calming down, Chu Chen finally asked the question he cared about most. After traveling to the Pokemon world, he basically regarded Ghastly as his own family member. During the days when it disappeared, he was also confused. He 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 he. After hearing Chu Chen's words, Ghastly seemed to remember something. It opened its big mouth, rolled its tongue, and spit out a red and white poke ball. Is this for me? At Ghastly's signal, Chu Chen took the poke ball with a little hesitation and a little sudden realization. This is an empty poke ball. He 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 he. Ghastly nodded gently, but his ferocious face was full of intimate smiles. It gently touched the button on the red and white poke ball, and the poke ball opened, emitting a red light and taking it in. Holding the shaking poke ball, Chu Chen pursed his lips. He understood everything. Chapter 10. Most Pokemon have intelligence that is not inferior to that of humans. Some of them are even smarter than humans. Ghastly is one of them. Travel, departure date. It knows everything because it lives with Chu Chen day and night. Leaving without saying goodbye, maybe just want to give Chu Chen a surprise. If Chu Chen didn't come back this time, it would really be missed. It is conceivable how sad Ghastly would be facing an empty house in that situation. As for the guy whose poke ball was stolen by Ghastly, he was naturally ignored by Chu Chen. The red and white poke ball in Chu Chen's hand was still shaking gently, and the red light on the button was flashing. But in the case of the Pokemon's own willingness, this is actually just a process. When the poke ball stabilized, Ghastly ran out of it immediately. He 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 he. Floating in the air, Ghastly shook his head, almost writing praise me on his face. It still looks familiar. He shook his head helplessly and smiled, and raised his hand to rub its head. Ghastly also cooperated and behaved very well. Well, its body is closer to gas. So, this is the legendary cloud interaction system, use Eye of exploration. After the cloud interaction, Chu Chen also began to care about Ghastly's specific situation. He didn't have too high expectations for it. In the future, when he captures Pokémon, he may consider various factors, but for Ghastly, who has been with him for several years, even if its potential is only as poor as that of a juvenile, he will pile up resources to pile it up. With the God-level treasure chest system in hand, he has the confidence to say this. But when he saw Ghastly's panel, Chu Chen almost dropped his jaw. Flash shiny product quality. Name, Shiny Ghastly. Attribute, Ghost plus Poison. Feature, Float. Level, Level 10, Primary. Potential, Champion. Carry, None. Shiny quality. Champion potential. In the game that Chu Chen played before crossing over, shiny was just the difference in the color of individual Pokémon. But after crossing over, when studying in school, Chu Chen learned something different. In this real Pokémon world, shiny or different colors represent potential. Pokémon with high potential are not necessarily shiny, but shiny must have high potential. Just like the shiny Ghastly that has been with Chu Chen for several years. At the beginning, the potential value is directly one level higher than Monferno, whose potential value Chu Chen has broken through twice. I really never thought about this problem before. Chu Chen felt a little embarrassed. Although he had some knowledge of this aspect before crossing over, there was still a gap between the real world and the two-dimensional world. Especially, he had only seen this Ghastly in the real world, and there was no specific reference. In fact, even if there was a reference, it would not be very useful. Body color difference itself is a kind of individual difference of Pokémon. In the real world, the color difference between shiny Ghastly and ordinary Ghastly is not as big as in the two-dimensional world. However, even if there is no system, he should be able to react when Ghastly evolution becomes Ghastly Tongue. The tongue of shiny Ghastly Tongue is blue, which is completely different from the red tongue of ordinary Ghastly Tongue. Chu Chen did not dwell on this issue for too long. Anyway, as a trainer, he will not suffer any loss. But, speaking of this, Chu Chen looked strange, as if he had thought of something. Even without the system, I can still do well. Ghastly with champion potential. No matter how badly he does, it should not be difficult to get a leader, right? Of course, these are all boring assumptions. Ghastly, Monferno, let's work hard to become stronger together. Looking at the two Pokémon in front of him, Chu Chen chuckled and said. Neither of them can be missing. After getting rid of the ties in his heart, Chu Chen no longer delayed. He started his journey directly according to the planned route. According to his guess, the explosion rate of treasure chests of various levels is related to the level and identity of the opponent. The wild Pokémon around here can no longer satisfy him now. His first stop is the Little Root Town Research Institute in the same town. As soon as he came to this world, he collected a lot of information, but still needed to confirm some things there. The champion, elite, and gym trainers of each region alliance are still those he is familiar with. So, what about the protagonists? The starting age of this world is no longer 10 years old but 15 years old. Chapter 11. Little Root Town is not big. Following the route in his memory, Chu Chen soon arrived near the Little Root Town Research Institute. Woo! Before he crossed the forest in front of him, he heard a wolf-like barking. So, Chu Chen, who thought of something, looked strange. It can't be such a coincidence, right? What he thought of was a plot in the original book. A plot that exists in animation, special episodes, and gameth story that Professor Birch and Puchayana have to tell. Of course, in some versions, Puchayana was replaced by Zigzagoon. But the story is similar. Take a few steps towards the sound of the barking, and through the gap in the forest, Chu Chen saw the white coat confronting several Puchayana. Okay. It is indeed the story that Professor Birch and Puchayana have to tell. It's not quite right to say it's a confrontation. Chu Chen can faintly hear Professor Birch's voice when he gets closer. Qian is growl and charm. Chu is growl and sadness. Qi is growl and rage. At this point, Chu Chen could still see Professor Birch holding up a finger with a look of realization on his face. You do have a deep understanding of Pokemon, but seeing this, Chu Chen could only helplessly hold his forehead. Professor Birch, should you pay attention to the occasion? Sure enough, in the next second, the barking of dogs and Professor Birch's exclamation sounded at the same time. Professor Birch was chased by several Puchayana and finally had to climb up a tree. And he let go the suitcase with Pokeballs was more than 10 meters away. Famous scene. Knowing that field research is dangerous, they don't even carry Pokeballs with them. Chu Chen wanted to vomit before he crossed over. But even if he vomited, he still had to help. Shaking his head, Chu Chen was ready to step forward. Professor Birch. At this moment, a pleasant voice stopped him. Looking in the direction of the voice, Chu Chen saw a girl's figure. Even though there is a gap between the real world and the second dimension, Chu Chen immediately locked in the identity of the pretty girl in front of him by dressing up. May. To be precise, it should be May at the age of 15. It must be said that in terms of the slenderness of the figure alone, May at the age of 15 is better than the original. Ahem. This is not the point. Will the other protagonist be Ruby or Ash? It took Chu Chen only a few seconds to get the answer. If there is another protagonist, it will be Ash. Because if it was May in the special episode, she would have flown down the hill by now. Instead of being a little overwhelmed like in front of her. Are you May? You're just in time. Help me open the suitcase over there. Under the guidance of Professor Birch, May hurriedly released a mudcup. However, mudcup was released, but May's command became a problem. In the end, she decided to go the route of the gorgeous competition, which was not without reason. Her father is a gym leader. And the poor Birch, oh, no. The poor branch was finally broken by Professor Birch. Professor Birch also fell in front of several Puchayana. Mudcup, use water gun on Puchayana. Seeing this, Chu Chen sighed deeply and walked out. Kona. Due to the obedience cultivated since childhood, Mudcup, who strictly speaking has no trainer, obeyed the command directly. Opening his mouth, a stream of water was sprayed towards several Puchayana. This Mudcup is not high level, but the levels of several Puchayana are even lower. After a stalemate of pecking at each other, several Puchayana were washed away by the stream of water and finally fled into the woods with their tails between their legs. Thank you, little brother. Professor Birch sat on the ground and finally had time to breathe a sigh of relief. As for May, who came over, she looked at Chu Chen with curiosity. From the outside, Chu Chen should be about the same age as her, but in the situation just now, Chu Chen handled the problem much better than her. Oh no! Birch was about to say something, but suddenly slapped his thigh. Sorry. Little brother, I have an urgent matter to deal with here. It's okay. Chu Chen smiled sympathetically, I'll go with you and take a look, maybe I can help. Professor Birch just accepted a favor, so it was difficult for him to refuse. What's more, Chu Chen was asking for help in the name of help. The group hurried to the Weiabai Research Institute. Chu Chen looked at the end of the woods in the distance, his eyes full of expectation. Ash, we are about to meet. P.S. I checked the information while writing, and the official data of the 3 Royal 3s of the 3rd generation have changed. The mastery level of some basic skills has been advanced, Torchic LV5 Ember, Mudcup LV4 Water Gun, Trico LV5 Absorb. For the sake of consistency, all skill data will be written according to the latest official data of the 7th generation. Chapter 12. There is still a certain difference from the original plot. Following Professor Birch, Chu Chen returned to the institute smoothly all the way. In the original book, Pikachu, whose physical condition was abnormal at this time, ran out of the institute. And the real protagonist who came to Hone region with Ash and Pikachu Team Rocket's trio, should also appear at this time. However, the age of departure for the trip has been adjusted from 10 to 15. The general direction of the plot has not changed, which is enough to show the correction power of this world. It's a pity that I didn't see the real protagonist, but it's not a big problem. Even if I don't follow Ash traveling together, I will definitely meet them in the future. After all, they are always indispensable in various major events. Is this Ash? Entering the research institute, Chu Chen's eyes quickly caught a familiar peaked cap. According to the law of the hat is the body, this is definitely Ash. After finding Ash, Pikachu is naturally next to him. Chu Chen's eyes fell on the electric mouse on the bed, which seemed a little sluggish. System, Eye of Exploration. I believe that any time traveler in Chu Chen's position will subconsciously make the same move. There is no way. Pikachu's fighting power is really too confusing. Name, Pikachu. Attribute, Electric. Characteristics, Static electricity. Level. Potential. Carry, none. In this case, what should Chu Chen say? Waiting online. Very urgent. Chu Chen always thought that Pikachu's battle was only confusing in his eyes. Unexpectedly, under the system's exploration eye, it is still a mystery. Professor Birch, you are back. At this time, Ash also noticed the arrival of several people, and his face was a little excited. Did you collect the medicine? The reason why Professor Birch encountered Poochyena was to collect medicine for Pikachu who was in an abnormal state. The things are all here. Give it to it. Not paying attention to Ash's anxious tone, Professor Birch handed the medicine to him as soon as possible. The Pokemon world is really a magical world. Not only creatures like Pokemon have incredible powers, the efficacy of various medicines in this world and the medical methods mastered by humans are powerful enough. From negative states such as poisoning to near death, as long as rescue is timely, it doesn't take too much time to recover. Ash fed the medicine to Pikachu, and Pikachu's expression eased in a short time. I'm Ash from Pallet Town. Who are you? Pikachu's condition was relieved, and Ash's mind relaxed. He looked at Mei and Chu Chen with some curiosity. My name is Mei, and I'm about to become a rookie trainer. Mei said generously. My name is Chu Chen, a rookie trainer. Chu Chen's self-introduction was even briefer. Mei, who was about to pay more attention to Chu Chen, heard this, and a little surprise flashed in her beautiful eyes. Although she had some guesses based on age, she was really not sure whether Chu Chen, who was particularly calm, would be a rookie trainer like her. Ash, are you also a rookie trainer? Unnoticing Mei's gaze, Chu Chen was still asking Ash questions. Ah? Actually, I have traveled to Kanto and Johto. Haha. Speaking of this, Ash scratched his head embarrassedly. Have you ever participated in the league competition? I participated twice. Haven't you won the champion yet? No. Ash's face was already unhappy. The travel age changed from 10 to 15, which changed part of the plot, but still couldn't change the fate of no championship. Before Chu Chen traveled through time, Ash won the championship. Even if Alola's champion was diluted, it was still a real regular league championship. But the timeline goes back to Hone. It seems that Zai in front of him will have to continue to waste time. At least in the next Hone Region League Conference, with Chu Chen, Zai definitely has no hope. However, even if it is based on the original work, before the Sinnoh Lily of the Valley Conference, Zai actually lost fairly. But the things like the Divine Beast Man and Alon's water storage spray in the back are too much. Wait until the Sinnoh Lily of the Valley Conference starts, I will hold down the Divine Beast Man for you. With a sigh in his heart, Chu Chen raised his hand and patted Ash's shoulder. Anyway, by that time, it is estimated that with his strength, there is no need for him to participate in the Lily of the Valley Conference. And without the Divine Beast Man, Ash is fully capable of winning the Lily of the Valley Conference champion. Chu Chen. Ash didn't understand the meaning of Chu Chen's actions, but perhaps there was some kind of intuition in his heart, and his recognition of Chu Chen was rising rapidly. What attitude does Zai have towards people he recognizes? Chu Chen, wait until Pikachu recovers, let's have a Pokemon battle. Ash said seriously. It's disrespectful to refuse. Chu Chen would naturally not refuse. In fact, he was also looking for such an opportunity. If Ash were put in the Pokemon world, he would be the child of destiny. Defeat him and his Pikachu, even if he is not at his peak strength, he will definitely gain a lot, right? For example, a treasure chest higher than the saffron treasure chest? Chapter 13. In the open space outside the Weiabai Research Institute, Chu Chen and Ash stood opposite each other. Pikachu's status has recovered, and the battle they agreed to will begin. I want to use this Pikachu. Ash turned his head and looked at the Pikachu on his shoulder, and the Pikachu fell directly to the ground. Pikachu! Pikachu! With 4 feet on the ground, the electric bags on both sides of Pikachu's cheeks flashed with arcs, and it was also full of fighting spirit. Then I'm going to send it out. Chu Chen took the black luxury ball from his waist with a flip of his wrist. Ash and Pikachu have a habit of losing the first battle in a new region. Chu Chen also wanted to let Ghastly, who had just joined the team, show off, but in order to more surely explode the treasure chest, he finally decided to send out the stronger Monferno. The red and white poke ball with Ghastly on his waist moved, as if Ghastly was expressing dissatisfaction. Don't worry. There will definitely be opportunities for you to play in the future. Chu Chen gently patted the poke ball to comfort it, and when he looked up, he found that everyone's eyes were focused on him. Before, when driving away Poochyena, Chu Chen was commanding Professor Birch's Mudcup. So not only Ash, the opponent, but also Professor Birch and May on the sidelines were very curious about his Earl Dervish Pokemon. Come out! Monferno! Without keeping the secret, Chu Chen threw the luxury ball with a slight smile. Pop! The luxury ball opened, a white light flashed, and Monferno appeared on the field. What kind of Pokemon is this? May and Ash both subconsciously cast their eyes on Professor Birch. This is Monferno from Sinnoh region? So Chu Chen, are you from Sinnoh region? Professor Birch was a little surprised. Sinnoh? A new region. Ash remembered the place name, and then looked at Chu Chen with some surprise. Are you from another region too? No. Chu Chen smiled and shook his head. Actually, I live in Little Root Town. It is not particularly rare to have Pokemon from other regions. Don't trainers like Ash who travel to various regions have Pokemon from multiple regions? There are even more cases of doing this through various means. Even if he admitted it directly, Chu Chen didn't have to worry about people making too many associations. Here, Professor Birch held his chin with his hand and spoke again after thinking. If I remember correctly, Monferno should be the second evolution form of Chimchar. Second evolution form. Ash and May both showed surprise on their faces. If it was just that, there would be nothing. But Chu Chen had said before that he was a rookie trainer. Especially as a girl, May, who was more careful, noticed Chu Chen's action of comforting Ghastly. He has another Pokemon on him. May couldn't help but raise her hand to cover her pink lips gently, and her beautiful eyes were shining. As a peer, Chu Chen's whole process really surprised her. Let's start now. Ash didn't care so much. After listening to Professor Birch's words, his fighting spirit was full. Chu Chen nodded. But after subconsciously casting a detective eye at Pikachu, he was a little stunned. Name, Pikachu. Attribute, electricity. Feature, static electricity. Level, LV15, beginner. Potential. Carry, none. Its level changed from the original to LV15. So when Pikachu arrives in a new region, its level is not reset directly, but adaptive according to the first opponent it encounters. No wonder it can always fight a novice trainer to a draw. And in order to ensure that the first battle is lost, the level will be slightly lower than the opponent. How are you carrying Pinru's wardrobe? PK Cho, quick attack. Chu Chen was stunned. Ash gave the order as soon as possible. PK Cho. PK Cho splashed lightly, and when it landed, a white shadow was dragged behind it, running at high speed. The air in the battle area was not big, it instantly crossed the center line and tackled towards Monferno. Monferno, Mach Punch! Chu Chen complained in his heart, but his reaction was not slow, and he responded almost immediately. Pop! With a fist, a faint white light gathered on it, Monferno rushed forward at a faster speed than PK Cho. The next second, its fist collided with PK Cho. There was no stalemate, and PK Cho was knocked back by Monferno. Not to mention Monferno's leading level. PK Cho and Monferno's close combat is itself a fight to use their own weaknesses to attack the other's strengths. Chu Chen's Monferno is not only naturally good at physical attacks, but also has the Iron Fist feature. Now, Monferno, Flamethrower! Pointing at the suspended PK Cho, Chu Chen took advantage of the victory and pursued. Pop! The flames in Monferno's mouth brewed, and a huge stream of fire was spewed out by it, sweeping towards PK Cho. PK Cho, Thunderbolt! Ash's response was quite calm. His combat experience was indeed accumulated during his travels. Pika! Using its tail to maintain balance in the air, arcs flashed on the red electric bags on Pikachu's cheeks, and soon the yellow spark wrapped its entire body. Chew! A twisted electric snake stretched out and chopped towards the flame column bombarding in front of it. The electric snake and the stream of fire entangled and intersected in the air, and finally produced a small explosion. Bang! The air waves were rolling, the smoke and dust on the battlefield were raised, and everyone's vision became blurred. Monferno, Swords Dance! Chu Chen's voice sounded at this time. Not good. Ash was shocked when he heard the command from the other side. PK Cho, use Thunderbolt to interrupt it. Pika! Chu! 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 Following the position of Monferno in his memory, PK Cho sent out electric current to attack the other side continuously. In fact, Monferno was hit by it. However, compared with the Thunderbolt when PK Cho faced various mythical beasts, this was completely bearable. Monferno, Mach Punch! Seeing Monferno climb to the peak with a strange dance posture, Chu Chen pressed his palm forward. Then use Fire Punch to end it. Chapter 14. Chu Chen originally thought that defeating Ash and PK Cho would result in a higher level treasure chest than the saffron treasure chest. But it turned out that his expectation was too conservative. When Monferno broke through the smoke, Ash hurriedly asked PK Cho to dodge. But there is a reason why Mach Punch can be used as a preemptive skill. PK Cho, who was unable to determine the angle from which Monferno broke through due to the smoke, could not dodge effectively. The fist covered with white light accurately hit PK Cho and sent it flying into the air. Flames suddenly rose on Monferno's other fist, and he took a step forward and fiercely imprinted Fire Punch on PK Cho. PK Cho! With a low cry, Ash jumped over and caught PK Cho. At this time, it had become a CIRC lead creature and lost its ability to fight. It was in Ash's arms that a dazzling blue-white light shone. A treasure chest burst out. The brightness was many times stronger than the golden light of the saffron treasure chest. The treasure chest that fell in front of Chu Chen was inlaid with a lot of dazzling diamonds. Ding! You got the diamond treasure chest. Above the saffron treasure chest was the platinum treasure chest. The grade of the diamond treasure chest was 2 levels higher than that of the saffron treasure chest. You are worthy of being the protagonist. Chu Chen sighed deeply, and his eyes were shining when he looked at Ash and PK Cho. Only Chu Chen could see the falling and opening of the treasure chest. Without hesitation, he said directly in his mind, "System, open the diamond treasure chest." Ding! You got the EXP. Share X1. Ding. You got Ho-Oh Gene X1. Ding. You got Alliance Coin X500000. Diamond Treasure Box is indeed a treasure box 2 levels higher than Saffron Treasure Box. Look at what came out, all of them are good stuff. EXP. Share's function is self-evident, it is a magical tool to improve the overall strength of the team in hand. Especially when catching new, low-level Pokémon, the existence of EXP Share can allow new partners to catch up quickly. As for Ho-Oh Gene, Chu Chen glanced at Ash again. The Celadon/Rainbow Warrior chosen by Ho-Oh. In the original book, Zai has always had an inexplicable relationship with Ho-Oh, the photographer, it's confirmed. If the system only recognizes each Pokémon defeated once, this generous reward, Chu Chen can drag Ash and brush it 100 times a day, 100 times. But it doesn't matter, Zai will definitely have to capture new Pokémon later. Chu Chen's smile gradually became malicious. By the way, if enough Ho-Oh genes can be exploded, can Ho-Oh be synthesized? Thinking about that scene, Chu Chen felt it was too beautiful. If he wanted to do that, Ji Ye might be beaten to doubt his life. Chu Chen simply ignored the last 50,000 Alliance coins. Now Alliance coins are just numbers to him. Hey! Look how swollen I am, pinch my waist. Just when he was about to check the specific properties of the two items, Ash, who was just being tortured by his thoughts, came over. Chu Chen, your Monferno is very strong. Ash said sincerely, unaware of everything. Pika. Pika. Pikachu also recovered some spirit and stood on his shoulder. It was indeed a wonderful battle. Professor Birch and May also came closer and praised him. Before the battle, they were more optimistic about Ash because he said he had participated in 2 league conferences. But they didn't expect that in the end, Chu Chen, the new trainer, would win the battle with a clean and neat crushing attitude. Even people who don't know about the battle can see that Chu Chen's Monferno is much stronger than Ash's Pikachu. Master Ji became a miserable background board. Chu Chen Mei, who had been quiet all the time, suddenly spoke with a faint blush on her pretty face, "Are you planning to travel alone?" Coupled with her expression, the subtext is already very obvious. Although it was only a short contact, she also had a faint liking for Chu Chen, who was strong and calm. Hearing this, Ash also looked at Chu Chen with some expectation. Unlike Mei, Ash simply wanted to fight and communicate with Chu Chen frequently. "I'm more used to being alone." Spreading his hands, Chu Chen smiled. Traveling with them might be another kind of fun. But with the God-level treasure chest system in hand, traveling alone would actually be more suitable for him. Is that so? Mei and Ash were a little disappointed. "We will meet again, won't we?" Chu Chen said. Mei looked up and met Chu Chen's gaze. As if her little thoughts were exposed, her face turned redder and her beautiful eyes dodged to the side. "Ash, it's fun to fight with you." Chu Chen looked at Ash again. "When you capture a new Pokémon, let's fight again next time we meet." There was no reason for Ash to refuse such a request. But just when he was about to nod, he felt a chill on his back. It seems something is wrong. Chapter 15. Evening, in the wild. After saying goodbye to Professor Birch and Ash, Chu Chen stopped by a stream. "Come out, all of you." Monferno. Ghastly. After throwing out the luxury ball and the red and white poke ball, Chu Chen's eyes were on the red and white poke ball in his hand. This poke ball was handed to him by Professor Birch when they said goodbye. Inside was the mudcup that Chu Chen had commanded before. Of course, along with mudcup was the Pokémon Pokédex, which was of little significance to Chu Chen, who had the eye of exploration. "Come out too, little guy." With a slight smile, Chu Chen released mudcup. Kona. Seeing Chu Chen, mudcup acted particularly intimate, leaning against his feet and rubbing gently. System, Eye of Exploration. Name, mudcup. Attribute, water. Feature, torrent. Level, level 5, junior. Potential, Leader. Carry, none. It is worthy of being carefully selected by Professor Birch and carried on his body. The potential value of this mudcup has reached the level of Chu Chen Monferno before his potential value broke through twice. Professor Birch gave mudcup to him who was not in the plan. Will there be new trainers who cannot receive Pokemon? This situation will not happen. Although there are not many Royal 3s cultivated by the Alliance, it is impossible to distribute them to every new trainer. But the actual number is greater than the planned distribution number, that is for sure. Otherwise, Professor Birch would not be able to give mudcup to him with confidence. As for why Ash received Pikachu because rest was late. Even if he was not late, he would only receive Pikachu. Why? Because when Celebi let Ash meet Professor Oak when he was young, he told the young Oak that Pikachu was his first Pokemon. Ash has Pikachu. Professor Oak prepared Pikachu for him. Ash got Pikachu. This is a closed loop in time. Next, it's time to look at the basic information of EXP. Share and Ho-Oh-Jin. Let Mudcup play with Monferno and Ghastly, and Chu Chen also found a clean big rock to sit down. During the day, because of Ash's sudden interruption, Chu Chen didn't have time to check it. EXP. Share. With this item, the Pokemon in the team that are not in battle will also gain 70% of the combat experience. There are some differences from the game, but it's not a big problem. The most important thing is that you only need to have it, and you don't need to occupy the Pokemon's carrying position. Putting EXP. Share aside, Chu Chen took out Ho-Oh-Jin from the system backpack. This is the real highlight. EXP. Share can be considered extremely precious, but in Chu Chen's heart, it is still far inferior to it. Holding it in his hand, Ho-Oh-Jin presents the appearance of a ball of golden flame. Anyway, it has nothing to do with the word Jin. Chu Chen called up the information panel. When he saw the description on the panel in front of him, his eyes lit up and he was extremely surprised. Ho-Oh-Jin can be fused with fire attribute Pokemon. After successful fusion, the Pokemon will obtain Holy Flame. Holy Flame, the flame used by the legendary Ho-Oh, will not weaken when it causes damage to ordinary water attribute and fire attribute Pokemon. And when the fire attribute attack hits, it will cause a 50% chance of burns to the opponent within the LV10 gap. It is indeed a legendary existence. Looking at the information on the panel in front of him, Chu Chen couldn't help but sigh in his heart. No matter how everyone teases, saying that Ho-Oh is Megafero. But at the level of life, it is indeed very different from ordinary Pokemon. Just by fusing its genes, it can bring such a huge improvement to Pokemon with fire attributes. Not to mention that the damage to Pokemon with water and fire attributes will not be weakened. What does a 50% chance of burning mean? This is definitely a magical skill. It is different from the effect of a single skill of Ho-Oh's Holy Flame in the game. Ho-Oh-Jin directly replaces the ordinary flames of Pokemon with Holy Flame. In short, all fire attribute skills will enjoy the same effect. Too powerful. Pop. Monferno, who was not far away, sensed something and ran over immediately. You reacted very quickly. Chu Chen was not surprised by Monferno's reaction, as Pokemon's perception was much sharper than humans. As Chu Chen's only fire-attributed Pokemon, it was the only one that could enjoy this benefit. System, fuse the Ho-Oh-Jin to Monferno. Chu Chen shouted in his mind, and the Ho-Oh-Jin in the shape of a golden flame turned into a stream of light and sank into Monferno's body. Pop! The next second, the golden flame appeared on Monferno's body from the inside out, covering it completely. A majestic aura emanated from the flame. Even though he couldn't see the scene inside the flame, Chu Chen could guess that Monferno was undergoing a transformation. Pop! As time passed, when the golden flame sank into Monferno's body again, the flame at the end of its tail was already faintly golden and majestic. Sacred Flame! And Chu Chen noticed that the potential value on Monferno's panel was not before I knew it. It has gone from elite to champion. Its potential has also been broken through. P.S. Yesterday's update was 11,000, and today it has reached 6,000, and there will be more later. Please give me some flowers and votes. Thank you. Chapter 16. Ghastly, use nightshade. In an open space, Chu Chen's voice sounded as he issued an order. He. Ghastly laughed coldly. Under its body, a black shadow appeared, gradually expanded, and finally extended all the way forward. Opposite was a young man with a somewhat helpless look and his doi ninja. This is also a trainer who has just embarked on a journey. However, his doi ninja's condition did not seem to be very good, and it was obviously a state that had been consumed a lot by Ghastly before. The black shadow was still extending and came behind the doi ninja, and finally, contrary to common sense, it stood up directly from the ground. The next second, the shadow disappeared, but the doi ninja seemed to have been hit by an invisible blow and fell to the ground. He lost his ability to fight. Ding! You got Bronze Treasure Box X1. Ding! Ghastly got experience. Level +1. Reached LV 18. Ding! Mudcup got experience. Level +1. Reached LV 13. Come back. Ghastly. Listening to the electronic prompt sound in his mind, Chu Chen ignored the depressed boy and directly put Ghastly away with the pokeball and turned away. After fusing Hoojin to Monferno last night, nothing happened. After a good night's sleep, Chu Chen headed towards the next city. Along the way, there were young people who had just got Pokemon and had nowhere to vent their energy. Like the boy with the doi ninja, Chu Chen couldn't remember how many he had defeated. Didn't you see that his Ghastly and Mudcup had reached LV 18 and LV 13? Chu Chen originally wanted to find a water-type or fire-type opponent to test Monferno's sacred fire, but he found out. Let alone testing, he didn't think anyone could withstand Monferno's original flame. So, he simply let Ghastly, who had been asking for a fight, take the lead. Let's let Mudcup play in the next battle. Chu Chen thought. Ghastly has fought so many battles, it's time to let it rest. And Mudcup has been using EXP share to gain experience for so long, and he can stand up to these newbies. For the next part of the journey, Chu Chen released Mudcup in the Pokeball and brought him with him. Just by revealing a little bit of his intention, young people who took the initiative to challenge him kept coming. He also accepted everyone who came. These are all experiences and treasure chests that are delivered to your doorstep. How can you refuse them? Once they have experienced the beatings of society, they will not be so proactive. Although the Pokemon in these trainers' hands are not of high level, and as trainers, they have no special status. But the base is large enough, and it is not a problem to explode high-level treasure chests. Chu Chen felt that if this was an online game world, the origin of the world should also give him the title of evil person. Using Mudcup, the weakest one at hand, he has already beaten 2 newbies to tears. However, God will not let down those who work hard, and bullying newbies is not without reward. Ding! You got Silver Treasure Chest X1. Ding! You opened the Silver Treasure Chest. Got Ice Punch X1. This skill comes at the right time, let's give it to Mudcup. Ding! Mudcup has learned Ice Punch. With Ice Punch, Mudcup becomes more powerful in battle. Frost condensed on his small fist and firmly imprinted on a taillow. With the attribute Restraint and outstanding effect, Mudcup directly carried away this Pokemon known for its perseverance with one blow. Ding! You got Saffron Treasure Box X1. Ding! You opened the Saffron Treasure Box. You got Rare Candy X1, Silver Crown X1. It turned out that the Saffron Treasure Box was exploded. The Silver Crown is most suitable for Mudcup. Ding! Mudcup's potential value has been successfully broken through. Promoted to Quasi Elite. The outline of the city can be faintly seen in the distance. Here, Mudcup's opponents are slightly stronger. This time it was a Whismur, a Pokemon whose growl volume could catch up with that of a jet. After enduring a test on the eardrums, this Whismore was killed by Mudcup with the water gun. Ding! Ghastly gained experience. Level +1. Reached LV 20. Ding! Mudcup gained experience. Level +1. Reached LV 16. This is for Mudcup. Wait. He spoke almost instinctively, but Chu Chen reacted immediately. Then there was a burst of ecstasy on his face. In just half a day, Mudcup, who had just joined the team, was also going to evolve. Chapter 17. After evolution, Mudcup's appearance did not change much. But its main skin color changed to sky blue, and it changed from walking on all fours to walking upright. As for the quality of all aspects, after evolution, it was naturally improved compared to the Mudcup period. Name, Marshtomp. Attributes, Water plus Ground. Features, Torrent. Level, Level 16, Primary. Potential, Quasi-Elite. Carry, None. Compared to Mudcup, which has only Water attribute, Marshtomp has dual attributes of Water plus Ground. Ma. The light of evolution on its body faded away, and Marshtomp cried softly, but suddenly turned and headed towards a big tree not far away. Then, a bunch of brown mud was ejected from its mouth, hitting the trunk of the tree heavily. It has mastered a new skill, Mud Shot. The tree that was bombarded could not bear the humiliation, was broken from the middle, and fell down. It is actually quite difficult to be a tree in the Pokemon world. After Mudcup completed evolution, Chu Chen no longer bullied those newbies who could not gain much experience. At this time, I miss Beedrill, who lives in Kanto and Johto region. They are all above LV 10, and the experience they can get is much more than these newbies. Most importantly, they gather together. Dustux and Beautifully in Hone region. Chu Chen had thought about them for a long time. It's a pity that he couldn't find a large group. However, even so, his remaining two Pokemon, Ghastly, reached LV 20, and the strongest Monferno also reached LV 24. Next it will be my first gym challenge. Looking at the outline of the city in the distance, Chu Chen's heart surged. It's obviously different to brush in the game many times before crossing over and actually challenge it. Even if it's not difficult for Chu Chen to get the badges of the first few gyms with his current strength, it's still the same. Because the meaning is different. It's not just because the admission ticket to the Alliance Conference is 8 gym badges of the corresponding region. Getting this first badge also represents the first mark Chu Chen left in this world. Having said so much, in fact, he still bypassed Petalburg City Gym first, just like in the game. Well, Chu Chen is now in Rustboro City. The gym owners in this world have a lot of freedom in their respective gyms. This also leads to differences in the difficulty of challenges between gyms. Some gym leaders will set levels of corresponding difficulty according to the strength level of the challengers, and the final test is also the main focus. But there are also people like Norman, the owner of Orange Flower Gym, that is, May's father, who treats all challengers equally and has the same difficulty for all. Slakeoat plus Vigoroth plus Slaking. This is the big gift package Norman prepared for challengers. Slakeoat and Vigoroth are okay, but Slaking is a nightmare for new trainers. If Chu Chen's Monferno evolves into Infernape on the spot, then even if there is a level difference, if you make good use of Slaking's weaknesses and plan well, it is not impossible to get the badge. After all, 4 trainers who can challenge Orange Gym, Slakeoat and Vigoroth in front are just going through the motions. The 3v3 battle rules can basically ensure that when facing Slaking, the status of the 3 Pokemon on your body remains intact. Take down the badge of Kana's Gym first. Shaking his head, Chu Chen no longer thought about the unreasonable Orange Gym. At worst, when you go back and fight back, you can be more ruthless. However, when walking through the city and about to see the Kana's Gym building, Chu Chen saw several familiar figures. Or, familiar clothes. The blue outfit looks like a pirate. This is definitely not cosplay, this is Team Aqua. Together with Team Magma, it is one of the two major evil organizations in Hon region. Their status can be compared to Team Rockets in Kanto and Johto. I didn't expect to run into them so soon. After just a glance, Chu Chen withdrew his gaze. Even though these members of Team Aqua looked a little sneaky. In fact, Chu Chen really wanted to use them to test Monferno's sacred fire, and he was sure that they would make him more durable than the newbies he met before. But look at the philosophy they and Team Magma pursue. One wants to make the land disappear, and the other wants to make the ocean disappear. You really don't know whether they are ambitious or really paranoid about it. Anyway, if they didn't take the initiative to provoke him, Chu Chen didn't particularly want to deal with these lunatics unless necessary. These members of Team Aqua only stayed in Chu Chen's sight for a moment, and then disappeared into some corner. When he looked up again, Chu Chen had arrived at the door of Kana's gym. The Gym Challenge, start! Chapter 18. Kana's gym is a rock-type gym. As a gym trainer, Roxanne is a trainer who specializes in breeding rock-type Pokémon. So, when Chu Chen stepped into the gym, he felt a strong cave wind. He was lucky. Although she was a gym trainer, Roxanne also had a side job. It should be said that her main job was to be a teacher in a Pokémon school. She was a gym trainer just to test the theoretical knowledge she had learned and to collect materials for the students. It was not easy for Chu Chen to catch up with Roxanne in the gym the first time he came. If we follow the rules of the game, we have to beat the little brother before fighting the leader, which is actually quite good. After informing the staff of his purpose and being led inside, Chu Chen couldn't help but say in his heart, "Look at the trainers around who look like they are doing odd jobs. They are all rare superiors outside. In other words, these are high-level treasure chests walking." Chu Chen was eager to move. But the staff leading him didn't give him this opportunity and took him to the battlefield soon. "Are you going to challenge the gym?" A pleasant voice sounded, and following the direction of the voice, Chu Chen also saw Roxanne, who was dressed in a professional suit and full of intellectuality. "Do you mind if I record the process of the battle?" After getting Chu Chen's affirmative answer, Roxanne pointed to the hypothetical camera on the sidelines. "No mind." Chu Chen shook his head. What he could bring out in the open battle was naturally something he was not afraid of others' scrutiny. However, when it comes to Roxanne recording materials, Chu Chen can't help but think of Zai, the master of reverse attributes. When Ash challenged the rock-type Gymkhanas, he used Pikachu, right? And if he remembered correctly, Roxanne also recorded materials for that battle. Chu Chen really wanted to know whether Roxanne brought the materials to class in the original book and how she explained them to the students. For example, Pikachu's Facetofus Thunder Shock knocked down Guaidud, a rock plus ground attribute. This is actually easy to understand. When the strength of one party is absolutely overwhelming, the so-called attribute immunity is no longer absolute. Whether it is electric against ground, psychic against evil, or against fairy, it is the same. But how should Roxanne persuade her students not to learn from Zai? Although he used Pikachu, he got the gym badge. If there are really students who are led astray by Zai, it will be interesting. The challenge rule of Kana's gym is Twun Tuo. When all the Pokémon of one side lose their ability to fight, the other side wins. The referee's voice sounded on the sidelines, dragging Chu Chen back. The challenger is allowed to change Pokémon midway. After confirming that both sides had no objections, the referee waved the small flag in his hand twice, announcing the official battle. "My first Pokémon, this is it." Roxanne threw the Pokeball in her hand. "La Tai!" A stone lump with two arms appeared on the battlefield. Guaidud. Name, Guaidud. Attribute, rock plus ground. Feature, strong. Level 15, primary. Potential, superior. Carry, none. It's you. Chu Chen also took out the red and white Pokeball, Marshtomp. La Gu. Po the K-ball opened in the air, white light flashed, and Marshtomp also appeared opposite Guaidud. Is it already in evolution form? Roxanne had a little surprise on her face. Chu Chen acted calm. But the immaturity on his face clearly showed that he was the rookie trainer who started the journey recently. Maybe he got it before the departure date. Roxanne didn't think much about it. Marshtomp, water gun. The challenger has the first move, there is no need to give in. Chu Chen directly issued the order to attack. Ligu. Opening his mouth, a strong stream of water was spit out by Marshtomp, bombarding Guedud. Water attribute attack, once hit, will cause 4 times the effect of outstanding group for Guedud of rock plus ground attribute. Even if he doesn't fall directly because of the solid characteristic, this battle can't go on. As a gym trainer, Roxanne was also very clear about this and shouted, Guedud, get out of the way. La Taa. After receiving the order, Guedud dodged the oncoming water column. Marshtomp, mud shot. The attack did not work, but Chu Chen was not disappointed, and he said again. La Gu. Balls of brown mud were sprayed by Marshtomp and fell on Guedud one after another. Guedud, use rollout. Roxanne was not afraid of this skill, and waved her hand. La Taa. With his arms crossed in front of him, Guedud fell directly to the ground of the battlefield, rolled out at high speed and approached the direction of Marshtomp. The mud balls sprayed by Marshtomp fell on it, and were directly crushed by its high speed of rolling out, and failed to cause substantial damage to it. Well done, Guedud. Roxanne encouraged, and then said, now, million tons punch. La Ttriple. Guedud, who had already arrived in front of Marshtomp, stopped rolling, jumped up, and swung his fist at Marshtomp with white light. Looking at this scene, Chu Chen's mouth corners raised a smile instead. Marshtomp, ice punch? What? This time, Roxanne, who was originally just surprised by Marshtomp's evolution form, really showed surprise on her beautiful face. P.S. Today's more than 10,000 words are presented. Please give me flowers. Please give me evaluation votes. Thank you. Chapter 19. Roxanne was surprised not because Marshtomp used Ice Punch, which could have an outstanding effect on Guedud, who was a rock plus ground type. After all, compared to the fourfold restraint of water attributes, this is nothing. Roxanne was surprised that Marshtomp mastered Ice Punch itself. You know, Ice Punch is not a skill that Marshtomp can automatically master as the level grows. This is called teaching moves in the terminology. As the name suggests, it is a skill that requires the trainer's teaching to let Pokémon master it. In addition to the tacit understanding between the trainer and the Pokémon, it also requires a high cost of time and energy. Especially, Ice Punch is a non-original skill for Marshtomp. This situation will not be surprising when it happens to trainers who have been traveling for a while. Because they have been with their Pokémon for enough time. Like Roxanne's own main Pokémon, it also has a non-original teaching move. But it is very surprising when it appears on a new trainer. It's not that I didn't suspect that Marshtomp was bred before being handed over to Chu Chen. But Marshtomp's trust in Chu Chen can be seen through its execution of Chu Chen's orders. Moreover, can such a carefully bred Pokémon be inherited casually? The trainer's ability and the Pokémon's strength don't match, and not listening to orders is just a small matter. There are also cases where they actively abandon their trainers. And they are very skilled in using their skills. Roxanne's eyes fell on Marshtomp, and her face was serious. After Pokémon mastered a skill, there was something called proficiency? Yes. In the original novel, it was here in Kana's gym that Zai repeatedly failed because of Pikachu's lack of proficiency in the Orberg tale. What a curious little guy. Obviously, within a few minutes of the start of the battle, Chu Chen had left a deep enough impression on Roxanne. Pay attention back to the battlefield. Guedud's fist, emitting white light, swung down at Marshtomp with a whistling sound. Marshtomp's fist had also gathered white frost. However, it was not Guedud's fist that it faced. Instead, it was completely in a posture of exchanging injuries for injuries, and directly bombarded Guedud's body. Hit by Guedud's million tons punch, Marshtomp's body shook. But Guedud, who had endured Marshtomp's outstanding ice punch, felt even worse and flew backwards. He didn't lose his combat ability directly, he just relied on his solid characteristic to resist. From the very beginning, the water gun, to the later mud shot, Roxanne understood a little. In fact, from the very beginning, it was to make Guedud approach on his own initiative. For Guedud, who is a rock plus ground type, the threat of the water attribute water gun is needless to say. This kind of threat, in a battlefield with limited space, will increase as the distance between the two sides increases. On the contrary, only by shortening the distance can Guedud regain the initiative. He can interrupt Marshtomp at any time. The water gun deterrence that didn't intend to achieve success was followed by mud shot. It made Roxanne choose rollout, which can close the distance and avoid the damage of mud shot. Really amazing. With praise on her face, Roxanne lowered her eyes slightly. This battle was actually over before she realized that Marshtomp had mastered Ice Punch. Sure enough, when Guedud flew backwards, Marshtomp's water gun arrived first and hit it accurately. There was no chance of luck. When Guedud fell to the ground, he had become a circle of ice. Ding! Marshtomp gained 300 experience. Ding! Monferno gained experience. Ding! Ghastly gained experience. Ding! You got silver treasure chest. Listening to the electronic prompt sound in his mind and looking at the silver treasure chest in front of him, Chu Chen's expression moved. Experience is obtained for each Pokémon defeated, which is not surprising. But the treasure chest drops of the original battle trainer are still the same rules. Not every new trainer can be like him, with 3 Pokémon on his body after just a few days of departure. So after educating so many newbies along the way, Chu Chen actually only fought 1 Pokémon each time, and he really didn't realize this. But this is a good thing for me. Chu Chen smiled. If the settlement is this way, defeating the top trainers will result in multiple drops of high-level treasure chests. Multiple drops, that means multiple happiness. Guedud loses his ability to fight. The winner of this round is the challenger's Marshtomp. The referee on the sidelines waved the small flag in his hand and announced the result of the battle. Roxanne's second Pokémon should be Nosepass, right? Watching Roxanne put away Guedud, Chu Chen thought to himself. At the same time, in his heart, he began to recall the information about Nosepass. The question is, in the real world, can Nosepass face south? P.S. Rock type restrains Ice type, but the damage caused by Ice type skills to Rock type will not be weakened. Chapter 20. Nosepass is a Pokémon with small arms and legs and a red nose. They usually don't move for years in the wild, but they have a strong magnetic field. They use this magnetic field to force their prey to come to them. Of course, sometimes the prey they attract may not be their prey. It may also be their natural enemy Metang. But it is precisely because of their own magnetic field, just like their name, they are also affected by the geomagnetic poles like a compass. According to the Pokédex data, they will always face north. Travelers also use this feature to identify the direction. In the special episode, May or Sapphire used this to defeat Roxanne's Nosepass. But Chu Chen still has doubts. Does such a weird Pokémon really exist in reality? Imagine that even if a group of Nosepass live together, they will never see the face of any other Nosepass. How terrible! This is the second Pokémon I'm going to send out. While Chu Chen was daydreaming, Roxanne also took out the second Pokeball and threw it out. The Pokeball spun in the air and then opened. A white light flashed, and as Chu Chen expected, the red-nosed Nosepass appeared on the battlefield. Name, Nosepass. Attribute, Rock. Feature, Magnetism. Level, Level 22, Intermediate. Potential, Leader. Carry, Hard Stone Head. Leader potential, and it also carries the Hard Stone Head that can increase the power of Rock attribute attacks. Looking at the panel obtained through the eye of exploration, Chu Chen's face became more serious. From this information, the guided that Roxanne just had was probably specially bred to deal with challengers. And this nose pass with leader potential is most likely a reserve for Roxanne's main team. To put it simply, Roxanne has invested a lot of energy in this nose pass, definitely not less. Yes, the nose pass who mastered the zap cannon in the original book should be this one. Normally, if nose pass wants to master the zap cannon, he must be at least LV 43. But we will know soon whether nose pass can go south. While thinking, Chu Chen also took out the poke ball. Come back, Marshtomp. After putting away Marshtomp with the poke ball, Chu Chen flipped his wrist and the black luxury ball rolled into his palm. It's you, Monferno. If you want to verify the conjecture, it is undoubtedly more flexible than Marshtomp. Pop. Monferno, full of fighting spirit, appeared on the battlefield. Name, Monferno. Attribute, Fire plus Fighting. Feature, Iron Fist. Level, Level 24, Intermediate. Potential, Champion. Carry, none. From the perspective of comprehensive strength, it is not inferior to the opposite Nosepass at all. Monferno is another Pokémon in the second evolution form, Roxanne whispered. The tactics just now are not a fluke. But unlike Roxanne's understanding of Monferno, some gym staff and photographers on the sidelines were staring at the flame on Monferno's tail in a daze. Of course, they did not recognize the sacred flame, but were surprised that Chu Chen took out such an unfavorable attribute when challenging the rock attribute gym. If Chu Chen could hear their thoughts, he would have something to complain about now. They would never have thought that after a while, someone would come to challenge them with Pikachu. Compared with the pure electric Pikachu, Monferno, who has a fighting system as an output, at least looks a little better, right? Monferno, Mach Punch. The second round of the battle began. Chu Chen waved his hand and exercised the challenger's first move again. Pop! With a shake of his body, Monferno jumped out directly. It moved very fast, and as it ran, the white energy on its fist at the side of its body, which exuded a sharp aura, gathered. Almost in a breath, Monferno had already come close to Nosepass, and his fist was about to be thrown. So fast! Roxanne narrowed her eyes. This Monferno is much higher than the Mudcup just now. Even so, she was not panicked, and said in time, Nosepass, harden. Nosh. With his arms crossed in front of him, Nosepass's body was tense, and his body surface was flashing with blue light, as if he was coated with a layer of armor. In reality, harden is more like a temporary defensive skill, not a continuous buff like in the game. Monferno's fist landed on Nosepass's body, like hitting a steel plate, greatly reducing the damage caused. Nosepass, grab it, and then use Rock Imprison. Pointing with his hand, Roxanne shouted. Nosh. With his arms crossed in front of him lowered, Nosepass grabbed the Monferno in front of him. Go. At the same time, the ground under Monferno's feet had fine cracks, as if something was about to break out of the ground. Monferno, grab its hand and flip directly behind it. Chu Chen said calmly. Pop. After receiving the order, Monferno pressed Nosepass's short hand with his hand. Then he exerted force with his arm, and he flipped nimbly, passed over Nosepass, and landed steadily. Almost at the moment it left, several huge rocks tore the ground and appeared with sand at its original location. Even if it was half a second slower, Monferno might be trapped by these huge rocks. After completing all this, Chu Chen kept watching Nosepass closely and paying attention to its movements. At the moment when Monferno flipped behind it, it was obvious that it instinctively wanted to turn around. However, after just a small angle, it seemed to be intervened by another invisible force and was bent back. No way! Is it really impossible to face south? Nosepass, I'm too far south. P.S. Please give me some flowers. Please give me some votes. Thank you. Chapter 21. Monferno, use Mach Punch. Chu Chen's voice rang out over the battlefield. Nosepass couldn't, or it was difficult to turn south, which meant that its back was wide open. How could he miss such a good opportunity to attack? Pop! With a sharp white light rising from his fist, Monferno rushed towards Nosepass and swung his fist hard. Hiss! Without any defense, Nosepass was hit hard and staggered forward. Monferno, keep going! Mach punch! Chu Chen was unyielding. I can't let you win this battle so easily. Roxanne smiled lightly, but there was no panic on her face. Nosepass, rapid spin! The rapid spin in her command did not refer to the skill of the same name rapid spin. It was a means of escape that every Nosepass was born with. Affected by the magnetic pole, it would be difficult for Nosepass to turn normally, but it is still possible to turn abnormally. Nosh! After receiving Roxanne's command, just when it was about to be hit by another Mach punch from Monferno, Nosepass directly rotated in place regardless of anything. It even forced Monferno, the attacker, to stop attacking. Nosepass did not get rid of the influence of the magnetic pole. It can be seen that its rapid spin is sometimes fast and sometimes slow when turning at different angles, so if you check the list of all the skills it can master, you will find that there is no real rapid spin in it. I can't learn it at all. At this speed of rotation, Nosepass's entire body seemed to have turned into a drill. It drilled through the ground in just a moment and disappeared from Chu Chen and Monferno's sight. Now it has indeed escaped, but what will you do next? Chu Chen's eyes passed over the battlefield and fell on Roxanne on the opposite side. At this moment, Nosepass not only successfully escaped, but also was underground. It seemed to be threatening Monferno on the ground invisibly, but Nosepass's talent was designed from the beginning to escape when encountering natural enemies, not to attack. To put it simply, it can't control itself. It's a bit too difficult to find a suitable digging point to attack Monferno like a Pokémon that has mastered dig. As long as it returns to the ground, it can always find an opportunity to let Monferno and it form a front-to-back position. As if she knew what Chu Chen was thinking, Roxanne's mouth corners curled up a beautiful smile. I taught it this skill. I never used it against challengers before. The implication was that she would make an exception today. As Roxanne stretched out her slender palm and pressed forward, her pleasant voice sounded again, Nosepass, Fulner suspension. Fulner suspension, use electricity to change the magnetic field and suspend yourself. This time, it was Chu Chen's turn to be surprised. However, he felt more of the pleasure of the battle. Just a few breaths after Roxanne issued the order, the magnetic field on the battlefield seemed to have changed slightly. The next second, the ground somewhere on the battlefield was torn open, and Nosepass reappeared. And not only did he return the ground, with the help of the power of the Fulner field, was directly suspended in the air. When the ground became up and down, there was no front and back position. Nosepass, rock throw. The situation was reversed, and Roxanne was also decisive enough to take action. Noisy. Nosepass's two short arms spread out to both sides. Then, pieces of rocks appeared around it one after another out of thin air, densely packed. Then, under the control of Nosepass, these rocks fell towards Monferno like raindrops. The visual sense of the sky falling. Monferno, use Mach punch continuously. The corner of his mouth twitched, and Chu Chen still gave the order. Pop! Even though the scene looked a little scary, Monferno still grinned and waved his fist. Bang! Bang! It's not just the sound of Monferno hitting the rock smash stone, but also the sound of it avoiding and finally falling to the ground on the battlefield. We must break the situation as soon as possible. Although Monferno can still hold on for a while, Chu Chen still understands the principle that if you defend for a long time, you will lose. To get close to Nosepass, there is a ready-made road here. As his eyes swept over the rocks that kept falling in the air, a light suddenly flashed in Chu Chen's mind. Monferno did not master rock climb. But its climbing ability is definitely not weak. Monferno, just rush up with these rocks. Step on the stone bridge and ascend to the road to heaven. P.S. After being reminded by friends in the comment area, I also found that the previous setting of Hoojin is indeed a little weak. After today's update is completed, the author will go back and strengthen it as much as possible without making major changes to the plot. After the strengthening, it will be explained at the end of the following chapters. Of course, it would be better if you give more suggestions in the comment area. Chapter 22. Pop. Monferno jumped up and flexibly moved between the rocks. Pieces of rock became steps for it to get closer to Nosepass. What? Seeing this scene, Roxanne still couldn't help but cry out. Just in the 2 battles with Chu Chen, the surprises Chu Chen brought her added up. I'm afraid it's more than all the challengers in the past. Nosepass, stop. Roxanne tried to make up for the loss. Now every rock thrown by Nosepass seemed to push himself into a disadvantageous situation. I'm afraid it's too late. With a slight smile, Chu Chen waved his fist forward and spoke loudly. Monferno, use the flame cart. This is the skill Monferno mastered when he was LV19. Pop. Stepping on the last rock, Monferno leaped into the air and rolled over. The golden flame at the end of its tail suddenly expanded and covered its entire body. A round of flames blasted towards Nosepass in the air ahead. Hiss! Nosepass tried to dodge, but the flame wheel followed him like a shadow and finally hit him accurately. With great momentum, Monferno dragged Nosepass along and slammed him heavily on the wall behind the battlefield. Bang! Amidst the loud noise, the wall cracked, the rebel rolled out, and the thick smoke blocked everyone's vision. After a moment's wait, a shadow jumped out of the smoke and landed steadily on the ground. Monferno, with a slight injury on his body, was in good condition. Everyone looked up again, and what they saw was Nosepass, whose eyes had turned into circles and were embedded in the wall after the smoke dissipated. The winner has been decided. Ding! Monferno gained experience. Level +1. Reached LV25. Ding! Ghastly gained 533 experience. Level +1. Reached LV21. Ding! Marshtomp gained experience. Level +2. Reached LV18. Ding! You got Platinum Treasure Box X1. The first Platinum Treasure Box that Chu Chen exploded. Listening to the system prompt sound in his ears, Chu Chen's heart was already full of expectations. What can this Platinum Treasure Box, which is between Saffron Treasure Box and Diamond Treasure Box, open? However, before counting the harvest, you still have to get the badge first. Nosepass has lost his combat ability. Rocks and all Pokemon on the Neleader side lose their ability to fight. So the winner is Chu Chen, the challenger. The referee on the sidelines announced the result dutifully. Come back. Nosepass. Putting it away with the Pokeball, Roxanne also walked towards Chu Chen. You are the best young trainer I have seen in these years. This is what you deserve. She handed over a brown rock badge. Holding the badge in his hand, Chu Chen had a wonderful feeling in his heart. He had played in the gym so many times before crossing, but this was the first time he got a physical badge. The first badge achievement achieved. The battle with you has been very rewarding for me. Looking forward to with a little seriousness, Roxanne whispered, the next battle with you. Until he walked out of the gym, Chu Chen felt that Roxanne's words were familiar. Wait. Isn't it the same thing that Roxanne said to Ash when she said goodbye to him and Ash? Roxanne is thinking about him. What a pity. Shaking his head, Chu Chen focused his attention on something else. In addition to gaining experience and badges in this gym challenge, he also got a silver treasure box and a platinum treasure box. The silver treasure box is likely to contain skills, and the platinum treasure box system, just open them together. Chu Chen didn't plan to guess, and said it directly in his mind. Ding! You got Shadow Sneak Learning Machine X1. Ding! You got Mega Jengar Evolutionary Stone /IT X1. Ding! You got Alliance Coin X11,0000. Mega Jengar Evolutionary Stone /IT. So the Platinum level treasure chest contains items of this level? Great stuff! Looking at the special bead that appeared in the backpack, Chu Chen was excited. Mega Evolution is a temporary evolution method. It can greatly improve the combat of Pokemon in a short period of time. Especially Mega Jengar, not only becomes stronger, but also has a skyrocketing appearance. Counting the Shadow Sneak learning machine, is this ghastly special? His guess all along was right. The items opened in the treasure chest are all those he can use. Or, the items he can use are easier to open from the treasure chest. But where is my Mega Keystone? Chu Chen was too tired to complain. Although Ghastly seemed to be quite far from Jengar. But Ghastly Tong can communicate evolution. And his current LV21 Ghastly is only 4 LV4 away from evolving to LV25 of Ghastly Tong. He will be able to use this Mega Jengar Evolutionary Stone /IT soon. But it must be used as a set, and Chu Chen only has a single item now. Ding! Mega Evolutionary Stone /IT detected. Mega Keystone has been issued to your backpack. Listening to the prompt sound beside his ear, Chu Chen once again felt the power of the system. Silently give it a thumbs up. Every Pokemon that wants to Mega Evolution needs a corresponding Mega Evolutionary Stone /IT. But as a trainer, Chu Chen actually only needs to wear a single Mega Keystone. The Mega Keystone and Mega Evolutionary Stone /IT are a Onetomani relationship. If it is one attune, I'm afraid Chu Chen will have to hang a string of Buddha beads around his neck. Well, go to the Pokemon Center to have a good sleep, and then go directly to Dewford Town tomorrow. Stretching himself, Chu Chen found the right direction and walked towards the city center. But when he was close to the city center, he heard some noises. P.S. It's about 8,000 words, and there are 2 more chapters tonight. Chapter 23. Listening to the noises coming from afar, Chu Chen was thoughtful. He remembered the members of Team Aqua he saw when he first entered Rustboro City. Could it be that they have already started to make trouble? If so, it's not surprising. In terms of time, Team Aqua and Team Magma started to move frequently from this time. Ash and his friends should have encountered Team Magma at this time, right? Specifically, it should be related to the information these 2 evil organizations have. During the dormant period before this, they have been collecting various information about Groudon and Kyogre. They should be coming for Devon Corporation. Rubbing his eyebrows, Chu Chen tried to search his memory. When he saw those Team Aqua members before, he didn't think much. But at this time, a lot of key information slowly emerged in his mind. If I remember correctly, Devon Corporation should have developed some kind of critical starter for submarines. As long as this thing is here, Team Aqua will definitely come. Just like in various versions of the original book, there are related plots. It's nothing more than Team Aqua changing its tricks. Let's go and see the situation first. After a little hesitation, Chu Chen started again. In the future, when Team Aqua and Team Magma are at their most rampant, even the Alliance will not be able to completely suppress them. Even if Chu Chen is unwilling to deal with this group of lunatics, he may not be able to avoid it completely in the end. So compared to the trouble that may be caused by provoking them. In fact, Chu Chen cares more about whether it is worth provoking them. It turns out that we haven't really started yet. It was not until he entered the city center that Chu Chen confirmed the current situation. Looking around, there was a large crowd of people. Well, ordinary people. If it was a large crowd of people, Chu Chen would have suspected that the Alliance had fallen. It was easy to find out what happened by just polling 2 passers-by. In the middle of the crowd was an artificial fountain. Stone, the president of Devon Corporation, lost his caste form when he was walking here. To be precise, it should have been stuck in the fountain. Isn't this the plot in the special episode? Chu Chen was stunned. However, there was no sapphire here to help rescue Cast Form. Cast Form's encounter with such an accident was naturally man-made. Team Aqua set up a trap for Stone after finding out his daily routine. Use the tampered artificial fountain to trap Cast Form, and then disguise as a water company employee to kidnap Stone as unnoticed as possible. After sorting it out, Chu Chen had a clear idea in his mind. It may be because they have to guard against their mortal enemy Team Magma, or it may be because they are blooming everywhere on the land of Hone at the same time. But no matter what the reason is, Team Aqua has made such a plan, which shows a problem. They are short of manpower. Especially high-end combat power. If there are enough high-end combat power available, Team Aqua will not have any plan to kidnap people. It is only possible that they will go up and kidnap Stone without thinking. What? Loki? Reduce the impact? You are talking about this to an evil organization that wants the ocean to flood the land? If we follow the timeline of the original novel, Team Aqua broke through the shipbuilding bureau and drove away a submarine in broad daylight not long after. Now it has been confirmed that the matter is within the scope of their ability, so... help? Or not? With his eyes flickering, Chu Chen was also thinking. Stone's son, it seems to be Stephen? The League Champion of Hone Region. League Champion. Chu Chen's eyes turned directly into the shape of a treasure chest. To be honest, he fell in love with Stone's son. The level of the treasure chest that the League Champion can drop can't be lower than the diamond treasure chest dropped by Zai, right? Chu Chen is not Stephen's opponent now? It's okay. When he defeated Zai, Chu Chen realized it. To get a high-level treasure chest, the identity of the opponent's trainer is more important than the strength of the Pokémon he sent out. As a young league champion, it is impossible for Stephen to not have any main reserve players, right? Chu Chen does not need to be able to defeat the complete Stephen, just bully the reserve players in his hands. If this bet is right, it will be a high-level treasure chest. No one has too much of this thing. As a league champion, Stephen will not fight with anyone casually. Can he invite a battle as the person who helped his father? Chu Chen thinks there is a way. Help! Help him! Chapter 24. Has the staff of the water company not arrived yet? Beside the fountain, the man with grey hair Stone looked anxious. Other people around him could only worry, but there was nothing they could do. Using Pokémon to violently destroy the fountain was a good idea. But unlike Chu Chen, the people present didn't know the exact location where Cast Form was stuck. Once violence was used, Cast Form might be killed if he wasn't careful. As the president of a large company, there are still security guards around him. When walking into the crowd and approaching Stone, Chu Chen noticed several glances. However, perhaps because they were near Devon Corporation, their vigilance was not too high. Why do you say that? They protected Stone in the center, which just happened to leave the direction of the fountain free. Of course, it could also be that they had never thought that someone would tamper with the fountain. There was no scene of them in the original special. It was probably because the Pokémon of Team Aqua suddenly appeared from the fountain and caught them off guard. Chu Chen continued to move forward. At only 15 years old, he lowered the guard's vigilance. However, if he suddenly reached out to take out the Pokeball at this time, it might be another accident. Without irritating the guards, Chu Chen stopped about 10 steps away from Stone. Mr. Stone, I think I can help you. Can you let me in? After attracting Stone's attention, Chu Chen gestured to the security guards around him. Stone was actually anxious now. Cast Form was his favorite Pokémon. Hearing that Chu Chen was holding this banner, he almost agreed directly. But he finally retained a trace of calmness, allowing Stone to turn his head and look at his security guards. Until they nodded, Stone looked at Chu Chen and agreed, if you can help me rescue Cast Form, I will definitely reward you handsomely. Chu Chen knew that the communication between Stone and the security guards just now was nothing more than confirming his threat. The security guards at the back nodded, probably because they thought they were fully capable of subduing him before he could cause any trouble. Chu Chen didn't care. After all, he wasn't really here to cause any trouble. Mr. Stone, I think this incident wasn't an accident, but a man-made one. After successfully coming to Stone's side, Chu Chen lowered his voice and spoke as he looked at Stone, who was waiting for a solution. When I passed by here last night, I saw a few people dressed like pirates messing around here for a long time. Without waiting for Stone, whose face changed slightly, to react, Chu Chen made up a little story directly about the fountain. Team Aqua and Team Magma have been making so many moves recently, and he didn't believe that Stone, with his status, wouldn't know any relevant information. Don't forget that in addition to being the president of Devon Corporation, Stone is also the father of Champion Stephen of the Alliance. Well, it doesn't matter if he doesn't know. If it's not too much trouble, Mr. Stone can have someone check the water inlet at the bottom of the fountain. Chu Chen pointed to the fountain in front of him. Solid evidence is more effective than any amount of excuses. Moreover, Stone's solemn expression told Chu Chen that he must have made an association. After a slight hesitation, he called a security guard and whispered something in his ear. So, the security guard who received the order began to check the fountain up and down, just like he had tried to rescue Castform many times before. The name was to find Castform's location, but in fact it was to confirm the information Chu Chen said. The damaged water inlet was inconspicuous, but it was worth staring at. Soon, the security guard's face changed, and he turned around and made a few gestures to the other security guards. All the security guards immediately guarded Stone in the middle, facing everyone else, including Chu Chen, with a vigilant attitude. What kind of pig teammate is this? Chu Chen's face twitched. Looking at the protected Stone again, his face turned green. It was obvious that they could have evacuated quickly without alerting Team Aqua. Even the security guards' acting skills were pretty good at the beginning. How come he exposed everything and alerted the enemy just by turning around? Chu Chen had already heard the movement under the fountain, and with a flick of his wrist, he held all three poke balls in his hand. The crowds around him also began to feel something was wrong and scattered like birds and beasts. The next second, 3 water-type Pokémon jumped up from the bottom of the fountain with a splash of water. Sharpedo, Carvanha, and Alomber. They all have one thing in common: they have Team Aqua logo. Chapter 25. 3 Pokémon rushed out of the fountain, making the scene even more chaotic. Among the scattered crowd, there were several figures going against the crowd and approaching Stone. Except for the few who were preparing to pretend to be water company staff, the rest of Team Aqua members were hiding in the crowd. No wonder Team Aqua started to take action as soon as the security guards showed any abnormality. Every move of Stone was under the surveillance of Team Aqua from the beginning. System, Eye of Exploration. Stepping back a little to put himself in a relatively safe position, Chu Chen also began to measure the strength of Team Aqua members. Name, Carvanha. Attribute, Water plus Evil. Feature, Rough Skin. Level 27, Intermediate. Name, Sharpedo. Attribute, Water plus Evil. Feature, Rough Skin. Level 33, Advanced. Name, Lomber. Attribute, Water plus Grass. Feature, Swimming Freely. Level 26, Intermediate. These are the first 3 Pokémon that rushed out of the fountain. Chu Chen looked at the Pokémon that were released by Team Aqua members later. Corphish, Crawdaunt. Most of them are between LV 25 LV 35. It seems that the level is not high, but the backbone of the evil organizations in each region is actually at this level. Take the alliance competitions in each region as an example. In each league tournament, there are only a few hundred people in each region who can collect 8 badges and participate in the competition. Most of these hundreds of people are between advanced and superior. Although not everyone will participate in the league tournament, this also reflects the strength level of trainers in the Pokémon world to a certain extent. After all, this is the most grand event in the Pokémon world. So, intermediate strength may be a little bit lacking, but advanced and superior strength are definitely the core strength of each evil organization. As for the leader strength above superior, it is basically the cadre level in the evil organization. Some of the powerful ones may be quasi-elites. The heads of the organization are mostly at the elite and champion level. This is the basic structure of evil organization. With this kind of posture in front of us, it is already a considerable force. But Chu Chen still frowned slightly. Even if there is a shortage of manpower, there should not be no superior. Chu Chen is very clear about the importance of Devon Corporation's starter to Team Aqua. As the boss of Team Aqua, Archie certainly couldn't do it himself. It's understandable that several cadres couldn't spare any time. But it's not realistic that even the superior members of Team Aqua were not sent out. And the most important thing is that Chu Chen didn't see any obvious leaders among the members of Team Aqua. It seems that they didn't come, but they didn't show up here. Chu Chen secretly became alert. Perhaps he was among the few people who were preparing to pretend to be employees of the water company, or maybe he was secretly spying. Anyway, we can't take it lightly. We must get rid of some of them before she, takes action. Chu Chen released all the Pokémon. And in just less than 30 seconds, the security guards who were guarding Stone in the middle were already at an absolute disadvantage. Although most of the members of Team Aqua had water-type Pokémon. But the land environment only slightly affected their performance, not to the point of being completely without combat effectiveness. What's more, there are Pokémon like Lomber, Corphish, and Crawdont that can fight on land without hindrance. One after another, the water gun directly suppressed the Machoke released by the security guards and made them unable to move. And Lomber, who was the closest at the beginning, was quickly approaching Stone under cover. If you can't hold on, give up resistance. A member of Team Aqua laughed wantonly, but took out a water stone and threw it hard at Lomber. Water stone fell on Lomber's body, making its surface instantly light up with the light of evolution. Seeing this scene, Stone and the security guards were heartbroken. Lomber and his team barely managed to get out of the game. Even the strongest can still stop it. But if it evolves into Ludicolo, they, who are already in a difficult situation, can no longer make this guarantee. Monferno, flamethrower. At this time, Chu Chen's command sounded faintly. In an instant, both parties who were in a state of anxiety noticed him, the young man who was ignored at the beginning. Boy, you'd better not meddle in other people's business. It's so funny, he actually used flamethrower to deal with Lomber. Don't you know that our Team Aqua uses water-type Pokémon? Some people in Team Aqua were angry, and some were disdainful. Stone also looked at Chu Chen with some concern. In his mind, Chu Chen was just an enthusiastic boy, not an excellent trainer. Ignoring the thoughts of others, Monferno faithfully carried out Chu Chen's instructions. A red flame mixed with gold was spewed out, sweeping towards the defenseless Ludicolo who was about to complete the evolution. Luba. After being hit hard, Ludicolo let out a cry of pain beyond everyone's expectation. It fell to one knee before the light of evolution on its body had completely dissipated. What? Everyone was shocked. Only Chu Chen had a faint satisfied smile on his lips. Monferno's holy fire had been obtained for so long, and finally he found an opportunity to test it. Ludicolo, with water plus grass attributes, is indeed not afraid of fire attributes. But when its water attribute faces Monferno's holy fire and has no weakening effect, Monferno's flamethrower caused it a real outstanding effect. Before Ludicolo stood up, a blazing flame burst out of its body again, making it kneel to the ground again. Burn! Then, in Chu Chen's eyes, a dazzling golden light appeared. It flashed again. Ding! You got Golden Treasure Box X1. P.S. Sacred Flame was revised, adding a 50% chance of burning effect within the level gap of LV10. In addition, Monferno's potential value was increased from Elite Champion. The author will go back and make some minor revisions to the previous article. I write it here mainly to remind friends who are reading the unmodified version. After the previous article is revised, this paragraph will be deleted to avoid occupying the word count. Chapter 26. A golden treasure box actually popped out. Chu Chen was so happy. I thought about helping Stone before, and I was going for Steven's treasure box. I didn't expect that Steven's treasure box hadn't even started yet, and Team Aqua gave him a good treasure box. If you think about it carefully, isn't Team Aqua also a kind of identity? Of course, it may also be related to Ludicolo being the final evolution form. Anyway, Chu Chen's eyes are shining when he looks at the remaining Team Aqua members and their Pokémon. Unlike Chu Chen's good mood, the Team Aqua members are not so happy. Until now, they can't quite accept the fact that Ludicolo was killed instantly. Is this fire attribute Pokémon of a high level? They can only think of this possibility. So, they are particularly unnatural under Chu Chen's eyes, like looking at a treasure chest, and their mood is even more unhappy. It's obviously a sure win. How come such a troublemaker appears? Stone and his security guards are in high spirits. They glance at the young Chu Chen from time to time, and they are secretly amazed in their hearts. Is this the age when he just started traveling? Could it be the offspring of a powerful trainer? But no matter what they think, no one will despise the young man standing on the side anymore. Marshtomp, Mud Shot. Ghastly, Hypnosis. Chu Chen's orders sounded one after another. Ma. Marshtomp opened his mouth and spit out brown mud. These muds fell into Team Aqua's camp, causing little damage, but they could cause interference and disgust them thoroughly. Hee hee. Hee. And on Ghastly's body, circles of purple halos spread. Not only did they greet the Pokémon, but they also enveloped the members of Team Aqua. Pokémon's hypnosis can also work on humans. These circles of purple halos spread very slowly, but they couldn't resist the relatively concentrated positions of Team Aqua's members and Pokémon for a while. Some of them and their Pokémon began to feel a little dizzy. In normal battles, the opponent's trainer will not be attacked, and because of the protection of Pokémon, the trainer will not be attacked. But against an evil organization like Team Aqua, Chu Chen did not have any psychological burden when he took action. You know, if their ideals succeed, it will be all the people and all the land creatures in this world who will be dragged into doomsday. The most important thing is that because they retreated far away at the beginning, Chu Chen was in a particularly easy side position. Damn it! Some members of Team Aqua have been unable to bear it, and they have to free up their hands to deal with Chu Chen first. But the security guards on Stone's side are not stupid. They got some breathing space and commanded their Pokémon to bite Team Aqua's Pokémon. Is Chu Chen only a troublemaker in team battles? Of course not. His Monferno also has the ability to output and clear the field. Monferno, flamethrower! Chu Chen shouted, pointing forward. Pop! Monferno cried softly, and spurted fire from his mouth, bombarding Team Aqua. With Ludicolo's previous experience, no one dared to underestimate Monferno's flamethrower. Although Monferno's holy flame did not restrain the water attribute, it was no longer weakened and enjoyed Monferno's own attribute bonus. The damage it could cause was still considerable. Besides, holy flame also had the effect of a 50% burn chance within a LV10 level difference. Monferno was LV25. And there were not many Pokémon on Team Aqua that were above LV35. Wherever Monferno's flamethrower went, Pokémon were engulfed in flames and suffered continuous damage from burns. Team Aqua was in great pain. Chu Chen finally had time to focus his attention on the saffron treasure box that had just exploded. System, open it directly. Chu Chen said in his mind. Ding! You got Rare Candy X1. Ding! You got Charcoal X1. Ding! You got Alliance Coin X 10,000. Charcoal. Chu Chen opened his first carry-on item. Charcoal. After the Pokémon carries it, the power of fire attribute skills increases by 20%. Chu Chen directly pressed it on Montferno's back. And charcoal also turned into a stream of light, sank into Montferno's body and disappeared. The next second, the flame column spewed out by Montferno suddenly increased by 3 points in temperature and size. A Carvanha couldn't hold on and fell down. A silver-white light flashed before his eyes. It flashed again. Ding! You got Silver Treasure Box X1. P.S. Please give me flowers. Please give me evaluation votes. Thank you. It would be even better if you have monthly tickets. Chapter 27. System, open it. Looking at the silver shining box in front of him, Chu Chen spoke directly in his mind. Just now, charcoal was opened in the saffron treasure box, which made him feel the pleasure of opening a box in a battle. As long as the right props can be opened, they will instantly become combat power. Ding! Successfully opened the silver treasure box. Ding! You got Thunderbolt Skill Learning Machine X1. Ding! You got Alliance Coin X3000. Thunderbolt Skill Learning Machine. This is the right item. This is for you. Ghastly. With a flip of his wrist, Chu Chen took out the skill learning machine at an angle that no one else could see, and pressed it towards Ghastly. Don't underestimate Ghastly, who is only in the form of Earl Dervish, but can master skills of many attributes. He 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 he. With a cold laugh, a yellow spark quickly formed in front of shiny Ghastly's body. Then a twisted electric snake extended from the light ball and swept towards Team Aqua's Pokémon. With its attribute that restrains water-type Pokémon, shiny Ghastly's Thunderbolt is not inferior to Montferno's Flamethrower in terms of deterrence and damage. While sweeping towards a certain Corphish at that time, the twisted electric snake and the whistling fire just intersected. Bang! A small explosion occurred, and the Corphish who went out without checking the almanac was directly blown away. Ding! Shiny Ghastly gained experience. Level +1. Reached LV22. Ding! Marshtomp gained experience. Level +1. Reached LV19. Ding! You got Bronze Treasure Box X1. As Corphish fell, Chu Chen's ears rang again with the electronic prompt of the system. At LV22, Shiny Ghastly is one step closer to successfully evolving into Shiny Ghastly. When Chu Chen saw the green box in front of him, a disgusted expression appeared on his face. It turned out that such a thing just exploded. Is this guy really from Team Aqua? Bad review. In the following time, the members of Team Aqua were even more miserable. Stone's security guards bit them tightly. Chu Chen's Montferno and Shiny Ghastly didn't give them any chances and kept choosing long-range output. More importantly, the burn effect brought by Montferno to the opponent's Pokémon is still continuing. Holy Flame is so high. Even a Sharpedo fell down in grief. Ding! Marshtomp gained experience. Level +1. Reached LV20. Another Carvanha was knocked down. Ding! Montferno gained experience. Level +1. Reached LV26. A silver light lit up in the middle of a pile of green lights. Ding! You got Silver Treasure Box X1. Both Stone and Team Aqua were stunned. They had been fighting for so long, but the total casualties were not as many as Chu Chen alone. Hold on. I'll get rid of him. Finally, a member of Team Aqua who seemed to have a slightly higher status couldn't help it. Relying on his companions to force Stone's security back, he took advantage of this opportunity to command a Crawdaunt to rush towards Chu Chen. From a distance, Crawdaunt raised its pliers and opened them, and bubbles were sprayed out, forming a beam of light that sprayed forward. Bubble Beam. Name, Crawdaunt. Attribute, Water plus Evil. Feature, Hard Shell Armor. Level 32, Advanced. Advanced Strength? A little troublesome. Chu Chen said this, but there was no worry on his face. All this time, he didn't use the rare candy he got immediately, but saved it. It has been accumulated until now. Monferno, eat this. 5 strange-looking candies were handed to Monferno by Chu Chen. Pop. Without any objection to Chu Chen's order, Monferno threw 5 rare candy directly into his mouth. Ding! Monferno takes rare candy x5. Level +5. Reach LV31. Now, his Monferno is also a high-level strength. Monferno, continue flamethrower. Looking at the oncoming foam beam, Chu Chen shouted. Pop! Even the flame at the end of the tail burned more vigorously, and a huge fireball spewed out of Monferno's mouth, heading towards the foam beam. The 2 attacks collided in the middle. It was as if a giant opened its mouth, and the foam beam was directly swallowed by the fireball. Then the fireball continued to bombard the approaching Crawdaunt. The burning sacred flame blazed, ignoring the fire and water reverse attributes, and madly took away Crawdaunt's physical strength. System, open the treasure chests that just dropped at once. If possible, Chu Chen hopes to open a powerful enough ending skill. Ding! 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 You got Thunder Punch Skill Learning Machine X1. That's right. It's you. Using the hand speed of being single for n years, he found and took out the learning machine from a pile of props, and then pressed it on Monferno's back. Monferno, use Thunder Punch continuously and take it away directly. Chu Chen stretched out his hand and pointed forward, saying coldly. Pop! Holding the lightning in his hand, Monferno flashed out and his fist was imprinted fiercely on Crawdaunt's hard armor. The electric current was raging, in Team Aqua in the eyes of everyone in disbelief. Crawdaunt's state reached its limit. This time, a bright white light that looked like gold and silver shone. Ding! You got Platinum Treasure Box X1. Another high-level treasure box. The last Platinum Treasure Box opened Mega Jenga Revolutionary Stone/Ite. What's inside? What will it be? P.S. Please give me flowers. Please give me votes. Thank you. Chapter 28. Until Crawdaunt fell for a while, many members of Team Aqua still couldn't accept this fact. The loss of a high-level Crawdaunt basically announced the failure of Team Aqua's plan. Just by looking at their lower attack frequency, you can tell that they have already given up. Ding! You successfully opened the Platinum Treasure Box. On the other side, Chu Chen was opening the box leisurely. Ding! You got Water Storage Characteristic Replacement Agent X1. Ding! You got Alliance Coin X10,0000. What? Characteristic Replacement Agent? Hearing this unfamiliar term, Chu Chen even reconfirmed it. Then there was a burst of ecstasy. The purpose of this item can be simply understood from the literal meaning. It is used to replace the characteristics of Pokémon. Wait. There should be no restrictions on its use, right? Chu Chen went to confirm another thing. If it is only replaced for Pokémon types that can already have the water storage characteristic, it would be very pitfall. It would simply be a waste of a Platinum Treasure Box. But the facts prove that none of the items that can be placed in a high-level treasure box like the Platinum Treasure Box are bad. Water Storage Characteristic Replacement Agent has no usage restrictions. To put it simply, this item can allow Pokémon to have characteristics that were originally impossible. For example, Monferno plus water storage. In the original book, Ash lost to Alon. Why is it said that water storage is just a complaint? It is because a fire-type Pokémon cannot possibly have the water storage trait. Monferno already has Holy Flame, which does not weaken the damage against water-type Pokémon. If Monferno is replaced with the water storage trait, then Monferno no longer has any weakness against water-type Pokémon, which should be its nemesis. In a sense, it is even in an absolute advantage. Between Iron Fist, which can enhance the damage of fist-type skills, and water storage, which can erase a weakness, Chu Chen decisively chose the latter. Ding! Monferno successfully replaced the trait. The trait was replaced from Iron Fist to Water Storage. Listening to the electronic prompt sound beside his ear, Chu Chen looked up at the members of Team Aqua with a playful smile on his face. Before fusing the Ho-Oh gene, there was no one around who could cooperate to directly test the effect of Holy Flame. But it's different now. If you want to try the effect of the Water Storage trait, the little white mouse is ready. Monferno, Thunder Punch! Chu Chen gave the order. Pop! Monferno could no longer hold back after vaguely sensing the subtle changes in his body. As soon as he got the order, he made a Thunder Punch seal and rushed towards the gathered Team Aqua members and their Pokémon. Why is it said that Monferno with the Water Storage trait will even have an absolute advantage when facing Water-type Pokémon? If your Pokémon has a Water attribute skill, and there happens to be a Pokémon with a burning flame on its tail rushing towards you, will you attack with Water attribute? Or will you attack with Water attribute? I believe that under the fixed mindset, there will be no exceptions. Just like the reactions of all the Team Aqua members in front of you. Directly, the overwhelming water gun and bubble beam attacked Monferno as if they were free. These Team Aqua members have been looking forward to Chu Chen's Pokémon fighting with them for a long time. But Water Storage, when attacked by water attributes, it will not be damaged and restore physical strength. Is Monferno really not affected at all? Of course it is. Look. Its hair is wet. Oh! My God! It was even knocked down by the water column. But the scene of Monferno falling down that the Team Aqua members wanted to see. No. With stunned expressions on their faces, the Team Aqua members watched Monferno rush up unreasonably. Various water type threw his skills even harder. So, Monferno's hair was dripping with water. Just like this, he recklessly moved between the Pokémon belonging to Team Aqua one after another, and Monferno Thunder Punch continued to swing. Ding! 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 Such sounds never stopped in Chu Chen's ears. And the flashing lights in front of his eyes were so bright that his titanium dog eyes were almost useless. The system prompted that the special effects could be turned off, but Chu Chen refused. It's painful to turn on the special effects, but it's comfortable to watch. No matter how good the hearts of Team Aqua members are, they can't stand such tossing. At a certain moment, they whistled decisively and withdrew. The speed of running away was so fast that Chu Chen was stunned. Strange. Their leader hasn't made a move yet. Chu Chen still remembered the guy hiding in the dark who had always made him afraid. Is it really that they are so short of manpower that they can't even send out a superior trainer? He felt a little unbelievable. Wait. The direction they are running is Kana's gym. A light flashed in his mind, and Chu Chen seemed to understand something. And at this moment, an explosion sounded from the direction of Kana's gym. There, a fierce battle also broke out. The identities of the two sides in the battle were very clear. It's not that Team Aqua didn't send out a superior trainer. It's that the superior trainer was responsible for intercepting Roxanne from the beginning. PS1, I'm weekly asking for flowers. I'm asking for evaluation votes. PS2, Water Storage is temporarily replaced, focusing on a program effect, and will be replaced with other more reasonable and stronger features later. Chapter 29. The Alliance needs a steady stream of new trainers as fresh blood. One of the responsibilities of the gyms located in various places is to serve as a training for trainers. But not everyone can be a gym owner. The Pokémon used to deal with gym challengers can never be used to measure their true strength. In fact, they can be regarded as high-end combat forces scattered by the Alliance to maintain stability. Therefore, gym owners also have another responsibility to assist Jenny in maintaining social order when necessary. Team Aqua is making trouble in Rustboro City. As the leader of the Rustboro City gym leader, Roxanne will definitely take action once she notices it. Chu Chen knows this, and Team Aqua naturally knows this too. Even if the initial plan did not involve a battle with Stone's security, the strongest trainer among them is still responsible for guarding against Roxanne. However, it seems that the reason they suddenly chose to retreat just now was not just because they could not stand Monferno's torture. It is also possible that Team Aqua Superior could not withstand the pressure from Roxanne. Chu Chen and Stone looked at each other, and they obviously thought of the same thing. However, Stone's cast form is still stuck in the fountain. After Ghastly, who can penetrate sculptures, confirmed its location, Stone's security guards commanded Ma Choke to rescue it. Then the group chased after the members of Team Aqua and headed towards the direction of Kana's gym. However, they obviously had a complete escape plan, scattered in the complex urban area, and disappeared from everyone's sight. On the contrary, after walking a distance further, they ran into Roxanne riding a big nose pass. "Mr. Stone, I'm so glad you're okay." Seeing Stone, Roxanne was obviously relieved. Obviously, the location of the initial riot and the battle of Team Aqua also made her guess the other party's target. And just as Chu Chen had deduced at the beginning, Team Aqua appeared in Rustboro City and the only one worthy of their attack was Devon Corporation. "I actually have to thank this little brother next to me for this." Stone was referring to Chu Chen. Strictly speaking, Chu Chen not only saved his cast form, but also saved him. Coupled with the strength Chu Chen had shown before, Stone now had a very good impression of Chu Chen. "You are here too." Roxanne didn't expect that she would be so quick. Seeing this young man who surprised her again. Especially after Stone described the previous events in detail, her beautiful eyes sparkled again. As a young man, he successfully rescued Stone. It seems that this young man is more complicated than she originally thought. At least, when she was this age, she didn't have the strength and calmness of Chu Chen. She even had a little admiration for this young man who was younger and less powerful than her. "What are you thinking?" Roxanne smiled bitterly and shook her head. And Chu Chen was also looking at her big nose pass next to her. Name, Big Nose Pass. Attributes, Rock plus Steel. Features, Strong. Level, Level 53, Leader. Potential, Quasi-Elite. Carry, Hard Stone Head. This is her main force. Looking at Roxanne's neat clothes and the state of this big nose pass, it is very likely that what just happened was a completely one-sided battle. That's right. Except for Team Aqua's big boss Archie and his subordinates, who else can threaten a gym trainer? Compared with trainers of this level, he still has a big gap. But it won't be long before I reach or even surpass them. Chu Chen has no doubt about this. You know, from the day of departure to now, only a few days have passed. Look at the strength of the Pokémon in his hands after he gained a lot of experience from Team Aqua. Monferno LV32. Shiny Ghastly LV24. Marshtomp LV21. If this truth is spread out, it is estimated that the whole world will boil. And this invisible emanation of neither arrogance nor impetuosity and self-confidence made everyone present nod secretly. Roxanne's heart jumped again. Now notify Jenny and the others. I wonder if we can still find these people. Suppressing the abnormality, Roxanne consulted Stone's opinion. It may be difficult to find them. Stone didn't speak, but Chu Chen said it first. Everyone looked at him with questioning eyes. I think they should have left through the underground sewer. Chu Chen pointed to the end of the street not far away. There was a manhole cover there. Around the manhole cover, you can find several wet footprints if you look carefully. It seems that there is really no way. Everyone sighed in their hearts while being surprised by Chu Chen's observation ability. It goes without saying that the underground water pipeline is complicated, and the most important thing is that it is connected in all directions. At this point in time, if Team Aqua wanted to run, they would have run away to who knows where. The matter was roughly understood, and the three parties said goodbye to each other. Looking forward to the next battle with you. After saying this, Roxanne rode the big nose pass away, leaving Chu Chen a little confused. This sentence. Didn't she say it when he just finished the gym challenge? Shaking his head, Chu Chen did not delve into it. Little brother, I thought about it, I don't have anything suitable for you, but my son is the champion Stephen of the Alliance. Stone was also preparing to return to the company and turned to look at Chu Chen. He will be in Duford Town for the next period of time. If you need any help or doubts, you can find him. Chu Chen smiled. I have been waiting for you to say this. Let's go. Go brush your son, go brush the treasure chest. Chapter 30. The next morning, Petalburg Woods. Marshtomp, use mud shot continuously. Monferno, dodge with all your strength. In the open space by the river, Chu Chen was commanding his 2 Pokémon. Yes, the 2 Pokémon who were fighting or training were his 2 Pokémon. To improve the combat effectiveness of Pokémon, many factors need to be considered. Because of the bug-like existence of the skill learning machine, Chu Chen does not need to spend too much energy to teach Pokémon new skills. As long as the skills are mastered through the skill learning machine, the proficiency in casting is even higher than the skills they mastered on their own. Absolutely perfect level. But things like on-the-spot reaction and skill accuracy still need to be trained. Ligu. Aiming at Monferno on the opposite side, Marshtomp opened its mouth and spit out streams of water. It is now training the accuracy of skill hits. And Monferno is trying his best to move within a limited range designated by Chu Chen. Dodge. Anyway, with the water storage feature, Monferno doesn't have to worry about getting hurt in such training even if he is accidentally hit by Marshtomp's water gun. Ghastly, let's start here. Seeing that the training of Marshtomp and Monferno was proceeding step by step, Chu Chen turned his head and looked at Shiny Ghastly, who was waiting eagerly on the side. Perhaps in its cognition, this is a game. But it's good this way, it won't make it resist training. Ghastly, next you take turns to use Shadow Sneak and Thunderbolt to throw me to your stone smackdown. Chu Chen deliberately chose the riverside because there were pebbles of suitable sizes everywhere. Bang! Bang! With a loud bang, pebbles were thrown at Shiny Ghastly, and then shattered by the dark purple energy ball and twisted electric snakes it emitted. The whole training process lasted for half an hour. If Chu Chen had not improved his physical fitness after crossing into the Pokémon world, he would not be able to lift his arms. After breakfast, Chu Chen led the Pokémon along the river into Petalburg Woods. According to the information obtained from Stone, Stephen should stay in Duford Town for a long time. He still has enough time now and does not need to rush to Duford Town immediately. According to the information on the Pokédex, they should live in this area. Looking down at the Pokédex he got from Professor Birch, Chu Chen looked up and glanced at the surrounding mountains and forests. Yes. Going deep into Petalburg Woods, he came to capture his 4th Pokémon. When he played against Team Aqua yesterday, he got the water storage characteristic replacement agent from the Platinum Treasure Box, and he started to think about it. It's not just Monferno that has a miraculous effect with the water storage characteristic. Many Pokémon can make a qualitative leap in strength when they are paired with some special characteristics. For example, Hercules plus Slaking. This is a well-known powerful Pokémon that is dragged down by its characteristics. What is the concept of a race value of 680 in the game? Mewtwo, which has always been officially promoted as the strongest Pokémon, has a race value of 680. Even if there is a discrepancy between the real world and the game world, Slaking's strength is still evident. But let's take a look at Slaking's characteristics. Laziness. Pokémon with this characteristic will slack off, and even if they receive instructions from the trainer in the battle, they will only attack once within a period of time. Such a Pokémon is really not something that ordinary people can control. The entire characteristic is an ultimate debuff, negative effect. Calling it a debuff seems to be a bit of an exaggeration. If Slaking's laziness trait can be erased, even without giving it additional traits, its strength can change qualitatively. And if the Strongman trait is added to it, Strongman, Pokémon with this trait will increase their strength to twice the usual level when launching an attack. I'm afraid no Pokémon would be willing to fight against such an ultimate reckless man when the level gap is not big. When Chu Chen played games before crossing over, he thought about doing such a thing more than once. The conditions allow now, and Slaking's Earl Dervish form Slakeote happens to live in the Hone region. And it's in this Petalburg woods. Norman, the gym owner of Chinjua Gym, the Slakeote he subdued is also from here if nothing unexpected happens. Now, it depends on whether the Slakeote tribe can be found in such a large forest. P.S. Don't worry about cheating too much, or the author will crash. This rhythm is within the original plan. Compared to many people who are invincible at the beginning and are worse than Dogson Elite Champion, you should be able to see that the author has been very restrained. Chapter 31. If you want to find the area where Slakeote live in the huge Petalburg woods, you must first understand their habits. What are their habits? As a Pokemon that is extremely lazy, they even only eat 3 arrowroot seeds a day. But as the place with the most Slakeote in Hone region, there must be a lot of Slakeote here in Petalburg woods. So in order to get enough food, even if they are lazy, they will go out from time to time. The land must also be migrated. And they will definitely not choose to crawl on the ground if they can float in the river. And they will definitely not go far after they find a suitable new territory. As long as you keep looking along the river, you will definitely find their traces. The years of studying in the Pokemon school after traveling through time and space were not in vain for Chu Chen. So, unlike the previous road through Petalburg Woods to Rustboro City, which was different from torturing the newbies all the way, the location of Chu Chen in Petalburg Woods now truly belongs to the wild. Especially near water sources such as rivers, the frequency of wild Pokemon is extremely high. Just walking a short distance, he encountered several different Pokemon. Different Pokemon have different habits, and the same Pokemon also have different personalities. Timid ones like Zigzagoon and Wurmple turned around and hid in the woods when they saw Chu Chen and his Pokemon from afar. There are also some curious ones who quietly observed behind the bushes or on the top of the tree trunks. But there must be evil forces like Puchayana, who are small in size but have a bad temper. A barking like a dog or a wolf summoned a group of younger brothers, who gathered around Chu Chen and his Pokemon aggressively. Ghastly, Thunderbolt. Chu Chen never tolerated such people. Ha 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 ha. The body was like a ball of smoke, and Shiny Ghastly laughed coldly, and spark began to gather in front of him. A twisted electric snake meandered forward, covering several Puchayana at the same time. Almost instantly, they lost their fighting ability. The remaining Puchayana saw that the situation was not good and immediately ran away with their tails between their legs. Ding! Shiny Ghastly gained experience. Ding! Monferno gained 105 experience. Ding! Marshtomp gained 105 experience. Ding! You gained Bronze Treasure Box X1. After this, the area suddenly fell into a strange silence. Obviously, Shiny Ghastly's move scared away all the wild Pokemon that noticed this place. Chu Chen was also happy to be free and concentrated on looking for Slakeota's traces. After moving forward for a while, Pokemon began to appear one after another. Among them, he also saw a few Doi Ninjas. One of the final evolution forms of Doi Ninjas is quite famous Shedinja. Nickname Ghost Cicada. Their characteristics are very powerful. Magical Guardian, immune to damage from attacks of attributes other than the restraining attribute. A very buggy feature. However, Shedinja has 5 attributes that can restrain insects and ghosts, which greatly reduces its strength. On the contrary, in the game, even if Shedinja is LV 100, its HP value is only 1. Solid. When the HP value is full, if it is attacked beyond the limit, 1 HP will remain. Shedinja plus Solid, the HP value will always be the full value of 1, Solid is always effective and almost invincible. I say almost because of some indirect means of damage, such as weather. And why emphasize it in the game? Because in reality, as long as you suffer an attack of non-immune attributes, you will definitely be hurt. There is no concept of a full HP value of 1. If Shedinja is paired with Solid, it is inevitable that it will not adapt to the local environment. On the contrary, its magical guardian feature can be paid attention to. Pop! Suddenly, Montferno's ears moved and it turned its head to look in one direction. Just when Chu Chen thought it had discovered Slaycoat, he saw several Puchayana that had been driven away before reappear. And, there were several Nuzleaf behind them. Pokemon also form cliques and seek for territory. Chu Chen's feeling now could only be described as both ridiculous and ridiculous. Marshtomp, they are in your hands. Ligu. After receiving the order, Marshtomp opened its mouth and spit out several streams of water. Half an hour of high-intensity training has begun to show results, and each of its water gun accurately hits the target. The water-attributed water gun does not do much damage to the grass plus evil Nuzleaf. It doesn't matter. Then add the ground-attributed mud shot which also does not do much damage to them. A few brown muds were directly smeared on the faces of several Nuzleafs. The big brothers who were brought by Puchayana to seek revenge fell 10 meters away from Chu Chen. Ding! Shiny Ghastly gained experience. Level +1. Reached LV 25. Hearing the electronic prompt sound beside his ear, Chu Chen's face was happy. This Slaycoat has not been found yet, but Shiny Ghastly is going to evolve first. In a blink of an eye, a layer of faint evolution light has appeared on the surface of Shiny Ghastly's smoky body. P.S. There are still many setting conflicts when Pokemon is put into reality. The author will sort out the secondary setting information when he has time, and put it in the work-related content. Well, the secondary setting only represents the author's personal opinion, please do not go into details. Chapter 32. In the light, Shiny Ghastly's originally round and misty body gradually gained some edges and thorns. Look carefully, the outline is somewhat similar to Tom Cat's head. In front of it, wrapped in white light, a pair of hands that were not there during the Ghastly period extended out. However, after the hands were formed, they were disconnected from Ghastly's body and floated alone in front of its body. When its body shape gradually stabilized, the evolution light covering its body surface gradually dimmed. The next second, the evolution light turned into light spots all over the sky and scattered. Shiny Ghastly had disappeared on the spot, replaced by the more powerful Shiny Ghastly. Without the cover of the light, the body color of Shiny Ghastly can be seen. The biggest difference from ordinary Ghastly is that the inside of Shiny Ghastly's mouth and tongue are blue. Name, Shiny Ghastly. Attributes, Ghost plus Poison. Features, Float. Level, Level 25, Intermediate. Potential, Champion. Carry, None. Although the panel attributes have not changed much compared to before evolution, Shiny Ghastly's strength is obviously stronger than Shiny Ghastly. With an extra pair of hands, it can master more physical skills. Ghastly without hands can actually learn to master Fire Punch, Ice Punch, Thunder Punch. He. After evolution, Shiny Ghastly's laughter has changed, but it is still creepy. However, Chu Chen, Montferno, and Marshtomp, who are already familiar with it, did not react much. Let's continue to look for Slaycoat. I think their habitat should not be too far from here. After another cloud interaction with Shiny Ghastly, Chu Chen looked along the river to the deeper part of Petalburg Woods. Their current location is already very close to the heart of Petalburg Woods. Chu Chen has imagined many scenes of finding the Slaycoat tribe. But without actually seeing it with his own eyes, he can really understand what kind of concept the laziness mentioned in the information is. He just happened to catch up with the migration of Slaycoat's territory. Looking around, the slightly bare woods were full of Slaycoat figures. The Slaycoat that was a little far from the river fell directly from the tree, as if facing a slow-motion camera, crawling towards the river at a speed of 1 meter every few minutes. Those close to the river, especially those whose branches were under the river, fell into the river like dumplings. Not to mention the problem of being so densely packed and blocking the river. You two are floating on the water, at least move a little. Those who don't know would probably think it's a horror movie scene. Especially some of them fell into the water in the wrong posture, with their heads completely submerged in the water. They are so lazy that they start to roll on the water surface when they are about to choke on the water. So this is called the laziest Pokemon in the world. Chu Chen silently found a clean stone to sit down. He felt that Pokemon like Slaycoat could be reproduced from ancient times to the present, and should be ranked first in the list of world wonders. They are also lazy. If they can evolve into Slaking, they still have the power that other Pokemon don't want to provoke. But in the Slaycoat period, slow down the natural enemy? In fact, before arriving here, Chu Chen had prepared several plans. After all, he came to conquer Pokemon. Even if he has a system, if he has a choice, he should of course choose one with high potential and more resource saving. He was thinking about how to go deep into the Slaycoat tribe to make a selection without being attacked by them. Chu Chen thought about things like fainting to the east and attacking in the west, and food captivate. Now. Just squat down by the river. Anyway, all the Slaycoat will float past without missing a single one. Turn on the eye of exploration, and if you see a suitable one, just grab it and scoop it up. Save time and effort. And it's safe. That being said, Chu Chen's face was slightly melancholy. Maybe he will never have a more bizarre experience of conquering another in his life. This one has only primary potential, no. This one is a little better, but it's only intermediate. Finally I saw a superior potential one, should I catch it or not? Fuck. I hesitated for a long time before catching the superior potential one, and now I can't even see a superior potential one. No. There's one here with leader potential. Name, Slaycoat. Attributes, General. Features, Lazy. Level, Level 13, Primary. Potential, Leader. Carry, None. It's decided to be you. With a flip of his wrist, Chu Chen took out a brand new Ultra Ball and threw it out. The Ultra Ball spun around and landed on a Slaycoat. A red light was emitted to collect the Slaycoat, and the Ultra Ball also landed on the water and began to shake gently. However, given Slaycoat's laziness, he probably didn't even bother to come out of the Ultra Ball, right? Besides, the Ultra Ball's restraint itself is much stronger than the ordinary red and white Poke Ball. Sure enough, after shaking a few times, the Ultra Ball floating on the river lit up the star effect representing the capture. Marshtomp took the Ultra Ball back. Chu Chen's face was filled with joy again. No matter what the process was, the result was good after all. Successfully captured. Leader potential Slaycoat. P.S. Please give me flowers. Please give me evaluation votes. Thank you very much. Chapter 33. Slaycoat has been captured, let's go directly to Dewford Town. Putting the Ultra Ball containing Slaycoat on his belt, Chu Chen prepared to return with his other 3 Pokemon. What? You said that not releasing Slaycoat is discriminatory? Given Slaycoat's laziness, even if it is constrained by him as a trainer, I'm afraid it will only crawl a little faster? Let's assume it is twice its original speed. But is there a difference between 1 meter in 2 minutes and 1 meter in 1 minute? Chu Chen doesn't want to stay in Petalburg Woods for the rest of his life. At least until Slaycoat gets enough experience through EXP. Share to evolve into Vigoroth. Or before Chu Chen once again gets Hercules' characteristic replacement agent from the Platinum Treasure Box he obtained. Slaycoat may just be a pendant Pokemon. Except for eating together, everyone else stayed in the Ultra Ball. It's called differential treatment. Maybe Slaycoat himself doesn't want to come out. Eat and sleep, sleep and eat. To be honest, Chu Chen himself envies such a life. To go to Dewford Town, of course there is a boat and you can buy a boat ticket. In the original book, the reason why Ash and his friends took Old Man Hatch's speedboat was mainly because May forgot the time and they missed the departure time. After careful recollection, Chu Chen didn't remember what Ash and his friends had gained in this trip, so he didn't plan to disturb Old Man Hatch. Sit on a big boat and sleep on a big bed. Isn't it beautiful? As for the Sharpedo on Sharpedo Island, it seems that there is a Sharpedo with a high level and potential. But if it is tamed, Chu Chen will be more inclined to use Sharpedo as a sea mount. After all, water-type Pokémon like this will be affected even if they are slightly affected when fighting on land. And if you go for the mount positioning, well, Chu Chen will choose Relicanth, which can take people diving. Relicanth's diving can use energy shields to support the sea water and protect the trainer. After weighing it, he chose to give up Sharpedo. By the way, Ash and the others should meet a Relicanth soon after leaving Professor Birch.th. Although he recalled this, Chu Chen didn't feel sorry. There is a Professor Metz who studies ancient relics and protects Relicanth as a treasure. Thinking about it, he feels that he will not let Chu Chen take the Relicanth there. Then the next main goal is to take the second badge of Dewford Town Gym. Lying down on the boat, Chu Chen sorted out his daily situation and turned his head to look at the shiny ghastly floating around. Of course, we have to find an opportunity to let it complete the communication evolution and evolve into a complete Jengar. After crossing to this world, Chu Chen also learned about the concept of communication evolution. In fact, it is not some high-end black technology. For Pokémon like Jengar, there is not only one way to evolve. Otherwise, where do those wild Pokémon that can only evolve through communication come from? Before the emergence of communication exchange technology, how can these Pokémon evolve? It is nothing more than the invention of the communication machine used for exchanging Pokémon between trainers. Everyone discovered that a certain energy generated in this exchange process can stimulate the evolution of specific Pokémon. This is actually a bit like some Pokémon need to be in a special magnetic field to evolve. Because communication evolution is more convenient than the original evolution method, the original method of evolving these Pokémon has disappeared from the public's view. In fact, the databases of major research institutes must still contain relevant information. And scientists must have already started to study the energy generated during this communication exchange process. Wait for the research results to come out. Trainers may even only need to use a specific machine instead of exchanging to allow their Pokémon to complete the evolution directly. Distance to Dewford Town, it may take another day or two. I have to find something to do. Chu Chen sat up from the bed and walked out the door. Although he had just started the trip, he was already a little uncomfortable with the life of a otaku. Presumably, he could still find a lot of fun on such a medium-sized and large ship. If it doesn't work, see if there are any energetic trainers setting up the ring. It would be nice to use this time to brush out 2 treasure chests. As I said, who would complain about having too many treasure chests? Chapter 34. The cruise ship is divided into many floors. The bottom floor is the crew's residence, and the upper floors are the passengers' rooms. Chu Chen walked up the stairs and came to the entertainment and dining areas. Some chess and card rooms and game halls are not very suitable for Chu Chen. Taste. After turning around a few times, Chu Chen turned into a buffet restaurant. Since there is no entertainment activity that he wants to do, he will find someone to brush treasures after eating and drinking and have a Pokémon battle. You know what, Pokémon has indeed been integrated into people's lives in all aspects. The buffet restaurant on this cruise ship also has a side hall for Pokémon food. That person's back looks a little familiar. While choosing food for himself and Pokémon, Chu Chen suddenly looked up at the door with some confusion. Just now, he seemed to see a familiar figure from the corner of his eye. Girls? But the girls that Chu Chen really came into contact with in the Pokémon world, if Roxanne, the queen, is also counted, are only her and Mei. Even if it was just an unintentional glance, Chu Chen should be able to recognize these 2 people directly. Maybe it's an illusion. Shaking his head, Chu Chen didn't delve into it. After eating and drinking, Chu Chen was stunned when he came to the deck of the cruise ship with several Pokémon who were also well fed and drunk. Everywhere he looked, there were dense crowds of people. Is it possible that all the people on the cruise ship have gathered here? However, Chu Chen also reacted quickly. Is there any activity? In order to meet the battle needs of trainers, Pokemon battle venues are built on the deck of the cruise ship. And now it is not night, it is unlikely that a party is held here. Chu Chen can guess a little. The information expressed in the broadcast also confirmed his guess. The Pokemon battle will start on time in 1 hour, and any interested trainer can sign up. The registration will end in half an hour. The only program that can attract so many people to the deck is the Pokemon battle, which is popular among men, women, young, and old. Since it is a relatively formal battle match, there must be corresponding rewards, right? Chu Chen felt that this was also a pleasant surprise. At first, he just wanted to find a few wild trainers to fight. If he participated in this battle, he would not only save the effort of finding people, but also get an extra reward. The top 3 in this battle can choose one of the evolution stones of various attributes we have prepared according to the order of ranking. The host of the battle livened up the atmosphere. After hearing the specific content of the reward, there was an uproar on the deck. The top 3 can each choose one evolution stone. This is definitely a big deal. Unlike the game that Chu Chen played before crossing, this item only sold for a few thousand yuan. In the real world, evolution stone is a rare ore with a value ranging from hundreds of thousands to millions. So you will find that generally only trainers from Dogrich families, Earl Dervish Pokemon, will choose Growlithe, Vulpix and other Pokemon that need evolution stone to complete evolution. And the first place winner will also receive a precious collection from a collector. The host continued to warm up the audience. As he spoke, he turned around and lifted a piece of red silk cloth behind him. In a transparent glass box covered by the silk cloth, there was a piece of amber propped up. Inside the amber, it looked like a bit of bright red blood was sealed. Chu Chen's eyes narrowed slightly. Old amber, amber that seals some ancient Pokemon genes. This is the information he confirmed again through the eye of exploration. I believe that those who are familiar with the original work, especially those who have played the game, are familiar with Old Amber. Using special equipment, the Pokemon corresponding to the genes in it can be restored. I believe many people have already seen what this is, right? That's right. The blood of ancient Pokemon is sealed here. It has more collection value than ordinary amber. The host said in a loud voice. The tourists on the deck also echoed. Collection value? Chu Chen almost spit out a mouthful of juice. Yes, at this point in time, the only team that can create or restore Pokemon through genes is Team Rockets. And they took out the killer weapon Mewtwo all at once. It seems that there is a Professor Zuxing in the Hone region where he is now, who specializes in the resurrection of ancient Pokemon. But it is not clear how far his research has progressed. Anyway, for the general public, this amber is indeed only of collection value. I wonder if the collector who contributed Old Amber to the battle match will spit out blood after hearing the news when the resurrection technology is available in a few years. Chu Chen currently has no means to restore Pokemon through Old Amber. However, this Old Amber, he will not miss it. Following the instructions to go to the registration office for the battle match, Chu Chen saw a figure close at hand as soon as he turned the corner. Ah! A cry came into his ears, and Chu Chen subconsciously paused. Then, the warm and soft jade entered his arms. Without deliberately taking advantage of the girl, Chu Chen immediately reached out and helped the girl up. However, when he saw the girl's clothes and the appearance that vaguely overlapped with his memory, he was a little stunned. Chu Chen remembered the familiar figure he had just seen in the buffet restaurant. It turned out, it was her. P.S. I see that many friends think that the level setting is not reasonable. You all tell me where it is, and I will change it. Note, in the current setting, LV 100 is not the upper limit of the level, but it is not written. Above is the realm of God. The head is LV 90, LV 99, and LV 100, which is still at the same level, is specially reserved for the third level God. It means that the head can compete with the third level God, but the third level God belongs to a different life level from the head. Chapter 35. The pretty girl in front of him turned out to be the heroine in the game series Black 2/White 2, Rosa. Chu Chen confirmed this repeatedly before he was sure of this. The previous special episode plot was intrusive, and now even Rosa has appeared. It seems that the general direction of this world is fine, but the details are still a little different from what Chu Chen originally imagined. Sorry. I left in a hurry. Helped by Chu Chen to stand up, Rosa's fair face was filled with apology. Especially when she noticed the relative intimacy between the two, a faint blush appeared on her fair face. It's okay. In fact, I didn't notice it when I turned around. Chu Chen didn't care much and gave the girl a way out. Hearing his words, Rosa couldn't help but look up at him, adding a bit of goodwill. Especially since Chu Chen didn't take advantage of her during the whole process, she had a better first impression. My name is Chu Chen, I'm here from Hone region, I am a rookie trainer who has just started the journey. What about you? Letting go of Rosa's hand, although the information was clear, Chu Chen still looked at her and asked. Ah? Are you also a rookie trainer? Rosa's eyes lit up, and she instantly felt that she had found an organization and became closer to Chu Chen. My name is Rosa. From Unova region. Chu Chen nodded in understanding. The name and background were still familiar. By the way, you were in such a hurry just now. I heard that there was a Pokemon battle competition, and I was afraid of missing the time, so I ran up in a hurry. Rosa smiled embarrassedly, but her face was full of fighting spirit when she mentioned the battle competition. Unlike Mei, who would eventually choose the direction of the grand contest, the girl in front of her was actually going to develop in the direction of a trainer. Ah! As if she suddenly realized something, Rosa spoke tentatively, are you also going to sign up for the battle competition? Let's go to the registration point together. Without a direct answer, Chu Chen smiled and walked in front, but there is still about half an hour before the registration deadline, we can take our time. Knowing that Chu Chen was making fun of her recklessness just now, Rosa stuck out her tongue and followed in small steps from behind. You should have started from Unova region, right? Why did you come to Hone? After getting this child, I want to see the trainers from all over the place before officially starting the journey. On the way to the registration point, the two were still talking. By the way, my Earl Dervish Pokemon is Leaf Vine Snake, what's yours? Mine is Chimchar from Sinnoh region. Aren't you in Hone region? Isn't there any Pokemon from other regions in Unova region? Ah? That's right. The girl's silly expression was very cute. The registration point was not too far away. However, when they arrived here, they received a rather unexpected news. Before the top 4 are selected, must 2 people form a team to participate in the competition. Rosa subconsciously glanced at Chu Chen next to her. Maybe they want to increase the highlights of the game, Chu Chen said secretly. Hone region can be said to be the most popular doubles region among all the major regions. It is understandable that the organizer set such a rule. And he naturally noticed the girl's gaze, and said sympathetically, Rosa, why don't we form a team? The 2 of us? Rosa only knew Chu Chen here, so she naturally wanted to team up with him. But when Chu Chen spoke, Rosa was a little timid. It's one thing to compete alone with high morale. But it's another thing to team up with others and share the honor and disgrace of victory and defeat. She is a rookie trainer who has never experienced a battle. What if she loses because of her? I'm a rookie trainer too. As if he saw the girl's thoughts, Chu Chen raised his hand and gently put it on her shoulder. The action of putting the shoulder on would seem frivolous at ordinary times, but at this time it gave Rosa strength. Thank you. Speaking in a voice that only she could hear, Rosa pursed her lips and looked at Chu Chen deeply. Registration was completed quickly. We will just fight with all our strength later, the ranking is not important. Rosa was still whispering when she left the registration point. The girl had just been enlightened, and she was afraid that the ranking would be too bad and he would not be able to accept it, so she enlightened him here in advance. Chu Chen laughed dumbly, okay. 1 hour later, the first round of the two people's battle. Ghastly Pass, Shadow Sneak. Chu Chen stretched out his hand and pointed forward. He. The purple energy ball took shape amid shiny Ghastly's cold laughter, and then whistled out. A C dot on the opposite side was hit and lost its ability to fight. The whole audience was in an uproar. Rosa also turned her head blankly and looked at Chu Chen. It was agreed that we are all new trainers. Chapter 36. In fact, at the beginning, when Rosa saw that Chu Chen did not take out the Earl Dervish Pokemon Chimchar he originally mentioned, she felt something was wrong. Ghastly itself is a strong Pokemon. But she did not expect that the battle would end so quickly against this group of two new trainers. As a fighting partner, she was like this, not to mention the two opponents on the opposite side. This is too fast, right? The C. trainer spoke with some difficulty. The referee from the sidelines, it may take less than 5 seconds from the time the flag was waved down to the time C. fell down. Oh my god! We can see that this player's Ghastly only took one hit. He defeated the opponent's C. The host who was responsible for commentating the battle almost didn't react and hurriedly made up for it. It seems that this player's Ghastly is much stronger than the opponent's C. Then, the commentator seemed to have seen something, and his tone suddenly became surprised and exaggerated. This player didn't give any more orders. What is he going to do? Is he leaving the remaining opponents to his teammates? The audience's eyes were all cast in the direction of Chu Chen and Rosa. At one end of the battlefield, Rosa looked at Chu Chen, still somewhat stunned. Although they were both rookie trainers, the gap between her and Chu Chen was really too big. Faced with this gap, it might only take a moment to catch up or give up. Chu Chen also turned his head to look at her. Without saying anything else, he pointed at Meryl, who was left behind by him and would be restrained by the leaf snake. It's up to you. Rosa is beautiful, but she is definitely not a cute girl. She just hasn't accumulated confidence through constant fighting. No need to comfort her, just leave the opponent to her. Just leave it to me. Nodding heavily, Rosa put all her energy into the battle. He was already ahead, and she couldn't fall behind. And Chu Chen and Ghastly Tong just watched quietly from the side. The remaining trainer on the opposite side, who originally thought he would be ravaged by Ghastly Tong, was delighted when he saw this scene. If they could defeat Rosa's leaf snake, even if their combination lost the hope of advancing, at least they could save some face. But he was wrong. Rosa, who was serious, didn't give him any chance at all. The leaf vine snake, which had been carefully cultivated and reached LV7, used Vine Whip to directly press Meryl on the ground and rub her. Speaking of which, this level is actually just a rookie trainer who has just started his journey. People like Chu Chen who are unreasonable should be eliminated directly. In the next few rounds of battles, Chu Chen used the same method to leave Rosa with the weaker opponent. Rosa commanded the leaf vine snake. Sometimes the battle was difficult, and sometimes she was defeated and had to let Chu Chen clean up the mess. But her confidence began to accumulate, making Chu Chen begin to feel the taste of Rosa in his impression. A group with such a weird fighting method naturally attracted a lot of attention. Not everyone can understand the deep meaning of Chu Chen's actions, but everyone looking at the boy and girl standing side by side, can't help but praise them for being a good match. Based on this point, even if some people don't like it, they didn't come up to sneer. She is carefully protecting her female companion, why go up and get involved? It wasn't just the crowd that thought so. Rosa, feeling the feeling of being taken care of, gradually looked at Chu Chen with a strange look. Not every rookie trainer can meet such a guide. Not to mention, he was the same age as her, but much better than people of the same age. Chu Chen didn't think so much. After defeating another group of opponents. Ding! Slaycoat gained experience. Level +1. Reached LV16. A system prompt sounded in Chu Chen's ears. Slaycoat reached the level of evolution. Luckily, Chu Chen thought that he might have to go through a battle before he came out, so he deliberately released it from the Ultra Ball and threw it directly into the room. Otherwise, if he suddenly released it at this point and evolved it on the spot, the scene would be as weird as it could be. And here comes another problem. Vigorota's enthusiasm characteristic is completely opposite to Slaycoat's laziness characteristic. After it evolves, it shouldn't tear down the house like a husky, right? Out of such concerns, Chu Chen took time off from halftime to go back to his room and bring Vigoroth with him again. After 2 rounds, there were only 4 teams left in the competition. Each team will decide one person to be the final 4. Many people are watching the combination of Chu Chen and Rosa. But Chu Chen is really warm and ruthless. Shiny Ghastly went up and slapped the leaf vine snake directly, making it lose its combat ability. But the plot that the lemon crowd wanted to see did not appear. Rosa, who put away the leaf vine snake, was like a young wife, blushing and came forward to tidy up Chu Chen's clothes. You must get the final champion. Maybe the only one who was injured was the leaf vine snake, except for the single dog. Looking at the blushing Rosa in front of him, there was a hint of surprise in Chu Chen's eyes. Defeat Rosa, and the one that popped out was a diamond treasure box. Chapter 37. Chu Chen had only found diamond treasure box on Ash before came before. He expected that when he challenged Steven next time, he would also get one. But he didn't expect that Rosa, who was not the protagonist of Zai's world in theory, also got a diamond treasure box. Last time, Zai's diamond treasure box brought him Hoojin and EXP. Share. What can it bring him this time? System, open it directly. He didn't hesitate at all, he couldn't hold back the power of the wilderness in his heart. Ding! You got Hercules characteristic replacement agent X1. Ding! You got Golden Crown X1. Ding! You got Alliance Coin X50,0000. Hercules characteristic replacement agent actually appeared in the diamond treasure box? Shouldn't it be in the platinum treasure box? Although he was very surprised, Chu Chen was somewhat confused. However, if we simply talk about the value, the Hercules characteristic is indeed higher than the previous water storage. Or in treasure chests of different levels, some types of props overlap themselves. Chu Chen made a guess. Thinking carefully, the skills he opened from the silver treasure chest. Fire Punch, Thunder Punch, Shadow Sneak. Seems to be just skills of medium to high level in each attribute. So, if you want big skills like Flare Blitz, Hydro Pump and Solar Beam, you have to open them from the Saffron treasure chest. System, use the Hercules characteristic replacement agent for Vigoroth. This was what Chu Chen had planned from the beginning. Monferno and the others' characteristics will be replaced when they open better characteristics next time. Ding! Vigoroth successfully replaced its characteristics. The characteristics were changed from Energy to Strongman. Name, Vigoroth. Attribute, General. Characteristics, Strongman. Level, Level 16, Primary. Potential, Leader. Carry, None. Although Vigorota's panel still shows Primary, and its power is far less than that after it evolves into Slaking in the future. But with the Strongman characteristic, anyone who tries it will know its strength. The most important thing is that Vigorota's own characteristic is energy rather than laziness, and it is not easy for people to notice abnormalities even if it is fully utilized. And when it evolves into Slaking, at that time, Chu Chen should have enough capital and the confidence to speak. As for the Golden Crown, it is obviously an upgraded version of the Silver Crown that Chu Chen got at the beginning. Golden Crown, after using it, the potential value of Pokémon with the potential below the leader will steadily break through one level. 100% chance of breaking through. As long as Chu Chen wants, he will get a Pokémon with the potential of the leader by giving the Golden Crown to Monferno or Shiny Ghastly through any of them. However, it is too far away to say that he is the leader at the moment. Chu Chen pondered for a moment and chose not to use it for the time being. After all, the silver crown that does not guarantee success is the same at any time. However, the golden crown can only be used when the Pokémon has stepped on the edge of the potential value limit and has no other means, so it has the highest cost effectiveness. In general, this time's Diamond Treasure Box still did not disappoint him. The semifinals are about to begin. Please get ready, all players. After a short break, the host shouted. Friends on the boat, please give them your applause. Come on. Standing next to Chu Chen, Rosa waved her cute little fist. Don't worry. Champion will be ours. Chu Chen used we instead of I. Then, as expected, the girl blushed. Rosa is not a timid person. After a brief moment of shyness, she pursed her lips and looked straight into Chu Chen's eyes bravely. In the end, Chu Chen, who thought he was very thick-skinned, could not bear the burning gaze and fled. Well, the battle is about to begin. Walking to his own position and standing still, Chu Chen thought of the girl's delicate face and smiled. But the next battle had to be a little more serious. Except for him, no one else who entered the semifinals was a rookie trainer. Of course, it was impossible for them to be at the level of superior or leader. It's just right, let's try Vigorota's fist with the Hercules attribute first. P.S. Please give me some flowers. Please give me some votes. Thank you. Chapter 38. If friends of the app see that there is no content when the chapter is opened, and it shows the author is revising, please read after 24 hours, then there must be a bug. National Day is coming soon, and no author is so brave to drive during this period. So, the small black room does not exist. You just need to click on the catalog and open the chapter from the catalog again to see the content. I will give feedback to the editor to see if I can urge the programmer to check the bug. There will be another chapter later. Chapter 39. The first opponent Chu Chen faced was a young man in his 20s. After the referee announced the start of the battle, he threw the poke ball first. The poke ball opened, a white light flashed, and a mighty hyena appeared on the battlefield. Chu Chen had dealt with little guys like Puchhyena so many times before, but this was the first time he encountered their evolution form. Name, mighty hyena. Attribute, evil. Feature, intimidation. Level, level 23, intermediate. Evil attribute, could it be that it was specially prepared to snipe my ghastly tongue? Looking at the information on the panel in front of him, Chu Chen's face was a little strange. Evil attribute just restrains the ghost plus poison attribute ghastly tongue. Perhaps he has been using ghastly tongue in the previous battles, so these people misunderstood that he only had ghastly tongue in his hand? However, from the perspective of the battle, this young man's choice is understandable. It's a pity that he just caught up with Chu Chen when he was about to change Pokémon. It's decided to be you. Vigoroth. With a flip of his wrist and taking out the Ultra Ball, Chu Chen threw it out with force. The Ultra Ball opened, a white light flashed, and a Vigoroth that was slightly calmer than other similar ones appeared on the field. Of course, this little anomaly was not noticeable. We saw that Chu Chen did not choose to use his ghastly pass again, but replaced it with Vigoroth, which had never appeared before. Maybe it was a professional habit, the host shouted whatever he said. The effect was indeed good, and the audience's enthusiasm was mobilized. Rosa, who was also in the audience, had a lot of excitement in her eyes. The third one. She thought Chu Chen would change Pokémon, but subconsciously thought it was Chimchar mentioned by Chu Chen. I didn't expect it to be a Vigoroth that had also reached the second evolution form. What should I do? I feel like I can't catch up. Holding her chin, the girl began to feel a little distressed. Chu Chen naturally couldn't know what the girl behind him was thinking. He could see that the young trainer on the opposite side had a slightly changed expression after seeing Vigoroth. He took out this mighty hyena for ghastly pass. However, the young man certainly didn't know that Chu Chen's Vigoroth was only LV16. Just from the panel, the gap with his might hyena is not small. But Chu Chen was not worried. The only fighting attribute attack that Vigoroth feared was that might hyena, which was also restrained by the fighting attribute, could not master any of them. On the contrary, the young man on the opposite side was still worried that Vigoroth had a fighting attribute skill. But he certainly didn't know. Chu Chen's Vigoroth didn't master many skills in total. Haha! Vigoroth, crazy fury swipes! Without taking any of this seriously, Chu Chen directly issued an attack order. A Hercules characteristic was enough for Vigoroth to ignore all of this. You know, a Pokemon like Merrily, who is not very good, can turn over and become a Dragon Slayer with this characteristic. Even if the intimidation characteristic of this might hyena will affect the opponent's melee performance. Yak! After receiving the order, Vigoroth rushed out. A faint white light appeared on its claws. When approaching might hyena, due to its intimidation characteristic, Vigoroth paused slightly, but still swung its claws firmly. Might hyena, use Ice Fang after dodging. The young trainer shouted. This might hyena was obviously well trained, and its dodging posture was agile and accurate. Chu Chen's Vigoroth was a little worse in this regard. After slightly pulling away from Vigoroth, might hyena opened its mouth, and cold air came out, forming two long icicle fangs, biting towards Vigoroth. Chu Chen's order was more unreasonable. Vigoroth, just smash its fangs with your fists. Crazy Fury Swipes doesn't work, and he hasn't mastered other skills, so it's better to be simple and rough. Anyone who can hear his command nearby is in trouble, and once doubts their ears. Then, they have to doubt their eyes. Yak! Chu Chen's order said so, and Vigoroth did it. It knows very well the energy contained in its body now. The Crazy Fury Swipes just didn't hit, otherwise it could knock down this might hyena with a casual grab. Want to take might hyena's Ice Fang head-in? You are too. The young trainer may want to attract a wave of hatred, but Vigoroth didn't give it this face. The fists and teeth touched. The Ice Fang condensed by might hyena shattered instantly. Then the teeth in its mouth were shattered. Very good. Vigoroth, just hit it with another punch. Chu Chen's instructions were still simple. Yak! Vigoroth punched might hyena's abdomen fiercely. Might hyena's eyes almost popped out, and she fell to the ground with white foam, losing her ability to fight. Ding! Vigoroth gained experience. Level +1. Reached LV 17. Ding! You got Silver Treasure Box X1. PS, skills like Ice Fang, Fire Fang and Thunder Fang are not all Pokemon skill forms that really bite. Most of them form something like a false tooth composed of energy elements, such as the picture in this chapter, which is a form of Ice Fang. Thunder Fang may be hard to find, I will give you another one of Fire Fang tomorrow. Chapter 40. Chu Chen was very satisfied with Vigorota's performance. But others didn't think so. As Chu Chen's opponent, the young trainer still didn't react when he saw might hyena falling in front of him. Is this Vigoroth so much ahead of my might hyena in level? Even if Vigorota's last punch hit might hyena's abdomen where its defense was weakest. Theoretically, it is not possible for a Pokemon with a lower level than might hyena to make might hyena lose its combat ability directly. Incredible! Incredible! Chu Chen's Vigoroth is like his ghastly pass, recreating the situation of crushing the opponent. The host shouted, and in fact, he was a little excited this time. Does he have any powerful Pokemon in his hand that he hasn't taken out yet? While waiting for the finals to begin, Chu Chen silently opened the box. Ding! You successfully opened the Silver Treasure Box. Ding! You obtained Hand Hammer Skill Learning Machine X1. Ding! You obtained a Lion's Coin X3000. The hand hammer was opened, which was just right for Vigoroth who didn't master any skills. This violent output skill happened to be very suitable for its strongman characteristics. But when he should have tried the effect, the opponent in the finals didn't cooperate. I didn't intend to take out this Pokemon in this level of battle. On the finals field, a trainer who also looked young and stood opposite Chu Chen said. Then he released a Breloom. Name, Breloom. Attribute, Grass plus Fighting. Feature, Technical Expert. Level, Level 38, Advanced. A Breloom with the strength close to that of a superior. Although both are young men, the young man in front of him is obviously better than the one Chu Chen just faced. Even when this young man reaches middle age, he may be able to fight for the status of a gym trainer. However, with a level 38 and fighting attribute, Chu Chen's Vigoroth can't play. I didn't plan to use this Pokemon of mine. With a deep sigh, Chu Chen took out a black luxury ball. The young man on the opposite side had a dark face at first, thinking that Chu Chen was mocking him by mimicking his words. But when Monferno appeared on the battlefield, his face turned green. Oh! We see that contestant Chu Chen and his opponent are using Pokemon that have never appeared before. On this side, the host and the audience were excited. Did Chimchar also evolve into Monferno? Rosa sat up straight, her eyes burning. Humph! So what if it's fire attribute? I won't give up directly. The young man opposite him straightened his face and began to give orders. Breloom, use Mach Punch. Yes. Breloom scratched the ground with its claws like an ostrich, and its whole body shot out. When it approached Monferno, its claws that were tucked in at the side popped out and swung hard at Monferno in front of it. Monferno, let's use Mach Punch too. Chu Chen said calmly. Pop. With his fists clenched, Monferno also swung forward fiercely. The attacks of both sides collided, and their bodies shook slightly. However, under the gaze of everyone, Monferno began to retreat backwards continuously. It seems that it's just like this. The young man on the opposite side smiled. You can see that Chu Chen's Monferno was at a disadvantage in the first confrontation. It's retreating. Oh my god! It's still retreating. The host said in disbelief. The audience was also in an uproar. Rosa's face was originally worried. But after seeing Monferno retreat all the way to the sidelines, her eyes lit up. No. Even if it's to relieve the force, it shouldn't retreat so much. The young man on the opposite side had cultivated a Pokemon close to the strength of the superior, and he gradually came to his senses. He wants to keep a distance. Breloom, dodge quickly. Did you find it? But I'm afraid it's too late. Chu Chen showed a playful smile on the corner of his mouth. Now he is not taking care of the girl, nor is he training Vigoroth. If he doesn't pull away and take it away in one go, is he really going to fight this Breloom slowly here? Monferno, flamethrower. Amid the sudden change in the face of the young man on the opposite side, Chu Chen gave a faint order. Pop! The golden flames were sprayed by Monferno, and they bombarded Breloom with scorching heat. The dodge order issued by the young man on the opposite side was timely enough, but it was of no avail. Breloom had just made a dodging move, and the flames were whistling and imprinted on its body. Hey! With a cry of pain, Breloom flew backwards, fell to the ground, and was dragged all the way. Monferno's level was lower than its, but they were still at the same level of strength. This flamethrower that could cause an outstanding effect on it directly dealt it a heavy blow. Hey! Breloom struggled to get up. But then the flames rising from its body put an end to it all. The burning effect of holy flame. In fact, it is said to have a 50% burning effect, but it actually depends on the hit situation of the skill. For those who pass by, the chance of burning will inevitably be reduced. But for someone like Breloom who was hit solidly and whose own attributes were restrained by the fire attribute, if there was no burn, Chu Chen would suggest that the young man on the opposite side change his career and buy lottery tickets. Ding! Monferno level +1. Reached LV 34. Ding! Shiny Ghastly Pass level +1. Reached LV 27. Ding! Marshtomp level +2. Reached LV24. Ding. Vigoroth level +3. Reached LV20. Ding. You got Saffron Treasure Box X1. A great harvest of experience and treasure boxes. PS, the picture in this chapter is the effect picture of Fire Fang, I really can't find the one of Thunder Fang. Chapter 41. Breloom has the upper hand. The opponent counterattacked. Breloom fell. Faced with the sudden change of the situation, the commentator himself didn't know what to say. But Breloom's fall also means the end of the entire Pokémon battle. Let's congratulate Chu Chen, the host said loudly. The audience also gave Chu Chen a warm applause. This young-looking teenager showed enough respectable strength. Well done, Monferno. With a smile and encouragement, Chu Chen took back the luxury ball. From the previous battle, he and Monferno gradually developed a tacit understanding. As soon as he turned around, Rosa rushed to him enthusiastically. Chu Chen, why are you so powerful? Looking up at Chu Chen, Rosa's eyes sparkled. We are both rookie trainers, but you are undermining my confidence. Rosa felt a little shy in his arms, so she took Chu Chen's arm and acted like a spoiled child. His opponent in the finals, who wanted to come up and say a few words, stopped in his tracks. Rookie trainer. The young man opened his mouth, his expression was complicated, and his mood was even more complicated. There are definitely many rookie trainers on this ship. There are countless trainers who participated in the battle. The immaturity on Chu Chen's face can indeed be seen directly. But who would have thought that Chu Chen, who made it all the way to the finals and won the champion, was only as old as he looked on the surface? Sorry. Excuse me. The young man took a deep breath and turned away silently. The girl was right, this was indeed a big blow to my confidence. Rosa didn't know that her words deeply hurt others' hearts. Now, she was curiously looking at the amber held by Chu Chen. The award-winning process of the battle match was very simple. Chu Chen just went up to confirm his personal information, and then randomly picked a fire stone as the first place winner, and left with mysterious amber. Things like fire stone that can be bought with alliance coins are not valuable to him. Not to mention anything else, the alliance coins opened in a diamond treasure box are enough for him to buy one. In participating in the battle match, Chu Chen's goal itself is only mysterious amber. Is it really the blood of ancient Pokémon? Rosa asked, poking carefully with her green fingers. Yeah. Chu Chen nodded, and did not hide it from her. If conditions permit, it can even be resurrected. How amazing! Rosa exclaimed, looking at him with admiration, you know so much. Being watched by a beautiful girl like this can really satisfy a man's sense of accomplishment. The two of them talked about more than just mysterious amber, and began to talk about all sorts of things. Then the topic gradually became serious. By the way, Chu Chen, what is your goal? Rosa asked. Goal? Become a Pokémon master. Thinking of something, Chu Chen smiled and said. Pokémon master. Muttering in a low voice, Rosa seemed to feel deflated, and spoke again after a while. What about the short-term goal? Then the Hone Region League Championship champion. For Chu Chen, this is really just a short-term goal. However, it is much better than the vague concept of Pokémon Master. Hearing this, Rosa cheered up, and then her face became a little gloomy again. Chu Chen, I'm going back to Unova. Why so suddenly? Chu Chen was a little surprised. I met you at the beginning of my journey. Rosa looked at him seriously. I think I don't need to see trainers from other regions anymore. I'm going back to Unova to officially start my journey as a trainer. I'll come back to find you after I win the champion of the Unova League tournament. Chu Chen had been listening quietly to the girl's increasingly firm words. Hearing this, he couldn't help but smiled and interjected, come back to defeat me and avenge your defeat. Yes. Rosa also smiled, and she blushed a little while smiling. The reason was not suitable to be told to Chu Chen. She had already associated Chu Chen's words with the scene of defeating Chu Chen and tying him back home. P.S. Please give me flowers. Please give me evaluation votes. Please do anything. Thank you very much. Chapter 42. After saying goodbye to Rosa, Chu Chen had already arrived at Duford Town. Here is the Duford Town gym with Brawley as the gym trainer. This is also the second gym that Chu Chen is about to challenge. I have gained a lot along the way. Walking on the way to the city center, Chu Chen was also recalling the various gains along the way. The biggest gain is naturally Rosa. It is still much more comfortable to hug a cute girl than to hug a pillow. Especially a cute girl can be cute and can be kissed. And with Rosa's helping hand, Chu Chen's shiny Ghastly also successfully communicated and evolved into a shiny Jengar. After evolution, its hands were connected to the body, and it also had a pair of legs and a small tail. Its smile is still hideous, but in the eyes of Chu Chen, a trainer, you can see a hint of friendliness. The biggest change is that its weight has increased from 0 kilograms to a few kilograms. It weighed tens of kilograms. Directly, the gas turned into a solid. Now Chu Chen interacted with it again, and it was no longer a cloud interaction. Of course, it did not lose its ghost body's ability to penetrate real objects. If you look through the Pokémon data carefully, you will come to a very interesting conclusion, in terms of weight Ghastly plus Clefable Jengar. Because Clefable's appearance is similar to Jengar, there has always been a talk about them among Pokémon fans. For every Jengar that evolves, a Clefable will be eaten by Ghastly. No buying and selling, no. Ahem. In short, there are many subtle connections between Clefable and Jengar. As for other gains such as experience, level, and treasure chests, there are even more. System: Open Saffron Treasure Chest. Chu Chen still remembered the treasure chest that dropped in the final of the battle match, and said in his mind while walking. Ding! You got Rare Candy X1. Ding! You got Silver Crown X1. Ding! You got Alliance Coin X 10,000. Although it was the same old props dropped, they were all useful goodies after all. As usual, Chu Chen saved the rare candy and after a slight hesitation, he gave the silver crown to Vigoroth. Ding! According to Vigorota's current potential value, the success rate of using silver crown to break through is 40%. Do you want to continue? Continue. Ding! Vigorota's potential value has successfully broken through. Promoted to Quasi Elite. So far, Chu Chen's current lineup strength has become like this. Name: Monferno. Level: Level 34, Advanced. Potential: Champion. Name: Shiny Jengar. Level: Level 27, Intermediate. Potential: Champion. Name: Marshtomp. Level: Level 24, Intermediate. Potential: Quasi Elite. Name: Vigoroth. Level: Level 20, Intermediate. Potential: Quasi Elite. Monferno's level has reached LV36, which is about to evolve. We must try to make it evolve before the battle with Steven. Chu Chen thought to himself as he looked at the information on the panel in front of him. On the way to find Steven, he needs to pass through the granite cave, which is a good experience point for him. If he can successfully evolve it, he will have more confidence in the battle with Steven. But before that, he must first get the boxing badge of Duford Town Gym. In the Pokémon world where trainers have a high status, the traffic of gyms in various places may be comparable to some tourist attractions. At the same time, out of consideration for serving trainers, in towns where gyms are located, gym guide signs are almost everywhere. So even if you don't have a map in your hand, or even if you are blind, you can find the location of the gym smoothly. Chu Chen went directly to the direction of the gym. How did you say that? Many gym trainers in Hone region regard this as a side job. Roxanne prefers teaching, while Brawley prefers surfing. If it is a day suitable for surfing, Brawley's gym will not open directly. Since I have already arrived in Duford Town, I still have to take a look at this kind of gym that requires luck. If I can fight, I must fight first, otherwise who knows when the next gym will open. It seems that I am lucky. Standing in front of the door of the fighting gym, Chu Chen was in a good mood. Whether it was the previous Kana's gym or the current fighting gym, it happened to be when the leader stayed in the gym honestly. Unlike Zai, who was still traveling slowly behind him. The rejections were one after another. Chu Chen secretly felt fortunate for his decision to travel alone. Under the guidance of the staff, they entered the innermost battlefield of the gym and stood opposite the sky blue-haired Brawly. Chu Chen's second official gym challenge is about to begin. P.S. It was originally planned to be put on the shelves on the 2nd, but now it is found that the performance is good and it has reached the threshold for applying for a good recommendation. This recommendation is very important for new books and may determine the fate of a book. I didn't think I would fight for it because I thought it was not enough. Now that I can, the author wants to give it a try. The listing date may be slightly delayed. The author will confirm it with the editor tonight. Chapter 43. Wudagy the challenge rules of Mr. Twuntuo. When all the Pokemon of one side lose their ability to fight, the other side wins. The referee on the sidelines read out the rules before the battle began. The rest is the same as when Chu Chen challenged Kana's gym before. The challenger is allowed to change Pokemon midway and has the first move in each round. After confirming that both sides have no objections, the referee waved the small flag in his hand twice, announcing the official battle. The first Pokemon I'm going to use is this one. Brawly took out the Pokeball and threw it to the battlefield. Young challenger, if you want to defeat me, use all your strength. Hey! A Machop that looked like a skinny human boy appeared on the battlefield. Name, Machop. Attribute, fighting. Feature, no defense. Level, 18, beginner. Potential, advanced. Carry, none. Is it the no defense feature? Looking at the information on the panel, Chu Chen was a little surprised. No defense is a relatively rare feature. What is the main feature? You will not dodge the opponent's skills, and at the same time, you will not let the opponent dodge. When one of the two sides has this feature, the whole battle is basically a collision from beginning to end. Tactics, dexterity, etc. are useless. The only thing that determines the outcome is the hard power of both sides. Putting such a Machop in the first place, challengers with insufficient strength basically have no chance to get through by luck. But no defense itself is a double-edged sword. If the opponent is stronger, this Machop will basically not be able to intercept. Not frightened at all, Chu Chen flipped his wrist and took out the yellow and black Ultra Ball. I'm going to send it out. Go! Vigoroth. This kind of head-on battle is what it likes the most. It just so happens that it hasn't been able to try out the Strongman feature on the cruise ship. Ah! The Ultra Ball opened, a white light flashed, and Vigoroth appeared on the battlefield. General Type Vigoroth. Brawly frowned slightly. General Type is restrained by fighting attributes. The other staff in the gym were even more puzzled. Maybe it's still a lack of combat experience. Some of them looked at Chu Chen's childish face and shook their heads in their hearts. There were no particularly malicious people. After all, except for some gyms that set thresholds, which gym has not abused a few ignorant newbies? The gym itself also has the responsibility of guiding. Without paying attention to other people's thoughts, Chu Chen directly entered the combat state. Vigoroth, use the arm hammer. Actual combat achievements are more useful than 10,000 words. AK. With a soft cry, Vigoroth ran towards Machop. While running, its right arm began to be covered with white energy. When it was still a few meters away from Machop, its arm was raised high, and its powerful and heavy fist was swung at Machop. Machop, use revenge after parrying. Brawly gave the order. Revenge is slightly different from return punch. Return punch returns energy based on the damage caused by the opponent. Revenge takes damage, and the skill power will increase. Hey! After receiving the order, Machop crossed his arms in front of him, prepared to parry and counterattack later. Although its body is thin and small, it actually contains a lot of power. But this power also depends on who it is compared with. Before Vigorota's fist hit Machop's crossed arms, a sharp gust of wind swept over Machop first. In the distance, one could hear the slight muffled sound of compressed air. The fist finally fell. Machop should have perfectly caught Vigorota's fist. But in the eyes of everyone's horror, he was hit without even a moment of stalemate, and flew backwards, heavily tackled on the wall of the gym. What level of Vigoroth is this? This power is too exaggerated, right? Just like the spectators on the cruise ship before, the staff present had the same idea in their hearts. It seems that I underestimated you. Brawly turned around and looked at the cracks on the wall and Machop, who was hit hard, and couldn't help but say in surprise. Chu Chen was also a little surprised when he saw Machop still moving. It's worthy of being a Pokemon cultivated by the leader trainer, even if he didn't put too much effort into it. Before, etc. Mightyena, whose level is higher than Vigoroth, was almost knocked down by Vigoroth in one blow. Although there is a suspicion that he hit the vital point and caused higher damage. But at the moment, Vigorota's level is higher than the opposite Machop. It did not lose its combat ability directly, it can only be said that its parrying posture is very clever in dissipating force. But, that's all. Vigoroth, give it the last blow. Yak! Vigoroth punched Machop, who just climbed up with facade. Ding! Vigoroth gained experience. Level +1. Reached LV21. Ding! You got Platinum Treasure Box X1. PS, after asking, the editor said that you can try to fight for it. So modify the plan. If it is successfully recommended on the 4th, it will be put on the shelves on the 5th, if it is not successful, it will be put on the shelves on the evening of the 4th. Because of the 2-day delay, as compensation, the minimum update is adjusted from 10 to 15. Chapter 44. Machop loses his ability to fight. The winner of this round is the challenger Vigoroth. After confirming Machop's condition, the referee on the sidelines waved the flag in his hand to announce the result. Come back, Machop. Putting away Machop, Brawly looked neither happy nor sad. Just as Chu Chen guessed, even for the gym challengers, this Machop only played a screening role. Then I'm going to use it in the next round. The poke ball was thrown out, opened in the air, flashed white light, and a Makahita appeared on the battlefield. Name, Makahita. Attribute, Fighting. Feature, Thick Fat. Level, Level 24, Intermediate. Potential, Leader. Carry, Black Belt. Thick Fat feature can greatly reduce the skill damage from the two attributes of Ice and Fire. And carrying the item Black Belt can enhance the fighting attribute skill damage of Pokemon. Leader potential and Black Belt. This Makahita is indeed cultivated by Brawly with care. Chu Chen said secretly. You know, surf is not just Brawly's hobby, but also a way for him and his Pokemon to practice. He will let his Pokemon understand the mystery of softness from surf. To put it simply, it is similar to the concept of using softness to overcome hardness. And if you think about it carefully, you will find that no matter which version of the original book Brawly is in, Makahita is always with him. When have you seen Brawly bring Machop with him when surfing? Machop has fainted in the toilet. But then again, these gym leaders seem to like to increase their reserve main force's combat experience while dealing with challengers. Chu Chen's face gradually became strange. The nose pass of Roxanne was the same before. Of course, this is understandable. Putting his attention back to the battle itself, Chu Chen gave Vigoroth an order, Vigoroth, arm hammer. In fact, Vigoroth, who now has very few skills, has little chance of winning against Makahita, who has mastered the secret of softness. The arm hammer is a bit heavy. So, this is just an attempt. Yak! Just like he did to Machop, Vigoroth swung a heavy fist at Makahita. Makahita, leveraged throw. Having already understood Vigorota's amazing power, Brawly naturally couldn't let Makahita fight it head-on. Noosh! After receiving the order, Makahita, who was already ready, held Vigorota's fist and twisted his body to support it. After swinging in an arc in the air, Vigoroth was hit hard to the ground. "You did a good job. Come back, Vigoroth." The attempt didn't work, and Chu Chen, who had expected it, was not surprised. He took out the Ultra Ball and took it back. "Are you going to change Pokémon?" With a little expectation, Brawly and Makahita waited quietly. The days of being a gym trainer are actually very boring. It's rare to meet someone who can bring surprises. "It's decided to be you." Chu Chen took out a red and white poke ball, pressed the button to enlarge it to normal size, and threw it towards the battlefield. He. The red and white poke ball opened, white light flashed, and the Pokémon had not yet fully appeared, and a cold laugh appeared first. The white light condensed, and Chu Chen's shiny Gengar appeared on the battlefield for the first time in the final evolution form. As soon as it appeared, the temperature of the entire area seemed to drop a little. This is not a psychological effect. If you put a thermometer next to Gengar at this time, you will find that the temperature around it is about 5 degrees Celsius lower than other places. Gengar, a ghost-type Pokémon that mainly lives in Kanto. As a gym trainer, Brawly easily recognized the origin of Gengar and looked at Chu Chen with some surprise. "It seems that this is what you are preparing for." Theoretically, fighting attribute skills cannot hit ghost-type Pokémon. But don't rely too much on the advantages brought by this attribute. Brawly meant something. Fighting attribute skills cannot hit ghost-type Pokémon, after all, it is only theoretical and not absolute. With a slight smile, Chu Chen ignored the sharp words in Brawly's words and gave orders directly. "Gengar, Shadow Fist." He. There was still more than half a field away from Makahita, but shiny Gengar's right fist swung forward directly. Then its arm extended like a stretched rubber band, sending its fist in front of Makahita. Although it is a physical skill, Shadow Fist is also a long-range attack skill. "Makahita, block it," Brawly said simply. Most long-range skills are special skills, which can be divided into two categories. One is a hands-off skill like Shadow Sneak, which has no possibility of subsequent adjustment. The other is a continuous skill like Flamethrower and Thunderbolt, which can adjust the attack direction but has a delay. Gengar, who can use Shadow Fist, is different. The reason why it is rated as a physical skill is that the arm it extends is not an energy structure, but a part of its body. You can imagine its flexibility. In the limited space of the battlefield, it is almost impossible to dodge. Makahita crossed his hands in front of him and made the same action as Machop before. Leveraged throw is a skill effect, and nothing can be seen yet. But the same parrying action can show the difference between Makahita and Machop. When shiny Gengar's fist is thrown, Makahita's body naturally tilts to the side. In terms of the overall perspective effect, it is as if shiny Gengar's fist slid over and hit it in the air. But this is actually just a simple force release rather than a dodge. If the previous Machop could do this, it would not be said that he was severely injured by Vigorota's arm hammer. "Makahita, use Fake Out after Foresight," Brawly shouted immediately afterwards. Foresight. Chapter 45. Foresight. Moves that have no effect on ghost-type Pokémon and opponents with high dodge rates can be hit after using it. As mentioned earlier, it is not absolute that skills of general and fighting attributes cannot hit ghost-type Pokémon. For example, this Foresight, which most fighting-type Pokémon can master. Why didn't Chu Chen challenge the Orange Gym directly after challenging the Kana's Gym? Here is the reason. It is indeed very advantageous for Ghost-type Pokémon to challenge the General-type Orange Gym. But every gym trainer knows the biggest disadvantage of his own gym. In the real world, there is no setting like in the game that Pokémon can only master a limited number of 4 skills. In particular, the strength of Slaking is not only reflected in the racial value, but also in its excellent learning aspect. A Ghost-type Shadow Claw is enough to form a counter-attack. Ghost-type mutual restraint. If Chu Chen rushes to the door like this, it is basically a foregone conclusion that he will be taught a lesson by Norman's slaking. But I also have slaking. And it is a slaking with the Hercules characteristic. Without dwelling on this issue, Chu Chen's eyes returned to the battlefield. After receiving Brawley's order, Makahita emitted a faint blue light from the slits of his eyes and projected it towards Shiny Jengar. In its field of vision, Jengar will be a real entity for the next period of time. Then it ran and quickly approached Shiny Jengar. At the same time, its palm was pounding forward, and a beam of white light shot towards Shiny Jengar. This is fake out. The damage caused by the white light is extreme. Light range is limited, but the speed is extremely fast. Because of the effect of foresight, even if it is a general skill, the white light still hits Shiny Jengar firmly, causing it to shrink briefly. In other words, it is a little confused. Makahita, force palm. Brawley continued. Yes. With the time created by fake out, Makahita has already arrived in front of Shiny Jengar. Stretching out his palm, Makahita fired an energy shock wave from his hand, accompanied by two energy halos, one large and one small, surrounding his arm, and hit Shiny Jengar's abdomen heavily. Jengar, grab it and use toxic. Chu Chen is not a person who is used to being beaten passively. He. With a ferocious smile on his face, Shiny Jengar ignored Makahita's fist hitting his abdomen, and reached out to grab Makahita. Knowing that it was slippery, Shiny Jengar wanted to grab the arm that was swinging over. If he insisted on attacking, Makahita would have to bear the cost of falling into the negative state of poisoning. Makahita, back off. Without much hesitation, Brawley decisively chose to give up. Such a deal was obviously not worthwhile for him and Makahita. Do you think you can just give up? Jengar, Will-O-Wisp. Chu Chen smiled, but he didn't intend to let his opponent go. Jengar mastered many skills on his own after evolution. Brawley's Makahita mastered the secret of softness, and his Shiny Jengar can still go for the dirty style. This kind of vulgarity may not work on a larger opponent like Norman slaking. But this Makahita's level is even lower than Shiny Jengar. He. Amidst the cold laughter, a circle of blue-white flames appeared on Shiny Jengar's body, circling around Makahita in front of it and falling. In a battle, you can't easily leave your back to your opponent. Makahita's backward speed is naturally not as fast as the forward speed. And the soft secret it has mastered doesn't work on elemental bodies like fire. Without being able to quickly distance himself, Makahita was almost instantly caught up by the blue-white flames that were originally floating slowly. Nushta! The blue-white flames sank into the body, and Makahita's face instantly showed a painful expression. The strange flames came out of its body from time to time. The burn state caused by Will-O-Wisp. Brawley regretted it a little. He should have let Makahita take Shiny Jengar's toxic and then fought quickly. Now the distance is a little wider, but Makahita can't escape the negative state. The failure seems to be foreseeable. Do you want to release the suppression? After making a decision in his heart, Brawley spoke calmly. Makahita, use all your strength. When Chu Chen heard Brawley's incoherent command, he had some guesses. And the white light on Makahita's body after receiving the command confirmed his guess. It turns out that Brawley is a B-key player. In the game, players can also choose not to evolve Pokémon that have reached the corresponding level. Just press the B key when the evolution animation comes out. The gym challenge is not a life and death battle. Chu Chen did not violate the unspoken rules between trainers and let Jengar attack Makahita when he was least prepared. The evolution was interrupted midway, but it was not just a matter of evolution failure. It is likely to bring serious consequences. It is impossible for Chu Chen to have this grudge with Brawley for no reason. Makahita successfully evolved into Hariyama under the gaze of both parties. I didn't think of letting it evolve at this time before, but I think you are worth it. Brawley looked at Chu Chen very seriously. But before he could say anything more, Chu Chen's voice came first. It's not easy. Finally opened his eyes after evolution. Hariyama, Brawly? Is your focus wrong? P.S. I just got home after a day of high-speed rail, and I started typing. If you forgot what Makahita looks like, you can turn to the previous chapter and click on the picture to take a closer look. Chapter 46. Unlike Chu Chen, the Pokemon of cheaters directly upgrades steadily all the way. Whether it is a Pokemon raised by a trainer or living in the wild. When the level reaches each LV10 or evolution level, there will be a small hurdle. If you step over it, your strength will increase, and if you can't, you will stagnate. And the B key operation in reality is also different from that in the game. In the game, evolution will be cancelled, but the level will not regress or fall. In reality, it is usually like Brawly, who consciously lets Makahita keep the level at LV24, which is about to evolve, after realizing it. It is mainly for a long-term accumulation and to better reserve combat skills before evolution. But once you let go and really want to cross the LV25 barrier, evolution is an uncontrollable process. Unless you have Everstone, pressing the B button a lot will be useless. Chu Chen noticed at the beginning that Brawly's Makahita was LV24, but in the original book, it evolved when it faced Zai. I didn't expect that he would be the first to enjoy this treatment. Name, Hariyama. Attribute, Fighting. Feature, Thick Fat. Level, Level 27, Intermediate. Potential, Leader. Carry, Black Belt. The evolution of accumulation is indeed different. For example, Chu Chen's Pokemon did not have such a sudden increase in evolution level. Of course, he has the system in hand, unless he has a brain bag to play the game of accumulation. Is the experience value not so attractive? Or is the ding 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 upgrade prompt sound not pleasant? Our fight has just begun. Brawly glanced at Hariyama in front of him and looked across the battlefield at Chu Chen. Just started. Chu Chen smiled, evolution won't remove abnormal conditions. Hariyama still had burns on his body. Hey! A blue-white flame appeared on his body at the right time, and Hariyama knelt on the ground in cooperation. Brawly's face became serious. He had to fight quickly now. But Chu Chen's order was faster than his. Jengar, use Shadow Fist continuously. Don't give it a chance to get close. After receiving the order, Shiny Jengar's two arms extended out, and his fists were directly aimed at Hariyama. Hariyama, use arm thrust. Brawly shouted. Hey Ray! Hariyama waved his palm leaf fan-like hand, constantly pushing away Shiny Jengar's fist. Without Brawly's command, it took the initiative to approach Shiny Jengar. Won't it work? In that case Chu Chen narrowed his eyes. Jengar, Shadow Sneak. Hey! The arm retracted, and the purple energy gathered into a ball above Shiny Jengar's palm, and it was swung towards Hariyama. Hariyama, get out of the way! Brawly said. Hey Ray! Tumbling sideways on the ground, the purple energy ball passed by, and Hariyama continued to move forward. Right now, Hariyama, use Fake Out! Brawly shouted with a wave of his arm. Jengar, confuse Ray! Almost at the same time, Chu Chen also shouted. In the game, Pokemon can only have one negative state at most. But it's not like this in reality. It's impossible that one negative state can help eliminate other negative states, right? Is it possible that I have burns, paralysis, sleep, poisoning and other negative states at the same time? It's a little bit of a fool, but why can't it work? Hey! Hariyama slapped his palm forward, and white energy shot towards Shiny Jengar. Hey! Shiny Jengar laughed coldly, pointed his hands forward, and multiple strange beams enveloped Hariyama. The white energy released by Hariyama was obviously faster, but the strange beams had also been released by Shiny Jengar. Both sides were hit hard. Shiny Jengar fell into a brief retreat because of Fake Out. Hariyama was also in chaos because of Confuse Ray, in addition to the burns he already had. The scene was once some weirdness. The burns on Horiyama continued to consume its physical strength. And Shiny Jengar recovered from the shrinking state much faster. Give it the last blow, Jengar, Shadow Sneak. With his palm clenched forward, Chu Chen's voice sounded faintly. He he he. The purple energy ball was condensed and thrown by Shiny Jengar. Still lost. Watching this scene, Brawly put his hands on his hips, but his face was free and easy. Bang! Horiyama, who was in a state of confusion, was hit without any surprise, flew backwards, and then fell heavily to the ground. When the smoke and dust dissipated, it had become a circle of eyes. Ding! Shiny Jengar level +1. Reached LV 28. Ding! Marshtomp level +1. Reached LV 25. Ding! Vigoroth level +1. Reached LV 22. Ding! You got Platinum Treasure Box X1. The second Platinum Treasure Box of Dewford Town Gym. Horiyama loses combat ability. All Pokemon of Gym Trainer Brawly lose combat ability. The referee on the sidelines waved the flag in his hand and pointed to Chu Chen's side. So, the final winner of this battle is the challenger. Your Pokemon are all well cultivated. Putting away Horiyama, Brawly also came over. This is what you deserve, a boxing badge that represents defeating the fighting gym. The badge he handed to Chu Chen was in the shape of a boxing glove. I hope to see you among the top trainers one day in the future. Chu Chen took the badge and was satisfied. The second gym, taken. Chapter 47. It was already evening when he came out of the gym. Instead of rushing to Granite Cave to find Steven, Chu Chen went to the Pokemon Center to rest. The Pokemon Center is actually the Pokemon World version of the Post Station. The function is naturally not only to provide treatment and assistance to Pokemon. Catering and accommodation are also services provided by the Pokemon Center. After registering a room and washing up, Chu Chen also began to count the gains from this gym. In fact, the main gains are 2 Platinum Treasure Boxes. The last time I challenged Kana's gym, one of the 2 treasure chests that exploded was only silver level. I didn't expect that my luck this time would be so good. System, open 2 Platinum Treasure Boxes at the same time. Chu Chen said in his mind while sitting cross-legged. Ding! You got Soft Sand X1. Ding! You got Speed Characteristic Replacement Agent X1. Ding! You got Alliance Coin X20,0000. Soft Sand, after the Pokemon carries it, the damage of ground attribute skills increases by 20%. This is the second carry item Chu Chen has obtained after Charcoal. Although the 20% damage increase may not seem like a big number, the effect is definitely significant. And this bonus will become more and more obvious as the Pokemon's strength gradually increases. Give this to Marshtomp. Chu Chen made a good allocation in his heart. Among the Pokemon he currently has, the Marshtomp with water plus ground attributes is undoubtedly the most suitable for this carry item. Especially when he gets an earthquake from the treasure chest, it will be great. As for this, Chu Chen's eyes moved to another item that was opened this time. He didn't expect to get another trait replacement so soon. It's Speed Up, which is not much inferior to Hercules. Speed Up, in battle, the speed of Pokemon with this trait will increase rapidly. At first glance, it doesn't seem as eye-catching as Hercules. But the speed increase in the Pokemon world is different from what ordinary people understand. If you have to give an example, then it should be like the 3 speeds of attack speed, movement speed, and casting speed in online games that increase at the same time. The increase in attack speed and movement speed should not be difficult to understand. And the increase in casting speed is actually reflected in the original work. After Ludicolo with the leisurely trait casts Rain Dance to turn on rainy weather, the casting speed of Hydro Pump increases. XYZ Episode 33, around 7 minutes and 30 seconds. 3 speeds increased. From this point of view, the value of Speed Up is reflected. For Pokemon that are strong in melee combat, this is a violent attack. Even if it is not a melee Pokémon, after speed up is fully deployed, it can also use the speed increase to transform into an ultimate turret. Just imagine in this case, the opponent can cast 2 or even more skills in the time it takes for the opponent to cast one skill. Even if the opponent is 20 LV higher, it may not be able to withstand it, right? Who should I give speed up to? Chu Chen looked down at the Pokeball on his waist. Well, replace water storage with Monferno. For his Earl Dervish Pokémon, he inevitably favored it. Previously against Team Aqua, water storage did provide him with a great helping hand. But after careful consideration, there are relatively obvious disadvantages. Facing an opponent who does not master water attribute skills, Monferno is equivalent to a state without characteristics. Replacing the speed up characteristic will undoubtedly make Monferno's improvement more comprehensive. The increase in movement speed brings an increase in dodge rate. It is also a disguised means of reducing damage from opponents. Besides, Chu Chen didn't just have Monferno, and he didn't force his Pokémon against its attributes when choosing a Pokémon for battle. He wasn't Zai, who was known as the master of reverse attributes. Ding! Monferno's attribute was successfully replaced. The attribute was replaced from water storage to acceleration. Name, Monferno. Attribute, Fire plus Fighting. Attribute, Acceleration. Level, Level 34, Advanced. Potential, Champion. Carry, Charcoal. Alright. Perfect. No words for the whole night. After a night of rest, Chu Chen was full of energy and headed straight for Granite Cave with his Pokémon. Soon. He was about to meet Steven, the extremely young league champion. Translation, Advanced Treasure Chest, Here I Come. PS1, in order to translate the original work as evidence, it was updated a little late. PS2, a friend mentioned Bond's transformation in the comment area, and the author was indeed tempted. But after searching for pictures on the internet, I came back Silent Life pictures on the internet are too ugly. Pirated game production is not at all thoughtful. Now I would like to ask everyone's opinions, do you want Bond's transformation for Infernape? Please raise your opinions as soon as possible. If everyone agrees, the author will find an artist to draw the Bond's transformation picture of Infernape himself. If you can't find a suitable artist, or the effect of the painting does not meet your expectations, the plan will be scrapped. Chapter 48. In the Granite Cave. Monferno, Flamethrower. In the relatively dark space, Chu Chen's voice sounded faintly. Poka. The flame in Monferno's mouth brewed, and a stream of fire formed at an extremely fast speed and was then spewed out. The fire bolt roared and hit a Zubat in the air ahead. This Zubat was not a particularly powerful Pokémon. After being hit by the fire bolt, its status instantly reached its limit, and it fell to the ground. Ding! You got Silver Treasure Box X1. System, open it directly. Chu Chen said in his mind. Ding! You got Rain Dance Skill Learning Machine X1. Ding! You got Alliance Coin X3000. Rain Dance is a change-type skill that can create rainy weather, which is the most core skill of the weather team. After Marshtomp evolves to Swampert, if it can Mega Evolve, its characteristics will become easy swimming, which increases the speed in rainy days. Chu Chen thought. There is no big question about the allocation of this skill learning machine, just give it to Marshtomp. Passing Zubat, who had fallen to the ground and lost his ability to fight, Chu Chen led the Pokémon to go deeper. Granite Cave is a natural cave, not one left by artificial mining of ore. So there is no lighting equipment inside. As he went deeper, the light in the cave became dimmer. Fortunately, although none of Chu Chen's Pokémon had mastered the shiny technique, the flame at the end of Monferno's tail was a natural torch. Put the tail forward and the light will be bright. If Monferno evolves into Infernape, the flame will move to the top of the head, and lighting will be more convenient. And the lack of signs of human development is also good for Chu Chen. Granite Cave is home to a large number of wild Pokémon. Of course, the mist's probably the Zubat we just met. Chu Chen didn't check the information. But he guessed that, apart from Magikarp, which exists in almost every body of water, the most widely distributed Pokémon must be Zubat. Which region's caves don't have a few Zubats? Kuo. A black shadow suddenly jumped out from the dark corner. Monferno's flames did have a lighting effect, but they also attracted many brave wild Pokémon. As the black shadow entered the bright area, Chu Chen also successfully saw its appearance. An Aran. Speaking of which, Granite Cave is also a large-scale habitat for Aran, even Laren, and Agran. Don't think that Aran seems to look cute, but it can actually run to human gathering places to eat railroad tracks and cars. And now, it is rushing towards Monferno arrogantly. Iron Head. Monferno, Fire Punch. Pop. With a grin, Monferno clenched his fists, flames rose from his fists, and swung them towards Aran. Its speed was even faster than when it faced Zubat before. So, Aran flew back at a faster speed than when he came. Tackle was on the side of the cave, and a few rocks fell to press down his body, and the aggressive Aran stopped moving. This kind of Pokémon is made of real iron, and Chu Chen was not worried that it would be crushed after losing its combat ability. Now he was looking at Monferno in front of him thoughtfully. It didn't take too long from the end of the battle with Zubat to the encounter with Aran. And it was obvious that the effect of Monferno's acceleration characteristic was not directly eliminated because he left the battle at the beginning. After all, the real world is not a purely regular world like the game. Chu Chen knew this very well. Therefore, every time he gets a new item, he will test it to find out the differences between the game and reality. In most cases, he can learn from these details. Because it is not absolutely regular, the concept of out of combat will be relatively vague. The period from activation to cooling of the speed up feature is definitely a big improvement in combat effectiveness if used well. There is definitely no way to fight against it. But being able to predict the next battle in advance, you can even let Monferno warm up first and increase Earl Dervish's speed at the beginning of the battle. It will take more battles to get familiar and master it. Chu Chen's eyes swept across the dark area that Monferno's flames could not illuminate. It just so happens that here he will not lack wild Pokémon that can cooperate. There is no need to actively look for them, wild Pokémon will come to the door towards the flames. Monferno, Mach Punch. Chu Chen caught a Guadud hiding in the rubble. Pop. Monferno rushed out faster, and used his fist to make Guadud happily punch GG. Ding! You got the bronze treasure box. Another Aran rushed out with Iron Head. Like the last Aran, Monferno embedded it in the stone wall with a fire punch. Ding! Vigoroth gained experience. Level +1. Reached LV 23. Clearing out the Pokémon like Aran and Guadud that kept hitting him along the way. Monferno's speed was getting faster and faster. As if facing the large group of Zubats flying in front of it at the same time, the flames in its mouth brewed, and instantly a thick fireball was spewed out. The whole space was illuminated, and the fireballs also engulfed the Zubats. Like dumplings, one after another of the roasted black, incapable of fighting Zubats fell to the ground. Ding! Marshtomp gained experience. Level +1. Reached LV 26. Ding! Shiny Jengar gained experience. Level +1. Reached LV 29. Ding! Monferno gained experience. Level +1. Reached LV 35. Monferno LV 35. Infernape, the final evolution form, is only one step away. Chapter 49. After leaving the battle, the speed of acceleration increases steadily at a certain rate. After defeating so many wild Pokémon, Chu Chen had a preliminary judgment. If he completely leaves the battle, Monferno's speed will eventually return to its original state. But his idea is still feasible. After all, this speed decay is fast, but it also takes time. Anyway, he never intended to let Monferno get the highest speed at the beginning of the battle. But what's more important now is, we have to go first get some experience. Chu Chen looked at Monferno in front of him, his eyes full of excitement and expectation. Just the last LV1 left. At LV36, Monferno will be able to meet the evolution conditions. Before, he was still waiting for wild Pokémon to come to him, but now Chu Chen is no longer satisfied with this method. He wants to take the initiative. Marshtomp, it's up to you. Chu Chen turned his head and looked at Marshtomp beside him. The fins on Marshtomp's head are actually a kind of biological radar. Even if the vision in the cave is dim, it will not affect its ability to find the wild Pokémon hidden in it. Ligu. After receiving the command, the fins on Marshtomp's head trembled gently, feeling the changes in the cave from the flowing air. Ligu. Ligu. It didn't take long before Marshtomp stood up and pointed in a certain direction in the darkness. Are there more Pokémon over there? Waving his fist, Chu Chen took a big step. Let's go. There is indeed a huge difference between waiting and taking the initiative. Especially Marshtomp understood Chu Chen's meaning very well. Not only did they find the wild Pokémon easily, but it was a big one. Name, Agrin. Attribute, Steel plus Rock. Feature, Rock Head. Level, Level 44, Superior. Potential, Superior. Carry, None. LV 44. Superior. Such strength. Not to mention wild Pokémon, even Pokémon raised by trainers, Chu Chen has never really faced them. He can't really face Roxanne's leader-level Big Nose Pass. Run away? Not to mention that Chu Chen didn't intend to run away. Even if he ran away, it would probably be unlikely to succeed. Agrin is a Pokémon with a very strong sense of territory. Intruders like Chu Chen and his Pokémon will be attacked crazily by it. Marshtomp's radar is really powerful. Although the level difference is as much as LV9, the fighting type has 4 times the restraint of Steel plus Rock attributes, so we are not without a chance. And in the dim light, Chu Chen's eyes were shining. This is the experience value of walking. It's easy to know that the experience gained by defeating this Agrin will definitely allow Monferno to easily reach LV36. Bang! Bang! Amid the muffled sound of the ground, Agrin stepped out step by step, and cast a cold gaze condescendingly at Chu Chen and his Pokémon. Roar! With a violent roar that almost spread throughout the granite cave, Agrin lowered his head and rushed towards Monferno standing in the front. Iron Head! Monferno, Mach Punch hit its legs. Amid the trembling of the ground, Chu Chen pulled back to a safe distance while giving orders loudly. Pop! Monferno's body shook, and he rushed out and rushed towards Agrin. Its speed is extremely fast. In addition to the effect of Mach Punch itself, there is also the improvement of acceleration characteristics that have not completely declined. This is also Chu Chen's confidence. Almost instantly approached Agrin, avoiding its tackle, and Monferno brushed past it. The white energy emitting a sharp breath covered his fist, and at the same time, Monferno swung his fist at Agrin's calf. Roar! The calf was hit solidly, and Agrin lost his balance in an instant because of the pain and fell heavily to the ground. The fighting attribute energy that can cause a 4-fold restraint effect is also madly reducing its state. Although I dare not say that one blow can seriously injure it, it can at least suppress its madness to a certain extent. Roar! The roar was mixed with anger, and the movements of Agrin who got up from the ground were indeed a little cautious. Obviously, Monferno, who was originally ignored by it, has made it feel wary. Maybe I should be glad that it has not reached LV 45. Relieved, Chu Chen couldn't help but whisper in his heart. This Agrin is not afraid of the rock head characteristic of skill reaction damage. If it reaches LV 45 and masters the double edge reflected in the game. Because it is a wild Pokémon without a trainer's command and fights entirely on instinct. It can be because of Monferno's. It would be strange if he calmed down after this Mach Punch. In that situation, it could only charge like a wild bull that could not be stopped at all. Chu Chen was not afraid of an open environment, but now he was in the granite cave. It will be easier to deal with it if you calm down. Chu Chen's voice echoed far away in the cave as he clenched his palm forward. Monferno, Flamethrower. Chapter 50. Fire attribute skills can also cause a doubly out-of group effect on Agrin with steel plus rock attributes. In general, Monferno's attribute advantage over Agrin is still very obvious. But Chu Chen asked Monferno to cast Flamethrower. It is obvious that he was testing the 50% burn chance of Holy Flame. Even if Agrin is at a higher level, once it falls into a burn state, the threat level will be greatly reduced. Pop! The blazing fireballs were quickly spewed out by Monferno, whistling towards Agrin. Roar! Agrin, who had already suffered a setback, did not dare to be arrogant. Realizing that it could not avoid the whistling fireballs, it crossed its arms in front of its body, and a layer of light blue translucent light shield emerged. Protect. This is a defensive nature-changing skill that is almost invincible in the game. Although there is no so-called invincibility in reality, it is not wrong to call Protect pseudo-invincibility. The higher the intensity of the attack resisted by the light shield that appears after casting Protect, the more physical strength will be consumed. Unless it can exhaust Agrin's physical strength, or the attack intensity instantly exceeds the light shield's tolerance limit. Otherwise, it will be like what is happening in front of him. The fireballs spewed by Monferno are completely blocked by the light shield outside Agrin's body. There was no disappointment on Chu Chen's face. The strength of Protect corresponds to an equally obvious disadvantage: the success rate of continuous use is greatly reduced. In the following battle, he can completely assume that this Agrin has no grasp of Protect. Roar! Agrin took counter-attack and waved its metallic claws at Monferno. Metal Claw! Monferno, get out of the way! Pop! Monferno, whose 3 speeds have been comprehensively improved, is agile enough to easily dodge the attack from Agrin. But Agrin's attack seems to be endless. Monferno can only temporarily avoid the edge and dodge as much as possible. If you defend for a long time, you will lose. Especially in this relatively narrow environment, once Monferno is forced to the wall, its speed advantage will be greatly reduced. Slightly frowning, Chu Chen looked for a counter-attack opportunity that might appear at any time. There is a gap in Agrin's attack rhythm. With a lot of experience in fighting, Chu Chen soon found a point that might be exploitable. Agrin's swing of his left hand was obviously slightly delayed. But unlike humans who have to use various tools, in theory, Pokémon's left and right hands should be used at the same frequency. Chu Chen's eyes moved down, falling on Agrin's right calf. The right calf hit by Monferno's first Mach punch. This is the inevitable support point for Agrin to use the power of his left body. If Agrin hadn't despised it at the beginning, even for its relatively fragile calf with a body of iron and steel, it would not be easily hit by Monferno. So after the first attack calmed it down, Chu Chen didn't plan to let Monferno use the same trick again. But now that the foreshadowing has been laid, Monferno, now! Flame Car! Watching the moment when Agrin's center of gravity turned to his injured right foot, Chu Chen shouted. Pop! Monferno hugged his knees and rolled out in the air. The flame at the end of his tail expanded and wrapped it up. A round of flame turntable was formed, and it tackled Agrin without dodging. Roar! Seeing the slippery Monferno approaching, Agrin swung out his metal left claw without thinking too much. The two sides collided. However, Agrin, whose strength should have been absolutely superior to Monferno, was knocked off balance by the flame turntable. Then the flame turntable, without any obstruction, tackled it fiercely into its arms. The rolling flames burst and burned, inflicting heavy damage to Agrin. Pop! With the reaction force, Monferno did a backflip to create distance and landed steadily. Monferno, Flamethrower WER! Pointing forward with his hand, Chu Chen continued to speak loudly. As the battle progressed, the subsequent improvement effect of speed up gradually emerged. Just like now, Monferno's flame cart collided, pulled away, and then instantly spewed out flamethrower. Agrin had just recovered from the pain at this time. This time without protect, the flames were firmly imprinted on Agrin's body. After 2 consecutive attacks of Holy Flame, it was only LV9 higher than Monferno, but it still couldn't escape the 50% burn probability. With a leap, the golden flames emerged from its body, making its condition worse. Next, Monferno, use Mach Punch continuously. The goal was achieved, and Chu Chen chose to let Monferno end the battle more steadily and more maneuverably. Poka! With a soft cry, Monferno made a fist seal and found the right opportunity to punch Agrin again and again. Under the continuous consumption of Mach Punch that can cause 4 times the effect of the group and the continuous loss of the burn state, this Agrin, who may be considered a dominant one in Granite Cave, fell down in frustration. Ding! Monferno level +2. Reached LV 37. Ding! Shiny Jengar level +3. Reached LV 32. Ding! Marshtomp level +4. Reached LV 30. Ding! Vigoroth level +5. Reached LV 28. Ding! You got Saffron Treasure Box X1. Listening to the electronic prompt sound that continued for a long time, Chu Chen was surprised. This is a significant improvement in the strength of all members. And Monferno LV 37. It even directly exceeded the level required for evolution. Chapter 51. Under Chu Chen's gaze, a layer of faint blue evolution light began to emerge on Monferno's body. In the light, Monferno's body became more slender and agile. And its breath was also steadily rising. When its breath intensity reached its peak, the blue-white evolution light covering its body instantly turned into light spots and scattered in the air. Monferno has disappeared from the spot, replaced by the handsome Infernape. The flame at the end of the tail disappeared, but above Infernape's head, a long burning flame mixed with gold appeared. At various joints of its body, there were saffron-colored vortex scales that could enhance defense. Name: Infernape. Attribute: Fire plus Fighting. Feature: Acceleration. Level: Level 37, Advanced. Potential: Champion. Carry: Charcoal. The feature replacement brought by the system is irreversible. The replaced acceleration feature did not change because Monferno evolved into Infernape. Chu Chen was looking at Infernape, and Infernape was also looking at him. Long time no see. Infernape. Pop. The man and the monkey stretched out their palms and clasped them tightly. Except for Vigoroth, who joined the team last, everyone has reached advanced strength. Turning his head to look at every Pokémon around him, Chu Chen couldn't help but feel extremely satisfied. According to this progress, it won't be long before his team is even full of superiors. Especially when his Pokémon are very strong in actual combat, his ability to resist risks will be further strengthened. Let's take a look at this saffron treasure box that just exploded. What good things can be opened? Being in Agrin's territory, Chu Chen is not worried about being disturbed while resting here. System: Open Saffron Treasure Box. Ding! You got Flare Blitz Skill Learning Machine X1. Ding! You got Alliance Coin X 10,000. Chu Chen's previous guess was confirmed. Silver Treasure Box can only open relatively ordinary skills. If you want big skills of various attributes, you can only open them from the higher level Saffron Treasure Box. Flare Blitz is a fire attribute skill with a powerful Gundam effect in the game. Chu Chen never expected that Monferno would be able to open such a perfect skill just after it evolved into Infernape. Even if Infernape can comprehend Flare Blitz autonomously as its level increases, it still does not hinder Chu Chen's surprise. Because the level required for its autonomous comprehension is LV 68. And Infernape is only LV 37 after it has just evolved. It can be greatly advanced through skills. Being able to learn the machine to master Flare Blitz is undoubtedly a great thing. How did that saying go? Learn early and enjoy early. Especially after evolution, Infernape independently comprehended the fighting system's big skill close combat. With two big skills at the same time, the actual combat power is soaring. Infernape, take it. Take out the skill learning machine from the system backpack and throw it to Infernape. This is not the first time that a similar situation has happened. Infernape, who was already excited to feel the power of evolution, was even more excited to catch the skill learning machine. Following the boss, you can quickly become stronger. Infernape firmly believes this. The moment the Flare Blitz skill learning machine fell into its hands, it turned into a stream of light and sank into its body. The next second, the flames on Infernape's head burned fiercely, swirling around and enveloping its entire body. This is not the end. Pop! With Infernape's low shout, the color of the flames enveloping it suddenly changed. From red and yellow to blue and white. But what remained unchanged was the faint golden color in the flames. Watching Infernape steadily begin to feel and become familiar with the casting state of Flare Blitz, Chu Chen retracted his gaze. Sitting cross-legged on the ground that was equally blue and white reflected by Infernape's blue flames, Chu Chen also summarized his understanding of acceleration along the way. Acceleration in the real world has another difference from the game. Recalling the fight between Infernape, who was still Monferno at the time, and Agrin, Chu Chen's eyes flashed. Compared to the previous one-sided encounters, this battle that lasted for a while undoubtedly allowed him to see more things clearly. In the game, the mechanism of speed up is that the speed level increases by +1 every round at the beginning of the battle. The concept of round in the real world is relatively vague. A round is a round if one side goes back and forth. But in actual battles, as long as one can seize the opportunity, it is common for one side to cast skills multiple times in the so-called round. At that time, Monferno's speed seemed to increase every time after it casts a skill. Chu Chen made an assumption in his mind, so the speed-up feature is triggered every time it casts a skill, or consumes a lot of physical strength. Although it is just a simple assumption, it is basically certain that it is almost certain. Anyway, he is thinking about how to make the most of the feature in battle, not publishing a scientific paper, and it does not need to be accurate to every detail. Attack rhythm. Chu Chen said to himself. Infernape needs more attack opportunities to trigger speed up, and the speed up after triggering will in turn create more attack opportunities for it. This is a virtuous cycle. It can be said that once the opponent falls into the rhythm of Infernape's attack, definitely defeated. When Chu Chen was absorbed in his thoughts, he did not notice that a shadow was approaching him in the dark corner. As if it had been brewing for a long time, the shadow suddenly rushed out and was about to tackle Chu Chen. Chapter 52. The shadow that rushed out was not big, but it quickly rushed in front of Chu Chen. But before it could tackle Chu Chen, Infernape on the side reached out and grabbed it. There are other Pokémon in Agrin's territory. Chu Chen was not panicked but surprised by this sudden attacker. Especially since Infernape stopped it so easily, it meant that it was not a powerful Pokémon. Is this Aaron? With the help of Infernape's firelight, Chu Chen also saw clearly that Infernape grabbed its head directly and fluttered its short arms and legs in the air. Name, Aaron. Attributes, Steel plus Rock. Features, Rock Head. Level, Level 1, Junior. Potential, Elite. Carry, none. Only LV1? It looks like this Agrin's child, and it should have just hatched not long ago. Chu Chen's face showed a look of realization. Looking at it this way, it's not strange that this Aaron appeared here. Usually, the more powerful Pokémon are, the weaker their reproductive ability is, so their cubs will become independent later. Like the wild Aarons that Chu Chen had encountered in Granite Cave before, most of them were above LV8. Without intending to argue with this little guy, Chu Chen waved his hand and prepared to let Infernape put it down. Wait. Something seems to be wrong. Right. After waving his hand, Chu Chen turned his head to look at the little Aaron who had given up struggling, and called up its panel. It turned out to be Elite Potential. Agrin can definitely be considered a powerful Pokémon. and it is one of the Pokémon that can undergo Mega Evolution. Early before entering Granite Cave, Chu Chen had been paying attention to this kind of Pokémon. But this is where Aaron, Laren, and Agrin gather in large numbers. It's just like the reason for conquering Slaycoat in the past. Even if you have the system in hand, you will choose to cultivate it to save more resources if you have a choice. Therefore, Chu Chen did not plan to conquer the few errands he met on the road. But he was originally thinking of finding one similar to the original Slaycoat, with leader-level potential. I didn't expect that when he defeated an Agrin and was about to leave, he could still pop out an elite potential. Pokémon with this level of potential are definitely rare in the world. Petalburg Woods is home to at least half of the Slaycoat in the entire Hone region. Chu Chen originally selected them one by using Eye of Exploration by the river, and the one with the highest potential found in the end was the leader level. Perhaps the other high potential Slaycoat were all captured by the Orange Flower Gym trainer, May's father Norman. He has 3 of them in plain sight. Looking at the Agrin lying on the ground and losing his ability to fight, and then looking at the little Aaron being carried by Infernape, Chu Chen raised his hand and pinched his chin. I'm afraid they're kidnapped directly. However, Chu Chen hesitated for a moment and chose to use the healing potion on Agrin first. He used Bronze Treasure Box. There are so many strange healing items that are too numerous to count. The effect is much stronger than the drugs of the same name that can be bought on the market. Agrin woke up quickly. Pokémon believe in the law of the jungle, the strong are respected. So, in addition to collecting, you also have to subdue. Facing Chu Chen and Infernape who have defeated him head-on, Agrin did not make any radical moves even after waking up. However, when it looked at Aaron who was caught by Infernape, it still showed worry in its eyes. If Infernape hurts little Aaron, it will attack even if it loses. I want to take it away. Chu Chen looked into its eyes seriously. I promise you. I will cultivate it well and make it stronger. Agrin could understand human language and could feel the sincerity in Chu Chen's tone. He could not help but hesitate when he heard it. Looking up at the Infernape beside Chu Chen, Agrin quickly made a decision when he recalled its performance in the battle. Roar! With a roar mixed with reluctance, Agrin took a last look at little Aaron and turned into the darkness. Watching Agrin disappear from sight, Aaron obviously realized something. Without struggling, he looked at Chu Chen eagerly. You will travel with me in the future. Chu Chen took out a brand new Ultra Ball and handed it to Aaron. Marshtomp, look for other human traces in Granite Cave. After taming an Aaron with elite potential, Chu Chen decided to start looking for Steven. His Monferno has evolved into Infernape, so he should have some confidence in defeating Steven's reserve. After thinking for a while, Chu Chen took out another rare candy. During this period of time, he saved up this one. Ding! Infernape takes rare candy. Level +1. Reach LV 38. The confidence has increased by 1 point. Chu Chen actually wants Infernape to reach LV 40 in one fell swoop. But unless you can find a wild Pokémon of the same level as Agrin, it is not an easy task to accumulate enough experience. Ligu! Ligu! The fins on its head trembled, and Marshtomp called out twice, indicating that it had found its target. 5 minutes later, looking at the countless Maywile in front of him, Chu Chen silently turned his head to look at Marshtomp at his feet. He began to wonder if Marshtomp had misunderstood his words just now. Don't look at these Maywile's cute appearances. But they are really not cute at all. Chapter 53. Maywile has yellow. The body color is as cute as a doll, but the horn on its head is a steel jaw. If you let down your guard against it because of its cuteness, the jaw on its head will definitely teach you a deep enough lesson. Just in the area illuminated by the flame on Infernape's head, Chu Chen saw countless Maywile. God knows how many more there are in the dark and unclear cave. That is, Maywile's habits are different from other fierce Pokémon. It is more accustomed to confusing the opponent to approach first and then suddenly attack. Otherwise, if it encounters an intruder like Chu Chen, it will not be quiet, but will rush towards Chu Chen and Infernape. Ligu. Ligu. Marsh Tomp noticed Chu Chen's suspicious look and gestured anxiously. You mean the person you detected is at the end of this cave? Looking at Marsh Tomp's actions, Chu Chen asked tentatively. Ligu. Ligu. Marsh Tomp nodded heavily. Is that so? Chu Chen looked back at the Maywile that were looking at him at the same time. It seems that we can only force our way through. He could also withdraw and wait outside the granite cave. But for a natural cave like this, it is hard to say whether the entrance to Duford town is the only one. As for whether the human detected by Marsh Tomp is someone else, it is possible, but the probability is not very high. In a place full of wild Pokémon, not everyone dares and has the ability to go deep. The Agron that Chu Chen encountered before can deter most people. Jengar, poison gas. Having made up his mind, Chu Chen no longer hesitated and gave the order directly. He he he. With a cold laugh, the purple smoke on the surface of shiny Jengar dissipated and floated in the direction of the Maywile. Cuckoo. Cuckoo. The Maywile's quiet appearance is only to confuse the enemy and prey, but it does not mean that they will always be quiet. Realizing the meaning of shiny Jengar's actions, they all moved at once, running towards Chu Chen's direction under the purple smoke. As long as the distance is right, they will swing their jaws without hesitation. Infernape, flamethrower. Even though the situation looked critical, Chu Chen's face did not change much, and the order was issued in an orderly manner. Pop! The flames in Infernape's mouth brewed, spewing out a huge stream of fire. In terms of the power of the skill alone, it is much stronger than before its evolution. The roar of the fire made the Maywiles with steel plus fairy attributes and fear of fire hurriedly dodge. The purple smoke released by shiny Jengar was also ignited by the flames, so that the air in such a large area was dotted with flames. Marsh Tomp, water gun! Chu Chen shouted loudly. Of course, he didn't intend to let Marsh Tomp put out all the flames. He only wanted to put out part of them. Ligu. After receiving the order, a stream of water spurted out of Marsh Tomp's mouth and sank directly into the sea of fire. A tunnel appeared in the center of the sea of fire. Now, Chu Chen saw the opportunity and led all the Pokémon into the tunnel. The flames dotted in the air were the best barrier separating them from the Maywiles. The damage these flames could cause was secondary. The key was to use the Maywile's instinctive fear of flames. Wild Pokémon without trainers act entirely on instinct. Even if one or two Maywile who have overcome their fear rush in occasionally, they will be sent flying at a faster speed under Vigorota's fist. The tunnel is not long, and there are still Maywile waiting in front. Infernape, lead the way with the flame wheel. Pop! Infernape transformed into flame wheel, rolled out on the ground and rushed towards the group of Maywile. The shiny Jengar and Marsh Tomp in the back used Shadow Sneak and Mud Shot to clear the flanks respectively. Chu Chen was really trying to break through, not trying to knock down every Maywile. Gradually, the number of Maywile around began to decrease. But the end of the cave in front of Chu Chen. It was the real end, a bare stone wall. Are you sure this is the place? Chu Chen cast a suspicious look at Marsh Tomp again. Ligu. Ligu. The fins on his head trembled, and Marsh Tomp pointed to the stone wall and nodded confidently. Wait. You can't judge the direction of the straight line, right? Chu Chen suddenly felt a toothache. Looking back, all he saw was the cute Maywile. Infernape, use close combat to try to break through this stone wall. Take a deep breath, Chu Chen said loudly. We're here. It's impossible to retreat in the same way again, right? Pop! Infernape rushed towards the stone wall, and his fists covered with white light emitting a sharp breath, swung at the stone wall with all his strength. Bang! Bang! The stone wall was hit with a dull sound, and gravel flew and cracks spread. However, it seemed that it was still a little short of completely breaking through it. But in the next second, the cracks on the stone wall hit by Infernape quickly expanded and spread all over the stone wall. Boom! As if it was exploded, the stone wall collapsed instantly. The first thing Chu Chen saw was a blue-green metal arm, and then a Metagross appeared in his field of vision. Name, Metagross. Attributes, Steel plus Psychic. Features, Tough Claws. Level 88, Champion. Potential, Champion. Carry, Metal Film. LV 88. Champion Strength. There is probably only one person in the entire Pokemon world who can possess a Metagross of this level. Looking up, Chu Chen saw a young man with sky blue hair standing on the back of Metagross. It was his goal this time, Hone Region League Champion, Steven. Chapter 54. Although theoretically there is still a step to the top, Metagross is a quasi-god Pokemon. With its stronger combat power than ordinary Pokemon, it is now no weaker than the ordinary top level. I seem to have the impression that Steven has a shiny Metagross. Thinking of this, Chu Chen subconsciously looked at the row of Pokeballs on Steven's waist. Shiny Metagross appeared twice in the original book. One time, it was naturally Steven's absolute main force, and the spray against Alon was nothing. With the help of its Mega Evolution with Steven's bonds, it directly intervened in the battle between the original Groudon and the original Kyogre. Even if it was just an intervention and marginal interference, it was enough to show the power of this shiny Metagross. You know, Groudon and Kyogre are the most powerful Pokemon in the entire Pokemon world. And their original forms are equivalent to the Mega of ordinary Pokemon. The other time, it appeared in the Metagross Mountain, attracting and defeating countless trainers who wanted to conquer it. Now the timeline is pushed forward 3 or 4 years. Has Steven captured shiny Metagross now? Chu Chen was guessing in his heart. Is the shiny Metagross that appeared in the Sinnoh Metagross Mountain the same one as Steven's? Chu Chen also had some ideas about this handsome and powerful quasi-god Pokemon. How did you provoke that group of Mawile? Steven couldn't help but ask curiously as he led Chu Chen and his Pokemon out of Granite Cave. He still remembered that when he met Chu Chen was directly sandwiched between the group of Mawile and the stone wall. This kind of operation is really not something that everyone can do. Marsh Tompit. Chu Chen briefly told Steven what happened and looked at the surrounding environment at the same time. As he thought, Granite Cave had more than one cave opening to the outside. Steven and Chu Chen left Granite Cave and came here, which was not within the scope of Dewford Town. Maybe it's because marsh tomps mainly live in lakes and swamps, and don't have a clear concept of dead ends. After hearing what Chu Chen said, Steven couldn't help but smile. By the way, you mean you're looking for someone? Then, Steven caught this key point. I'm looking for you, Mr. Steven. Chu Chen stretched out his hand. Let me introduce myself, my name is Chu Chen. Chu Chen. Steven shook hands with Chu Chen, and his face first showed a look of reminiscence, and then a sudden realization emerged. I heard from my father earlier speaking of you. I would also like to thank you for your timely help. At this point, Steven looked at Chu Chen seriously. Did you encounter any difficulties when you came to me? Just tell me. I will try my best to help you solve it. These words from a league champion are still quite weighty. However, the request that Chu Chen wanted to make to Steven was much simpler than he thought. I want to have a Onionon Pokemon battle with you. Sure enough, Steven was obviously stunned when he heard this request. But soon, a smile appeared on his face. In that case, then as you wish. After becoming the league champion, he has rarely accepted this kind of challenge. Even if he did, he would most likely refuse. But for Chu Chen, who was praised by Stone, Steven didn't mind making this exception. He also wanted to know what level of strength this boy who was said to have played an important role in the fight against Team Aqua was at. The terrain outside this cave in Granite Cave was flat, which was a natural battlefield. Since both parties had reached an agreement, they quickly stood in opposition. I have a Pokemon that I am cultivating here, I will use it to fight you. For consideration, Steven did not choose to use his current main lineup. This was undoubtedly a good idea for Chu Chen, who wanted to brush treasure chests on Stephen and had impure intentions. But when Stephen threw out the poke ball, when he released the Pokemon he mentioned, Chu Chen's face suddenly became solemn. The Pokemon that appeared in front of him was the shiny Metagross he had just thought of. The main body of the body was a discus, the metal cross on the face was an X shape, and there were 4 of them that looked like a single beldum. The only difference from the ordinary Metagross was that this Metagross was silver-white, and the X on the face was also a different orange-yellow. The good news is that Stephen has captured a shiny Metagross now, so the one in the Metagross mountain must still be there. Chu Chen smiled in the midst of suffering. The bad news. Naturally, the difficulty of Stephen's treasure chest to explode has increased significantly. Name, Shiny Metagross. Attribute, Steel plus Psychic. Feature, Clear Body. Level, Level 46, Superior. Potential, Master. Carry, Metal Film. Although the level is similar to the Agron that Chu Chen defeated before, the combat power of the two sides is very different. First of all, as a quasi-god, Shiny Metagross's combat power is already ahead of other Pokemon of the same level. And compared to Agron's fighting instinct, this Shiny Metagross has a league champion standing behind it. Secondly, in terms of attributes, Infernape is definitely better than Agron, and it can only be said that it is 5050 with Shiny Metagross of Steel plus Psychic. Clear Body, which is immune to negative effects, greatly reduces the effectiveness of Infernape's Sacred Flame. But even if I lose, I won't lose much. Thinking of this, Chu Chen felt a little relieved. Besides, I may not necessarily lose. Compared to when he defeated Agron, his Infernape evolved from Monferno and was much stronger. Speed up is also a feature that can create miracles. Anyway, fuck him. Chapter 55. Without considering the treasure chest, Chu Chen completely entered a state of fighting without distraction. In front of him, Infernape could also feel the strength of his opponent. But this actually stimulated its fighting spirit. The flame on its head seemed to burn even more vigorously. On the opposite side of the field, Stephen watched this scene and nodded secretly in his heart. Infernape, flamethrower. Pointing at the shiny Metagross opposite, Chu Chen shouted. Boom! Infernape responded with a soft cry, and the flames in its mouth brewed, spewing out high-temperature fire. The fire roared and arrived in front of shiny Metagross in an instant. Infernape's basic speed is already among the top among the Royal Three. Even though it has been out of battle for some time, the speed increase of acceleration has been greatly reduced, but its speed is still good enough. Metagross, Metal Claw. Stephen also gave the order. Wit. Shiny Metagross looked at the fire in front of him, raised his metal arm, and slashed forward with his sharp claws covered with metallic luster. The fire spewed by Infernape was instantly torn apart and turned into sparks that scattered in the air. Stephen did not issue a new order immediately, and the meaning of consideration was particularly obvious. It is estimated that in his mind, he did not even think that Chu Chen challenged him to defeat him. Since you give me a chance, then I will not refuse it. Chu Chen looked at Infernape in front of him. Infernape, use flamethrower continuously. The clear body feature can be immune to all negative states, and he certainly does not want to try to trigger the 50% burn chance of holy fire. Infernape's acceleration is the key to his victory in this battle. Pop! Following Chu Chen's instructions, Infernape continued to spit fire. All these flames were torn apart by shiny Metagross without exception. It seemed that Infernape was doing useless work. But its acceleration characteristic had been triggered again and again in the casting of skills. Stephen's focus was not on this. So even if his fighting instinct made him notice some abnormalities, he did not notice that Infernape was intentionally controlling the casting speed of Flamethrower, which was obviously faster. It is not a good fighting habit to always use the same and ineffective moves. Stephen frowned slightly at Chu Chen's order and pushed his palm forward. Metagross, use Confusion. He wanted to actively force Chu Chen to change. Wit. In a mechanical voice, the orange-yellow X on Shiny Metagross's face turned blue, and the invisible spiritual energy swept out from then on, covering Infernape. Infernape, Flame Chariot. After just a moment's hesitation, Chu Chen responded. He had already played out this situation in his mind more than once in his spare time. Pop! Infernape hugged his knees and the flames on his head expanded, covering his entire body, forming a wheel of flames. The invisible and formless psychic skill can be said to be the most difficult to defend against among all the skills of the attribute. But no matter how invisible and formless it is, whether it is psychic attribute energy or spiritual energy, to put it bluntly, it is still the energy level. Since it is the energy level, it can definitely be blocked by energy means. Infernape, who cast the Flame Chariot, is now protected by its own flames in 360 degrees without dead ends. The invisible spiritual energy arrived in an instant, trying to wrap Infernape. But when it touched the flames covering the outside of Infernape, it was drastically depleted. From a visual point of view, the flames on the surface of Infernape were swaying wildly. As if being held tightly by an invisible hand, the flames on Infernape's body suddenly went out at a certain moment. But Infernape itself was not affected anymore. This can be regarded as the offsetting of the skills of both parties. Infernape is indeed inferior to Shiny Metagross in level and combat power. But reflected in the game, Confusion with a power of only 40 is not a strong skill. And Metagross is not a Pokémon that is good at special attacks. Is it actually using this method to resist confusion? Even Steven, the champion of the league, was a little surprised at this time. The whole process looks simple, but the most valuable thing is actually this thought. Infernape, Mach Punch. Ignoring Steven's surprise, Chu Chen estimated that the speed of Infernape after triggering acceleration many times was enough to try to fight this shiny Metang. Pop! After understanding Chu Chen's meaning, Infernape no longer concealed it. The white light emitting a sharp aura covered its fist. It just shook its body and arrived several meters in front of Shiny Metagross in the next second. It raised its arm high, and then its fist hit the center of the X on Shiny Metagross's face. Without waiting for Shiny Metagross to make any follow-up moves, Infernape had already opened up the distance with the help of the reaction force. What a fast speed! This was the second time Steven was surprised in this battle. Beauty our Infernape is too far behind my Metagross in terms of level and strength. Steven gestured to the Shiny Metagross in front of him. Steel attribute is restrained by fighting attribute, and psychic attribute restrains fighting attribute, so the steel plus psychic attribute Shiny Metagross is subject to the normal damage of Infernape's Mach Punch. But the punch just now didn't even make this Shiny Metagross retreat half a step, and it was obvious that the actual damage caused was quite limited. Metagross, let's use Mach Punch too. Steven said lightly with a wave of his arm. Wit! Shiny Metagross's claws pierced the soil and ran quickly, and the heavy metal arm also swung heavily at Infernape. Infernape, get out of the way! Poka! Infernape rolled over to avoid the attack of Shiny Metagross. The ground where it was a second ago was directly cracked by the Shiny Metagross. Indeed, the difference in strength is too big. Even if it can attack more with speed, it is likely to be hit by the skills of this Shiny Metagross because of a careless move. Chu Chen analyzed the situation. It may take a long time for Infernape to defeat it, and it may only need one heavy blow to defeat Infernape. If high-frequency attacks are not okay, then the attack intensity must be increased. Then, do you know about the instantaneous buff? Infernape, Swords Dance. Chu Chen said loudly. Chapter 56. When the opponent uses a buff-type skill like Swords Dance, it is necessary to interrupt it in time if possible. This is something that every trainer knows. Steven, as the champion of the Hone Region League and one of the most powerful trainers in the Pokémon world, is obviously no exception. But just when he raised his arm and prepared to give Shiny Metagross an order, he was suddenly stunned. Before he could react, the opponent's buff had ended. What kind of experience is this? Anyway, Stephen only saw that after Infernape received Chu Chen's order, the sword formation that appeared from its body to the outside only appeared for a moment, and then disappeared into its body again. And the strength of Infernape's breath has been enhanced to a certain extent in this extremely short process. Infernape, Mach Punch. Stephen was a little distracted because of surprise, but Chu Chen would not miss this opportunity. He waved his fist forward and gave an order. Pop! Still approaching shiny Metagross at an extremely fast speed, Infernape swung his fist covered with white sharp energy heavily. Hit the center of the X on shiny Metagross's face again. Wit! This time, it finally felt the pain under Infernape's attack, and its body retreated half a step backward. Infernape's power began to threaten it. Infernape, continue. Use Mach Punch after Sword's Dance. Poka! Sword formations appeared and disappeared around him, and Infernape, with a stronger aura, rushed out and swung his fists. Shiny Metagross retreated again. The biggest advantage of Chu Chen's feature replacement achieved through the system is actually the information gap. There are very few Pokémon with the acceleration feature, but it is not absent. However, trainers who know about this will consciously observe and restrict Pokémon of these populations. If Stephen knew in advance that Infernape's feature was acceleration, he would never let it go completely at the beginning. Chu Chen said before that once Infernape with the acceleration feature mastered the rhythm, then victory is in hand. Infernape, keep going. Chu Chen slashed his hand knife diagonally in front of him. Pop! After the third sword formation appeared, Infernape's aura strength was close to, and even surpassed, Metagross to a certain extent. The next second, it appeared in front of shiny Metagross. Once Infernape's Mach Punch hits, it will definitely make shiny Metagross suffered the heaviest damage since the start of the battle. But Stephen is a top trainer after all, and he is still trying to get the rhythm back. Metagross, hold on. Then use gravity. He shouted. Wit! The X on shiny Metagross's face changed from orange to sky blue, and the invisible spiritual energy dissipated into the surrounding space. At this time, Infernape's fist also hit solidly. The huge momentum made shiny Metagross's four metal arms scratch deep marks on the ground. But the process of releasing spiritual energy to the surroundings was not interrupted. Just when Infernape was about to use the reaction force to pull away like the previous few times, the gravity on the entire battlefield changed. The sudden change directly pulled the unaccustomed Infernape down and knelt on one knee. The distance between the two sides is now less than 10 meters. Metagross, Zen Headbutt! Stephen shouted as he pressed his palm forward. Wit! The metal body was covered by a layer of pink halo, and shiny Metagross rushed towards Infernape takedown. Given the level difference between the two sides, and the restraining effect of psychic attribute energy on Infernape with fire plus fighting, this Zen Headbutt definitely has the terrifying power to take Infernape away in one wave. Can't you use the speed? Chu Chen's expression was calm, then let's fight head-on. The three swords dance had already brought the power of both sides to the same level. Infernape, stop it with close combat. Pop! Both fists were covered with white light, and Infernape swung at the charging shiny Metagross with all his strength. Bang! 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 The two sides collided, and the dull sound of hitting metal rang out one after another. After only a moment of stalemate, both sides retreated to the back. Almost evenly matched. Before they could stand firm, Stephen and Chu Chen's commands rang out almost at the same time. Metagross, Psychic! Infernape, Flamethrower! Wit! Shiny Metagross's metal arms were still dragging on the ground, and the X on his face turned from orange to sky blue, and a powerful mental beam shot out. Pop! With the same palm supporting the ground, Infernape spewed fire from its mouth. The mental beam and the fire collided again at the place where the two sides collided just a moment ago. The strong shock wave swept around, stirring up circles of dust that moved outward. The next thing was a violent explosion, making the field of vision even more blurred by the dust. The battle between the two sides has been going on for a long time, but Stephen and Chu Chen both know the winner should be the next collision. Unable to see the opponent's movements, Chu Chen gave orders to Infernape on his own. Infernape, flare blitz. Pop! With a long roar, the flame on Infernape's head expanded and wrapped its entire body. The ball of flame burned fiercely and finally turned into blue flames. Chapter 57. Amid the sonic boom, Infernape, like a blue meteor, burst out close to the ground. The dust scattered and shrouded the center of the venue was also broken by the air wave. On the opposite side, it was Shiny Metagross who also rushed over and cast Zen Headbutt again. Obviously, Stephen and Chu Chen gave orders at the same time again. At the speed of both sides, the collision would happen in the next moment. Bang! Two balls of energy ball, one pink and one blue, collided fiercely. This time, even the ground below the center of the collision between the two sides had a small pit due to the terrible impact. And under the influence of the subsequent continuous and dissipated energy fluctuations, the small pit is still expanding. That is to say, there are no trees nearby, otherwise after such a collision, the scene must be a mess. The wind was howling, and Stephen and Chu Chen could only raise their hands to protect their foreheads to barely open their eyes. But their eyes were fixed on the front, waiting for the result of the collision. It was not just a contest of strength, the energy outside the bodies of Shiny Metagross and Infernape was also consuming and entangled with each other. Finally, the blue was mixed with golden flames, and the light pink psychic attribute energy outside the body of Shiny Metagross was suppressed little by little. Pop! The long roar of Infernape sounded again in the blue flames, and the blue flame ball wrapped around it also expanded in an instant swell. The balance was broken, and the stalemate no longer continued. The energy outside the body of Shiny Metagross was exhausted, and without the obstruction, Infernape tackled its metal body fiercely with blazing flames. Wit! The flames of fire attribute that can cause outstanding damage to steel plus psychic attribute Shiny Metagross rolled, and madly took away its physical strength in the collision. And its heavy body was also tackled all the way back by Infernape with huge momentum. When Infernape suffered the reaction damage of Flare Blitz and stopped panting, Stephen's Shiny Metagross's body was already covered with burnt marks, and its state was also close to the limit. It tried to stand up again, but finally fell heavily in a sway. The circle eyes representing Shiny Metagross's loss of combat ability appeared, which also announced the end of this battle. This is why the two fought in private, otherwise even if Stephen himself did not send out the main force. As the champion of the home league, the fact that he lost to a new trainer could cause a rage in the entire Pokémon world. Ding! Infernape level +2. Reached LV 40. Ding! Shiny Gengar level +3. Reached LV 35. Ding! Marshtomp level +4. Reached LV 34. Ding! Vigoroth level +5. Reached LV 33. Ding! Aaron level +15. Reached LV 16. Ding! You got Diamond Treasure Box X1. After defeating Stephen's LV 46 Shiny Metagross, Chu Chen earned another high amount of experience after a grin. The electronic system prompts about level upgrades in his mind kept ringing for a long time before finally stopping. Infernape is now LV 40, and has truly entered the superior level. In the trainer strength pyramid, this can be considered a strong one. Those who are far behind in strength, such as Shiny Gengar, have all soared several levels at once. And a little guy like Aaron, who is only LV 1, has directly risen to LV 15 in one go. EXP. Share is indeed a real artifact in the real world. Of course, we have to thank Zai, the provider of the first Diamond Treasure Box. And just as Chu Chen thought at the beginning, even if Stephen did not send out his current main force, it still successfully exploded Chu Chen's third Diamond Treasure Box. If we defeat Stephen who is using all his strength, what will explode should be the highest level epic treasure box that we have never seen before, right? Chu Chen's eyes were filled with fascination. Diamond chest can open items of Hoojin level. What will be opened in epic chest? However, now is not the time to think about this. If you want to know what is an epic chest, work hard to improve your strength, and then defeat the elites and champions who represent the pinnacle of trainer achievement. Stephen put away shiny Metagross. And Chu Chen also stepped forward to support Infernape, who had consumed a lot of physical strength. You did a good job, Infernape. After another word of encouragement, he put it back into the Pokeball to rest. Father's evaluation of you is not wrong. Although you are young, your strength is definitely the best among your peers. Stephen came over with a serious face. Your training of Infernape will definitely make many trainers feel ashamed. In fact, even he himself was a little surprised that he lost in this battle. Of course, Stephen definitely didn't know that in the short time since Chu Chen helped Handstone, Chu Chen's overall strength has increased several times since then. As for the abnormal details of Infernape that Stephen noticed after the battle, he would not delve into it. After all, everyone has secrets that cannot be told to outsiders, even he himself is no exception. You are 15 years old this year, right? After thinking about it, Stephen asked. After Chu Chen nodded in confirmation, he couldn't help shaking his head again. I just started traveling when I was your age, I was still a little worse than you. Chu Chen didn't respond. Stephen can definitely be regarded as the pride of the Pokemon world. He is not only one of the youngest among all the league champions, but he is also likely to be one of the strongest league champions. What level was he at the age of 15? People who don't know him well can't really determine whether this is a polite remark. But Chu Chen immediately stopped considering the polite question. Stephen suddenly said, "Are you interested in becoming a league champion?" Chapter 58. Chu Chen widened his eyes, not understanding Stephen's intention of asking this question. But if we follow the timeline of the original book, it seems that it won't be long before Stephen will step down from the position of home league champion. Finding the basis from the original book, Chu Chen could more or less guess Stephen's thoughts. Stephen has a special hobby, which is to collect various stones. These stones can be evolution stones of various attributes, or other stones with special functions. Just like this time when he appeared in Granite Cave, Stephen actually came for the various stones in this area. This is actually just a simple collecting habit. It has to be the kind of collection that counts only if you do it yourself. After all, Stephen's father is Stone, the director of Devon Corporation Co., Limited. He is a mega-rich second generation who is not short of money, not to mention his current status as a league champion. If he just wants to buy various stones, he doesn't need this little money at all. And now, Stephen feels that the work of the league champion has delayed his collection of stones. In the original book, Stephen himself said that it was because of collecting stones that he could not take care of the work of the league champion well. Listen. Is this human talk? At first glance, it seems that Stephen is quite responsible and afraid of delaying work. But it is obvious that it is because collecting stones has a higher priority than the work of the league champion. He chose one of the two and finally chose to give up the job. I seem to know why the gym trainers in Hone region are all lazy and don't take the profession of gym owner seriously. Chu Chen looked up at Stephen. This is a case of the top beam being crooked and the bottom beam being crooked. That's not all. In the original book, Stephen's successor, the current Pseudopoly's gym leader Wallace, seems to be an artist as his main occupation. It seems that Chu Chen can snatch Wallace away with just a nod. But he thinks that if Wallace knew, he would be grateful to him for having less burden. Could it be that this is actually the culture of the region? The more Chu Chen thought about it, the more he felt that the Hone Alliance was full of weirdos. By the way, he started his journey from the Hone region. Even if Stephen didn't mention it, he would most likely choose to challenge the Hone Alliance in the future. Should he also adapt to the local customs and prepare a hobby in advance so that he can get along better with his colleagues? I'm afraid Yes, you're only 15 years old. I'm too impatient. Seeing that Chu Chen didn't speak for a long time, Stephen sighed with some disappointment. But if you change your mind, you can come back to me. Asking this kind of question to a talented rookie trainer is not just a simple urgency. Although Chu Chen's current strength can only be said to be a rookie trainer in name. Excuse me, Chu Chen thought for a while and said, to become a league champion, don't you need a whole set of procedures? Like in the Pokemon series of games, in fact, it only omits the part of the league conference after collecting 8 badges. But the set of defeating the 4 elites first and then defeating the current champion is actually the actual process of becoming a regional league champion. This is indeed a bit troublesome, but I can temporarily hang the title and name, and you will actually act as the agent. Perhaps Stephen felt the intention from Chu Chen's words, and his eyes lit up. The problem of insufficient strength in a short period of time is also easy to solve. I will train you for a period of time, and I will leave a few more Pokemon when I leave. Chu Chen was speechless. Before he could say anything more, he heard Stephen continue to speak quietly. I have asked them all, and no one is willing to take over. So, in the original book, Wallace took over as the champion of the Alliance because he couldn't stand it anymore? It's too real. I can't afford to offend him. I can't afford to offend him. I'd better do it step by step. Chu Chen finally shook his head. If he was really fooled by Stephen, he would have deviated from his original intention. Attend the Alliance Conference, march into the battle frontier, challenge the Hone Alliance. He already had his own plan in his mind. Instead of working for Stephen, it's better to be the master of his own house. Seeing that Chu Chen was firm in his opinion, Stephen could only sigh in disappointment. You helped my father, I still want to express my gratitude to you. Stephen changed the topic to another direction. I originally wanted to teach you some key points in the battle, but it is not necessary for now. Stephen paused here, looked up, and thought for a while before continuing, how about this? I have a very precious Pokemon egg in my hand, I will give it to you. Thinking that he would hand over the throne of the league champion to Chu Chen, he had some intention of returning the favor. But Chu Chen rejected it straightforwardly. Pokemon egg? What Pokemon? Chu Chen couldn't help asking. Stephen didn't respond mysteriously. But just by looking at the pain on his face, Chu Chen knew that what he said about preciousness was not a lie. The Pokemon egg that made a league champion feel painful to give away. It has to be said that Chu Chen's curiosity was also completely aroused. Chapter 59. What kind of Pokemon is inside? Chu Chen was looking at a smooth Pokemon egg in front of him. When he said goodbye to him, Stephen had already delivered it as promised. After looking at it for a while, Chu Chen, who was not a hatching party before crossing, could not even tell which egg group this egg belonged to. It's only when you need it that you regret it. Chu Chen began to regret not playing the game properly. If he continued to hatch eggs after completing the game, would he be like this now? But this kind of unknown is actually a wonderful experience. Unable to guess the type of Pokemon in the Pokemon egg, Chu Chen simply gave up guessing. In the short few minutes he observed a slight shaking of the Pokemon egg. This means that it won't be long before the little guy inside will be hatched. In the unknown situation, if the Pokemon you like is hatched, it will definitely be a surprise. Stephen is a good person. Not only did he send a diamond treasure box to his door to cooperate with him in the battle, but he also gave him an extra precious Pokemon egg. Chu Chen, who failed to rescue Stephen from the sea of suffering, felt a little embarrassed. Of course, Chu Chen didn't feel much after rejecting Stephen's suggestion to take a shortcut. He thought the plan he made for himself was still very reasonable. Collect 8 badges to participate in the league conference. The trainers who Chu Chen will face at the conference who also have 8 badges are all experience and treasure chests for him. After the conference, his strength may be a little short of directly challenging the league, that is, the 4 elites and champions. But there is still the battle frontier of Hone region. After the battle frontier, Chu Chen estimated that he should have full confidence to ascend the throne representing the highest achievement of trainers. All in all, it may take less than a year. The shortcut provided by Stephen may not be a shortcut for Chu Chen in a sense. At that time, Wallace may not even be sitting in the seat. I didn't travel with Ash and the others, so the progress of collecting badges will be faster. Chu Chen was sorting out and refining his plan. During this period before the League conference begins, maybe I can go to other regions to take a look. Now Stephen has a shiny Metagross on hand. That means that the shiny Metagross at the Metagross Mountain in Sinnoh region is still there. Chu Chen has always been thinking about this shiny Metagross. There are also some Pokemon that only exist in other regions and not in Hone region, and he is also envious. Although his collecting addiction is not as serious as Stephen's collecting stones, since he has the honor of traveling to the world of Pokemon, Chu Chen will definitely not be satisfied with only having a few Pokemon on hand. Only children make choices, adults want them all. Well, according to the rules of the Pokemon world, he is already an adult at the age of 15. Next, it's the popular opening of the box. Chu Chen carefully put away the incubator for the Pokemon eggs and washed his hands. System, open the Diamond Treasure Box. Ding! You have obtained second characteristic opening device X1. Ding! You have obtained Aura Power X1. Ding! You have obtained Alliance Coin X50,0000. Even though he knew that the Diamond Treasure Box was full of good things. But when the two items were really opened when it came out and was placed in front of him, Chu Chen couldn't help but burst into surprise. Second characteristic column opening device, open the blank column of the second characteristic of Pokemon after use. Shiny quality Pokemon cannot be used. Items that can open the second characteristic. Even if it appears in the Diamond Treasure Box, it means that the number that Chu Chen can get will not be too many, but it is enough to make people feel happy. But when he saw the last sentence of the description on the panel, Chu Chen's eyes flashed with doubt. System, why can't shiny quality Pokemon be used? Although he asked it in his mind, Chu Chen had already guessed it in his heart. Ding! Shiny quality Pokemon itself has dual characteristics. Therefore, props that open the corresponding characteristic column cannot be used. Sure enough, the system electronic sound that sounded in his mind confirmed Chu Chen's guess. He himself owns a shiny quality Pokemon Shinigangar. But why did Chu Chen always have no idea about its dual characteristics? Whether it is Ghastly, Ghastly Tong or Gengar, their races have only a single characteristic. Ghastly and Ghastly Tong are floating, and Gengar is Curse Body. So until today, Chu Chen still didn't know that his shiny Gengar would actually have dual characteristics. From this perspective, it can also be seen that the characteristics that appear in Pokemon evolution are naturally replaced corresponding to their respective slots. Otherwise, Chu Chen's shiny Gengar should be floating plus Curse Body. Then can it be understood that I only need to get another character replacement agent at random? It can replace the blank on the second characteristic of shiny Gengar and make it double characteristics. Chu Chen felt that he had found the highlight. It doesn't even matter what the characteristic is, as long as he can fill the blank, he won't suffer any loss. Wait. Debuff characteristics such as laziness and slow start are better off not being used. What is opened is a blank column, and I don't have any feature replacement agent at the moment, so I can't use it for the time being. Chu Chen put the item back into the system backpack. For such a critical item as a blank column, of course, he has to see what kind of feature replacement agent he can get before deciding who to use it on. Otherwise, the blank column of the second characteristic is opened, but there is no suitable characteristic, the situation will be too embarrassing. As for the other item that was opened from the Diamond Treasure Box, Aura Power, Chu Chen's eyes were shining. This is even better stuff. Chapter 60 Aura Power. After use, the host will gain a special ability Aura Power. Can only be used on the host, Aura Power. The Pokemon world has creatures with incredible powers, and the physical fitness of the humans living here is also very good, but there is still a small group of people who are not only strong in physical fitness. This part of people directly master special abilities. The Viridian power that can listen to the thoughts of Pokemon or heal Pokemon. The psychic is the same concept as the energy used by psychic Pokemon. There is also the aura power that provides strong perception and energy form close to fighting attribute energy. The ability users with these three abilities should be the most impressive to Chu Chen. And now, he will also have the aura power among them. System, use aura power. Chu Chen said in his mind. That is, in the next second, he felt a warm current flowing through his body. In an instant, the whole world seemed different. The scene he saw when he opened his eyes seemed to be no different from before, but when he closed his eyes, Chu Chen could still see the world. This is the perception ability provided to him by the aura power he possessed. Everything has aura, and what he sees through his own aura power are these aura. He could even cross obstacles and see farther. Around him, there were several bright auras, like bright lights in the dark night. These were Infernape and Shiny Jengar. Because they were more powerful, the auras they emitted were even more clear. I shouldn't be led astray by Marshtomp anymore when I look for something in the future. Chu Chen complained silently. And the power of aura has more than just the function of perception. As mentioned earlier, the energy form of the power of aura is similar to the energy of fighting attributes. All of these can be used for fighting. Of course, as a trainer, Chu Chen is unlikely to rush to the front to fight with others. But the improvement of Chu Chen's physical fitness and defense ability by the power of aura is real. Even if he accidentally lets his opponent get close to him, Chu Chen will not be as bad as before. In the magical it was as fragile as a piece of thin paper in front of the treasure. After clenching his palms and feeling the warmth in his body again, Chu Chen suddenly opened his eyes and stretched out his fingers to lightly touch the air in front of him. The air seemed to ripple gently. A layer of energy as thick as a finger appeared in front of Chu Chen. This is the energy shield created by the power of aura. Pop he. Yak Lagu. The Infernape and Shiny Jengar, who were originally scattered around, also noticed the movement of Chu Chen and came up one after another. With Chu Chen's tacit consent, they also pressed and knocked on the energy shield. In general, as long as the superior Infernape does not punch directly with all its strength, this energy shield can still resist and fight. Try the attack again. After satisfying the curiosity of several Pokemon, Chu Chen dispersed the energy shield he created. He randomly found a tree, raised his hand and condensed a fist-sized white energy, and then pushed it hard. Bang! In just a moment, the bullseyed tree hit by the white aura energy was directly broken in half. It seems that the strength of my aura power is quite good. Chu Chen was thoughtful. If the strength continues to increase, then both defense and attack will definitely increase. Now it depends on how to improve the strength of aura power in the future. There is a breakthrough from 0 to 1, so are you still worried that it will not be able to increase from 1 to 100 in the future? Chu Chen is not worried about this problem at all. After the test, he turned around and noticed Aaron, who was still on the side and did not come up like other Pokemon, and shook his head. It's not that it was isolated by Chu Chen and Infernape. It was that it soared from LV1 to LV16 through EXP share, which brought a little sequelae. Aaron is a Pokemon that feeds on iron ore and uses it as an important raw material for building its body. The surge in level brought it a strong sense of hunger. Originally, other Pokemon could solve the problem by eating Pokemon food, but it had to eat steel and iron ore. From the beginning to now, it has been buried in the pile of steel bought by Chu Chen. Even the not-so-small movement that Chu Chen made just now had no effect on it. In fact, this is because Chu Chen accumulated endless alliance coins by opening treasure chests. Otherwise, if it were him at the beginning, he really couldn't afford to keep this Aaron. Tease it. With a smile on his lips, Chu Chen condensed a rice-sized white energy that could not cause any damage on his fingertips, and then flicked his fingers. Tick. Aaron's butt was exposed outside the steel and was hit. However, it didn't react at all. After chewing for several seconds, Aaron seemed to realize something belatedly and paused slightly. He raised his head from the steel pile and looked around in confusion, but didn't find anything wrong. It must be an illusion. Kuo. With a happy cry, Aaron buried his head in the steel pile again. Eating makes it happy. Chu Chen. All his Pokemon. Chapter 61. The Sea near Slateport City. Was this the last time you saw Relicanth? Jumping off the yacht and stepping on the beach, Chu Chen couldn't help but look back to confirm. After leaving Duford Town, his next goal is Movilly City, where the third gym is located. However, Duford Town is isolated overseas, and Chu Chen needs to reach Slateport City from the sea and then go to Movilly City from Slateport City. At first, he took a large cruise ship to Duford Town. There was only one flight a week, so he just found a fisherman and embarked on the journey. Unexpectedly, when he was chatting with the fisherman and talking about various rare water-type Pokemon, Chu Chen accidentally got the news about Relicanth. If there is anyone who can discover Relicanth, a Pokemon living in the deep sea earlier than the deep sea researchers, it can only be these people who stay on the water for a long time. To be precise, it should be in the central cave of this isolated island. Hearing Chu Chen's inquiry, a middle-aged man on the yacht showed a look of reminiscence on his face. I also discovered this place by chance when I was young. After getting confirmation, Chu Chen was relieved. Although he didn't have much hope for it. He wanted to capture Relicanth because he had no diving skills, thinking that if one day he needed to dive into the deep sea, it would be useful. But Relicanth will stay in the deep sea most of the time. To put it simply, if Chu Chen wants to subdue them, he has to wait until they temporarily come to the surface of the sea for various reasons. To be honest, it is not easy to encounter this extremely small chance. Chu Chen is now thinking about trying as much as possible. Do you need me to wait for you here? Looking at Chu Chen preparing to go deep into the isolated island, the middle-aged man shouted behind him. No need. You go back directly. Thank you for telling me this news. Chu Chen waved to the back. He was not sure how much time he would delay here. Anyway, this isolated island is only a few kilometers away from Slateport City by water. When he is ready to leave, even Marshtomp can easily carry Chu Chen across. The isolated island is not particularly desolate. Although it is not as good as some dense forests, it still has a lot of vegetation coverage. It just seems that there are not many wild Pokemon living here. Chu Chen did not see a single wild Pokemon along the way. But think about it, this kind of isolated overseas island with a small area can only serve as a temporary foothold for some seabird Pokemon and amphibious water Pokemon at most. It cannot support a stable ecosystem. Central Cave. I just need to keep walking to the center of the island. According to the information provided by the middle-aged man, Chu Chen carefully identified the direction every time he advanced a short distance. It is difficult for people to walk in a straight line without a reference that can be seen at a glance. But before finding the specific location of the destination, Chu Chen was suddenly attracted by an abnormality in the woods. Not far to the left front, the vegetation was obviously much sparser. After a little hesitation, Chu Chen walked over with curiosity. Is this a building ruin? When he walked in front of it, he noticed that there were some stones piled here. It is still easy to identify the natural stone piles and the ruins of the destroyed buildings. Not to mention the broken walls and ruins that were eroded beyond recognition by time, but some outlines can still be seen. Even on some stones, Chu Chen can find traces left by ground-type Pokemon after reinforcement. In the few years since he crossed over, there were courses specifically on the role of Pokemon in life. It was these stones that restricted the growth of the trees, which made Chu Chen feel the sparseness of the vegetation from a distance. And it should be a building from a long time ago. Chu Chen squatted down and looked through the ruins, and made a judgment. It's not that he suddenly awakened his archaeological attributes, it's really easy to confirm. A house built entirely of a single stone, even in the Pokemon world, rarely does this happen in modern times, right? Besides, it wouldn't be so dilapidated if it wasn't a bit old. Realizing this, Chu Chen couldn't help but look more carefully. But even the stones here can't stand the erosion of time, how could there be anything else left at the scene? Unable to find any useful information from it, Chu Chen clapped his hands and prepared to leave. Maybe it was just a simple human settlement, which was abandoned after migration. If so, it is really nothing rare. Human footprints are all over every corner of the world. Shaking his head, Chu Chen turned and left. If he was an archaeologist, he might be excited to stay here for a day. But although it is also a home, he is a trainer. The entrance to the cave on the island is extremely hidden. The middle-aged man said that it was completely a coincidence that he could find this place when he was young, and it was really not a casual remark. However, Chu Chen found the entrance to the cave smoothly without any twists and turns after knowing the route in advance. Following the cave passage, he will soon come to a relatively spacious cave space. There are strange-shaped stalactites above, and a lake in a cave below. Yes, a saltwater lake. Chu Chen can already smell the fishy smell of seawater. If nothing unexpected happens, this cave lake is directly connected to the ocean. It really meets the conditions for the appearance of relic Anth. After taking a look around, Chu Chen nodded with satisfaction. Compared to the spacious sea surface outside, for Pokemon like Relicanth that have lived in the deep sea for many years, it is indeed this hidden and slightly dim environment that makes them feel more secure. Next, it is time to confirm whether there is a Relicanth underneath. P.S. The red dots on the Relicanth in the picture are not its eyes. That's right. Its eyes hats the line. Chapter 62. Marshtomp, the next step is up to you. After closing his eyes and feeling the aura that could not sense the existence of creatures in the shallower underwater area through the power of aura, Chu Chen cast his eyes on the Marshtomp that he had released. Although it could not dive as deep as Relicanth, Marshtomp could still withstand the water pressure in the area of 10 to 20 meters. Wait for it to dive down and use its biological radar for detection. The search range must be larger than that of Chu Chen's power of aura. Ligu. Marshtomp, who got another chance to perform, said that he would definitely live up to expectations and then dived into the water. Chu Chen sat down cross-legged. The environment of the cave and the hydrological information under the lake may be far more complicated than imagined. He estimated that Marshtomp would not be able to complete the exploration of all the areas it could reach in a short time. Next, he had to wait patiently for the result of Marshtomp's feedback. If even it couldn't find Relicanth, then Chu Chen would have made a wasted trip. After all, he had no way to find the deeper seabed. If he had a way, he wouldn't have come to look for Relicanth, who naturally mastered diving. And he didn't know the diving rules of Pokemon like Relicanth. If it only dived once every few years, he couldn't wait for it here for a few years. But not long after, Chu Chen felt that Marshtomp's aura, which had been far away, was returning and gradually approaching the surface of the water. It came back so soon. Did you find it? Standing up from the ground, Chu Chen was somewhat surprised and a little bit unsure. There was no way, Marshtomp had been labeled as unreliable in his mind. However, Chu Chen still began to think seriously. There was no other aura energy behind Marshtomp. It means that even if it finds Relicanth, it has not brought it / them up yet. But since Marshtomp chose to return the notification, Relicanth must be within the detection range of its biological radar. To put it bluntly, Relicanth is not too deep from the water surface. Should Marshtomp defeat it / them directly in the water or find a way to lure it up? Chu Chen felt that to make this option, he had to confirm the level and strength of the Relicanth below first. Ligu. Ligu. However, before Chu Chen could even ask, Marshtomp just climbed ashore and pulled the corner of his clothes directly into the water. The description of Mudcup in the Pokédex is capable of lifting huge rocks. And Marshtomp is stronger than Mudcup before evolution. Wait. Wait. Stop. That is, with the blessing of the power of aura on his body, Chu Chen was only pulled and staggered, and he stopped Marshtomp's trick in time. It is still as unreliable as ever. Even if Relicanth is found, there is no need to pull him, the trainer, into the water, right? Ligu. Ligu. Marshtomp also found this problem, smiled awkwardly, and then gestured. You mean didn't find Relicanth? With a suspicious look, Chu Chen stared at Marshtomp, and a smile slowly rose at the corner of his mouth. It's okay if you didn't find Relicanth, but you still pulled me into the water? Ligu. Ligu. Marshtomp nodded, shuddered subconsciously after sensing a murderous aura, and quickly gestured with his hands and feet in a desperate attempt to survive. You mean you found something else? After looking for a while, Chu Chen asked tentatively. Ligu. Ligu. Marshtomp nodded vigorously. Chu Chen. I came here specifically for Relicanth, why are you looking for other things? As a trainer, Chu Chen finally chose to trust Marshtomp again. Under the leadership of Marshtomp, they entered the water and traveled through the complex and intricate karst waterways. Just when Chu Chen was almost out of oxygen and felt like he was going to die, they finally got ashore. That's right, after running around underwater, they came to another space that was probably not directly connected to the outside world. I just don't know if this space itself is natural or man-made. If it is man-made, it would be interesting. Marshtomp, what do you want me to see by bringing me here? Chu Chen stared at Marshtomp. He thought it wouldn't just want to tell him that there was such a space here. Ligu. Ligu. Marshtomp called out twice and walked in front of Chu Chen, holding his clothes. In the silent environment, there were only the sounds of Chu Chen's footsteps and the dripping of water on his clothes. Chu Chen walked to the end of the stone wall on one side, and then he noticed that behind the dense stalactites in front of him, there was actually a cave entrance cleverly hidden. With just such a small design, it can be basically asserted that this cave entrance was definitely dug by humans. The people who dug this cave should be the residents of the building ruins seen on the island, right? Thinking in his heart, but not stopping, Chu Chen and Marshtomp stepped directly into the cave entrance. There is no feeling of difficulty breathing here, obviously the air is flowing. After thinking about it, Chu Chen released Infernape together, which can illuminate and deal with some emergencies. As the light in the passage became brighter, he noticed that there were pictures on the stone walls on both sides of the passage. Even though the pictures on the stone walls have become blurred due to their age and the lines are too simple, it is not difficult to infer some information when combined. Groudon, Kyogre, and Rayquaza. Chu Chen muttered softly, his eyes lit up. At the end of this passage, is there a relic related to them? For example, there are some props related to them? Although he thought so, Chu Chen curled his lips sadly. He obviously only wanted to conquer Relicanth, and never thought about exploring any ruins. Too much. Even if he returned to the original route and did not conquer Relicanth, he would never take a step forward. Well, Marshtomp, you did a good job this time. Chapter 63. It has been almost 12 days since the publication of this book. It is a pity that the recommendation I wanted to compete for was not published tonight. So, it will be put on the shelves later. First of all, the explosive update issue that you are most concerned about. Well, I promised to update 15 chapters. Although it is a little difficult for the author to write it at present because of the time consumed by various travels during the holidays, I will definitely finish it even if I work all night tomorrow. Then when it is put on the shelves later, 3 chapters will be released at a time, and 2 chapters will be updated in the early morning, so here are 5 chapters. 10 chapters will be updated during the day tomorrow. The last few chapters may be after 12 o'clock tomorrow night, anyway, it will definitely be before everyone gets up the day after tomorrow. In the middle is the part of selling misery. Ah, I am so miserable. After selling misery, let's talk about the problems of this book. Alliance Conference Battle Frontier challenge the Alliance to become champion. The plan of the protagonist mentioned above is actually a relatively simple outline set by the author. Of course, it is mainly written to let everyone understand this meaning, and the plot written will definitely not be so thin. I saw many authors in the comment area shouting not to eunuch at the beginning of the book. Well, it looks so sad. How can I say this book? The author relies on this book to make a living. As long as it doesn't explode when it is put on the shelves tonight, it shouldn't be difficult to finish it. As you can see, the author's outline is relatively simple, and it is not said that it will span several large regions at once. If everyone keeps subscribing, the plot will definitely be rich and interesting. In the middle, it will involve other regions, or even the story after winning the champion, and then write about the War of Gods. There is no problem. But if the subscription drops sharply later, because the outline is relatively simple, even if it is a bit rushed, at least it can give everyone a relatively complete story instead of a headless one, which can be regarded as an explanation to the readers who have subscribed to the end. Maybe it's a bit complicated. The author will briefly summarize it. That is, unless the subscription is directly killed on the spot when it is put on the shelves, there will definitely be a completion of about 1 million words in home region. As for the daily update after the release, it is generally 4 updates at the minimum, and the more you write, the more updates you will have. If you need to take leave for special reasons, please be understanding. The last question. After the chapters are put on the shelves, as long as the number of words in a single chapter is less than 1000 words, even if you have to click to subscribe to read, no penny will be deducted. After the chapters are put on the shelves, as long as the number of words in a single chapter is less than 1000 words, even if you have to click to subscribe to read, no penny will be deducted. After the chapters are put on the shelves, as long as the number of words in a single chapter is less than 1000 words, even if you have to click to subscribe to read, no penny will be deducted, 0 words, so even if you have to click to subscribe to read, you won't be charged a penny. Important things should be said 3 times. The specific query method is to open the computer web page, find the corresponding book and click subscribe to this book, where you can see the single chapter fee for each chapter. For chapters with less than 1000 words, it must be displayed as 0. So, if there is any emergency in the future, you don't have to worry about being cheated by the author after publishing a single chapter. Chapter 64. After encouraging Marshtomp, Chu Chen no longer hesitated and took it an Infernape to move deeper into the passage. Since such a place has been discovered, it would be unreasonable not to explore it carefully. If this is really a relic, then there must be good things. Chu Chen moved forward very carefully. In the Pokemon world, the builders of the ruins may not attach less importance to the ruins than the craftsman in the world before he crossed over to the Emperor's tomb. Chu Chen didn't believe that in the original book, the situation where one could basically go all the way unimpeded and reach the innermost part of the ruins without encountering any traps. Besides, it wouldn't hurt to be careful. Marshtomp walked in the front, and the fins on his head were shaking gently. Chu Chen and Infernape in the back were also in a state of absolute alert. Once Marshtomp noticed something unusual, they would retreat to the back immediately. Everything was normal for hundreds of meters ahead. In the long corridor, there were only the echoing footsteps of 19. But Chu Chen suddenly became more alert instinctively. With the power of aura and his keen perception, he noticed some subtle changes. My power of aura was disturbed on this short stretch of road. Chu Chen glanced at the stone walls on both sides of his body at this time. At first glance, they looked no different from the stone walls in the front section. But there may be some materials that shield perception mixed in. Chu Chen turned his gaze back to the front. So if there is a mechanism, it must be the next section of the road. I just wonder what the difference is between the ancients in the Pokemon world and the ancients in the world before he crossed over in terms of the mechanism setting? Take a deep breath. Chu Chen is not nervous at all, but rather a little excited. He has been a salted fish for more than 10 or 20 years before and after the crossing, and this is the first time he has discovered the adventurous nature hidden in his bones. Walking steadily step by step, when he stepped on another blue brick, Chu Chen and Marshtomp clearly felt the blue brick sinking slightly. In the extremely quiet environment, they could even hear slight movements inside the stone wall on one side. There is a mechanism. Swish! One person and 2 Pokémon quickly retreated. And the next second after they left their original position, nothing happened. Looking at each other, speechless, Chu Chen was wondering if he, Marshtomp, and Infernape were too sensitive. However, the next second, only an uncomfortable friction sound was heard. On the stone wall where the noise was first heard, rows of dark, thumb-sized holes appeared. Did the builder of this relic have any tricks? Calculating the time, if he had just found out that there was no problem and walked over with a big heart, he would have become a hedgehog by now, right? Looking at the dark holes, Chu Chen had no doubt that the arrows hidden in them were so sharp. Then another 30 seconds passed. Several rusty arrows were spit out, fell on the blue stone slab, and broke into several pieces with a snap. Listening to the creaking sound coming from the inside of the stone wall, the remaining arrows should have been broken into the card mechanism before they could be spit out. Chu Chen was silent. Did he act a little too much just now? No. It was obviously the wrong way to open this relic. Shouldn't the mechanisms of the ruins be able to function perfectly after thousands of years? He felt cheated. Cheer up and start his fantasy ruins journey again. What if I step on the mechanism again? Don't be nervous, step back a few steps and wait for 30 seconds. With the unpleasant creaking sound inside the mechanism, countless steel spikes suddenly appeared from all directions in the passage ahead. Well, it's still the rusty one. The preservation of this mechanism is much better than the one just now. After taking a closer look, Chu Chen gave a thoughtful evaluation. But after waiting for a few minutes, he didn't see the steel spikes being retracted into the mechanism, and he knew that his evaluation was too early. Infernape, close combat. Pop! Infernape hammered all the rusty ones that blocked his way. The steel spikes were smashed to pieces. The road was clear, and Chu Chen's train of thought was clear too. If he found that he had stepped on a mechanism, he would just keep walking forward at a normal pace. For example, this time, he had been walking for a while, and the blue bricks behind him suddenly collapsed, revealing a deep pit full of steel spikes. Of course, there are times when this method doesn't work. Chu Chen turned a T-shaped three-way intersection, and at the end of the road in front of him was a huge rock throw that blocked the entire road. Silently retreating along the original path, he waited for a long time before seeing rock throw dawdling past him. If Infernape and Marshtomp hadn't helped push it at the critical moment, rock throw would have almost blocked Chu Chen. After a lot of mental torture, Chu Chen finally saw the outline of a hall in front of him with the light of the flame above Infernape's head. This should be the most important part of this relic. It's not easy. However, there is one last obstacle in front of us to reach the hall ahead. A man-made river more than 10 meters wide is across the front. Chu Chen was slightly alert again. Unlike the mechanism encountered on the road ahead, if the builders of the ruins really arranged something in the water, it might still be used today. But after looking through the probe, Chu Chen could only sigh again. In ancient times, this place should have been used to raise Carvanha, or Sharpedo, these more vicious Pokémon. But now there is no need to consider them. Whether the builders of the ruins thought about their daily food acquisition when they built this river to ensure their normal reproduction from generation to generation is no longer important. Somewhere under the water, there is a hole that has been dug. The Pokémon that were raised here have long returned to the sea. Standing in front of the final hall without any pressure in the lands/crossing river, Chu Chen could only say that this was his first time exploring a ruin in his life, and he was completely bored before he even started to shiver. But immediately, he noticed a blue bead placed in the center of the hall, and he became excited again. That was indigo bead? Chapter 65. From the various highly damaged mechanisms of the ruins, it is clear how ancient this ruins was built. Chu Chen brought Marshtomp and Infernape to the front of the hall, and there was no oil lamp that lit up automatically. But even so, under the light of Infernape, the blue bead in the center of the hall that reflected the light of the fire was particularly eye-catching. In Chu Chen's impression, there are not many props that look like blue beads. And in the passage before entering the ruins, the murals are painted with Kyogre, Groudon, and Rayquaza. This blue bead can't be the sole due of Latios and Latias. That has nothing to do with these, right? That's really too anti-human. What kind of item is the indigo orb? This is an item that is closely related to Kyogre and Ghidorah together with the vermilion orb. They are made by humans to control Kyogre and Groudon. But at the same time, they can also restore Kyogre and Groudon to their original state, equivalent to Mega. The only interesting thing is that the indigo orb can restore Kyogre to its original state. But to control Kyogre, you need the vermilion orb. Groudon's situation is similar. If the person who placed the bead in front of him is not a fake, it means the control of Groudon is within Chu Chen's reach. As for the indigo orb and vermilion orb, they will control the user in turn because of human desires. Chu Chen doesn't know what his desires are. If one day I really use these two beads to control Groudon and Kyogre, Chu Chen raised his head and thought about it, and came to a conclusion. Then maybe my desire is to collect the Pokédex. It would be fine if he didn't mention it. As soon as Chu Chen mentioned it, he suddenly wanted to know what it would be like if he was controlled by the beads under such a premise. Commanding Groudon and Kyogre, like a person with obsessive-compulsive disorder, to collect the Pokédex all over the world? And what kind of style would that be? But no matter which situation it is, get the blue bead in front of you first. If it is really the indigo orb, it must not fall into the hands of Team Magma. In the original work, the battle between Groudon and Kyogre did end in a perfect ending. But this is the real world. The slightest deviation may lead to a deviation from the original result. What's more, Chu Chen, a butterfly that doesn't exist in the Pokemon world, is still so big. Just let Team Magma and Team Aqua fight between the two might really bring the whole world to the end of the world. It's so hard to get a chance to travel through time. Chu Chen didn't plan to leave his fate to others. Instead of hoping that everything would end perfectly like in the original book, Chu Chen took a step and walked towards the blue bead placed in the center of the hall, reflecting the firelight. It's better to keep everything under control. But at this moment, his aura power made him feel a strong sense of crisis. This feeling was completely different from the previous time he entered the ruins. At that time, he only felt something strange, but not the chill on his back like this time. Without any hesitation, Chu Chen retreated to the back. Infernape and Marshtomp's reactions were definitely not slow, and they almost flashed from the side to the front of Chu Chen at the same time. It was not until he retreated more than 10 meters away that the sense of crisis was greatly reduced. Chu Chen looked up at the dark area in front of him and saw many scarlet spots of light. These light spots are divided into 3 groups, forming the shapes of plus, asterisk, and H respectively. Infernape, flamethrower. Pointing with his hand, Chu Chen loudly issued a probing command. Pop! Infernape, which had already entered a state of combat alert, had flames brewing in its mouth, spewing out high-temperature fire bullets. The fire bullets whistled and bombarded the location of these scarlet light spots at a very fast speed. Bang! Accompanied by a burst of sound, the fire bullets hit firmly. And with the bright flames brought by the bombardment of the fire bullets, Chu Chen finally saw the appearance of the owners of these scarlet light spots. Please give me flowers. Even if he saw them for the first time with his own eyes, he was not unfamiliar with their appearance. Regis, Registeel, Regirock. These are not the real 3 pillars, but 3 unpainted stone guardian statues based on the 3 pillars. Maybe they were painted and fell off at the end. They were actually in the center of the hall with the blue bead. It was just that due to the light problem, Chu Chen did not notice them as they had not been activated at that time. Name, Regis statue, broken. Attributes, none. Features, none. Level, level 47, superior. Name, Regis Teal statue, broken. 00. Attributes, none. Features, none. Level, level 43, superior. Name, Regirock statue, broken. Attributes, none. Features, none. Level, level 39, superior. Overall, after a long time, the energy of the ancient ruins guardian doll has been seriously lost and damaged. As soon as Eye of Exploration came out, Chu Chen instantly had a rough idea of the strength of the three three-pillar stone statues. 2 superiors, 1 advanced. After all, they are not at the peak of their strength. Otherwise, Chu Chen might have only the option of retreating temporarily. Of course, there might be no option at all. At this time, he took a closer look and found that the Regirock statue was the most seriously damaged, even missing an arm. The other 2 statues were in a slightly better condition, with cracks of various degrees all over their bodies. The brightness of the scarlet light spots on their bodies should represent the amount of energy remaining in their bodies. And now, these light spots have become very dim. It's still within my ability to deal with. With a flip of his wrist, Chu Chen took off all the poke balls on his body. Everyone come out. We have to deal with the guards of the ruins, so there is no need to pay attention to so many rules. Van. Chapter 66. The released Vigoroth and Shiny Jengar both entered the state of battle at the first time. As for Aaron, this little pudding. Although he has a body of steel and iron, he is still a little short of participating in this level of battle at only LV 16. The flames spewed by Infernape when he cast Flamethrower slowly dissipated, and the 3 stone statues finally completed their activation. The blue-white energy emitting cold air gathered in front of the Regis statue, and a cold beam of light extended from the formed light ball. This is Psybeam. In front of the Regis Teal statue, spark flickered and released a twisted electric snake. This is Thunderbolt. The large and small stones around the last Regirock appeared out of thin air life, whistling and smashing towards the direction where Chu Chen and the others were. This is the 700 ancient power. Infernape, Flamethrower. Marshtomp, use Mud Bomb after Thunderbolt. Vigoroth, use Slash. Chu Chen issued 3 orders in succession. There was no need to specify who their respective opponents were, and the long-standing tacit understanding also allowed them to quickly take their positions. Pop! Infernape spewed fire. The fire roared and collided fiercely with the oncoming blue-white cold beam in front. The collision of the 2 diametrically opposed attributes of fire and ice directly caused a thick mist to rise from the center of the collision. Ligu. Marshtomp, who was always not very good at finding things, also followed Chu Chen's instructions and fearlessly faced the electric snake in front with his body. In the real world, there is no absolute attribute immunity. But the level difference between Marshtomp and the Regis Teal that casts Thunderbolt is less than LV10. It can be considered that the water plus ground attribute Marshtomp is absolutely immune to this Thunderbolt. With spark covering its body, Marshtomp still spewed out a large mass of mud from its mouth freely like a fish. It smeared the face of the Regis Teal statue. Yak! Vigorota's claws lit up with a faint white light, and it kept waving its arms towards the rain of stones falling in front of it. With the power of the Hercules characteristic, each of its claws directly smashed the falling rocks. Jengar, use Shadow Sneak on the Regirock statue continuously. Without waiting for the collision result, Chu Chen immediately issued a new order. It is better to break 1 finger than to hurt 10 fingers. If they had been in a head-on stalemate, he was confident that he could take down the 3 broken stone statues guarding them. But finding a breakthrough point would undoubtedly speed up the battle. Among the 3 three-pillar stone statues, the most broken one was the Regirock statue. He he he! Shiny Jengar let out a cold laugh, and purple energy balls quickly formed on both of its upward palms. Then, 2 balls of purple energy were thrown out by it with force, shooting towards the Regirock statue. And more purple energy balls appeared in Shiny Jengar's hands. Boom! 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 Just like that, balls of purple energy hit the Regirock statue one after another. Because the material used to cast it was hard enough, Shiny Jengar's attacks seemed unable to leave any marks on its body. But its body itself had countless cracks. Under such continuous bombardment, these cracks are obviously gradually enlarging. It can be seen that the scarlet light spots on the body of the Regirock statue are even dimmer. Its entire rock body seems to be shattered in the next second. The other two pillar stone statues seem to have realized this and are moving closer to the Regirock statue. Infernape, Flare Blitz. Marshtomp, use Rock Slide to attack the opponent's legs. Chu Chen will naturally not let them do what they want. Pop! The flames on Infernape's head rise and wrap around its whole body. The flames continue to heat up until they turn blue. It turns into a blue meteor, close to the ground and fiercely tackles the body of the Regis statue. The huge momentum directly takes the Regis statue all the way back, and finally tackles it heavily on the stone wall on the side of the hall. Liku! Marshtomp raised his arm, and a huge rock appeared in front of his palms. Bending his body and stretching it, he threw the huge rock fiercely at the Regirock statue. The huge rock fell at the feet of the Regirock statue, forcing it to stop rescuing the Regirock statue. Then it's time to get rid of it. Chu Chen put his eyes back on the Regirock statue and stretched out his palm to press down. Jengar, Shadow Punch. Vigoroth, Arm Hammer. Shiny Jengar extended his arm and hit the Regirock statue with his fist. At the same time, Vigoroth also ran towards the Regirock statue. While running, its right arm began to be covered with white energy. When it was still a few meters away from the Regirock statue, its arm was raised high, and its powerful and heavy fist was swung heavily. Like the last straw that broke the camel's back when fine cracks have spread all over the Regirock statue, even reaching the inside of its torso. No matter how hard the material it is made of, it will eventually fall apart. The moment Vigorota's fist hit the Regirock statue, the scarlet light spots on its body went out. The next second, its body was broken into pieces of stone. No experience points and treasure chests dropped. After waiting for a few seconds without hearing the electronic prompt sound, Chu Chen was still a little uncomfortable. It seems that this kind of artificial creation will not provide these things. Fortunately, after defeating these three statues, there is still the bead in the hall that can comfort him. Deal with the rest as soon as possible. With a light breath, Chu Chen's eyes swept from the blue bead and finally fell on the remaining two statues. He actually didn't spend too much time before and after, and successfully solved the first one. His Pokémon consumed little energy, but had almost no state consumption. Although the remaining two statues were both superior level. But because Vigoroth and Shiny Jengar pulled out their hands at the same time, it would be easier to deal with them. Chapter 67. Vigoroth, Jengar, you go take over Infernape's position. Chu Chen's voice rang out in the empty hall. Yak! After receiving the order, Vigoroth rushed towards the Regis statue without hesitation, swinging his heavy arms forward. With the blessing of the Hercules characteristic, even with the huge gap in level, it still knocked the Regis statue back. But Vigorota's speed and defense were obviously at a disadvantage at this time. The Regis statue stabilized its body and raised its foot to give Vigoroth a heavy stomp. However, just when its attack was about to hit, a black and purple hand was placed on Vigorota's shoulder. He. This is Shiny Jengar, who is responsible for the support from the back. Skills may not necessarily be used for attack in many cases. Double play does not necessarily mean a simple joint defense of skills like in the game. For example, Shiny Jengar's current Shadow Punch. Compared to before evolution, Shiny Jengar's body can switch between virtual and real independently. The Ghost Attribute energy has no effect on Vigoroth, but it does not prevent it from touching Vigorota's body. It is now Vigorota's speed. Whenever Vigoroth is caught by the Regis statue, Shiny Jengar's extended hand will be useful. From time to time, Shiny Jengar also looks for opportunities to throw out a few shadow sneak. As for the problem of the Regis statue bypassing Vigoroth, without the worries of defense, Vigorota's power is enough to make the Regis statue have no time to consider the corresponding problems. Only when they saw that the fight with the Regis statue had stabilized, Chu Chen retracted his gaze. Now Infernape is freed. It was still the same tactics. The strongest Regis statue was only distracted. Chu Chen then let his Pokémon really focus on the Regis Teal statue, which ranked in the middle of the three pillars. However, the integrity of the Regis Teal statue was much better than the previous Regirock statue. In terms of details, he also had to do some processing. This is why he wanted Infernape to get out of the Regis statue. The materials used to build these statues are indeed strong enough. Even if Infernape and Vigoroth, the two most powerful Pokémon in his hands, were to use violent attacks, it would probably be difficult to leave enough wounds. But even the strongest materials are bound to be afraid of rapid thermal expansion and contraction. Even the stronger the material, the faster it will be destroyed in the rapid cycle of hot and cold. Infernape, flamethrower. Pointing to the Regis Teal statue in front of him, Chu Chen shouted. Pop! The flames in Infernape's mouth brewed, and a stream of fire spurted out. The stream of fire whistled and quickly tackled on the body of the Regis Teal statue. But Infernape did not stop there, but continued to increase the spitting and output of flames. Marshtomp, use mud shot to stop it from getting close. Ligu. Marshtomp mouthed a medium brown mud spurted out and hit the legs of the Regis Teal statue. Infernape had more time to heat the body of the Regis Teal statue. Slowly, a faint red color appeared on the body of the Regis Teal statue. Well done, Infernape. Chu Chen encouraged and turned to look at Mudcup, who had been preparing. The next step is up to you, Mudcup, water gun. Ligu. The cold stream of water was spit out by Mudcup, hitting the red area on the Regis Teal statue. There was a burst of bangs and white mist appeared, and new cracks appeared on the body of the Regis Teal statue. The plan worked. With the roars, even the strongest of the three statues, the LV-47 Regis statue, was shattered directly. At this point, the three guards who had prevented Chu Chen from taking the blue orb were all defeated. It's time to win, Barry. Delight appeared on his face, but Chu Chen was still as careful as possible when approaching the center of the hall. Who knows if the builders of the ruins will have other backup plans after these three statues of the three pillars. However, the facts have proved that the builders of the ruins obviously trust these three statues of the three pillars. Chu Chen came to the blue orb smoothly, and the aura power in his body did not give any more warnings. Of course, these three statues of the three pillars are indeed trustworthy. You know, Chu Chen defeated them only after countless years, with a large loss of energy and severely damaged bodies. From their remaining power, it is not difficult to infer how powerful they were in ancient times. The third-level god or the leader may not be strong enough, but he can definitely have the power of elite or even champion. Speaking of which, the Pokémon world is the same as the world before I crossed over. There are many precious things lost in the long river of history. Chu Chen couldn't help but sigh. For example, the production method of this guard doll. If it is passed down to this day, it will inevitably have a huge impact on the existing trainer system. If nothing else, at least the styles of the major evil organizations may be different. Of course, these things are lost after all, so it is better to cherish the present than to sigh. System, Eye of Exploration. 700 Chu Chen now cherishes the blue bead in front of him. Indigo Orb. The orb emitting indigo light is said to contain powerful super-ancient power and has a deep connection with the legend of Hone region. Wow! How can this system play the mysterious game that has to reveal the plot step by step? If Chu Chen was not a time traveler, but a simple aboriginal, he would have been fooled by this system. But as long as the name matches, there will be no problem. Anyway, even if the system is evasive, I know what this bead does. With a light smile, Chu Chen reached out and put the indigo bead into the system backpack. This hall has been messed up by the battle between his Pokémon and the 3 pillars. And it was dark. It won't be too late to check it carefully after leaving here. But just when he was about to turn around, he felt that many aura were approaching this hall. Ligu. Marshtomp, who had a biological radar, also shook the upper fin on his head and raised his head. They all looked in the same direction at the same time. And soon, there was no need to use the sensing method, and a huge movement came from that direction. Who is coming? Chu Chen narrowed his eyes slightly. Chapter 68. From the thick dust in this hall, it can be seen that no one has entered here for a long time. Today, 2 waves of uninvited guests came at once. Chu Chen was fine, and he was barely on the right path. This second wave of guests was a bit arrogant. The direction where the noise came from was a large stone wall. The rumbling sound that only machines can make makes it easy to guess how the visitor intends to enter here. And this rough method, combined with the situation of this relic, has allowed Chu Chen to roughly guess the identity of the visitor. The rumbling sound of the machine is getting closer and closer. Then I saw that the stone wall in that direction was full of cracks and dust fell. A drilling vehicle specially used for digging underground broke through the stone wall and entered the hall. The red mark on the drilling vehicle that looks like a small hill also allowed Chu Chen to confirm the identity of the visitor. It's Team Magma. Chu Chen didn't expect it to be such a coincidence. He had just taken away the indigo orb that was crucial to Team Magma, and they came right after him. Here. But it can't be considered a coincidence. From the time Chu Chen arrived in Rustboro City, until a long time later, Team Aqua and Team Magma would be active. After a few glances, Chu Chen withdrew his gaze. The most precious indigo orb in the entire ruins is already on him, and there is no need for him to stay here any longer. What else can Team Magma have? It seems that there is. The experience of fighting with Team Aqua told him that every one of these evil organizations is worth it. The experience points provided are secondary, but they are all walking treasure chests. The strong feeling of excitement almost made Chu Chen turn back directly. But considering the reality, he decided to give up. This is a ruins where indigo orb is placed. Team Magma may not have dispatched members of the Cotter level equivalent to leader. Facing a trainer of this level, Chu Chen can basically protect himself now. Even if conditions permit, he thinks he might be able to fight back. This is not one of the top 10 illusions in life, this is the conclusion that Chu Chen draws from his daily self-examination. Trainers of this level are indeed strong. But with the system in hand, after a long time, he has more than one trump card in his hand. But the problem is that these guys from the evil organization always go out in a team. If they rush in all at once, it will be a little difficult to deal with. It is unwise to fight with a small number against a large number. Go back to the original cave and see if there is any relic Anth. Even if he picked up the indigo orb for nothing, Chu Chen still felt a little bit upset about the whole thing going completely wrong. Slib. Slib. Using the luxury ball to collect Infernape to prevent the fire on its head from attracting attention in the dark, Chu Chen turned around and left. At this time, the members of Team Magma also got off the drilling vehicle. Their voices could be heard from afar. Why do these ancient people create so many strange ruins all over the world? That's right. I heard that the headquarters staff group has circled out thousands of locations to be investigated. Thousands. Doesn't that mean that each of our teams is responsible for nearly 100 on average? How many ruins have we investigated? I guess it's another wasted trip. It turns out that they didn't directly confirm that the indigo orb is here. Hearing these words, Chu Chen was a little stunned. Instead, they simply and roughly confirmed them one by one. Now he understands why Team Aqua was short of manpower when they took action against Stone. Even the mortal enemy Team Magma worked so hard, Team Aqua is probably doing the same thing. The total number of ruins circled by the two evil organizations is probably almost the same, even if it is not the total number of ruins in Hone region. According to the data mentioned by a member of Team Magma, there should be about 10 teams conducting this kind of exploration. That means not every team has a cadre level member leading the team? Chu Chen found the bright spot. Then he listened to them continue talking. It would be great if we could find it earlier, so the work could be finished earlier. I still hope our team can find it first, which is a great achievement. Don't even think about it. Didn't you see that the ruins in Duford town, which is obviously more likely to find the target, the 3 cadres directly took it up. This opportunity to make a contribution is equivalent to being monopolized by them, which is really unfair. Don't talk nonsense. The boss has his own considerations. The last one to speak was obviously the leader of this team. He said scolding words, but the strong resentment could not be covered at all. Chu Chen ignored their subsequent disputes and pondered. This team of people certainly couldn't have thought that the ruins in Duford town were actually a misunderstanding, but this ruins here actually had the indigo orb. And Team Aqua and Team Magma appeared in Duford town at the same time, and they also had a confrontation. They thought it was the Awakening Temple. Chu Chen also knew that they would appear there. But knowing in advance that there was nothing worth remembering, and not planning to fight with them, he didn't stay in Duford town. As a result, when he arrived at this real ruins, he still ran into Team Magma. But from this point of view, this team is not very strong. Chu Chen thought, and sensed it with the power of aura. It made him really have the urge to turn back. But because he had enough experience in TV dramas, he deliberately avoided the stones under his feet during this section of the road. If he turned back, wouldn't this section of the road be equivalent to walking in vain? Chu Chen felt very embarrassed. But some things may not develop as expected. Loya! A growl sounded. The growl came from the standard equipment of Team Magma Houndoom. Don't be fooled by the pair of sheep horns on this Pokemon, they are actually dogs. Chapter 69. Team Magma's people were cursing and ready to start exploring the ruins. No matter whether the ruins have what they want, they should check according to the order, and they must check. But, Loya! Hey! In the quiet environment, Houndoom and Might Hyena's growl are particularly obvious. And they have already smelled Chu Chen's scent, and they are grinning fiercely at this time. There are other people in the ruins. Team Magma members immediately became alert. Turn on all the searchlights, and turn them to the highest power. Team Magma Superior did not hesitate at all, and did not let the intruders in his eyes come out on their own initiative, and directly issued the order. Houndoom, Might Hyena, go find them for me. Rather than saying find, it is better to say that he just wants Houndoom and Might Hyena to get rid of the intruders directly. Loya! Hey! After receiving the order, the Houndoom and Puch Hyena, who were released from the Pokeball at the beginning and also discovered the abnormal smell, ran directly towards Chu Chen's location following the smell. Chu Chen stopped. In the darkness, he could already sense that several Houndoom and Might Hyena were constantly approaching. The situation suddenly became like this, so there was no need to think too much. Vigoroth, Crazy Fury swipes. Ah! With a layer of white energy covering its sharp claws, Vigoroth listened to the movement in the darkness and took the initiative to meet it. Although there were several Houndooms and Might Hyenas, their levels were generally at the level of LV25 LV30. Even if they were at the same level as Vigoroth, the power of Vigoroth blessed by the Hercules characteristic was enough to make them doubt the existence of Pokémon. What's more, most of them were slightly inferior in level. Even Chu Chen didn't even plan to let Vigoroth use his fighting skills when facing them, who all had evil attributes. Although it was called Crazy Fury swipes, in fact, every Puch Hyena and Houndoom hit by Vigorota's claws was directly knocked away. There were several Houndooms and Puch Hyenas running behind, and they were simply knocked down by their companions who flew back. It took only a dozen breaths for the fighting in the hall to subside. Ding! Shiny Jengar level +1. Reached LV36. Ding! Marshtomp level +1. Reached LV 35. Ding. Vigoroth level +1. Reached LV 34. Ding. Aaron level +6. Reached LV 22. Even though the levels of these Houndooms and Might Hyenas were generally not high, the number of them still brought Chu Chen's Pokémon a considerable amount of experience. Of course, for the little guy Aaron, this is a huge amount of experience. It can be foreseen that in the next period of time, it will have to stay in the steel pile prepared by Chu Chen all day long. After several Houndooms and Might Hyenas rushed out, the people of Team Magma were patiently waiting for the result. But after a few whimpers, they didn't hear any more of them. They looked at each other in confusion. At this time, the members of Team Magma, who received the order, finally turned on all the searchlights equipped on the drilling vehicles in a hurry. In just a moment, the whole hall became bright. When all the searchlights were turned to maximum power, the whole hall was even as bright as day. Even Chu Chen saw the whole hall so clearly for the first time. The extremely gorgeous patterns carved on the surrounding stone walls and ceilings were more or less preserved. But the center of the hall, after the three pillars were all smashed by him, seemed empty. Only a platform where the indigo orb was originally placed remained. It turned out to be just a little ghost. Unlike Chu Chen, who had time to look at the surrounding environment, with the help of the bright light the eyes of the people of Team Magma subconsciously fell on him. On his body. Seeing his young face, the people of Team Magma all subconsciously looked down on him. But when they saw Houndoom and Poochyena, who had suddenly stopped moving before, lying on the ground in front of him, their faces became serious. I didn't expect that he was a capable kid. Team Magma superior snorted coldly. But since you have spied on our Team Magma's actions, in order to prevent you from leaking the news, I can only say sorry to you. As his voice fell, the Team Magma members around him took out their Pokeballs and released several fire-attributed Pokémon. Chu Chen didn't really feel much about the deep meaning of killing to silence in Team Magma Superior's words. No matter how lofty the ideas are, it can't change the fact that Team Aqua and Team Magma are essentially evil organizations. Discussing morality and human nature with them. They will definitely kill you happily, and then use this as a topic of conversation in the future. The reason for taking action is to prevent information leakage by being spied on. Chu Chen's mouth twitched. Isn't it a bit too much? What Team Aqua and Team Magma have done during this period is just short of directly attacking the Alliance headquarters. The public may know less, but every one of the top leaders of the Alliance knows that you are making trouble. This kind of serious loci can be described by a corresponding idiom that Chu Chen learned in elementary school. Stealing the bell while covering one's ears. Shaking his head, Chu Chen looked at the Team Magma members on the opposite side who clearly thought they were going to take him down, and tried to speak in the same tone of asking for a beating. Did your mortal enemy Team Aqua tell you something? The members of Team Magma on the opposite side caught the keyword Team Aqua and couldn't help but prick up their ears. While they were surprised that the boy in front of them knew their identities, they also wanted to know what else Team Aqua didn't know. Compared to them, you are really much easier to deal with. And the second half of Chu Chen's words finally reached their ears. Chapter 70. The strength of these Team Magma members in front of them is much stronger than Team Aqua that Chu Chen faced at the beginning. Compared with Chu Chen's strength at the beginning, it is also incomparable. And excluding Aaron, the current team battle slacker. In terms of attributes, his other four Pokémon are really much easier to deal with against Team Magma than against Team Aqua. Marshtomp's attributes are directly countered by fire attributes. Chu Chen's strongest Infernape, Holy Flame, does not have to worry about the output problem of fire attribute Pokémon. But the people of Team Magma didn't think so after hearing Chu Chen's words. Especially when they were compared with their mortal enemy. Furious. Absolutely furious. This was definitely a successful group mockery of Chu Chen. Torkoal, Flamethrower. Some members of Team Magma could not hold back and chose to take action. Woo! Smoke gushed out of Torkoal's nostrils and the holes on its carapace, and a column of flame was spewed out of its mouth. Infernape, let's use flamethrower too. Looking at the oncoming column of flame, Chu Chen flipped his wrist and released the infernape that had just been taken back into the luxury ball. Pop! While in the air, a beam of light golden fire was spewed out by infernape and rushed towards the column of flame in front of it. Everything is afraid of comparison. Especially when both sides cast the same skill. This Torkoal is already a good LV36. But let's not talk about the gap between its level and Chu Chen's infernape. Holy flame itself is superior to ordinary flames. Two flamethrowers collided with each other, and the flames spewed by infernape instantly engulfed Torkoal's flame column. Then the flames whistled and hit Torkoal heavily, flipping it over and taking away its physical strength crazily. When the energy of the flames was exhausted, Torkoal, who was charred all over, was already in a state of weakness. At this time, another ball of flame rose from its body surface, burning it. The burning effect of holy flame. Torkoal's state directly reached the limit. Ding! Vigoroth level +1. Reached LV35. Ding! Aaron level +3. Reached LV25. Ding! You got Saffron Treasure Box X1. Listening to the prompt sound in my ear, Chu Chen felt that if this progress continued, Aaron would soon get rid of his status as a slacker. Torkoal lost his ability to fight. How is this possible? What level is this boy's infernape? Another 100 years later, not only Torkoal's master, but all the Team Magma members present were shocked by this result. It was because they knew Torkoal's strength that they were even more surprised. Even Team Magma Superior, who always felt that everything was under control, couldn't help but look more serious. And just by moving their eyes down a little, Team Magma Superior found something unusual. The traces of Chu Chen's battle with the three pillars of stone statues could not be concealed at all. Especially the scorched black burned by the flames and the water attack that made the ground wet, which showed that the battle had not been too long. This relic must be unusual. Team Magma Superior couldn't help but say in his heart. After exploring so many ruins, although they have not found the target yet, their understanding of the various situations in the ruins is constantly deepening. Soon he noticed the platform where the indigo orb was originally placed. What Team Magma is looking for is the indigo orb and the Awakening Temple. This hall does not look like the Awakening Temple in the information. But the thing that should have been in this ruin is very likely the indigo orb. Boy, what did you find in this ruin? With a sudden jump in his heart, Team Magma Superior looked at Chu Chen with a burning gaze. Just seeing Chu Chen's empty-handed state, he couldn't help but flash a trace of doubt in his eyes. Chu Chen's system backpack can even place Pokemon eggs without damage, so he doesn't even have a bag on him. As long as you hand over the things, I can consider giving you a way out. Team Magma Superior took another step forward. Give you a way out instead of let you go, his words are quite interesting. Please give me flowers. Chu Chen didn't want to pay attention and opened a saffron treasure box. The confrontation with Team Aqua told Chu Chen that there would be unexpected surprises when opening a box in this situation. Ding! You got Hydro Pump Skill Learning Machine X1. Ding! You got Alliance Coin X 10,000. Hydro Pump. Sure enough, in this situation, it is easiest to open an item that targets the enemy. Take from the people and use it for the people. Speaking of Hydro Pump, in the game, Mudcup can obviously learn Hydro Pump by leveling up. After evolution, not only can it not be learned by leveling up, but it can't be mastered by using a skill learning machine. 0. But in reality, there is no such restriction. This skill learning machine can help Marshtomp fill the gap in water types skills. It only took 3 or 2 seconds to open the box. Chu Chen flipped his wrist and threw the skill learning machine to Marshtomp without any intention of hiding it. Marshtomp, Hydro Pump. Chu Chen pointed at the Team Magma experience that was still chattering and said loudly. It's obviously a situation of life and death, what are you talking about? Ligu. The skill learning machine was integrated into Marshtomp's body, and the next second a cannon-like water column was spit out by it. Team Magma Superior's face changed drastically. Although the physical fitness of people in the Pokemon world is high, ordinary people without special abilities are not everyone. Just wanting to dodge, he was still a little short. At the critical moment, it was a Houndoom next to him that was released later that knocked him away. But that Houndoom was not so lucky. The cannon-like water column hit it firmly. The water attribute can have an outstanding effect on the evil plus fire attribute of it, and it consumes its physical strength crazily. With a click, Team Magma fell down another Pokemon. Ding! Marshtomp level +1. Reached LV 36. Ding! Aaron level +1. Reached LV 26. A layer of faint evolution light appeared on the surface of Marshtomp's body. Chapter 71. The evolution light on Marshtomp's body gradually became stronger, completely enveloping its body. In the light, the body is getting bigger and bigger, and the lines are getting stronger and stronger. When the light faded, Marshtomp had disappeared from the spot, replaced by the more powerful Swampert. Congratulations! Swampert! Chu Chen reached out and patted its head. Ligu. Swampert felt a little embarrassed. Name, Swampert. Attribute, water plus ground. Feature, torrent. Level, level 36, advanced. Potential, quasi-elite. Carry, soft sand. The body color became darker, but the overall shape of its body did not change, except that the single fin on its head became 702. Don't think that Swampert seems to be popular among all Royal 3. In fact, in the game, it is the one with the highest racial value among all Royal 3's final evolution forms. Except for the huge defect of 4 times weak grass, Swampert is no longer restrained by any other attributes. Just looking at the current situation, the opposing Team Magma basically has no place that can threaten it. The power in Chu Chen's hand has increased again. Damn it! Team Magma Superior, who was rescued by Houndoom, got up from the ground in a somewhat embarrassed manner, with a distorted expression on his face. Catch him for me! Chu Chen's uncooperative attitude made him lose patience to delay. Anyway, if there is something in this relic, even if it is not on this young man, it must be hidden in some corner. As long as he is captured, everything can be solved naturally. Flying Pokemon such as Swellow and Crobat were released and rushed straight to the direction where Chu Chen was. And several Numel, Camerupt, and Duckbill Flames spewed flames from their mouths and attacked from a distance. Infernape, Flame Wheel. Swampert, Mud Shot. Facing the overwhelming attack, Chu Chen remained calm and gave orders loudly. Pop! Infernape hugged his knees and the flames on his head expanded and covered his whole body, forming a flame wheel. It just circled and turned, and crashed into several flame pillars. Ligu. After evolution, Swampert's voice was a little low. Opening his mouth, balls of brown mud were ejected by it, also greeting the opposite side. Not only the improvement brought by evolution, its ground attribute skills also enjoy the damage bonus of soft sand. Just the two of them blocked the long-range attack from the front. Gengar, Thunderbolt. Looking up at the flying Pokemon such as Swellow and Crobat that were approaching, Chu Chen said to Shiny Gengar beside him. He he he. Shiny Gengar laughed coldly, and spark gathered between his palms, and an electric snake stretched out like this. The electric snake swept into the air, forcing Swellow and Crobat to dodge continuously. It's hard to hold on, right? Team Magma Superior smiled, and looked at Chu Chen with a cold look. Why did you do that just now? Wouldn't it be better to just hand over the things? As he spoke, he shook his head again. What a pity, even if you hand over the things now, I can't let you leave intact. After avoiding the frontal battle area, Team Magma Superior walked towards Chu Chen. And the Pokeball on him was also taken off by him and held in his hand. From the beginning to now, he has several Pokemon that he has never used. Pokeballs were thrown out, white lights flashed one after another. Houndoom, Camerupt, Crobat and Magmortar, all common Pokémon in the hands of Team Magma members. But they are all superior level. You don't have any other Pokémon on you, right? Team Magma Superior's eyes fell on Vigoroth and Aaron, who had not received Chu Chen's orders. How about you guess, can the two Pokémon you have left still stop me? Although Shiny Gengar was also beside Chu Chen, he had to be responsible for restraining several flying Pokémon in the sky. You'll know if you try it. In response to Team Magma Superior's question, Chu Chen just spread his hands, looking indifferent. Actually, Vigoroth is enough, why do you include the little punk Aaron? Aaron seemed to have noticed something and looked up at him. Ignoring Team Magma Superior, whose face was twisted because his dark psychology was not satisfied, Chu Chen turned to look at Infernape and Swampert. Infernape, use Flare Blitz after Swords Dance. Swampert, Hydro Pump. Pop. The sword array around Infernape, whose acceleration feature gradually took effect, flashed and disappeared, causing its breath intensity to rise. Then it was covered with blue and white flames, turned into a meteor, and headed close to the ground towards the place where Team Magma members gathered. Ligu. Swampert spit out a stronger, cannon-like water column, instantly knocking down another Numel. This attitude of complete disregard made Team Magma Superior feel even more uncomfortable. But just when he was about to let his Pokémon take action, Chu Chen's eyes flashed with joy. Numel, hit by Swampert's Hydro Pump, reached its limit and was taken away in one move. Infernape, which cast Flare Blitz, had already tackled a Magcargo fiercely, and continued to crush it backwards with huge momentum. In just a moment, several Pokémon of Team Magma lost their ability to fight. Ding! Vigoroth level +1. Reached LV 36. Ding! Aaron level +2. Reached LV 28. Ding! You got Silver Treasure Box X1. Vigorota's level has also reached LV 36. This is the level it needs to evolve into Slaking. It's going to evolve. A Slaking with the Hercules attribute. Just thinking about it, Chu Chen's eyes are shining. The next battle. I'll feel comfortable. Chapter 72. Seeing the light of evolution in front of them, Team Magma Superior's footsteps subconsciously paused. However, when he realized that the Pokémon that was evolving was Vigoroth, he couldn't help but laugh. Your Vigoroth actually evolved at this time. Should I say you are lucky? Or unlucky? There is no need for an exact race value like in the game. In the real Pokémon world, Slaking's strength is still well known. But what makes it more deeply remembered by many trainers is its laziness characteristic. I don't know how many trainers beat their chests and stamp their feet at its laziness characteristic while loving its power. Just like Chu Chen's first reaction when he found that there was a characteristic replacement potion in the treasure chest that the system exploded was Hercules Slaking. There are many trainers in the Pokémon world who have fantasized about the Slaking race. However, once the laziness debuff takes effect, there is no way to reverse it at present. Even if the life is threatened or it is the trainer's order, it is the same. For the specific situation, Chu Chen had a deep enough experience when he captured Slakote. I admit that Slaking is powerful. Even if it has just evolved, it can definitely threaten my Pokémon. But Team Magma Superior stopped completely and smiled playfully. What if it enters the lazy state? What will you do? He even didn't want to end this Katandmus game so quickly. Wouldn't it be more beautiful to just wait for Slaking's lazy characteristic to be triggered, and then look at the desperate expression of this young man? But Team Magma Superior probably didn't expect that there would be such a thing as Hercules Slaking in this world. Vigorota's evolution is coming to an end. When the light turned into light spots all over the sky and dissipated, Vigoroth had disappeared, replaced by the powerful Slaking. The body that was originally a little thin during the Vigoroth period has become strong and explosive after the evolution. Name, Slaking. Attribute, General. Feature, Strongman. Level, Level 36, Advanced. Potential, Quasi-Elite. Carry, None. Real Strongman Slaking. If before its evolution, Infernape is still firmly in Chu Chen's trump card position, then Slaking is definitely qualified to compete for this position. In terms of comprehensive strength, the two sides should be almost the same. However, one of them is a speed type and the other is an absolute power type. And acceleration and strongman are completely different characteristics in actual combat performance. If you have to decide an absolute winner, it basically depends on how much speed bonus brought by the Infernape acceleration characteristic reaches before Slaking finds an opportunity. Hey! Like a gorilla, Slaking, who feels full of endless power after evolution, beats his chest hard. Team Magma Superior begins to feel something is wrong. Ordinary Slaking, even in an active state, does not have such spirit. Slaking, Arm Hammer. Chu Chen doesn't care about what Team Magma Superior thinks in his heart. He just wants to experience the violent output of Strongman Slaking as soon as possible. Team Magma Superior wants to wait for Slaking's laziness? Then let him wait forever. Hey! Grinning at the Pokemon of Team Magma Superior in front of him, Slaking scratched the ground with his thick palms, and his whole strong body started running. In terms of agility and flexibility of dodging in a small range, it is definitely not as good as Infernape. But if it is just accelerating in a straight line, its strength can also be converted into speed. In just a moment, like a catapult, Slaking closed the distance with the Pokemon of Team Magma Superior. Hey! Raising his sturdy arms high, covered with white energy that exudes a sharp breath, Slaking's heavy fist fell towards Camerupt in the front. Bang! The ground of the entire hall seemed to tremble with this loud noise. Camerupt was hit hard by Slaking's arm hammer and was almost embedded in the ground. You can see that the ground below its body is already covered with dense spider-web-like cracks. All the Team Magma members who were attracted by the movement here couldn't help but change their faces when they saw this scene. Team Magma Superior was even more unacceptable. Didn't it just evolve? Why is it so powerful? He had known what level of power a newly evolved Slaking should be at. Its natural strength can only make up for the level difference between the two sides. But what's wrong with this Slaking in front of him? Camerupt didn't lose its combat ability directly. But seeing that it had difficulty struggling because of Slaking's attack, it knew that there was actually not much difference. Hey! Slaking didn't stop there. He pushed the ground hard, rushed into the air, and stretched out his hand to grab Crobat in the air. That was because Crobat was fast enough to avoid it, otherwise he might have had a close contact with the ground in the next second. Slaking has a little less skills. Seeing this scene, Chu Chen remembered that he still had a silver treasure box in his hand. Ding! You successfully opened the silver treasure box. Ding! You got Smackdown Skill Learning Machine X1. Ding! You got Alliance Coin X3000. Smackdown is a small rock skill with a power of only 50 in the game. But it is just right for Slaking. At the moment when the skill learning machine was immersed in Slaking's body. Hey! Between Slaking's raised palms, a stone condensed out of thin air, and it was thrown into the sky with force amid the sound of breaking wind. This time, Crobat had no time to dodge and was hit hard. Standing in the center of the hall, Slaking's momentum was impressive. Invincible. I am so powerful. Chapter 73. Ding! Infernape level +1. Reached LV 41. Ding! Shiny Jengar level +2. Reached LV 39. Ding! Swampert level +2. Reached LV 38. Ding! Slaking level +2. Reached LV 38. Ding! Aaron level +4. Reached LV 32. Ding! You got Platinum Treasure Box X1. The Rock attribute Smackdown, for Crobat with Poison plus Flying attributes, it is definitely effective. And combined with Macamp's Hercules characteristic slaking, this smackdown that hits Crobat is absolutely powerful. After being hit hard, it fell from the sky without even struggling. Also, Camerupt, who had been struggling a lot before, turned into circles. Another platinum treasure chest. Listening to the system prompt sound in his ear, Chu Chen was also smiling. And chaos is indeed the fastest way to get a lot of experience points. Even the original little bastard Aaron has gotten to the point of evolution. Kuo. Aaron was still a little confused, and the light of evolution began to cover his body. Chu Chen was somewhat emotional. Although it was only about to reach the second evolution form, it was actually not easy. Except for some quasi-god Pokemon, there are not many Pokemon that can evolve at LV32 like Aaron. And it only needs LV42 to evolve from LV32 in the second evolution form to the third evolution form. When the light of evolution turned into stars and scattered in the air, Aaron also changed from a small guy to a big Laren. It doesn't look as cute as before, but it obviously looks more combative. Another evolution. The people of Team Magma were somewhat numb. From the beginning of the battle to now, Swampert, Slaking and this Laren. This is the third one, right? They found that nothing was normal after they met Chu Chen. Infernape's flames were lightly golden, and it seemed to have a natural suppression power against ordinary flames. Infernape only needed to cover its body with its own flames to resist most of the flames spewed by Team Magma's fire Pokémon. On the contrary, Infernape's flames made these fire attribute Pokémon feel as if they were not attacked by fire attributes, and the damage they received was unbearable. Even the extremely high burn effect was not counted. Why is its speed getting faster and faster? Facing the Infernape that came and went like the wind, not only the Pokémon of Team Magma, but also their members felt like lambs to be slaughtered. The only normal ones may be the Swampert and the Jengar, right? Some Team Magma members thought secretly in their hearts. Laren, also known as Aaron, is simply a team battle idiot and has not yet played. They didn't dare to draw conclusions so early. And the normal here only means that their performance is within their understanding, not that their strength is not strong. How dare they say they are not strong? This young man who was despised by them at the beginning is directly confronting their entire team. As for Slaking on the other side, no one would feel more deeply than Team Magma Superior. Why hasn't the laziness trait been triggered yet? Team Magma Superior broke into a cold sweat when he met Slaking's piercing eyes, especially when he saw its big white teeth when it smiled. It's not that he didn't notice the pleading looks from his team members. But he commanded the remaining Magmortar and Houndoom who were still able to fight, and he had already delayed for a while as much as possible. This Slaking's incredible power is fine. You should ask for leave quickly. Team Magma Superior shouted in his heart. Ku. To make matters worse for Team Magma, Laren, who was already LV32, had the strength to join the battle. With little combat experience, it headed straight to the place where Team Magma members were most concentrated, lowering its head and charging. And relying on his rock head characteristic, he immediately take down. At this point, the members of Team Magma even lost their will to resist. At the beginning, Infernape and Swampert had joined forces to fight against them. As the number of Pokémon they had decreased, and Infernape became more and more unreasonable. Infernape alone was enough to pull them all together with its speed. Swampert turned around to help Shiny Jengar deal with Swellow and Golbat in the air. Let's retreat. Some of them couldn't stand the pleading looks of the team members, and of course some couldn't stand the pressure from Slaking's pressure. Team Magma Superior decided. As soon as they heard his words, the rest of Team Magma members retreated. It's not easy. Thinking about their Team Magma in the past 6 months, except for the loss at the hands of the mortal enemy, they have always been successful. Even the Alliance can't do anything to them. As a result, they were defeated by a teenager today. Are you going to retreat now? The retreat scene in front of Chu Chen made him laugh. Zhao Dihao. Come and go as you please, it may not be too good to think, right? Not to mention what Team Magma planned to do to him at the beginning. Let's talk about another problem. They saw too many things they shouldn't see and knew too much. Infernape, stop them. Stretching out his palm and shaking it fiercely, Chu Chen said lightly. Pop. With a slight shake of his body, Infernape, who had already triggered speed up countless times in the battle, instantly disappeared from the spot. From a distance, only a vague shadow could be seen, passing over the people of Team Magma and intercepting them in their desperate eyes. Everyone in Team Magma looked back, and Chu Chen's other Pokémon had already surrounded them. You are now surrounded. Standing outside the encirclement, Chu Chen whispered. Chapter 74. Except for Shiny Jengar who stayed in front of him, Chu Chen's remaining 4 Pokémon surrounded the 6-member team of Team Magma. The scene looked a little weird. But under the absolute deterrence of Infernape and Slaking, no one on Team Magma's side dared to act rashly. Even Team Magma Superior was the same. He faced Slaking alone, and was taught a deeper lesson than others. Are you sure you really want to offend our Team Magma? Realizing that Chu Chen might be serious, Team Magma Superior tried to make him a little afraid. Offend your Team Magma? Chu Chen asked without hesitation, do you think our Team Aqua will take your Team Magma seriously? Team Aqua? All the people on Team Magma were stunned, and then subconsciously looked at Chu Chen again. No Team Aqua logo, too young, a fake expression on his face. But no matter whether this boy is from Team Aqua or not, it is clear enough that he does not intend to let this matter end. Even though they were forced to be as embarrassed as a stray dog a moment ago, at this time, everyone on Team Magma still looked cold. Even ants try to survive, so they are naturally unwilling to sit back and wait for death. But they thought so, but the members of Team Magma glanced at Infernape and Slaking, and they all felt powerless. There was no need to consider anything else, just these 2 Pokémon were enough to drag all of them down. In just a few breaths, Infernape used a set of close combat and Slaking used a hand hammer. Team Magma's Pokémon lost 2 more members. Catch the thief first. Team Magma Superior suddenly whispered in a voice that only they could hear. For a moment, everyone else's lit up. It's not that this is a particularly good way, but it's their only way. Beside the boy, there was only a Jengar that didn't perform very well before. At least compared to Infernape and Slaking. If one of the 2 superior level Pokémon of Team Magma Superior can break through and take down the boy first, there is still a chance to turn the tables. This is because Chu Chen can't hear their thoughts, otherwise, he would have laughed out loud. It is true that he has the power of aura and his self-protection ability has greatly increased. But this will always be his last resort. As a trainer, he should make good use of every Pokémon in his hand. In a confrontation like this, since he only left 1 shiny Jengar with him, that can only mean that in his opinion, even without considering his own power of aura, this shiny Jengar can deal with all emergencies. But the members of Team Magma who finally grabbed a life-saving straw don't know. They are still trying to conceal their intentions. Until Infernape and Slaking were about to defeat all their last Pokémon. Team Magma Superior suddenly collected his Houndoom with a Pokeball and quickly handed it to Magmortar beside him. Leave it to you. Magmortar evolved from the duckbill torch. After the evolution, the front end of their arms became the shape of a cannon barrel. Go! Magmortar directly put the Pokeball into the cannon barrel and aimed at Chu Chen's position. The next second, flames spurted out. Also, the Pokeball with Houndoom inside was spurted out. Baked by the scorching flames, the Pokeball showed signs of melting and cracking. But at least it was not directly damaged. And it drew a parabola in the air, past the interception of Infernape and Slaking, and landed not far in front of Chu Chen. Now! Houndoom, use Inferno! Team Magma Superior shouted. Ruka! The nearly damaged Pokeball opened, and Houndoom rushed out of it, spewing a blue-purple flame from his mouth. It is rumored that Houndoom is the messenger of hell, and its flame also comes from Inferno. But in fact, its flame is still just an ordinary flame. Good idea. Chu Chen commented, and stretched out his hand and pressed forward, Jengar, shadow sneak. He. A purple energy ball condensed above shiny Jengar's palm, and then it was thrown out with force. The purple energy ball collided fiercely with the blue-purple flame. However, shiny Jengar did have a gap with Houndoom in terms of level and strength. The blue-purple flame crushed the purple energy ball, and some of the remaining energy was still imprinted on shiny Jengar's body. You are too arrogant. Do you really think your Jengar can stop my Houndoom? Team Magma Superior laughed out loud when he saw this scene. Houndoom, Fire Fang. The other Team Magma members also felt that they saw hope, and the defeat was reversed for a while. Chu Chen looked in the direction of the voice with some surprise. What's wrong with the gap in strength? Can't we just make up for this gap? His tone was matter of course. Make up for the gap? How can you? Team Magma Superior subconsciously wanted to say something. But then he seemed to be strangled by something, and the following words could not come out of his throat. Only his eyes were fixed on the direction where Chu Chen was, and there was only one voice echoing in his heart. What is that? Houndoom ran towards shiny Jengar and guessed Chu Chen. In front of it, the fire element has gathered to form a giant fang, waiting to hit the enemy and then close it fiercely. At this time, Chu Chen took out a necklace from the front of him. The necklace is embedded with a very rare bead with 7 colors. Shiny Jengar's arm has a strap on it. On the strap, there is another kind of 7-color bead with slightly different details. Chu Chen and shiny Jengar looked at each other, and then held the necklace tightly. Jengar, Mega! In the hall, his voice spread far away. Then you can see the 7-color light, illuminating the entire hall. Chapter 75. Before getting the system, Chu Chen and shiny Jengar, who was still ghastly at the time, had a deep friendship. After starting the journey, they experienced battles and growth together, and they began to have deep bonds. If you want to temporarily improve your strength, what mega evolution can be more suitable? The colorful light in the hall came from Chu Chen's hands and shiny Jengar's arms. Under everyone's surprised or uneasy gazes, the colorful light band extended, connecting the keystone in Chu Chen's hand and the mega evolutionary stone/ite on shiny Jengar's arm. Then the colorful light completely enveloped shiny Jengar. It's a bit like evolution, but it's not. What's going on? I've never encountered such a situation before. Team Magma's people had all kinds of guesses in their hearts, but no one could tell the reason. It was indeed evolution, but it was mega evolution. The time required to complete much faster than ordinary evolution. It seemed like a long time had passed, but in fact, only a moment had passed. Houndoom even took only 2 steps while running forward. Jengar, sucker punch! Pointing forward, Chu Chen shouted. Houndoom, with the flaming fang in front of him, was still approaching Mega Shiny Jengar. Its attack was about to fall on Mega Shiny Jengar. He. A cold laugh sounded, and in the colorful light that had not yet completely dissipated, a white arm stretched out and swung fiercely at Houndoom. Different from the first skill confrontation, in which Shiny Jengar was slightly defeated. This time, when Mega Shiny Jengar's arm passed over the flaming fang and swung fiercely at Houndoom, Houndoom's forward momentum stopped. Ruka! With a painful groan, the giant fang of the fire element condensed in front of Houndoom almost collapsed directly. But even if it didn't collapse, it would not be meaningful. Because the next second, it was hit by Mega Shiny Jengar and flew backwards. After drawing a parabola in the air, Houndoom fell heavily to the ground, dragging along with friction. The condensed giant fang of the fire element finally collapsed. How is it possible? Seeing this scene, even when the colorful light on shiny Jengar lit up, Team Magma Superior couldn't help but exclaimed. In the knowledge he knew about Pokémon, he had never heard of such a method that could greatly enhance the strength of Pokémon in a short period of time. It was right that he didn't know. From the timeline, it would take at least 2 years before Mega Evolution was discovered. And at this time, everyone finally saw the full picture of Shiny Jengar after Mega Evolution. It can't be said to be the whole picture. All you can see is the upper body of Mega Shiny Jengar. From the upper body alone, you can still easily find the shadow of Mega before on it. Its lower body is not buried underground like Dugtrio, but in another dimension. Unlike the ordinary Mega Jengar, whose half of the body is purple-black and half of the body is purplured, the body color of Mega Shiny Jengar is pure white. It is much more handsome than the non-shiny quality. There is a yellow object similar to a gold coin between its eyebrows. Jengar, continue. Shadow Punch. Seeing its handsome appearance, Chu Chen felt better and gave orders loudly. He. Mega Shiny Jengar's white arm extended out, and its fist hit Houndoom, who had just climbed up, heavily, knocking it back again. After Shiny Jengar Mega Evolution, the gap in strength between the two sides was completely reversed. Even the gap is even bigger. At least the Houndoom of Team Magma Superior is no match for Mega Shiny Jengar. Jengar, give it the last blow, Shadow Sneak. With his arm slashing diagonally in front of him, Chu Chen took advantage of the victory and pursued. He. The energy ball condensed by Mega Shiny Jengar did not change color, but remained purple-black. Holding the energy ball that exuded a cold breath, it threw it hard at Houndoom. The purple energy ball cut through the air, whistling and accurately landed on Houndoom, taking away its last bit of physical strength. Ding! Infernape level +1. Reached LV 42. Ding! Shiny Jengar level +2. Reached LV 41. Please give me flowers. Ding! Swampert level +2. Reached LV 40. Ding! Slaking level +2. Reached LV 40. Ding! Laren level +3. Reached LV 35. Ding! You got Platinum Treasure Box X1. As the Houndoom fell, another treasure box emitting platinum light appeared in front of Chu Chen. And after Infernape, he got 3 more Pokémon of superior strength. Even Laren, who is still far from reaching the strength of Fitz, not too far to superior. All members will be superior soon. But for the members of Team Magma, Houndoom's fall means the end of their hope. Many people's eyes dimmed. Magmortar, Fire Blast. Team Magma Superior still wanted to struggle. Gulu. Magmortar raised his hand and sprayed out flames, and a small big word could be seen faintly in the center of the flame. Then the flame big word swelled in the wind, turned into several feet in size, and printed towards Infernape, who was blocking the way. Pop! This level of attack didn't even make Infernape frown. Almost without hesitation, it cast the flame cart, transformed into a fire wheel to crush the big flame, and then rushed towards Magmortar. But at this moment, Magmortar suddenly grabbed the 2 Pokémon around him and threw them hard towards the oncoming Infernape. And it lifted Team Magma Superior and tried to escape to the direction of the drilling machine by bypassing Infernape. The plan was good and the implementation was good. Looking at the approaching drilling machine, Team Magma Superior had a smile on their faces. But his smile soon froze. Magmortar kept running, but they never got even 1 meter closer to the drilling machine. Realizing something, a chill gradually rose up his spine. He turned his head back stiffly, and his face turned pale. He saw that his and Magmortar's shadows were stretched long, all the way to the feet of Mega Shiny Jengar. Seeing him looking over, Mega Shiny Jengar gave him a cold and hideous smile. Step on the shadow. Step on shadow, step on the opponent's shadow and prevent him from escaping. Fan. Chapter 76. The battle in the ruins hall subsided, and the lights of the drilling truck slowly went out. The entire ruins returned to the silence of no one disturbing them. Die. 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 Footsteps came from the darkness, and Chu Chen also took his Pokémon and prepared to leave according to the route into the ruins. He still couldn't forget it. If he didn't go back to see if there was Relicanth in the cave lake at the beginning, he, a patient with mild obsessive-compulsive disorder, would feel uncomfortable all over. After defeating the remaining opponents, the strength of the Pokémon in Chu Chen's hands was slightly updated, but the fluctuation was not large. Infernapel V43, Shiny Jengar LV42, Swampert LV41, Slaking LV41, Laren LV37. However, Chu Chen had accumulated a lot of treasure chests. Bronze treasure box is not mentioned. Even if one silver treasure box has been opened in the middle of the battle, there are still 3 left. Ding! You successfully opened silver treasure box X3. Ding! You got Ice Punch skill learning machine X1. Ding! You got Brick Break skill learning machine X1. Ding! You got Dig skill learning machine X1. Ding! You got Alliance coin X9000. Slaking has a wide range of skills to learn. But the span of skills that it can learn through level increase is not large, and it must be learned through teaching. So even if we don't consider the problem of its laziness characteristics, there are not many people in the Pokémon world who can cultivate them strong enough. Chu Chen doesn't have such concerns. Give both Ice Punch and Brick Break to Slaking. After a brief thought, he made the distribution. Although Slaking already has the fighting attribute skill Arm Hammer is a bit bulky. If it can master Brick Break, it can deal with more complex situations. As for Dig, give it to Laren, the little guy. Laren has the rock head characteristic that is not afraid of skill reaction damage. Give it a dig that can create opportunities, and then let it master more skills such as takedown. Tisk tisk. Every time you come out from underground, it is a big surprise for the opponent. Next, Chu Chen is going to open the saffron treasure box. What surprised him was that he actually left 3 of this treasure box, which is 1 level higher than the silver treasure box. However, compared to Come On, the things in the saffron treasure box are much better than those in the silver treasure box. Ding! You successfully opened saffron treasure box X3. Ding! You got rare candy X2. Ding! You got silver crown X4. Ding! You got alliance coin X30,000. This time, no big skills of each system were opened, but rare candy and silver crown are equally useful. Rare candy was put away as usual. And the 4 silver crowns. System, use all silver crowns on Slaking and Swampert. Chu Chen said in his mind. Among his Pokémon, Slaking and Swampert currently have the lowest potential values, which are quasi-elite. Yes. Yes. The lowest potential values are also quasi-elite. Ding! According to the current potential of Slaking and Swampert, the success rate of using Silver Crown to break through is 30%. Do you want to continue? Continue. Ding! Slaking's potential value failed to break through. Ding! Slaking's potential value failed to break through. After 2 consecutive failures, Chu Chen's face turned black. But the following 2 system electronic prompts made his face turn from sunny to cloudy. Ding! Slaking's potential value successfully broke through. Promoted to elite. Ding! Marsh Tomp's potential value successfully broke through. Promoted to elite. The next 2 times were both successful. The Pokémon in Chu Chen's hands now have the lowest potential value among all members elite. If the people in the Pokémon world knew this cruel fact, it would probably be silent and women would cry. Even the elites and league champions who represent the pinnacle of trainers, they can't guarantee that every Pokémon they personally cultivate has such potential. To be able to put together the final main force, it took countless Pokémons to cultivate them. They don't have Chu Chen's eye of exploration, which can ensure that the potential of each Pokémon is not misjudged. The real highlight is coming. Chu Chen looked at the 2 bright white and gold treasure chests in the system backpack and couldn't help rubbing his hands. Unless it is a special person like Ash, Rosa, and Steven who are defeated. Otherwise, the platinum treasure chest is the best treasure chest he can get at ordinary times. And this time, he has two. System, open 2 platinum treasure chests. In order to satisfy the sense of ritual, Chu Chen also specially asked the system to add animation effects. Ding! You got Mega Swampert Evolutionary Stone /ite X1. Ding! You got Shell Bell X1. Ding! You got Alliance Coin X10,0000. 2 items to carry. Another Mega Evolutionary Stone /ite is here, and it's for Swampert. The use of Mega Evolutionary Stone /ite is unique, and Chu Chen has nothing to think about. But the soft sand on Swampert must be taken off. You can only carry 1 item. Soft sand enhances the damage of ground attribute skills, so Laren is more suitable. Chu Chen completed the distribution again. Although Laren does not have ground attribute, but steel plus rock, it can master many ground attribute skills. After this round, Slaking is the only one among the 5 Pokémon who does not carry props. Don't worry about the effect of this Shell Bell, just give it directly. Chu Chen put Shell Bell on Slaking first, and then checked the specific information. Speaking of which, he is still unfamiliar with this term. It is probably a relatively unpopular and not so good carrying prop. However, when the corresponding explanation panel was called up, Chu Chen knew that his guess was wrong. This Shell Bell is a good thing. Chapter 77. Shell Bell. When the Pokémon carrying this item causes damage to the opponent, it absorbs the energy dissipated by the opponent in the process and heals itself. Note, the greater the damage caused to the opponent, the more energy the opponent will dissipate in the process, and the healing effect of the Pokémon carrying this item will be enhanced. Isn't this the Pokémon version of the Blood Thrower? Chu Chen's eyes were full of surprise. Why didn't he notice such an item when he was playing games before he crossed over? Maybe this healing effect is not very obvious. Chu Chen guessed. But he doesn't mind this. After all, the higher the damage caused, the higher the effect will be. And his Hercules characteristic Slaking is not lacking in explosive damage. No matter how inconspicuous the healing effect is, it has to bite will work, right? Originally, the Shell Bell was given as a consolation prize to Slaking, the only one who didn't bring any props. I didn't expect it to be a good thing, and it was very compatible with Slaking. The harvest is now counted. While walking, Chu Chen stretched his body. Splash splash! At this time, he heard a sound of water splashing. The sound of water splashing came from the artificial river. He had just walked to the edge of the artificial river. Isn't there nothing in this river? Chu Chen was startled, with confusion in his eyes. Could it be that the battle in the ruins hall triggered some mechanism here? Thinking in his mind, Chu Chen's steps did not stop. What exactly is the situation? Just take a few steps forward and you will know. After walking a few steps, Chu Chen can see the situation of the artificial river, and his eyes widen. In the artificial river, there were several Pokémon that kept jumping out of the water, with map patterns and red dots on their bodies. Isn't this the Relicanth that Chu Chen had been thinking about day and night? Why are they here? After muttering subconsciously, Chu Chen reacted. The bottom of this artificial river was drilled through by the Pokémon that were originally placed here. Those Pokémon returned to the sea with the help of the passage they drilled. And the Relicanth that live in the deep sea can naturally come here through this passage. Maybe this passage happens to be connected to the karst lake outside at the beginning. But it was Chu Chen's approach that made these Relicanth that have lived in the deep sea for many years and may have never seen humans instinctively startled. Splash splash! The sound of splashing water came, and these Relicanth all plunged into the water with a fierce dive. Not good. They're trying to run away. Chu Chen looked at Swampert beside him. Swampert, go and block the hole under the water. After finally meeting them, Chu Chen would probably be upset for 30 seconds if he had to watch them slip away. Although Swampert was actually a beat slower at this time, it was more powerful than Chu Chen imagined. Ligu! With the same fierce dive, its short distance burst in the water was much faster than that of Relicanth, a Pokémon that has lived in the water for many years. But if you think about it carefully, the underwater resistance of the swamp where Swampert lives is much greater than that of pure seawater. Several Relicans slipped away. In the end, there was only one left, and Swampert successfully blocked it outside the hole. Chu Chen himself did not have any special requirements for the strength and potential of Relicanth. With only one left, there was no need to bother choosing. Jengar, Thunderbolt. To avoid any trouble, Chu Chen gave the order to attack. Water conducts electricity. Even if attacking on the surface, there is no need to worry about not being able to damage the Relicanth underwater. Of course, there will be no accidental injuries. Besides this Relicanth, there is only Chu Chen's own Swampert underwater. And Swampert is water plus ground attribute that is immune to electrical damage. Relicanth is water plus rock that is not immune to electrical damage. He. Shiny Jengar took a step forward, and the flashing sparks between his palms gathered, and an electric snake extended out and fell into the artificial river. Shiny Jengar didn't even need to control it. As soon as the electric snake touched the water surface, it automatically locked the Relicanth with the smallest resistance underwater. The power continued to output. After a while, the Relicanth with circles in its eyes was directly carried and thrown to the shore by Swampert. With a flick of his wrist, a black and yellow Ultra Ball appeared in Chu Chen's hand. Go! Ultra Ball! Pressing the button and enlarging the Ultra Ball to normal size, Chu Chen threw it out with force. The Ultra Ball spun, fell, bounced, opened, and then a red light fell on Relicanth. The process of taming Relicanth was very smooth. After the Ultra Ball took Relicanth into it, it just shook it gently a few times, and the star special effect representing taming was lit up. Comfortable. Name, Relicanth. Attributes, water plus rock. Features, rock head. Level 28, intermediate. Potential, advanced. Carry, none. The potential value of this Relicanth is not high. Chu Chen has been mentally prepared, not much feeling. The same rock head feature as Laren, it can also clear the way when passing through some narrow straits. Chu Chen was very satisfied with the features of this Relicanth. The most important thing is level 28 means it has mastered diving. Having achieved both the scheduled and non-scheduled goals on the island, Chu Chen did not choose to stay on the island. During the several kilometers of waterway to Slateport City, Chu Chen directly and ruthlessly abandoned Swampert and threw himself into the arms of Relicanth. What does diving feel like? Grab Relicanth's dorsal fin, and it will create a waterproof cover. It can prevent Chu Chen's clothes from getting wet, and allow him to breathe oxygen normally underwater. Compared to it, Swampert is simply carrying Chu Chen into the water. Hi! Disgusted. Swampert. Chapter 78. After arriving at Slateport City, Chu Chen checked into the Pokémon Center. After going through a lot of things, he needed to relax and have a good sleep. When he woke up, Chu Chen could still hear the crunching sound in his ears. Laren is still eating. Evolution can't solve the hunger caused by its rapid level increase. The night before, Chu Chen prepared a pile of steel for it, but it has been eating until now. It's scary. Shaking his head, Chu Chen sat cross-legged and remembered something. Speaking of which, I haven't had time to take a closer look. A blue glowing bead was taken out of his system backpack. Indigo bead. Holding the bead, Chu Chen suddenly had a slight trance in his eyes. Realizing this, he couldn't help but raise a little arrogant and disdainful smile at the corner of his mouth. I haven't even tried to control Groudon yet, are you trying to control me first? Without great desires in his heart, Chu Chen naturally has no great fears. Even if he is ambitious, he may not necessarily be controlled by the Indigo Orb. Controlling Kyogre and Groudon is not the only way he can conquer the world. Even if he does it step by step, it will only be a matter of time before he stands at the top of the world. Perhaps it was because he felt helpless against Chu Chen that the interference of the indigo orb on him slowly disappeared. Submission. That's right. Why bother to test it? With a slight smile, Chu Chen began to play with the beads. Facing the sun, knocking on the corner of the table. If the indigo orb really has complete wisdom, it should jump up and knock on Chu Chen's knees at this time. It seems that it is really useless to hold it now. At most, I can only hold it for fun. After rolling the bead on the table again, Chu Chen threw it back into the system backpack. At least before Team Aqua and Team Magma get Kyogre and Groudon out, this thing has no great practical value. Even if they can't get the indigo bead, they will definitely find a way to catch Groudon and Kyogre first. Just like in the original book, Team Magma and Team Aqua caught the one that they couldn't control with the beads in their hands. Speaking of the two Groudon and Kyogre caught in the original book, their specific strength is a bit confusing. In fact, Chu Chen has always been skeptical about this. He had opened the Ho-Oh gene in the treasure chest before. From the Ho-Oh gene, you can see how powerful the real first-level gods in this world can be. That is a difference in the level of life. But the Kyogre in the original book was evenly matched with Pikachu in skill collision. After all, Pikachu's strength fluctuates with the opponent's strength. Old Sue was even electrocuted by Pikachu. But its quick collision with Lance/Crossing was almost evenly matched. Is it deliberately weakened in the original book, or do Groudon and Kyogre actually have tribes? Chu Chen couldn't help but guess in his heart. Although there is no evidence, he is more inclined to the second guess. Because the original Groudon and original Kyogre that appeared later in the original book showed a completely different concept of power from the previous two. Even the shiny Metagross with the same Mega Evolution in Steven's hand can only try to intervene at the edge, and can't fight head-on like Lance/Crossing. Both are young and powerful league champions. Even if there is a difference in the real strength of Lance/Crossing and Steven, the distance is not very big. What's more, in Sun and Moon, there is a Kyogre who was tormented by a Pokemon hunter. If there is only one Kyogre in the world, then Lance/Crossing equals Kyogre equals Pokemon hunter. In fact, the Pokemon hunter can choose a more promising career, such as League Champion. So if my guess is correct. Chu Chen looked up and thought about it. In fact, Indigo Orb and Vermilion Orb have their limits in control. As for whether they can make Groudon and Kyogre of any strength return to their original state, Chu Chen is not very clear. After all, in the original book, the original Groudon and the original Kyogre appeared after the two orbs self-destruct. In fact, Vermilion Orb should be more suitable for me. I don't know what he thought of, and a strange smile appeared on Chu Chen's face. It's not that he likes Kyogre a little more. It's mainly because he thinks that he and Groudon should have a basis for cooperation. It would be too inferior to use Indigo Orb to control by force. You should just hold Groudon's hand and ask, swimming and fitness. Sorry, I got the wrong script. It should be, second characteristic opening device plus floating characteristic replacement agent, do you know? It does not affect Groudon's sunlight characteristic and end land characteristic after returning to the original. It can also let it stand up straight and face the gods. Who dares to say I can't fly now? I think it shouldn't be able to refuse such a captivate, right? When Chu Chen thought of that scene, he almost laughed like a pig. Playing is playing, don't joke with Groudon. Cliff Sword Warning.jpg. I imagined the scene of Groudon holding a brick and preparing to hit someone, and Chu Chen decided to let this poor spirit go for the time being. Let's go directly to Movili City next. Take another look at Laren, who was happily chewing on the steel pile, and Chu Chen made the next plan. In Slateport City, where he is now, there is a shipyard that will be invaded by Team Aqua or Team Magma. But that doesn't matter to him much. Just leave it to Ash and the others who will pass by here at that time. It's not that he trusts Ash. Chu Chen just trusts Pikachu more. It's acting, but with Pikachu, as long as they catch up, there will definitely be no big problems in the end. Wait. What's going on? Chu Chen was suddenly stunned. Just now, he heard a different system electronic prompt sound. Ding! Host, please pay attention. The Pokemon egg you placed in the system backpack is about to hatch. Please take it out as soon as possible. The Pokemon egg he got from Steven. It's about to hatch? Chapter 79. Living things cannot be placed directly in the system backpack. Living things in the form of Pokeball or Pokemon eggs are allowed. Even putting them in will not cause any impact on them. After comprehensive consideration, it is safer to put the Pokemon egg and the incubator in the system backpack than to carry it directly on the body. When Chu Chen first got the Pokemon egg from Steven, he knew that it would hatch soon. But he still didn't expect it to be so fast. After finding a flat table to take out the incubator, Chu Chen took out the Pokemon egg and placed it on the prepared cushion. Next it's up to the little guy himself. Waiting in front of the Pokemon egg, Chu Chen's eyes were full of expectations. Not too long after, the Pokemon egg shook gently, and then a layer of faint white light emerged. Here it comes. As the white light became more and more dazzling, tiny cracks began to appear on the surface of the Pokemon egg. Especially at a certain position on the top of the Pokemon egg, the cracks expanded further and then broke. From this small hole, Chu Chen could already see a small part of the body of the little guy inside. Sky blue. What Pokemon have sky blue heads? Through this small detail, Chu Chen has begun to search his memory. Could it be a water-attributed Pokemon? Pokemon with sky blue body color are indeed mostly related to water attributes. But when the small hole on the Pokemon egg gradually expanded, more details of the little guy's body were revealed. Chu Chen realized how many times his guess was wrong. Sky blue hair like a bowl-shaped head, oval orange flat corners in the middle of the hair. He finally knew why Steven felt so painful when he handed this egg to him. This is an extremely rare Ralts. When he was in Petalburg Woods, Chu Chen thought about trying to find traces of Ralts. But he gave up after just thinking about it. Ralts are rare, but they are loved by many trainers because of their strength and appearance. How can you still want to find wild Ralts in the wild these days? I'm afraid you're just dreaming. Even if Ralts should theoretically live in Petalburg Woods, there would be no exceptions. I didn't expect that the egg I got from Steven would hatch into a Ralts. As for why its color is different from ordinary Ralts, this is a Ralts of shiny quality on the basis of its extremely rare nature. Name, Shiny Ralts. Attributes, Psychic plus Fairy. Features, Telepathy. Level, Level 1, Junior. Potential, Champion. Carry, none. Steven may not know that the Ralts in the egg are of shiny quality. But Steven must have checked its high potential through various means. If it were Chu Chen, he would feel pain in giving away such an egg. No. He wouldn't feel pain in giving away such an egg. Because it's impossible for him to give away such an egg generously. In just a short while, Shiny Ralts had already opened a hole in the Pokemon egg for entry and exit. Its white body looked like it was wearing a long skirt. Lulu. It didn't come out of the egg immediately. The red eyes under Shiny Ralts' hair looked at Chu Chen curiously and nervously. When Pokemon hatch from eggs, they will naturally feel close to the first person or Pokemon they see. But Ralts is also a Pokemon that is naturally timid. Hello. Little guy. Without doing too many actions that would irritate Shiny Ralts, Chu Chen just greeted it softly. Along with their timid nature, they have a keen ability to perceive emotions. In fact, they don't need too many words. When they sense the kindness you release, they will also become bold. Lulu. Sure enough, after a while, Shiny Ralts no longer cowered in the egg, but walked out carefully and approached Chu Chen. When Chu Chen stretched out his finger to it, it also boldly stretched out its little finger. The fingertips touched, and both sides felt a little subtle. This Shiny Ralts also has the telepathy characteristic. This first contact between them was like a preliminary connection. Lulu. Its somewhat timid voice sounded directly in Chu Chen's mind. Also without opening his mouth, Chu Chen's eyes showed a smile and he spoke in his mind. Little guy, we will be partners from now on. Lulu. Feeling Chu Chen's love for it, Shiny Ralts threw away the uneasiness in his heart. When Chu Chen reached out and picked it up, it was no longer too nervous. Instead, after curling up in Chu Chen's arms, it tilted its little head and looked at the layout of the room with curious red eyes under its hair. Let's go. Little guy, I'll take you outside to have a look. Noticing its little movements, Chu Chen stood up directly. By the way, he could just go to Miss Joy to buy some Multank milk. This thing will be very good for newly hatched Pokemon like Shiny Ralts. Chu Chen felt that he suddenly turned into a nanny. On the other side, Laren, who was buried in the steel, seemed to notice something and looked up. Coo! Seeing Shiny Ralts shyly curled up in Chu Chen's arms, it let out a soft cry. What a lemon! When Chu Chen took it away from Granite Cave, it was also a LV1 that had just hatched. Chu Chen turned around and gave it a look. It's about the same size as Shiny Ralts. You weigh 60+ kg. Do you only have A and C numbers in your mind, or do you think that I, as your trainer, am a real rookie? Laren understood. So he turned his resentment into appetite and continued to fight with the pile of steel on the ground. Chapter 80. Finally arrived at Movely City. Standing in front of the door of Movely City Gym, Chu Chen also breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, after hanging out with little Ralts in Slateport City for 2 days, he continued his journey. As it was a long journey from Slateport City to Movely City, Chu Chen specially rented a car. I rode all the way here on the bike path. The cycling culture in the Pokemon world seems to be quite popular. Although Ralts are extremely rare and of shiny quality, I didn't meet any covetous guys along the way. This made Chu Chen, who wanted to find 2 innocent people to beat up and win the favor of Ralts, feel particularly melancholy. If it were in Kanto and Johto region, it would definitely be different, Chu Chen thought. The Pokemon hunter who does whatever it takes is a solo profession, and the number is still very small under the high control of the Alliance. Usually, even if you meet one, it will not be in a big city like Slateport City, but in the wilderness. But Kanto and Johto region. That is the activity area of Team Rockets. Unlike Team Magma and Team Aqua, evil organizations that have been conquering the world and have only focused on Groudon and Kyogre from beginning to end. Team Rockets should be considered the most typical evil organization in each region that is not picky about anything and will do anything that is profitable. Things like stealing Pokemon are also within their business scope. Even because the organization is strong enough, there are many cases of fighting in the city. Of course, Chu Chen did not run into those people, maybe because Shiny Ralts has been shrinking tightly in his arms. Its boldness is currently only for Chu Chen alone. When there are other people around, its head has basically never been raised. Lulu. Seeing that Chu Chen stood in front of the gym door for a long time without understanding, Shiny Ralts, who was now sitting on his shoulder, tilted his head in confusion. Thinking about something, Chu Chen raised his hand and gave the little guy a head pat. Lulu. Shiny Ralts rubbed Chu Chen's palm obediently. This little guy was particularly clingy after being released. During the journey, it either stayed in Chu Chen's arms or sat carefully on his shoulders. Chu Chen naturally would not force it to return to the luxury ball that he bought for it at a nearby store. Laren. Okay. Next, I will start my 3rd gym challenge. Chu Chen looked up at the building in front of him that was different from the ordinary gym. With a playful smile, his palm was placed on the closed door in front of the door, but he did not push it open. Watson, the gym trainer of Violet Gym, wanted to transform Movely City. Although he has not yet started the transformation of Movely City, his gym has been transformed. Why doesn't he push the door open? In the backstage monitoring room of Zijin Gym, Watson, who had been staying here, was a little anxious. Maybe he heard about the difference of our gym before coming here. His assistant Walter could only smile bitterly. In that case, Watson, who couldn't wait to see Chu Chen's expression after entering the gym, reached out and pressed a button in front of him. In the next second, in the monitoring, the door that Chu Chen was holding with his hand fell down with a click. "Do you know I'm coming?" Looking at the fallen door, Chu Chen subconsciously looked up. "Then go in and see the transformed Zijin gym." As the gym door fell, steel handrails were automatically raised on both sides of the door. There were 2 more rows of wheels under the door panel that was invisible to the sight. This is not just a shuttle bus. Look at the endless passage ahead, and the track on the ground. That's right. This is a simple roller coaster. Old kid, old kid. The gray-haired Watson really does things that are full of childishness. If challengers want to challenge the Violet Gym, then take a roller coaster first. If I remember correctly, the rebuilt Movili City seems to have become a children's playground. Please give me flowers. Shaking his head, Chu Chen stepped onto the door panel. The door panel roller coaster started, and the speed gradually increased. Take Chu Chen and Shiny Ralts to the highest point of the slope, and then accelerate down. Lulu. Chu Chen didn't feel anything, but Shiny Ralts was a little scared, and suddenly jumped off his shoulder and shrank into his arms. This is not the end yet. After diving to the lowest point, the roller coaster of Zijin Gym directly enters a water section. This is Zijin Gym's special welcome ceremony and warm-up for challengers. Wait. After wobbling to the other side, the door panel car under his feet slowly stopped. 0. The last warm-up session is here. Chu Chen flipped his wrist, and a pokeball appeared in his hand. At the same time, a Ray Cow also appeared in front of him. This is the Ray Cow robot number 2 made by Watson. Don't ask where number 1 is, it's broken. Roar. With a roar as realistic as the appearance, spark flashed on the purple cloud on the back of this fake Ray Cow. A white electric current that looks intimidating but may not be very powerful was released forward. Laren, take down. Throwing the pokeball in his hand, Chu Chen also issued an order at the same time. Ku. After coming out of the pokeball, Laren threw his nearly 300 Jin weight on the Ray Cow robot No. 2. Bang! In the explosion, Ray Cow robot number 2 was also destroyed. So happy! I never thought that the Ray Cow robot number 2 I made would be destroyed by you so easily. Ahahaha! Just after the explosion, an automatic door on one side opened, and gym leader Watson, who had white hair but was very energetic, walked out. Anyway, it was hard to see that he felt any pain for the scrapping of Ray Cow robot No. 2. As for his assistant Walter, he stepped forward. Challenger, welcome to Zijin Gym. Fan. Chapter 81. Now, Zijin Gym's gym challenge is about to begin. Watson's assistant Walter stood at the side of the battlefield and acted as a referee. The number of Pokémon that can be used is limited to 3. When all the Pokémon of one side cannot fight, the other side will win the final victory. The battle rules are almost the same as the previous 2 gyms. But the number of Pokémon that Zijin Gym can use has also increased from the 2 that challenged the first 2 gyms to 3. I use Magnemite, Voltorb, and Magneton to fight. Unlike the first 2 gym leaders, Watson directly released his 3 Pokémon at once. Because I have been with them for a long time. Zijin Gym is an electric attribute gym. The 3 Pokémon 720 behind Watson all have electric attributes. Looking at these 3 electric attribute Pokémon, Chu Chen's thoughts are a little scattered. Among the many gyms that Zai challenged in the original book, there are always some gyms that are impressive. Zijin Gym is one of them. However, other gyms are mostly remembered because the battles are very exciting, and Zijin Gym, because it is the fastest to be taken down among the gyms that Zai challenged. Pikachu used 2 Thunderbolts and 1 Thunderbolt to directly destroy 3 of Watson's 3 Pokémon. Damage of the same attribute is halved. The official explanation is that Pikachu absorbed too much electricity when destroying the Ray Cow robot number 2 that Chu Chen had just faced. But Chu Chen prefers another explanation. That is, Pikachu rarely stopped acting. At that time, Watson was directly depressed and ready to resign. Now Reiko Robot number 2 is gone. I just don't know if there will be a Reiko Robot number 3 to repeat the story when Ash and the others get here. The first game, it's this one. Watson didn't know that he would have such a sad experience again, and he was still in his own rhythm. The Magnemite behind him floated directly to the battlefield. Name, Magnemite. Attribute, electricity plus steel. Feature, magnetism. Level, level 25, intermediate. Then I am it. Chu Chen took a red and white poke ball from his waist and threw it towards the battlefield. Ku Magnemite, restrain its movements. Watson shouted. Kui. With a little metal the sound of smelling sounded, and Magnemite also tried to restrict Laren through the magnetic property. Laren's forward momentum was only slightly paused. Now it is LV37, it already has the strength to stand on its own. Bang! Just like that, Laren tackled Magnemite fiercely and knocked it back. Due to the difference in strength, even if the general attribute takedown has little effect on Magnemite, it still exhausts its physical strength in one fell swoop. Falling from the air to the ground, it loses its combat ability. Ding! Shiny Ralts gains experience. Level plus 5. Reach LV6. Ding! You get Saffron Treasure Box X1. Lulu. Shiny Ralts, who was sitting on Chu Chen's shoulder, obviously felt something, and doubts flashed in the big red eyes under the blue hair. Don't worry. It's okay. Chu Chen couldn't help but raise his hand again to comfort this sensitive little guy. On the other side, Walt, as Watson's assistant, announced the result of the battle. Magnemite has lost his ability to fight. The winner of this round of battle is the challenger Laren. Although Watson was stunned by the result of the battle, he still had a smile on his face. Come back, Magnemite. After putting away Magnemite with the poke ball, he glanced at Laren on the battlefield and smiled and affirmed. Your Laren is very well cultivated. In fact, it is common for the Pokémon used by gym trainers to deal with challengers to be defeated in one blow. Watson is actually more autistic about being easily crushed by electric Pokémon like Pikachu. Generally speaking, there are very few trainers who absolutely crush gym to challenge gym. This is still related to the league competition. The league competition does not limit the age of participants, at least Chu Chen has not heard of it. But the fact that the league tournament champion can get the qualification to challenge the 4 elites. Actually, this is why many people are willing to participate, and why the league tournament has such a special status in the Pokémon world. And many people, once they are over a certain age, feel that they have no chance of defeating the 4 elites even if they win the tournament champion. So they will not collect badges in the challenge gym and then compete with young people. The second Pokémon I want to send out is this one. Watson waved his hand again. Billy. The Volturb behind him jumped to the battlefield. Name, Laren. Attribute, electricity. Feature, static electricity. Level, level 27, intermediate. Laren, dig. Chu Chen exercised the challenger's first move. Ku. Laren plunged into the ground, dug the ground, and dived into the ground. This skill is really a bit of a bully for Volturb. The most memorable self-destruct is useless. It doesn't have the magnetic property of the Magnemite that came on the stage earlier, which can indirectly confirm Laren's underground location. Its current state is completely waiting to die on the ground. Volturb, use rollout. In the end, Watson still planned to struggle again. Chapter 82. Ding! Shiny Ralts gained experience. Level plus 4. Reached LV10. Ding! You got Saffron Treasure Box X1. There was a difference in strength between the previous Magnemite and Laren. The current Volturb is actually only LV2 higher than Magnemite. It casts rollout not so much to attack instead of defend, but to wander around the battlefield and make Laren underground unable to find its location. But when it strolled back to its original position, Laren jumped out. On its claws was the ground attribute energy dig that could have an outstanding effect on electric attribute Pokemon. Laren took Voltorb away with one claw. Voltorb has lost his ability to fight. The winner of this round is Challenger Laren. Watson's assistant announced the result for the second time. And Watson looked at Voltorb, whose eyes had become circles on the battlefield, and his eyes began to become complicated. "Come back, Voltorb." After putting Voltorb away, he didn't say much and looked directly at Magneton beside him. "In the last game, I'm going to use the magic. The treasure is 19. Name, Magneton. Attribute, electricity plus steel. Feature, magnetism. Level 33, advanced. This Magneton has the same magnetism as the previous Magnemite. It really has the ability to affect Laren's actions. By the way, is there a way for Magneton to evolve by directly synthesizing 3 Magnemites?" Looking at the Magneton in front of him, Chu Chen had a lot of questions in his heart. This is actually a question that has been bothering him. After he traveled through time, he also looked up information, but the information that has been made public is ambiguous. In addition to Magneton, there are also 4 Beldams synthesize Metagross, 3 Digletts together to become Dugtrio. Maybe there is really such an evolution method? But because of the harsh conditions or some unspeakable reasons, it has not been announced to the public? But now is not the time to think about this. When you become the champion of the Alliance and have the highest level of authority in the Alliance, you may know something. Laren, keep dig. Pressing forward with his hand, Chu Chen shouted. Kuang. Laren dug the ground again and dived into the ground, leaving only a new pit on the ground of the battlefield. The same move may not work on my Magneton. Watson smiled and waved his arm. Magneton, pay attention to its position, and then use the electric field. X3. The magnetic changes captured by the magnetic force feature confirmed the position of Laren underground, and arcs began to crisscross on Magneton's body surface. These arcs gradually spread to the surrounding space, and soon covered the entire battlefield. In the next period of time, its electric attribute attacks will be enhanced. After completing the casting of the electric field, Magneton paid more attention to the underground of the battlefield. There is no doubt that it will use the magnetic force feature to contain and stop Laren when he wants to come out from the ground and launch an attack. However, the closer you are to Magneton, the greater the magnetic force he will receive, but Laren doesn't necessarily have to get close to it if he wants to cause damage to it. Looking at Magneton's alert state, Chu Chen smiled lightly. Laren, use Rock Imprison. No sound from Laren could be heard on the ground. But underneath Magneton, fine cracks suddenly appeared. It locked Laren's position. Wasn't it providing Laren with a more accurate position? More accurate than the vague perception that the dig skill gave Laren. Bang! Several huge rocks broke through the surface and closed in on Magneton in the middle. Watson's face changed, but it was too late for Magneton to dodge. Magneton was firmly held by several rock tomb. The rock attribute Rock Imprison has little effect on it with electric plus steel attributes, so the damage it received is acceptable. But the key point is that its movement is restricted. Even if it is only for a short time, in this battle environment, it may lead to the failure of the entire battle. Laren has been looking for opportunities underground. Magneton, use Thunderbolt with all your strength. Watson said anxiously. Kui. X3. Magneton, who was hit by Rock Tomb, flashed sparks, and the strong current amplified by the previous electric field was released indiscriminately to the surrounding rocks. Under the destructive power of the current, cracks appeared on several rocks. Watson's face showed a hint of joy. But Chu Chen's command sounded at this time, Laren, now! Kui! In front of Magneton, Laren broke out of the ground. The claws carrying the energy of the ground attribute also swung fiercely towards Magneton, who was about to escape. The rock shattered, and Laren's claws also hit Magneton's body firmly, knocking it away. The electric current released by Magneton also swept Laren. However, compared with the damage caused by Laren, the impact it brought to Laren was somewhat insignificant. Laren then used takedown to kill it. The attack worked, and Chu Chen directly pursued the victory. Magneton used triple attack. Watson, who had lost 2 rounds in a row, was naturally unwilling to lose like this. Coup! With its claws piercing the ground, Laren quickly ran towards Magneton, who was flying backwards. The white energy directly enveloped its body, forming a wind shield-like shape. Kui! X3. In front of Magneton, who was flying backwards, 3 groups of energy with the attributes of ice, fire, and electricity gathered and were connected into a triangle by a faint white line. Then this energy triangle rushed towards Laren, who was rushing over. For a moment, the eyes of both sides were focused on the midpoint of the battlefield. Chapter 83. The energy groups of the 3 attributes circled and bombarded Laren, who was rushing forward. But Laren was better in hard power after all. The 3 energies of ice, fire, and electricity that fell on it and the white energy on its body offset it, only greatly reducing its speed, but not causing any damage to it. Then, it carried a huge momentum and fiercely tackled Magneton, who had no time to dodge. Even after the collision, the damage caused by Laren's attack to it was reduced, but it still inevitably pushed it to the edge of the limit. Laren, Iron Tail. Seeing that Magneton could not be taken away in one wave, Chu Chen added directly. Reflected in the game, the power of Iron Tail is as high as 100. It is even 10 points higher than the skill takedown that can hurt the body. Coup! The small tail behind him was covered with a metallic luster. Laren twisted his body and whipped it, catching up with Magneton and hitting it solidly. This time, Magneton flew backwards and fell directly to the ground. Ding! Laren gained experience. Level +1. Reached LV 38. Ding! Shiny Ralts gained experience. Level +5. Reached LV 15. Ding! You got Platinum Treasure Box X1. Magneton lost its ability to fight. All Pokemon of Gym Trainer Watson cannot fight. Watson's assistant Walt looked at him worriedly, but still announced the result of the battle. So the final winner is Chu Chen as the challenger. Watson was indeed a little sad to lose 3 rounds of battle so easily. But at least he didn't become autistic like he did when Pikachu defeated him 3 times. Your strength has been recognized. This is the badge of Violet Gym that you deserve. Putting away Magneton, Watson handed a dark yellow badge to Chu Chen. Successfully defeated the 3rd gym. Holding the power badge in his hand, Chu Chen couldn't help but smile. Noticing Watson's somewhat gloomy expression, he thought for a moment and spoke softly. Mr. Watson, your gym is actually very interesting. As soon as he said this, all of Watson's unhappiness was swept away. Ah ha ha ha! Really? Laughing wantonly, Watson couldn't help but touch his grey hair. To be honest, my wish is to transform the entire Movely city into a similar look. I'm trying to do that in my gym. Do you have a final idea now? Chu Chen asked again. This. The smile on his face froze, and Watson laughed, and there was no need to ask for details. I think you can go and learn about Lumiose City in Kalos region. Chu Chen reminded, the city structure there may provide you with some ideas. Lumiose City is the hometown of Clement, the Afro Maker. As the most prosperous metropolis in Kalos region, Lumiose City is indeed at the forefront of the Pokemon world in terms of technology. Especially Clement's gym, which is similar to Watson's current Violet Gym. In the original book, the later Movely City was actually rebuilt based on Lumiose City. Lumiose City. Watson pondered, and then looked up at Chu Chen with gratitude. I will find out, thank you for your valuable advice. Pokemon Center. Chu Chen usually sits cross-legged to count his harvest. In the room, Shiny Ralts is no longer as restrained as outside. When he is tired of playing, he kneels down beside Chu Chen and leans on him gently. System, open 2 saffron treasure boxes. He got 2 treasure boxes of this level at one time in this gym challenge. Ding! You have obtained True Chi Bullet Skill Learning Machine X1. Ding! You got Focus Punch Skill Learning Machine X1. Ding! You got Alliance Coin X 20,000. Different from the result of opening Saffron Treasure Box last time, this time 2 big skills were directly opened. It's still a special coincidence of the True Chi series. Both skills are quite suitable for Infernape. Chu Chen thought about how to distribute them more reasonably. Then give the True Chi Bomb to Jengar. The fighting attribute Ki Bullet can make up for Jengar's disadvantages when facing ground and dark attribute Pokemon. Jengar's special attack is better than physical attack, and even without the bonus of the main type, it can make the Ki Bullet play a greater role. As for Focus Punch, it is reflected in the game as the ultimate skill with a power of up to 100, and it is placed in the Saffron Treasure Box together with the Ki Bullet with a power of 120. Chu Chen is not particularly surprised. Almost all the ultimate skills with a power of up to 100 reflected in the game have quite obvious flaws. Like Hyper Beam, Giga Impact, Explosive Flame. After using these skills, Pokemon will be temporarily paralyzed due to the excessive lance/crossing of power. If you use these skills to finish and succeed, it's fine. If you suddenly become paralyzed in the middle of a battle, it's too easy to put yourself in danger. Focus Punch is also one of the ultimate skills, and of course it has flaws. But Chu Chen thinks that this is not a flaw for Infernape with the acceleration attribute. Focus Punch, concentrate on punching. If you are attacked before the skill is completed, the skill will fail to be cast directly. With the casting speed of Infernape running with the acceleration, Zhao Li's, attribute, is it possible to be interrupted? Of course unlikely. This is entirely due to the addition of a powerful finishing skill. Chu Chen happily handed the Focus Punch skill learning machine to Infernape. The last one is Platinum Treasure Box. He will not forget this most crucial one. Ding! You successfully opened the Platinum Treasure Box. Ding! You obtained Floating Characteristic Replacement Agent X1. Ding! You obtained Alliance Coin X10,0000. Floating Characteristic Replacement Agent. I already have second characteristic activation device on hand. And now Floating Characteristic Replacement Agent comes. Is the system planning to let him promote it to Groudon? Judge. Chapter 84. In the end, there is still no plan to leave Floating Characteristic Replacement Agent to Groudon. Chu Chen's Shiny Jengar has an empty characteristic slot. It just so happens that it had the floating characteristic before evolution, so let it regain this characteristic. Name, Shiny Jengar. Attribute, Ghost plus Poison. Characteristic, Curse Body plus Floating. Level, Level 42, Superior. Potential, Champion. Carry, Mega Jengar Evolutionary Stone/Ite. With superior strength and Mega Evolution as a trump card, Chu Chen's Shiny Jengar is fully capable of competing with leader-level Pokemon. His Infernape and Slaking can also do this with their powerful characteristics. He hasn't even collected half of the gym badges yet. Chu Chen feels that if he directly participates in the league competition now, he will probably win the final champion. Especially when there is no shortage of skill learning machines. Chu Chen's Pokemon is not inferior to the leader trainers in each region in terms of training level. Of course, the leader mentioned here refers to the general level. Teams like Giovanni the Rocket's boss, Blaine, who is unfathomable in strength, and Wallace, who can take over the title of league champion. Obviously, they are not in this category. As for combat training, Chu Chen never fell behind. The travel route must be planned in the order of challenging the gym. But during the rest time on the way, he would let Infernape and the others train in all aspects of their qualities. Even Shiny Ralts, a little guy who is only LV 15 after gaining experience, cast confusion throwing stones with Chu Chen. When another morning of training ended, Chu Chen brought his Pokemon to a very special area in Hone region. Desert. The desert in front of him was the intersection of two roads that Chu Chen could take from Movali City to Lavaridge Town and Fall Arbor Town. But to be honest, for Chu Chen who was going to Lavaridge Town, it was actually a little bit of a detour to get to this desert. But it doesn't matter. Raising his hand in front of his forehead to block the oncoming wind and sand, Chu Chen's eyes also fell into the depths of the desert. It's time to add a new partner to the team. That's right, he deliberately took a detour to come to this desert to find his favorite Pokémon. Since he was going to travel in Hone region and planned to challenge the league here. Then when forming a team in hand, in addition to considering qualifications, of course, it should be as easy as possible to obtain in Hone region. For example, the shiny Metagross that Chu Chen had his eyes on was not in the Hone region but in the Sinnoh region. He could only put the capture schedule on after collecting all the gym badges. Before Chu Chen officially started his journey, he had already made up his mind about some specific choices. The team needs a flying Pokémon now. If possible, Chu Chen even hopes to capture a mount-like Pokémon in the future. It's really tiring to walk all the way. And in this desert, his goal is Trapinch. Trapinch's final evolution form, Flygon, is definitely a good Pokémon. Whether in battle or as a flying mount. Walking into the windy and sandy area, Chu Chen was so single that he didn't even make basic protective preparations. We are extraordinary people, why do we need protection? In a rare moment of Chuanibiao, Chu Chen raised his hand and gently pressed the air in front of him, and a layer of energy shield formed by aura appeared outside his body. The wind and sand hit the energy shield, and not even a faint ripple could be created. Lulu Lulu. The only little audience now, Shiny Ralts sitting on Chu Chen's shoulder, clapped his hands gently. Compared with the sandstorm raised by Pokémon, the sandstorm in this natural environment is not so destructive. Chu Chen's current state is definitely much more comfortable than those who have made complete protective preparations. Walking in the desert, it is not an exaggeration to say that he is leisurely. Come out. Laren. In order to deal with wild Pokémon that may suddenly jump out of the sand, Chu Chen released Laren, who would not be affected too much in the sandstorm weather. Chu Chen has the power of aura and is not afraid of sudden attacks. But he couldn't just roll up his sleeves and fight in person when he encountered a wild Pokémon, right? Shiny Ralts, which was only LV15, was a little weaker. Coo. As soon as he was released by the Pokeball, he saw the friendly desert environment. Laren was having fun and wanted to step into the sand. Okay, we're going to start looking for your new partner. After Laren's excitement subsided a little, Chu Chen stopped him from having fun again. Can you imagine a calf-sized Laren doing the same thing as a husky on the sand? Coo. Knowing that there was still work to do, Laren finally got serious. Just look for them one by one according to the aura breath you sense. Chu Chen closed his eyes gently and maximized the perception of aura power. Although the Trapinch he was looking for was one of the most common Pokémon in this desert. But the desert was so large. The desert is not like the forest. Wild Pokémon are basically scattered. You may find a wild Pokémon after walking a few steps in the forest, but this area is at least 100 times larger in the desert. And Pokémon in the desert are mostly hidden in the sand. That is to say, for ordinary people like Chu Chen who have the power of aura, they must rely on luck to capture wild Pokémon. If you are lucky, you will pass by the sand where they are hiding, and then they will jump out on their own. Of course, there are also people who do not want to see wild Pokémon when walking through the desert. There is an aura fluctuation about 200 meters here. Chu Chen closed his eyes for a moment, and when he opened them again, he looked to the side and front. Chapter 85. Laren, Iron Head Skill. Chu Chen's voice sounded in the sandstorm that blocked his vision. In front of them, a sand shrew suddenly appeared from the sand. What he sensed was not Trapinch. Coo. Laren, who had been in a state of combat readiness, received the order, covered his body with silver-white energy, and rushed towards Trapinch at the first time. This sand shrew was obviously a little confused. In the past, it was only it that appeared from the sand and caught the opponent off guard. How come it was the one that was caught off guard here? There was no time to dodge. Laren carried a huge momentum and tackle on its body. Kuja! There was almost no suspense. When this sand shrew flew backwards with a cry of pain and fell heavily on the sand, it had already turned into a circa E. There are not many wild Pokémon in the wild that have not been cultivated by trainers with resources and experience, and their levels are actually not high. The current LV38 Laren can definitely handle most situations. It was a Cacnea that jumped out of the sand again. And what greeted it was the same welcome ceremony as the previous sand shrew Laren's iron head. When it turned into a CIRC lead creature and lay on the ground, Chu Chen went up to take a look. Its cactus-like appearance. Its spikes are real. If you break it with your hands, you will find that its hardness is not comparable to that of a real cactus. Chu Chen couldn't help but think of the scene of James's Cacnea and his warm embrace, and he shuddered. James is really a real man. It seems that it will be difficult to find a trapinch at this rate. After defeating another wild sand shrew that emerged from the sand, Chu Chen closed his eyes again to sense it, but his face was somewhat helpless. After sweeping the edge of the desert, there were only a few auras left within his sensing range. It was even more impossible to determine whether there was a trapinch inside. Obviously, trapinch should be living in the area deeper into the desert. Although trapinch has the word ant in its name, it is not necessarily a social Pokémon. It is possible that this time, Chu Chen could not choose and just randomly captured one and took it away. Now there is another problem. Maintaining the energy shield around him, Chu Chen looked up and looked at the almost no different environment around him. If I go deeper, it will be difficult for me to identify the direction. This is a problem that everyone who enters the desert must face. Without a reference, it is difficult for people to walk in a straight line. And in the desert, it is not easy to have a stable reference. A hill seen from afar, even if it is calm, may be completely unrecognizable in a short time. Not to mention that the desert where Chu Chen is located has never stopped blowing sand. Compass? Even if there is a nosepass here, it may not be of any use. Because the almost non-stop blowing sand is likely to come from a powerful Pokémon. Regirock. This is not some ancient stone statue guarding ruins made by the wisdom of ancient people. It is a real legendary Pokémon. It is also because of the existence of this Pokémon that the magnetic field in many areas of this desert is disordered. The purpose should be to prevent people with ulterior motives from entering the center of the desert. The conventional means of identifying directions may not be used here. I don't lack food and water. With the infinite space of the system backpack on his body, Chu Chen never worried about this problem. At least, he can always get out of this desert. Now it is a question of whether the time cost is worth it. If it is just to capture a trapinch, it is definitely not worth it. What else is there in this desert? Stopping his feet temporarily, Chu Chen began to search his memory. If it is in the game, there can be 2 more fossils in this desert. But the problem is not to say whether these 2 fossils exist in the real Pokémon world. Even if they exist, where can he find these 2 fossils in such a large desert? Chu Chen's aura power can at least sense Pokémon, but it can't do anything to fossils. Please give me flowers. The difficulty of the whole operation is probably not much different from finding a needle in a haystack. I still have a piece of mysterious amber on my body. Chu Chen remembered this. I'm afraid I'll have to find time to go to Wilt's Island later to see if I can successfully revive an Aerodactyl. According to the time, even if Professor Marobashi hasn't figured out the resurrection device yet, it should be almost done. As for the other Regiro that interested him, CK Regirock. If you want to meet him, it involves a metaphysical problem. Chu Chen knew that there was a ruin belonging to Regirock in the center of the desert. But after so many years, has anyone heard of anyone meeting him in the desert? 0. If you want to see the ruins of Regirock, it may not depend on luck, but on Regirock's own will. Then the question returned to the beginning. Should we go deeper? Chu Chen hesitated. Since we are here, just go a short distance deeper, and withdraw immediately if we don't find trap inch. Rubbing his chin, Chu Chen weighed. In this way, we will definitely not get lost in this desert, right? Laren, Iron Claw. Wide. Laren's claws were covered with metallic luster, and his arms swung vigorously at a trap inch in front of him. The trap inch flew backwards. At the same time, an ultra ball was thrown by Chu Chen. The ultra ball hit the trap inch, opened it, and then a red light took the trap inch in. Falling on the ground, the ultra ball shook a few times and lit up the star special effect representing the capture. Finally found a trap inch. Chu Chen picked up the ultra ball from the sand and smiled. Name, Trap Inch. Attribute, Ground. Feature, Macamp Clamp. Level 16, Primary. Potential, Superior. Carry, None. Although the potential value is relatively low, Chu Chen thinks it doesn't matter much. But now the problem comes. He seems to be really lost. Fan. Chapter 86. The original land and ocean were created after the birth of Groudon and Kyogre. Groudon raised the continent, and Kyogre filled the sea. After these two equally powerful legendary Pokémon met, they fought a world-shaking battle to continue expanding their territory, and were finally pacified by Rayquaza. Regigigas, also known as the Holy Pillar King, controls the migration of continental plates. After the Hone continent was finally formed, it went to the Snowpoint Temple in Sinnoh during the Iron Age. The three pillars, Regirock, Registeel, and Regis, were placed in Hone as the key to awakening it. Among them, Regis is sleeping in the island cave on the sea. Registeel is sleeping in the ancient tomb near Fortree City. Regirock 720 is sleeping in the desert ruins in the desert where Chu Chen is now. But these are not the only three pillars. The three pillars are legendary Pokémon with ethnic groups. Even Brandon, the Pyramid Pharaoh in Battle Frontier, directly subdued three tri-pillars as a trainer. Other places, such as the Earl Dervish tree in Kanto region, which represents the origin of life. The tri-pillars are responsible for guarding that place. The tri-pillars seem to have such a protective meaning since ancient times, so there are stone statues of them in many ruins. But these legendary Pokémon with tribes, the strongest one among them is always special. As mentioned earlier, Groudon lifts the continent. Kyogre fills the sea. The Holy Pillar King Regigigas controls the migration of continental plates. These functions they concurrently lead are generally called duties. It means duties. This is also the biggest difference between the Pokémon world and the world before Chu Chen crossed over. The operation of the Pokémon world is essentially dispatched by these duty beasts. Others include Moltres, Articuno, and Zapdos, balancing volcanic eruptions, blizzards, and thunderstorms. Entei, Suicune, and Raikou, stabilizing volcanoes, purifying water sources and pulling thunder clouds. Ho-Oh and Lugia, regulating atmospheric movement and ocean currents. And now, Chu Chen, who thought he was lost, seems to be about to meet a real beast in charge. I finally know why no one has ever met desert ruins before. Chu Chen complained silently. In front of him, a magnificent ancient building slowly emerged from rising from the sand. This ruins is actually buried underground. It is even very likely to be floating. Ordinary people would think that desert ruins should be in the center of the desert. But Chu Chen was sure that he was still a long way from the center of the desert. Sand fell from the desert ruins building in front of him. The entire building was completely revealed in front of him. Am I the chosen child? Chu Chen racked his brains but couldn't figure out what this big boss wanted to do in front of him. Could it be because he had destroyed several stone statues of the three gods in the ruins where the indigo orb was placed not long ago? Now the big brother has come out in person to find trouble? Chu Chen shuddered subconsciously. Big boss. I can't afford to offend. I can't afford to offend. Although he thought so, Chu Chen's body was very honest. After taking a deep breath, he walked towards the building in front of him step by step. Except for a few mythical beasts, most of the mythical beasts are relatively neutral in their attitude towards humans. To some extent, Pokemon and humans are equal in their eyes. And the three pillars may even be a little more inclined towards humans. Like Regirock, which symbolizes the Stone Age, and Registeel, which symbolizes the Iron Age. It is easy to make people imagine that they give a helping hand to humans in that long ago era. This meaning is like unknown is the origin of the ancient writing in the Pokemon world. But when Chu Chen passed through the open gate of the ruins and entered the ruins, he almost cursed. Where is the chosen child? What appeared in front of him was a dense crowd of unknown that he had just thought of in his mind. Actually, unknown Pokemon live in various ruins and space cracks in large numbers. So even if they appear in the desert ruins in front of us, it's nothing. But the problem is that as Chu Chen stepped into the ruins, these unknown suddenly came to life. And the mysterious power that they can merge with each other and belong to their own tribe was also mobilized. The space in front of him fluctuated. A Laren that was exactly the same as the Laren next to Chu Chen stepped out. Chu Chen was very sure that they were exactly the same. Because name, Laren, Phantom. Attributes, Steel plus Rock. Features, Rock Head. Level 38, Advanced. Potential, Elite. Carry, Soft Sand. If it's just a phantom. Chu Chen raised his head and glanced at the densely packed unknown. So is this a test? Based on the number of unknown in front of him, he had no doubt that they were capable of creating some phantoms of level 3 gods. Like in the movie version of The Emperor in the Crystal Tower, unknown really created an Entei. Since it's a test. With a flip of his wrist, Chu Chen took out a luxury ball from his waist. Infernape, Flamethrower. He wouldn't play any replica contest with them. Anyway, no one stood up to tell him to use Laren to fight this Phantom Laren. Flip the table. At worst, he wouldn't enter the ruins. Pop. Coming out of the luxury ball, Infernape spewed a fireball at the Phantom Laren. The fireball whistled and was firmly imprinted on the body of the Phantom Laren. The next second, the Phantom Laren turned into nothingness and disappeared into the air. It can be seen that the unknowns in the sky seemed to be stunned for a moment. What is this operation? Chapter 87. The sudden change made the unknowns suspicious. Even Chu Chen's Laren, who was ready to start, seemed a little confused. In fact, Chu Chen's logic is quite simple. Normal people would subconsciously think that desert ruins is in the center of the desert, but it hides underground and moves around the desert in an unconventional way. Now these unknown have created an identical phantom of Laren, and normal people must think that they have to fight against it in a replica battle. Then I will also do something unconventional, isn't it too much? Of course, Chu Chen said so, but in fact, he was also nervous. Ahem xn. After a short moment of stunned, the unknowns in the sky kept circling and flying. But seeing that they didn't follow up for a long time, it is estimated that they have never encountered a similar situation before. They are holding an emergency meeting. Ahem xn. After another long time, they finally discussed a solution and cast their eyes in the direction of Chu Chen. Strictly speaking, it should be focused on the Infernape that Chu Chen had just released. Then, the mysterious energy was dispatched by these 19 unknowns again. The space in front of him twisted, and an identical Infernape walked out. Does this mean that I have to accept the test? At least he was not directly blasted out. Chu Chen breathed a sigh of relief and became a little distressed. People always like to test the edge of death. He actually wanted to change a Pokemon to defeat the Phantom like he did just now, and then see the reaction of these unknowns. But Infernape is the highest level Pokemon in his hand now. Even if Slaking is released, it's almost a 5050 chance. It won't be much different from letting Infernape fight the Infernape Phantom in front of him. But if you really want to have a replica battle, this is not a movie or a novel, where the trainer can let the Pokémon defeat the opponent who is exactly the same as himself by saying "I believe in you" at the end. It's hard to say who will win or lose in the end. But both sides will definitely lose. Ahem xn. Just when Chu Chen was ready to face this difficult battle with absolute concentration, the unknown in the sky suddenly became a commotion again. There was a mixture of doubt and panic. What happened? Chu Chen was a little confused. Looking at the Infernape Phantom on the opposite side, it seems that there is no big problem. No. Wait. He seems to have found the highlight. Name, Infernape, Phantom. Attribute, Fire plus Fighting. Feature, Iron Fist. Level 43, Superior. Potential, Champion. Carry, Charcoal. This Infernape Phantom is indeed almost identical to Chu Chen's Infernape, but its feature is Iron Fist. Instead of speed up after Chu Chen replaced it through the system. This is a poor copy. Come out. Slaking. Discovering this, Chu Chen took out an Ultra Ball without hesitation. Use Arm Hammer. Hey! After coming out of the Ultra Ball and landing steadily, Slaking raised his arm high, and then swung a heavy fist at the Infernape Phantom in front of him. Pop! Unlike the previous Slarin Shadow which had no reaction at all, this time the Infernape Shadow fought back. Or it should be said that the unknowns were already prepared for Chu Chen's rule-breaking behavior. Facing Slaking's fist, the Infernape Shadow chose to fight back with his fist. Close combat. While its fist was about to hit Slaking's fist, its other fist was still trying to attack Slaking's body. Chu Chen never let his Infernape compete with Slaking with the Hercules characteristic in frontal strength. Wouldn't that be a brain twitch? So the next second, the Infernape Shadow disappeared. Come on! I'm breaking the rules again, here comes a Slaking Shadow. Looking up at the panicking unknowns, Chu Chen couldn't help but say jokingly. He also saw that, in addition to being unable to copy the characteristics modified by the system, these unknown also had limited authorities in this ruins. For example, they couldn't just blast him out. Also, they couldn't set the Phantom level above his Pokémon. Ahem xn. Finally, these unknown set their sights on Slaking, who was released last. The space fluctuated and twisted again. But this time, even if the Phantom of Slaking didn't come out, Chu Chen knew that the unknowns had failed to copy again. Because it never came out. Laziness characteristics. Ha 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 ha. Chu Chen was professionally trained. Generally, he wouldn't laugh unless he couldn't help it. And when they heard his laughter, these unknowns finally couldn't accept this cruel fact. After a chaotic dance, they disappeared into the 4 stone walls of the ruins. A strong sense of a naughty kid being beaten and crying, going home to find his parents. The ones who were responsible for setting up the test all left, and the Slaking Phantom that was created naturally dissipated. Of course, this was just Chu Chen's own guess. After all, he had never seen the Slaking Phantom, and only saw that the space in front of him was no longer distorted. I have passed the test in an alternative way, right? Looking at the empty ruins, Chu Chen silently gave the system a thumbs up in his heart. The system is the best in the world. After all the unknowns disappeared, a light gate slowly emerged on the stone wall of the ruins in front of Chu Chen. Behind the light gate, if nothing unexpected happens, it is Regirock. A great boss. Without much hesitation, Chu Chen stepped directly into the light gate. After passing through the light gate, the first thing he felt was a breath that seemed to come from ancient times. That was the precipitation of the long river of time. Chapter 88. Shock. This was Chu Chen's first reaction when he saw Regirock. The body is made of grey and orange rocks, and there is an age pattern composed of 7 orange dots in front of the head. This Regirock in the space behind the light gate is no different from the ordinary Regirock in appearance. But its size is much larger than that of an ordinary Regirock. If Brandon was here at this time, his Regirock would probably be a cute miniature version. And the strength of the breath and the ancient heaviness emanating from this Regirock in front of him are also incomparable to ordinary Regirock. Name, Regirock. Attribute, rock. Feature, clear body. Level, level 100, level 3 god. It is worthy of being the one who assists the Holy Pillar King in completing the migration of the continental plates. Looking at the two key parameters of level 100 and level 3 god on the panel in front of him, Chu Chen couldn't help but sigh deeply. If he had a master ball on him, he might have subconsciously thrown the ball at this time. Of course, this is just talk. Subjugation itself contains the two concepts of subjugation and subjugation. Just throwing the ball, even if the mechanism of the master ball allows him to violently catch this Regirock, he can't command and use it at all. Even if the master ball itself does not contain the property of can only be opened from the outside. Forcibly using the master ball to subdue Pokemon that does not match your strength may backfire. If you want to subdue Pokemon, you have to fight before throwing the ball. In fact, this is the submission in subjugation. Pokemon believes that the strong are respected. Only if you have the strength to subdue it can it willingly become your Pokemon. Well, the strength of the Pokemon you already have belongs to the trainer. It can't be that the trainer's own combat power is stronger than the Pokemon he wants, right? There is only one person like this in Chu Chen's impression. The real protagonist trio Team Rocket's Jessie. Subjugating Pokemon depends on bare hands. Do you need a helping hand for something? Thinking about it, Chu Chen looked up at Regirock in front of him seriously. The H pattern composed of 7 orange dots on the front of its head did not light up. Is it still in the state of being imprisoned? Realizing this, Chu Chen was a little stunned. Then how did it control the desert ruins to find me? Although he didn't know why Regirock chose him, it was obviously not the unknown in front who made this choice. Unknowns. Yes, the 3 pillars should all be considered self-imprisoned in a self-sleeping nature. After recalling the original work, Chu Chen found this detail. As the big brother, the Holy Pillar King went to the Snow Point Temple in the Sinnoh region himself, but left them behind. A very important reason is to imprison Groudon and Kyogre in the Hone region. The Pokemon world is regulated by the beasts in charge off-world, and the biggest difference from the world before Chu Chen crossed over is here. The beasts in charge of the world have their own wills. The gentler ones like Ho-Oh and Lugia are quietly protecting this world. Even Lugia is willing to stay in the deep sea in order to prevent his overly powerful power from bringing disaster to all living things. But Groudon and Kyogre are different. As long as they are not imprisoned, they will think about killing each other and expanding their territory. The Holy Pillar King and the 3 pillars are the corrective force for this kind of fight. Even if Rayquaza appears, it can only persuade people to fight. They solved the problem once and for all, and locked Groudon and Kyogre in the small dark room. For the stability of imprison, the 3 pillars also fell into self-sleep or self-imprisonment. Since they were in self-sleep, they might not be in a completely unconscious state. Gazwo! Just as Chu Chen was thinking, some small cracks suddenly appeared on the ground between him and Regirock. Soon the cracks gradually expanded, and a stone slab broke through the ground from the ground and floated in front of Chu Chen. What appeared here at Regirock was of course unlikely to be Lao Chuang's stone slab. Braille slate, it contains information on lifting the eternal Pokemon imprisonment. Shouldn't this thing be in the secret room of the report? Chu Chen felt that even if he saw Lao Chuang's stone slab, he would probably be this surprised. The eternal Pokemon naturally refers to the 3 pillars. If it were in the original book, all the information about the unblocking should be concentrated in the secret room of the report. However, it is not difficult to understand that it appeared here in Regirock. Do you want me to help you unblock the imprison? Chu Chen tried to understand Regirock's meaning, but then he thought of another thing. The 3 pillars are actively seeking to unblock the imprison because the imprison of Groudon and Kyogre has loosened. If his initial guess about the 2 Kyogre and Groudon found by Team Aqua and Team Magma was correct, then there is actually no need for the three pillars to contact imprison. After all, the two Groudon and Kyogre may actually have the same strength as the three pillars. That should be for the original Groudon and original Kyogre in XY. Chu Chen thought. Although the timeline span is a bit long. But for this kind of eternal Pokemon that has lived for endless years, maybe 3 or 2 years left is very urgent, right? Reaching out to catch the Braille slate, Chu Chen fiddled with it for a long time, but couldn't figure out how to help Regirock remove imprison. As for the Braille on it, I don't understand. Instead, the light gate that had disappeared in the back reappeared, as if reminding him to leave in time. Chu Chen? Could it be that imprisonment is not removed at this time? Or is it that the three pillars are in charge of each other's keys to unlock each other? I have to find the other two pillars. Maybe I have to go to the secret room of the report one day. P.S. The updates have been late these 2 days, but all the updates written until 2 or 3 in the morning have been uploaded. It's mainly because the burst of updates on the day of the launch disrupted my work and rest schedule, and now I am adjusting as soon as possible. Brother. Chapter 89. After coming out of desert ruins, Chu Chen found that Regirock had sent him directly to the edge of the desert. Of course, he was sent out after confirming that there was no one else nearby. Braille slate cannot be decrypted for the time being. And Chu Chen simply threw it into the system backpack, thinking that it would be a long time before it could be used. The original target Trapinch had been successfully conquered, and he had also inexplicably entered desert ruins. He decided to continue heading towards the location of Lava Ridge Town according to the original plan. But before that, we need to go to a place. Chu Chen's eyes fell outside the desert. On the edge of this desert, there is a country called the Kingdom of Marazu. Yes, it is a sovereign monarchy located on the Hone continent but independent of the alliance. The people of this country worship Tijipai, and the monarch even needs to be recognized by Tijipai to ascend the throne. According to the time, Misty should be here. Chu Chen recalled the original work. Misty had a Tijipai. Because of Team Rocket's intervention, she was involved in some conspiracies of the Kingdom of Marazu. Chu Chen planned to go to the Kingdom of Marazu, not only to see what Sister Xia in the real world looked like but also to meet up with Ash and the others. He had been walking ahead of Ash and the others for a while. But after arriving at Slateport City, Chu Chen had actually been slowing down and waiting for them to catch up. Because the Night of the Comet, which happens once every 1,000 years, is about to begin. In other words, the phantom Pokemon Jiraiya, which has been sleeping for nearly 1,000 years, is about to wake up. Although there is only 7 days to meet it in the real world, Chu Chen will not miss the opportunity to meet this cute Pokemon. The original work 7 Nights of Lucky Chant takes place at the time of the movie. It should be before May subdued Skitty. Walking step by step out of the desert, Chu Chen was also trying to recall. They should be preparing to accompany May to Fall Arbor Town north of Lava Ridge Town to participate in the gorgeous competition before Ash challenges the Fuyan Gym, and they arrived at Forina Amusement Park on the way. The location is clear. Forina Amusement Park is just north of Lava Ridge Town and MT southwest of Chimney. It was hard for him to grasp the specific time point. It would be better to just walk a short distance with Ash and the others. Of course, now I have to help solve Misty's problems in the Kingdom of Marazu. Shaking his head, Chu Chen had already found the direction of the Kingdom of Marazu and strode out of the desert area. The new king of the Kingdom of Marazu is appointed by Tijipai. The establishment of such a rule certainly reflects the people's love for Tijipai, but it will also breed ambitious people. If everything is done according to the rules, it is actually good for the development of the kingdom if Tijipai appoints people with pure hearts. But Hanzo, the regent of the Kingdom of Marazu, did not intend to let Tijipai appoint naturally. What he wanted to do was to control Tijipai and let him complete the coronation ceremony smoothly. While Chu Chen was constantly approaching the Kingdom of Marazu. In order to prevent Princess Sarah from getting Tijipai's approval in advance, the regent Hanzo no longer concealed his ambitions in front of Misty and the others. He destroyed the airship that Misty and Ash used to leave, and forced them to enter the Tijipai paradise in the mirage under Tijipai's safeguard, and saw many Tijipai who were in a depressed state because of his evil intentions. Finally, he wanted to forcefully open the secret realm of the Tijipai paradise, and successfully let Misty's Tijipai who was protecting the paradise fall into his hands. Please pay attention. The following is an emergency notice issued by the palace. From today on, the new king will have the regent Hanzhou as his minister. Okay. Everyone, please applaud. When Chu Chen entered the Murayzo kingdom, he heard such a broadcast on the street. Looking up at the woman with long red and purple hair and a uniform with a big red R logo on the radio channel, he couldn't help but look a little strange. He had always wanted to meet the 3 members of Team Rockets. But Chu Chen didn't expect that his first meeting with Jessie would be in this form. And it is estimated that this time, he will not have the opportunity to meet the 3 members of Team Rockets directly. Because in the next moment, they who are thinking about the Regent Minister of Helping Hand, Hanzhou, ascending to the throne so that they can be rewarded and assigned positions according to their merits, will soon be abandoned. The voice on the radio continued. This matter is approved by the guardian Pokemon Tijipai. As Jessie's voice sounded, the camera switched to Misty's unconscious Tijipai. It is worth mentioning that the crowning ceremony of the Regent Minister Hanzhou will be held in the Tijipai temple soon. Please look forward to it. Hanzhou seems to know that the longer the night, the more troubles there are. This crowning ceremony is urgent enough. Looking at the black screen in front of him, Chu Chen turned and walked towards the center of the Murayzo kingdom. At least his time estimation error was not too big, and he missed Ash and his group and Misty. As for fighting against Hanzhou, he was worried that he would use all his national strength. The combat power of the entire Murayzo kingdom combined may not be as high as the combat power of any gym. It's just a kingdom the size of a town. But Chu Chen stopped before he took a few steps forward. It's not because he found Ash and the others, but because... Bang! What was faintly heard was an explosion from a distance. With Chu Chen's perception enhanced by the aura power, he could feel a wave of fluctuations erupting from the central castle of the Murayzo kingdom. Someone took action in the castle. Looking up in the direction of the central castle, he could see the black smoke of the explosion in a corner of the castle. It even seemed that a few black spots could be seen flying out of the black smoke and flying into the sky. Look! Just say Team Rockets will soon be abandoned by Regent Hanzhou. Chapter 90. Now we must first find the king and his people. On the streets of the kingdom of Murayzo, Brock, Max, and Princess Sha's servant Miranda were running. As for Ash, Misty, May, and others, they went directly to the Tijipai temple to stop Hanzhou from opening the Tijipai paradise. Beside Brock, there was a running Mudcup. They were also using Mudcup's biological radar to search for the king and his wife. The king and his wife you are looking for are locked up in the basement of Hanzhou's residence. Chu Chen walked out of an alley, stealing the words of the Team Rockets trio. He possesses the power of aura. It was easy to find Brock and his friends who behaved differently in this town-sized country. Brock looked a little dark, and the point was that he was a little arrogant and never opened his eyes. Max, on the other hand, was a little kid wearing glasses, who looked a bit like his sister May. Who are you? Brock and his 3 friends stopped and looked at Chu Chen, who suddenly appeared, with some caution. For them, anyone who appeared in this country could be an enemy who obstructed them. While asking Chu Chen, Brock also turned his head to look at Miranda beside him. If the boy in front of him was Hanzhou's man, Miranda, as a royal servant, might be able to recognize him. I have never seen him around Hanzhou before. Under Brock's gaze, Miranda shook her head gently. Hearing this, Brock and Max's faces eased slightly. You just said that the king and his wife were locked up in the basement of Hanzhou's residence. It is indeed very likely that they are in that place. Miranda still remembered what Chu Chen said when he appeared. Then let's go quickly. Max's voice rose several tones. This friend, thank you for your reminder, Do you want to go with us? The calm Brock did not forget Chu Chen. You don't need to be too nervous. Chu Chen thought for a while and said, I know Ash and Max, your sister May. Ash and May. Hearing this, Brock and Max's eyes lit up. Well, in fact, only Max's eyes lit up. I won't go with you. Chu Chen smiled. I'll be waiting for you at the Tijipai temple. Come on. Tijipai. Shake your finger. In the Tijipai temple, Hanzhou raised Tijipai to the sky like a middle school boy. Use your hidden skills to open the door. Release the power that was imprisoned in ancient times. Above the Tijipai temple, there is a shadow of the Tijipai temple reflected in the sky. Inside is the Tijipai paradise. Hiss. At this time, a tailo appeared and blocked the sky. Ash, Misty, May and Princess Xie have also come to the opposite side of Hanzhou. Are you here? I expected it. Hanzhou was not surprised by their arrival. Give me back my Tijipai. Misty's tone was obviously angry. I will never let you escape. May also shared the same hatred. Hanzhou, your betrayal is not what the guardian Pokemon Tijipai wants to see. Finally, Princess Xia stepped forward and condemned. Go. Ninjask. However, Hanzhou had no intention of arguing with them about the right and wrong of the matter. Hey Ka! The two ninjasks quickly approached Ash and the others. Go. Torchic. May threw the poke ball first. Use Ember to attack. Chamo. Torchic, who came out of the poke ball, sprayed sparks from his mouth and directly repelled a ninjask. Hey Ka! The other ninjask began to gather shadow sneak. Torchic, get out of the way. Chamo. The black and purple energy ball hit Torchic, knocking Torchic away directly, forcing May to take it back into the poke ball. As I said, there is a reason why May chose the route of the grand contest. The gap between her combat strength and Sapphire, who was based on her in the special episode, is too big. Pikachu, use Thunder. Ash's Pikachu was the best at the critical moment. Pikachu. A thick electric snake took away the two ninjasks at once. Shedinja, use Solar Beam. Hanzhou said again. Buzz buzz buzz. Shedinja's crescent-shaped halo stood up and absorbed the sunlight, and a strong beam of light enveloped Ash and the others. At the critical moment, the Tijipai who took the initiative to come out from the Tijipai paradise used the safeguard light shield to block the attack for Ash and the others. Chico. When the attack was completely blocked, the Tijipai in the sky began to shake their fingers at the same time. Special energy was generated and finally gathered into a beam of light. The beam fell on Misty's Tijipai, who was in poor condition in Hanzhou's arms, and its surface began to glow with evolution light. Freed from Hanzhou's restraint, it flew higher and higher, and finally completed the transformation of evolution into Tigetic at the moment when the light faded. It actually evolved. Hanzhou obviously couldn't accept this fact, and clenched his palms. Shedinja, Solar Beam. Buzz buzz buzz. A strong beam of light shot out again from the crescent-shaped halo on Shedinja's head. This time, it was Tigetic and multiple Tijipai who blocked the beam of light together, safeguard. Outside the huge light shield, the strong beam shot by Shedinja had no way to break through. No matter how powerful the Guardian Pokemon is, it can't beat me with just Guardian. Hanzhou was still trying to find a chance to turn the tables. Indeed, you can't win just by guarding. At this time, a young voice sounded on the side of everyone, startling everyone present. But when Ash and May saw the young figure, their eyes lit up. Chu Chen. The one who came to the Tijipai temple was naturally Chu Chen, who came from Brock. Looking at Shedinja, who was in a stalemate with Tigetic, Chu Chen also reached out and pressed lightly. Infernape, Flamethrower. Fan. Chapter 91. Ding. Shiny Ralts gained experience. Level +3. Reached LV 18. Ding. Trapinch gained experience. Level +2. Reached LV18. Ding! You got Saffron Treasure Box X1. When the fire from Infernape's mouth whistled and imprinted on Shedinja's body, it undoubtedly lost its combat ability. The Shedinja with Bug plus Ghost attributes, its Strange Guard feature cannot protect against fire attribute attacks. Especially a fire attribute attack from a superior level Infernape. Even if it is a leader level, it may not dare to take it head-on, not to mention that it is far from leader level. And Chu Chen looked at the golden box that exploded in front of him, but he was somewhat disgusted. No wonder Hanzhou couldn't succeed. Even the level of the exploded box was 727 levels lower than that of the protagonists. This is the essential difference in worth. It's really Chu Chen. Ash and Mei are still paying attention to this side. He seems to have become much stronger again. For trainers, judging the approximate strength of a Pokémon in actual combat is a basic skill. Not to mention that Chu Chen's Infernape is obviously much stronger than ordinary trainers. Ash felt more of a sense of urgency to catch up. Mei had Ash, who had been traveling with her, as a reference, so she couldn't help but look at Chu Chen with a glittering gaze. As a peer, Chu Chen was really far ahead. Are you friends you met during the trip later, Ash? Misty, who had already taken out a Pokeball, could guess a little from Ash and Mei's reactions. That Infernape is really very strong. She looked at Infernape with a little bit of seriousness. As a trainer of Cerulean Gym, her judgment of Infernape's strength was naturally more accurate than Ash and the others. Princess Xia was more straightforward. Seeing Hanzhou's Shedinja being defeated, she nodded slightly to Chu Chen, and then took a step towards Hanzhou, who still refused to accept the reality. Have you not woken up yet? Although she was a princess of a small country, Princess Xia still had a faint sense of majesty. Tijipai and the others left paradise and came here, and everyone helped us. Speaking of this, Princess Xia raised her voice a little. This desire to protect everything is the source of Tijetik's power. Whether Hanzhou listened and understood, Chu Chen didn't know. But as he was listening, his first reaction was the active role of consciousness in philosophy. To put it simply, it is the I believe in all kinds of hot-blooded comics. Often at this time, the protagonist should burst out with a powerful force that was originally not there. Are Tijipai and Tijetik so strong? Looking up at the Tijetik in the sky, Chu Chen was thinking whether he should catch one too. Then when there is a chance, he will have a good I believe with the alpaca, the god of creation Arceus. I'm afraid his nose will be broken by the hammer. Hanzhou, everything is over. At this time, the king and his wife who were rescued by Brock and his friends also arrived late. Come on! Catch him! With a wave of his hand, the soldiers of the kingdom of Marazu surrounded Hanzhou with spears. The matter was solved. Everyone was happy. Even the 3 members of Team Rockets who had been watching with binoculars from a distance also shouted what a great feeling for their revenge. Chikoi Chikoi! The Tijipai returned to the Tijipai paradise one by one, while the Tijetik was still floating quietly in the same place. Tijetik, say goodbye to them. Misty, who had not realized anything yet, said to Tijetik. TSK TSK TSK. However, the response Misty got was a series of gestures from Tijetik. You want to stay here? Cool. Cool. Why? Misty looked at Tijetik and nodded, and couldn't help asking. If someone with evil intentions appears again, something like this might happen again. Do you want to protect everyone at that time? After understanding what Tijetik meant, Misty's voice was somewhat sad. But Ash clenched his fist and said, Tijetik, you are so cool. Except for Misty, everyone present was very sad. When Ash said this, they couldn't help but raise their hands to support their foreheads. Misty ignored it at all, but kept looking at Tijetik in front of her gently. It's really hard to let go of the Tijipai paradise that was destroyed. Misty gently held Tijetik's hand. Tijetik, you have to protect not only the paradise, but also the country with Princess Sand. Finally, Misty and Tagetic hugged each other tightly. Tagetic, you have to do your best. Looking at Tagetic flying and looking back 3 times, Misty was still waving and cheering it up. I clearly came to Hone region because I received the invitation letter for the Tajapai festival. But before the festival even started, Tajapai evolved into Tagetic and ran away. I guess few people can understand Misty's mood at this time. If you really can't let it go, why not have a Pokemon battle? Chu Chen stood up very straight. He saw that Misty still held the Pokeball she had taken out before. Misty is also one of the first 3 members of the original group. It would be worth having a Pokemon battle with her. To be honest, when you are sad, you really need something to divert your attention. Pokemon battles, which require high concentration and can be very enjoyable, are very suitable. Okay. I accept your challenge. Holding the Pokeball tightly in her hand, Misty's eyes suddenly became sharp. She probably wants to use the next battle as a way to vent. Why is the battle suddenly starting? Ash reacted a little bit late, and regretted it. He and Chu Chen agreed to have a battle when they met again. How did Misty get there first? Chapter 92. In an open space in the kingdom of Marazu, Chu Chen and Misty stood opposite each other. On the side of the open space, Brock, who also served as the leader, acted as a temporary referee. This battle is only unknown. Neither side can change Pokemon. When one side's Pokemon loses its ability to fight, the battle ends. After announcing the battle rules, Brock looked at Chu Chen with curiosity. He was naturally clear about Misty's strength as he had traveled with her before. As for Chu Chen, who he had never met before, now he has learned from Ash and May that the boy in front of him is just a rookie trainer who has just set out. A rookie trainer against a leader trainer. I don't know why, after hearing about Infernape's record just now, he actually has a little expectation. I heard that he once defeated Ash's Pikachu. From this point of view, his strength should be very good. 19 Max, who looked like a little adult, pushed the black-framed glasses on his nose. What? If encore, I also have a chance to win. Ash couldn't help but refute when he was suddenly picked out. Really? Max pushed his glasses again. Looking at Inf beside Chu Chen, Ash suddenly stopped talking. At the beginning, his Pikachu was fighting against Infernape, which was just Monferno at that time. An evolution can greatly improve the strength of Pokemon. This is the Pokemon I want to use. On one side of the battlefield, Misty threw the Pokeball in her hand. The Pokeball opened, a white light flashed, and a huge monster appeared directly on the battlefield. It has a sky blue body color, a body like a carp streamer, a shape similar to a crocodile, and 3 blue horns pointing upwards on its head. Roar! This is a Gyarados. Name, Gyarados. Attribute, Water plus Flying. Feature, Intimidation. Level, Level 48, Superior. Potential, Elite. Carry, None. Is Misty able to use this Gyarados skillfully? Ash and Brock were a little surprised when they saw this Gyarados. In both versions of the original work, the anime and the special, Misty's Gyarados has an uncontrollable stage. However, in the special, Misty's Gyarados was transformed by Team Rocket's. In the anime, it was just bad-tempered and disobedient. Are you going to use that Infernape? After releasing the Gyarados, Misty also looked at Chu Chen on the opposite side. If that's the case, you'll probably be at a disadvantage. The Gyarados with Water plus Flying attributes is suppressing the Fire plus Fighting Infernape in all aspects of attributes. What Pokemon will Chu Chen use to deal with it? For a moment, Brock, Ash, and all the others focused their attention on Chu Chen. Even Ash and May, who had met Chu Chen before, were very curious. Of course, some people also noticed the little shiny Ralts hiding behind Chu Chen's shoulder. However, it was shy in front of strangers and hid itself well, so not many people could tell what kind of Pokemon it was. I'm going to use this. Without choosing to let Infernape play, Chu Chen took a red and white Pokeball from his belt with a flick of his wrist. Go! Jengar! He he he! With a cold laugh, shiny Jengar gradually solidified from the white light emitted by the poke ball. It's actually a Jengar. The first generation of the original trio from Kanto are most familiar with this kind of Pokemon. Although Ghastly, and Jengar are distributed in many regions, their main habitat is still in Kanto. Especially Ash himself, when he challenged Sabrina, he also spent some time with a Ghastly. Roar! Gyarados roared at the shiny Jengar in front of him. Its characteristic intimidation will make the Pokémon that are close to it unable to move freely because of fear, thus reducing the attack strength to a certain extent. He he he! But shiny Jengar is also not to be outdone. When it comes to scaring people, there is no fear of Pokémon with ghost attributes. You take the initiative, Misty said. Okay. Chu Chen agreed straightforwardly. If we keep pushing and shoving, then this battle can't start. Jengar, Shadow Punch! He he he! Shiny Jengar's arm extended, and the fist covered with ghost attribute energy bombarded Gyarados' body. The speed of the attack was very fast, and Gyarados' body was too large compared to the area of the battlefield. Misty didn't intend to let Gyarados dodge, and he couldn't dodge. Gyrak, use Hydro Pump! Misty shouted as she waved her arm. Roar! Hit hard by shiny Jengar's fist, Gyrak suffered damage while water was brewing in his mouth. The next second, a cannonball-like water column was spit out towards shiny Jengar. Jengar, jump up to dodge! With a smile on his face, Chu Chen shouted as well. He he he! Retracting his extended arm and looking at the oncoming cannonball-like water column, shiny Jengar jumped lightly and quickly and easily avoided the hydro pump. What a fast dodge speed! All the trainers present were somewhat surprised by shiny Jengar's easy jump. Of course, they didn't know that Chu Chen's shiny Jengar had the dual characteristics of Curse Body plus Float. Maybe shiny Jengar has a hard time getting fast when dodging forward, backward, left, right, or even falling from the air. But when dodging upwards it really is far beyond the limit of what it can do at this level. If it is not because it is not suitable, shiny Jengar can just hang in the air without falling back to the ground. Compared to the sustainability of Water Gun and the opportunity to adjust the attack direction later, the power of Hydro Pump is so great, the emphasis is on being short, flat, and fast. The power of attack is back in Chu Chen's hands again. Jengar, use Thunderbolt after disable. Pressing his palm forward, Chu Chen issued a series of instructions. Chapter 93. It is not a particularly wise thing to take out the trump cards that can be used at the beginning of the battle. After all, at that time, the attacks of both sides were still in the trial stage with room for maneuver. But after the simple first round of confrontation, you can try to show all the cards in your hand. He he he! After receiving Chu Chen's order, shiny Jengar laughed coldly, and his eyes lit up with a faint blue light. Circles of blue light spread out and enveloped the opposite Gyarados. Unlike the disable in the game, which is an imprison opponent skill, in reality, disable, as its name suggests, can restrict the opponent's actions. The diffused blue light quickly came in front of Gyarados, forming a layer of film covering the surface of its body. It was as if it was clenched by an invisible big hand. Gyarados' actions became sluggish. He he he! Shiny Jengar's two palms closed in front of him again, and a group of sparks gathered between its palms. A yellow electric snake extended and twisted towards Gyarados. Gyarados, break free by force and then avoid it, Misty said anxiously. Compared to the previous Shadow Punch, this time's Thunderbolt Gyarados is not without room for evasion. The most important thing is that the electric attribute attack that can cause 4 times the effect of the water plus flying attribute Gyarados, once hit. The whole battle is likely to go directly to the situation that Misty does not want to see. Roar! With a fierce roar, Gyarados' body exerted force and tore the blue light covering its body into pieces in an instant. The power of this Pokémon is indeed terrifying. And facing the oncoming twisted electric snake, it once again sideways and narrowly avoided it. It can actually threaten Misty's Gyarados. Chu Chen's Gengar has been cultivated very well. Brock on the sidelines couldn't help but praise, and then he was a little surprised. Is this really a new trainer who has just started traveling? Subconsciously, he turned his head and looked at Ash not far away. When Ash first started traveling, he had been by his side, watching him grow up. But this gap... Achoo, Ash rubbed his nose. Gyarados, Rain Dance. Seeing that Gyarados successfully dodged, Misty immediately gave another order. Roar! Gyarados sprayed a beam of light into the sky. Soon, dark clouds gathered in the sky, and raindrops fell from the sky, making the air humid. Rainy weather. Chu Chen's eyes flashed, and his brain began to work rapidly. In addition to simply and roughly increasing the strength of water attribute attacks, rainy weather also has many other effects. Weakening fire attribute damage is one. And affecting the hit rate of skills is also one. The hit rate of thunder and storm in rainy weather has increased significantly. From her motives, if she doesn't just want to improve her water attribute skills, then Chu Chen narrowed his eyes. This Gyarados is likely to have mastered thunder and storm. Guessing is not necessarily accurate. But in a battle, guessing the opponent's intentions and preparing for the response based on his instructions is a very important part. When neither side is strong enough to completely overwhelm the other, whoever can think one step further can get closer to the final victory. As for isn't Misty afraid that shiny Gengar, who has already mastered Thunderbolt, will master Thunder? Not afraid. Because theoretically, the energy that a trainer can devote to a Pokémon, even the main Pokémon, is limited. Especially Chu Chen himself is a newcomer who has just started traveling. Gengar is not an electric attribute Pokémon. Thunderbolt and Thunder are not its original system. It can't be like the electric attribute Pokémon, which can be faster if it masters Thunderbolt. Mastering Thunderbolt. Brock gave it a very good training evaluation just by seeing it master Thunderbolt. And although Misty had already deviated from the direction, Chu Chen happened to have not opened Thunderbolt for his Pokémon to learn. Storm and Thunderbolt. Chu Chen looked at shiny Gengar in front of him. Gengar, use Dark Pulse. He. Shiny Gengar's hands closed in front of him again, and a ball of brown energy emitting evil aura gathered into a ball, which was pushed out by it. As the brown energy ball flew out, it directly spread into circles of waves and slapped towards Gyarados. It was difficult to avoid it anyway, so it was better to use this method to maximize the weakening of the opponent's attack. Gyarados, Storm. Just as Chu Chen thought, Misty issued such an order. Roar. Gyarados opened his mouth and blew out a howling wind. Mixed with rain, the wind became more and more powerful, forming a whirlwind that enveloped the entire battlefield. The energy waves of Dark Pulse cast by shiny Gengar also collided with the whirlwind at this time. Each circle of brown energy waves was instantly crushed by the whirlwind. But when the energy waves continued in circles, the hysteresis of the whirlwind could be clearly felt. When the whirlwind cast by Gyarados crushed all the waves in front of it, the entire whirlwind was already smaller in size. And the power was at least weakened by 80%. Shiny Gengar crossed his arms in front of him and resisted the whirlwind that was not a big threat to him. If it was Ghastly before evolution or Ghastly, it might have been blown away at this time and became smaller like the whirlwind in front of it. This round of confrontation should have ended like this. But at this moment, a familiar blue film suddenly appeared on Gyarados' body. Shiny Gengar did not cast Disable. But this is indeed the same state as before, when Gyarados was hit by shiny Gengar's Disable. Gengar's characteristic Curse Body. Whoa! P.S. Gyarados has a wide range of learning, and can master skills of all attributes except Fighting, Bug, Grass, and Fairy. Chapter 94. Curse Body. When attacked, the inflictor will be cursed, and there is a certain probability of falling into the Disable state. Gengar can master Disable by itself, plus this Curse Body characteristic. This is a headache for every trainer who faces a Pokémon like Gengar. Although there is a chance that the curse of curse body will take effect, it is no longer a matter of luck. As long as Jengar cannot be eliminated in a short period of time, it is almost inevitable that it will enter the disable state in the constant confrontation. And this is part of the real invisible strength of Pokémon like Jengar. It is also a part that trainers should not ignore because of luck in the battle. Jengar, use Thunderbolt. Stretching out his hand and pressing forward, Chu Chen did not intend to give Misty and Gyarados time to react. He. Shiny Jengar put his hands together in front of him, a ball of spark emerged, and twisted electric snakes extended out. Gyarados, break free again and use Hydro Pump. However, in the face of such a situation, Misty's face unexpectedly did not show panic. Roar! Under Chu Chen's somewhat surprised eyes, Gyarados broke free of the blue energy covering his body again. A short, cannon-like water column was spit out by it. The water column, which had been separated from the mouth of Gyarados at the end, flew backwards with the electric snake and brushed the side of Shiny Jengar. Don't forget, I'm a gym trainer in the Kanto region. As if she saw Chu Chen's surprise, Misty put her hands on her hips. There shouldn't be too many trainers who bring Jengar to challenge me and then get defeated by me. Both she and Gyarados have accumulated a lot of experience in fighting Jengar. No wonder it can break free twice in a row. Chu Chen's face was full of realization. Not only because Gyarados itself is strong enough, but also because of the skills it has mastered through summarizing experience. But then his face calmed down again. This Gyarados he has defeated many Jengars, but not all of them have the same superior strength as his shiny Jengar. Jengar, Shadow Sneak. Gyarados, Hydro Pump. The next second, almost at the same time, Chu Chen and Misty both issued new instructions. He. With a cold laugh, the dark purple energy in shiny Jengar's hand condensed into a ball. Roar! With the roar, a vortex formed in Gyarados' mouth. The dark purple energy ball was thrown out by shiny Jengar. A cannonball-like water column was also spit out by Gyarados. In the center of the battlefield, the attacks of both sides collided fiercely. Shiny Jengar is better than Gyarados in long-range energy output. But Gyarados' Hydro Pump enjoys the attribute bonus of rainy weather. The dark purple energy ball and the water column were in a stalemate for a while. In the end, the water column had a slight upper hand, and the remaining power hit shiny Jengar. No, he deliberately wanted Gyarados to trigger the curse body of that Jengar again. With rich combat experience, Misty instantly realized that something was wrong. Who would have the upper hand in the collision between shiny Jengar and Gyarados? No one dared to guarantee it before the result of the collision came out. But even if shiny Jengar fell into a disadvantage in the end, it would not be impossible for it to have no room to avoid it. In game terms, Chu Chen was asking shiny Jengar to sell blood in an attempt to exchange for a debuff from Gyarados. Do you want to make disable and curse body take effect at the same time? Realizing this possibility, Misty gently clenched her pink fist. Just as Chu Chen thought. Her Gyarados can defeat many Jengars in the past, but it is still difficult to face his superior shiny Jengar. If it is really disable and curse body at the same time, can Gyarados break free in a short time? The answer is undoubtedly no. Fortunately, the curse touched by Gyarados this time did not take effect continuously. We can only fight quickly. Take a deep breath, Misty looks at Gyarados in front of her. Gyarados, use Crunch. The Thunderbolt mastered by shiny Jengar allows it to face the water plus flying attribute Gyarados, and it has the chips to directly lock in the victory when it seizes the opportunity. But Gyarados uses the evil attribute Crunch that can have an outstanding effect on Ghost plus Poison attribute shiny Jengar. It may not be impossible to end the battle directly. Roar! In the heavy rain, Gyarados rushed directly towards shiny Jengar on the opposite side. In its big mouth, the brown energy emitting evil breath was already brewing. The battlefield was not big. At least not big compared to the size of Gyarados. In a few breaths, it came in front of shiny Jengar and bit down fiercely with its big mouth. It still completely blocked the space for shiny Jengar to dodge upwards. Yes. Who would have thought that Jengar, who should have lost the floating characteristic after evolution, could regain it? Jengar, get out of the way! Chu Chen shouted. He he he. Facing the big mouth in front, shiny Jengar directly dodged by splashing backwards. Gyarados bit the ground on the battlefield, and gravel flew. But it failed to hit shiny Jengar. Facing a Jengar with the curse body characteristic who was almost as powerful as him and had mastered the Thunderbolt, a quick battle was almost Misty's only choice. And this only choice did not work as expected. The consequence was that Gyarados was completely defenseless in front of shiny Jengar. Jengar, use Thunderbolt after disable. With a press of his palm, Chu Chen's voice sounded faintly in the rain. He he he. The eyes of shiny Jengar, which jumped into the air, lit up with blue light, and then sparks gathered at the palms of his closed hands. The blue light covered the surface of the body, restricting Gyarados' instinctive evasive action. And before it could break free like before, a twisted electric snake slashed down fiercely. Roar! The huge body was filled with sparks, and Gyarados also let out a roar mixed with pain. After twisting for a while, Spark retreated. Bang! The violent carp fell heavily. The next second, a dazzling light lit up in front of Chu Chen's eyes. Chapter 95 Ding! Infernape level +1. Reached LV 44. Ding! Shiny Jengar level +1. Reached LV 43. Ding! Laren level +2. Reached LV 40. Ding! Trapinch level +8. Reached LV 24. Ding! Shiny Ralts level +8. Reached LV 23. Just when Gyarados fell, the electronic prompt sound about his Pokémon's level upgrade in Chu Chen's mind never stopped. Except Swampert and Slaking, the rest of the Pokémon have accumulated enough experience to upgrade. But Chu Chen's main attention was still on the last sentence that sounded. Ding! Congratulations on getting Diamond Treasure Box X1. Along with this prompt sound, a treasure box inlaid with diamonds and shining brightly appeared in front of him. Just as Chu Chen guessed, Diamond Treasure Box can also burst out from Misty. After all, he is one of the first generation of the original trio. Gyarados has lost its ability to fight. So the final winner of this battle is Chu Chen. When Chu Chen put the Diamond Treasure Box back into the system backpack, Brock, who was acting as the referee on the sidelines, also announced the result of the battle. Come back! Gyarados, you've worked hard. Misty also put away Gyarados with a Pokeball and looked up at Chu Chen on the opposite side. If you are preparing to participate in the league competition in the Kanto region, I should give you the blue badge now. Speaking of this, Misty herself couldn't help but smile. After a battle with Chu Chen, the sadness of her and Togetix's separation was indeed relieved. After the battle, everyone gathered again. I didn't expect Chu Chen to be able to defeat Misty's Gyarados. Ash felt a little more pressure. It was indeed a wonderful battle without any luck. Brock, who was watching the whole battle on the sidelines, nodded in agreement. I really feel that he is much stronger than Ash. May said something that made Ash's face turn black. Max pushed his black-framed glasses on his nose and lowered his head to write and draw on his notebook. I don't know what he was analyzing. But then they found that Chu Chen had stayed in the same place. Ralts needs to reach LV 20 to evolve into Curla, and Chu Chen's shiny Ralts, after the battle just ended, has reached LV 23 through the experience shared by EXP. Share. When Ash and the others noticed this, Chu Chen had already carefully placed the little guy with the light of evolution on his body on the ground. Under the cover of the light, shiny Ralts' originally small body grew rapidly, and its body curve gradually became slender. When it reached twice its original height, its growth slowed down. Ha! The light of evolution turned into dots of light all over the sky, and a figure like a human girl walked out. Shiny Ralts had disappeared. Replaced by shiny Curla. Its body was white, and it looked like it was wearing a ballet skirt. Just like the difference in body color between shiny Ralts and ordinary Ralts, shiny Kurla had slender blue legs that were different from ordinary Kurla, and a head of blue long hair that no longer completely covered the eyes like in the Ralts period, and fell to the shoulders. The two orange horns also moved from one in front and one behind to the sides of the head, looking like two hairpins. Ha! It was still a timid and crisp voice. The girl like shiny Kurla gently lifted her skirt, but she bowed to Chu Chen gracefully. In a sense, the evolution of Pokemon is like the different growth stages of Pokemon. It is not particularly strange that the personality changes after evolution. Compared to the big change that Magikarp evolution becomes violent and cruel when it becomes Gyarados. Ralts evolution becomes Kurla just by throwing away the original shyness and timidity. The original little shiny Ralts would never be able to do such a generous act. Name, Shiny Kurla. Attributes, Psychic plus Fairy. Features, Synchronization plus Telepathy. Level, Level 23, Intermediate. Potential, Champion. Ask for flowers. Carry, none. Hello. Kurla. With a smile in his eyes, Chu Chen raised his hand and gently stroked Shiny Kurla's head. Ah! Shiny Kurla's eyes were full of joy and intimacy, and she approached Chu Chen intimately. Is this a different colored Kurla? At this time, Ash and the others had already gathered around. Max, who was walking in the front, looked at the body color of Shiny Kurla and couldn't help asking. People like Ash and May also had surprise in their eyes at this time. During the previous journey, they had also encountered Ralts, and then they also understood the appearance of normal Kurla. 0. If it was just some slight differences, it would be fine, but the difference in body color on Shiny Kurla couldn't be more obvious. Yes, this is a different colored Kurla. Chu Chen touched Shiny Kurla's head again. For Ash and others who knew everything, there was nothing to hide. Besides, with his current strength, he is enough to deal with some covetous people. Ha! Facing Ash and the others who were shy and hiding before evolution, Shiny Kurla knelt down again. Wow, so beautiful! So cute! Ash and Brock didn't have any big feelings, but Misty and May felt that they were bleeding from cuteness. After a short separation, they always have to say goodbye. I'm going back to Kanto region. Finally, after staying for a while, Misty was also ready to leave. I will definitely treat you well when you come to Kanto in the future. When she was about to board the airship, she also looked back at Chu Chen again. If you have plans to travel in Kanto in the future, I won't hand you the blue badge so easily. Chu Chen spread his hands helplessly. He will definitely go to Kanto if he has a chance. But he estimated that it is unlikely that he will go to get the new region badge. Next it's time to go with Ash and the others for a while. Chu Chen whispered in his heart as he watched the airship Misty was riding disappear into the sky. Chapter 96 Ding! You successfully opened the saffron treasure box. Ding! You got rare candy X1. Ding! You got silver crown X1. Ding! You got a lion's coin X 10,000. Chu Chen, who was sitting in the audience, was silently opening the box beside a simple battlefield. There is still a short distance between the kingdom of Marazu and Forina amusement park. He and Ash were now stopped by the Liansheng family. Yes, that is the Liansheng family that appears in the game, where the whole family of men, women and children line up to give experience. In the anime, Ash and the others were rescued because they were unconscious due to lack of water, and they fought against the Liansheng family out of the idea of returning. But unexpectedly, with Chu Chen's intervention, Ash and his team were not unconscious, and they were stopped by the Liansheng family just passing by. On both sides of the battlefield, the Liansheng family and Ash and his team were arranging the order of appearance for the 4-on-4 battle. Chu Chen did not participate. Just let them do it like in the original book, let Ash give Max a corphish, and then gather 4 people. He just happily opened the box on the side. Rare candy must be saved, there is no way to guarantee a 100% success rate of Silver Crown. Chu Chen thought about it for a while, and threw it into the system backpack. According to his habit of playing games before crossing, props of this nature are also saved for use. He didn't know whether it was metaphysical or not. But saving them for use would inexplicably give him a sense of security. Take the time to take another look at the situation on the battlefield, and Chu Chen silently withdrew his gaze. Noobsfighting.jpg. In the first round, the uncle of the winning family named Haruhiko sent out a zigzagoon. A thunderbolt took away Brock's Mudcup directly. Before evolution, Mudcup was just a simple water attribute, and it did not have a ground attribute that was immune to electric damage. In the second round, the old lady of the winning family named Yasu sent out Rosalia. May's rival in the grand contest, Drew/Max, also has a Rosalia. May, who was stimulated, let beautifully end the battle with a silver wind. The third round was more dramatic. The corphish that Ash gave to Max did not listen to Max's command at all. When Max wanted to please the little girl by using Harden to make the opponent tired first in Zioxu's doglicking command, Corphish directly pressed Zioxu's Meryl to the ground and rubbed it. And the little girl Zioxu also said, "I hate Max the most," giving Max a critical hit. In the fourth round, the old lady Mitsuyo of the winning family faced Ash. Camerupt vs Pikachu. If I remember correctly, this should be a Camerupt with the Rage A Cup ointment characteristic. Thinking of this, Chu Chen, who was originally sitting in the audience, silently moved away from the battlefield. When the Pokémon with the Rage A Cup ointment characteristic is hit by the opponent's vital point, it will trigger the characteristic to make itself furious and increase its strength. The vital point of this Camerupt is the face. And in Chu Chen's weird eyes, Pikachu, as in the original book, hit Camerupt's face with an iron tail. You can't hit people in the face, and the same applies to Pokémon. As Chu Chen silently retreated, everyone in the Liansheng family silently put on their helmets. Roar! Camerupt roared, and the two miniature craters on its back erupted. Pieces of flaming rocks were ejected and then fell from the sky. Ash, Brock, and others were thrown to the ground. Then, Numel, who had lost his mind, ran towards the house of the Liansheng family. There were not only the houses of the Liansheng family, but also the food they depended on for survival and had cultivated for a year. The Liansheng family and Ash, Brock, and others were anxious. But Chu Chen, who was holding a red and white poke ball, was standing next to them, but he had no intention of taking action. There are actually 5 people in the Liansheng family. The 5th person, Liangping, once dreamed of winning the champion of the league competition. And he was the kind of person who would not go home until he succeeded. This is amazing. If it were Zai, he would not go home for at least 20 years. The belligerence of the Liansheng family is actually a form of support for Liangping. But Liangping may feel that he can't go home without changing his goal, or he may have other ideas. He doesn't plan to continue this goal anymore, and has returned to the vicinity to seek support from his family. It's just because he's afraid of his family's disapproval that Liangping hasn't shown up. In order to avoid the plot from deviating from the original, Chu Chen has prepared the poke ball. He also used the power of aura to confirm that there is still a person's aura hidden nearby. The grandmother of the Liansheng family, Guangxi, is a very wise old woman. As long as Liangping takes action, even if he doesn't show up, she can guess the cause and effect of the matter. Let's leave this crucial communication opportunity to them. Having said that, Chu Chen's poke ball is still ready to be released at any time. But when he sensed the appearance of a new Pokémon's aura and dark clouds began to gather in the sky, he put the poke ball away. Ryohei released his Alakazam and cast Rain Dance. The cold rain calmed Numel down. It's none of my business next. Chu Chen decided to go back and open the precious box he had left. Grandma Mitsuyo was speaking to Ash and the others. She was actually speaking to her grandson Ryohei about the toxic chicken soup of just do whatever you want to do. He was not going to listen to it anymore. System, open the diamond treasure box. Chu Chen found a corner where no one would notice him and spoke in his mind. This was his fourth diamond treasure box. The first three opened very useful items. What would this time be? Ding! You got Golden Crown X1. Ding! You got Bond's Transformation Characteristic Replacement Agent X1. Ding! You got Alliance Coin X50,0000. Chapter 97. Another Golden Crown. Listening to the system prompt sound in his ears, and looking at the golden crown in front of him, Chu Chen's face was relieved. In this way, I have two opportunities to increase the potential value of the Pokémon in my hand by 100%. This golden crown. But it is an important guarantee for all the Pokémon in his hands to be the leader one day in the future. Don't think it's just a one-time consumable, but it is definitely a prop with the same preciousness as Hoojin and EXP. Share. As for the other prop that was opened at the same time, characteristic replacement agent, it should be okay if it is opened from the diamond treasure box. Chu Chen thought of the Hercules from Slaking before. Wait. After finding out the specific characteristics, Chu Chen opened his eyes wide. What did he get? Bond's Transformation Characteristic Replacement Agent? Bond's Transformation. Let's look at the specific description of this characteristic. 19. Bond's Transformation. Pokémon with this characteristic, and when the trainer's bonds are deep enough, a temporary bond's evolution can be performed. The description is slightly different from the original, but it is the Bond's transformation that he understands. Like in the game, Bond's transformation can only be used after knocking down an opponent. That is more just to consider the balance of the game. If there is a mirror in front of him, Chu Chen believes that the expression on his face must be very exciting. Surprised? The degree of Chu Chen's inner joy now is not enough to describe this word. How special is the feature of Bond's transformation? In the original, only Greninja can have this feature. Even at one point, Chu Chen thought that this feature did not exist in any treasure chest. And Bond's transformation is equally powerful in increasing the strength of Pokémon. In terms of the value increase of the race value, it is also a temporary form of evolution that temporarily improves combat capabilities in battle. The well-known Mega Evolution increases the race value by 100. And Bond's transformation, it is 110. Yes, the change form of Bond's transformation is stronger than Mega Evolution. The most important thing is, Chu Chen's Bond's transformation is not limited to Greninja. The Bond's transformation characteristic replacement agent produced by the system's conscience can allow any Pokémon to have this powerful characteristic. Even because Chu Chen also has the second characteristic activation device, the Pokémon in his hands, except Shinykerla and Shiny Jengar, can have Bond's transformation without affecting the original characteristics. Of course, Shiny Jengar itself can perform Mega Evolution, and Shinykerla will also be able to do so in the future, and neither of them needs Bond's transformation. Mega Evolution and Bond's transformation are inherently conflicting and cannot coexist. Except for Infernape, Slaking, and Trapinch, which will evolve into Flygon in the future, all the other Pokémon in my hand can undergo Mega Evolution. Pinching his chin, Chu Chen thought and weighed in the misty drizzle. Let's rule out Trapinch first. He has no shortage of Mega Evolutionary Stone/Ite, but there is probably only one Bond's transformation characteristic replacement agent. Flygon is the only Pokémon in the third generation of series Pokémon that cannot undergo Mega Evolution, and it has been persecuted by the official one after another. It is quite pitiful. But Chu Chen has to weigh the priorities here, so he still has to put it aside for now. That leaves Infernape and Slaking. To be honest, Chu Chen has a hard time choosing between these two options. No matter who you give the Bond's transformation characteristic replacement agent, it will bring a huge improvement. Will there be a Dynamax wrist in the treasure chest that explodes? Chu Chen suddenly thought of such a question. Isn't the Dynamax wrist also an important item in the original work? If the Dynamax wrist really exists, then the problem is easy to solve. After thinking again and again, Chu Chen decided to bet. Carrying the Dynamax wrist allows the trainer's Pokémon to Dynamax. It can be simply understood as gigantic. Of course there are some differences in details. For example, the skills used by Pokémon after Dynamax will change. And Dynamax is incompatible with Infernape's acceleration characteristic in any case. How can a huge body run? On the contrary, if Slaking, a violent output type with Hercules characteristics, can Dynamax, that scene is simply unimaginable. He bet that in the future, he could get the Dynamax wrist from the treasure chest. Dynamax wrist can only be used on one Pokémon at a time in battle. This choice will undoubtedly be Slaking. Then Bond's transformation characteristic replacement agent will be given to Infernape. In fact, out of his heart, Chu Chen is more inclined to give it to Infernape. Because Infernape is still slightly better than Slaking in terms of handsomeness. And everyone knows about Bond's transformation and Mega Evolution. Let's not talk about how much the strength is improved, most of the appearance is improved first A level. Being strong is only a matter of time, being handsome is a matter of a lifetime. What will Bond's look like after he transforms into Infernape? Having made up his mind, Chu Chen couldn't help but look forward to it. Ding! You use second characteristic column opening device on Infernape. Ding! Infernape successfully opened the second characteristic column. Gained the characteristic, empty. Ding! You use Bond's transformation characteristic replacement agent on Infernape. Ding! Infernape's characteristic is replaced from empty to Bond's transformation. Name, Infernape. Attribute, Fire plus Fighting. Characteristic, Acceleration plus Bond's transformation. Level, Level 44, Superior. Potential, Champion. Carry, Charcoal. Chu Chen had just finished his work, while Ash, Brock, and others were also saying goodbye to the Liansheng family. However, the farewell ceremony of the Liansheng family was a little special. The miniature volcano on Numel's back erupted again. Ash, Brock, and others ran away with their heads in their hands. Chapter 98. On the night of the comet that occurs once every 1,000 years, wishes will be fulfilled. On the way to Forina, Max couldn't help but look at Chu Chen. Brother Chu Chen, is this true? Not only Max, but everyone else in the group also looked at Chu Chen. Especially girls like Mei, who are most interested in such romantic things. Of course. Nodding, Chu Chen smiled inexplicably. Can Jiraki really fulfill wishes? The specific situation is unknown. But he remembered very clearly that in the original book, Max asked Jiraki for lucky chance snacks. The snacks that Jiraki changed for him were actually all from the nearby snack shop Teleport. Which one is the 1,000-year comet? Mei, who didn't know that the 1,000-year comet referred to Jiraki, stopped and held her waist and looked up at the night sky. Sister! The comet can only be seen tomorrow. Max, holding the strap of his skull bag, still looked like a little adult, and walked past Mei expressionlessly. Is that so? Mei was a little confused. When she came to her senses again, she found that Chu Chen and Brock in front of her were walking far away, so she hurried to jog to catch up. But after walking a little further, the group still saw a deserted open space. Brock, where is the festival? Ash couldn't help but look at Brock, who was holding the instruction manual. Comet Night was not just a story told to Ash and others by Chu Chen, the legend of Jiraki itself has been passed down in the Pokémon world. Regarding Comet Night, not only Forina, the entire Hone region may have a festival at this time. I think it should be here soon. Looking up from the instruction manual, Brock smiled and answered Ash's words. Okay. We must be the first. Ji always has plenty of energy for such things, and he ran out before he finished speaking. Wait a minute. And me? Mei and Max also started running. Chu Chen, let's catch up. Brock said to Chu Chen and followed him. It's useless to run faster now. Chu Chen, who knew the specific situation, shook his head and walked slowly behind. Sure enough, when he reached the top of the hill, he saw 4 people who were completely stunned. Looking down from the hill, it was still a barren land without any signs of human habitation. As for the foreigner amusement park mentioned in the instruction manual in Brock's hand, there was not even a shadow. Nothing. Is it really here? Ash and May questioned Brock again. It should be here. Brock buried his head in the instruction manual again. It is definitely here. Chu Chen stepped forward. Brock has always been the most reliable person in the team. Since he locked on here at the beginning, he would not make a mistake. Although foreigner amusement park is prefixed with foreigner, it is actually some distance away from the exact location of foreigner. Jiraki, who was sleeping, was originally sleeping there. But it was in a crystallized state and has now been taken away from there. If you want to find it again, you have to wait for foreigner amusement park to appear. Foreigner amusement park is a floating amusement park. I think they should be on their way with the equipment. Seeing everyone looking over, Chu Chen gave a rough explanation. So the group rested on the hillside. And just in the middle of the night, the roar of the truck woke them up from their sleep. When they stood on the hillside and looked down, they saw a huge convoy that stopped in the billowing dust. As they approached, Chu Chen and his group witnessed the creation of a large amusement park. Besides, Chu Chen was impressed that a movable amusement park could be built on the same scale as a regular amusement park. This may also be a feature of the Pokémon world. Because of the existence of Pokémon, the technology tree of this world is different from the technology tree of the world before Chu Chen crossed over. There are no exaggerated hot weapons, but it is far ahead in life-oriented technology. As the sky gradually brightened, the amusement park was also completed. In the distance there was a steady stream of passengers pouring in, making the amusement park noisy all of a sudden. Ash, May, and the others were already eager to enter the amusement park and find their favorite items to play. Chu Chen stopped at the edge of the amusement park, but was thinking. Should we go directly to find the crystal formed by Jiraki's sleep? Since there is a prophetic advantage, there is naturally no need to follow the development of the original plot completely. Celebrations in other places may be pure, but the foreigner amusement park here is not. On the night when the Millennium Comet appears, Jiraki will only wake up when he meets a partner with a pure heart. Butler, the organizer of the foreigner celebration, wants to use Jiraki's power to revive Groudon to revenge Team Magma. He held the celebration mainly to find a suitable person who can wake Jiraki up. Chu Chen knew that Max met this condition. There is no need to worry about Jiraki not being able to wake up. Now it depends on whether Zhao Hao can find Butler as soon as possible and persuade him to give up the plan of using Jiraki revenge Team Magma. At least from the original book, Butler is a bit paranoid, but he is not a stubborn guy. Of course, if persuading him doesn't work, Chu Chen doesn't mind using his fists to persuade him. Butler appears in the magic show at night as a great magician. He turned around and started looking for the clowns handing out flyers on the street. Among the clowns, there are 3 members of Team Rockets. But Chu Chen's goal is not to find them who are not doing their jobs. It's just that the distribution information of various facilities on the flyers should make it easier to find Butler's location. But when he found the big tent where Butler was, Chu Chen suddenly felt a little confused. This rhythm, no. Something is wrong. Chapter 99. As the organizer of the celebration, Butler's tent is the largest one. After confirming it with the flyers in hand, Chu Chen easily found this place. Just when he came to the outside of the tent, and hadn't even entered it yet. Calling me. A baby voice called directly in Chu Chen's mind. He was sure that this was not an auditory hallucination. Of course, it was not a prank from the system. This was a method similar to telepathy. But this made Chu Chen feel even more confused. His aura power told him that there was no Pokémon aura nearby. Then the voice that suddenly appeared in his mind. It could only be Jiraki, who was still in the crystal state, that he wanted to find when Butler was looking for him. Hearing the sound of the stars, the same baby voice sounded in Chu Chen's mind again, making him sure of it. Then he subconsciously looked up at the sky. Well, the sun was shining brightly. Perhaps Jiraki in the crystallization would not necessarily wake up until night. Theoretically, even during the day, the stars would still be there. There was no need to worry too much about this issue. But doesn't the companion Jiraki needs to find to wake up have to be pure in heart? Chu Chen believes that he is not a bad person. But if you ask him to believe that his heart is pure, he will blush. It seems that there is another condition to be able to protect it. Chu Chen believes that he can still meet this condition. However, no matter what the situation is, it is always right to find the crystal of Jiraki's sleep first. After finding the entrance of the tent, he walked in directly. Inside the tent was a scene of bustling and busy work, obviously preparing for the magic show in the evening. Chu Chen walked through it too naturally, and most of the staff didn't even notice such a strange boy. But as he walked all the way to the innermost part of the tent, someone finally realized that something was wrong. Sorry. This is a work area, non-staff members are not allowed to enter. After a moment, a mature older sister stopped in front of Chu Chen. Chu Chen easily recognized the identity of the person in front of him through the flyers he received on the street. Butler's nominal magic assistant Diane. At the same time, he is also an insider of Butler's revenge team Magma plan. Chu Chen didn't care about being stopped. Although he came to cause trouble, he was looking for Butler and Diane. Miss Diane, I have something important to do. Can I meet Mr. Butler? Without any disguise, Chu Chen directly stated his purpose. Diane subconsciously refused. But then she thought of something, nodded and led Chu Chen to the inner part of the venue being arranged. Is Chu Chen abrupt in doing this? A little, but not special. As long as he can show his identity as a chosen partner, Butler will never refuse to hand over Jiraki's crystal to him. You know, it was to find a companion that Jiraki can recognize that he built this swimming playground. Jiraki's awakening is the most critical part of his revenge team Magma plan. At least Barrett himself thinks so. In this case, waking up Jiraki is his most important interest. The only possible twists and turns are: Barrett may choose his attitude based on the degree of cooperation of the selected partner. In the original book, he was warm and gentle to Max and Ash at first. That was because Ash and the others were unaware and had always followed his arrangements. But later, after Ash and the others knew about Butler's experiment on Jiraki, the two sides still had a conflict. And now Chu Chen knew about it from the beginning. If Butler could not be persuaded smoothly, the conflict between the two sides might have broken out earlier. So, Mr. Butler, Miss Diane, I seemed to hear some strange noises when I passed by just now. Because he was not sure about the location of Jiraki's crystal, Chu Chen chose to show off his acting skills before he received it steadily. The appearance of 15 years old is still quite deceptive. Hearing this, Butler and Diane looked at each other subconsciously. Can I ask what kind of voice it is? For example, what is the content? It seems it's about stars or something. Butler and Diane looked at each other again, and then Butler nodded slightly to Diane. Diane turned around and left temporarily. Obviously, she went to get the crystal of Jiraki. The plan worked. They didn't trust Chu Chen too easily. It was because the whole plan was detailed, and they didn't tell anyone else at all. Meeting Chu Chen, who even knew the follow-up of their plan that had not yet happened, the information gap led to this situation. Have you heard of Jiraki? Diane left, and Butler began to work on Chu Chen. I think what you heard was the voice of Jiraki. Chu Chen nodded in confusion. And Chu Chen didn't wait too long, and saw Diane, who had left, return again. However, compared to when she left, she now had a box wrapped in red silk cloth in her hand. Without avoiding Chu Chen, Diane directly lifted the red silk cloth. Chu Chen then saw a transparent glass box. The box naturally contained the crystal of Jiraki's sleep. His perception allowed him to feel the intimate smell coming from the crystal. It is said that Jiraki will only wake up once every 1,000 years. It is a magical baby that can fulfill people's wishes. Now it is sleeping in that crystal. Diane carefully took out the crystal, and Barrett continued to talk to Chu Chen. As for the sound you heard, it is because Jiraki will only come out for 7 days when the Millennium Comet appears. You are the innocent boy who can protect himself. Chu Chen reached out and took the crystal from Diane's hand, and felt much more at ease instantly. He was full of complaints about Barrett's words in his ears. Pure-hearted? I guess you won't think so soon. Chapter 100. Is Jiraki in here? Ash and Mei formed a circle in front of Chu Chen. Chu Chen paid special attention to Max, who was also curious, but he didn't show any abnormality. Is it because of my intervention that the whole trend has changed? Chu Chen said in his heart after retracting his gaze. If he could get the crystal of Jiraki from Barrett, he might as well quit. Barrett's tent was full of various mechanisms. In the original book, even the disaster beast Absol who came to protect Jiraki suffered a great loss from these mechanisms. So Chu Chen didn't choose to point out his identity there and directly conflict with him. Instead, Barrett directly cancelled the magic show in the evening. The amusement park was still noisy. But now Ash and the others followed Chu Chen and went to Barrett's tent. Sitting outside the car prepared by Teller, waiting for the appearance of the Millennium Comet. Wait for Jiraki to wake up, and then wait for Absol to arrive from Foreigna, then we can set off directly to send Jiraki back to its sleeping place. Looking down at the crystal in his arms, Chu Chen raised his hand and gently stroked it. This little guy only wakes up for 7 days in 1,000 years, so there is no need to waste it on all kinds of shitty things. During this short period of time before Absol arrives, Barrett should also be busy debugging his equipment and will not disturb them. It's just right for Jiraki to have a good time in the playground. When Absol arrives and Barrett is free, Chu Chen will not let Jiraki be taken away in his sleep like Max in the original book. The sky is full of clouds. It's possible that we won't be able to see the comet now. On this side, Ash and the others looked at the dense clouds in the sky that covered the starry sky, and they were all a little distressed. On the night of the Millennium Comet, everyone was here to watch the night in order to see the Millennium Comet first. Time passed quietly, and many projects in the amusement park behind had been closed and the lights turned off. But at the location where Chu Chen and his friends were, they began to feel the breeze. The wind speed gradually increased, and the clouds in the sky were slowly moving away. A comet that seemed to be stagnant in the air came into everyone's eyes. It's the Millennium Comet. Ash and his friends almost jumped up instantly, very excited. Mei quickly took out the dream star that she had just bought from the stall for Lucky Chant. Chu Chen, holding the crystal, also looked up at the glowing spoon in the sky. During the 7 days of every 1,000 years, this Millennium Comet will hang in the sky in a static state. Once 1,000 years? It's been a long time. Pika Pika. Ash and Pikachu were a little emotional. 1,000 years may be a long time, but for the stars, it may be just a short moment. Brock turned into a philosopher. 1,000 years is just a moment? It feels incredible. Mei, who had completed the Lucky Chant and put away the Dream Corner, also echoed. Without participating in the topic, Chu Chen looked down at the crystal in his arms. Little guy, it's almost time for you to wake up, right? After the excitement, the others also thought of this and gathered around again. Stars, the stars are calling me. This time, the baby voice sounded in everyone's mind. Ash and the others opened their mouths subconsciously, and the crystal in Chu Chen's arms began to shine brightly. At the same time, Foreigna, where Jiraki had been sleeping for 1,000 years. In the area like a rock forest, circles of green light rippled. Sulu. A white shadow flashed in the rock forest, stopped to look at the green light all over the ground, and then quickly ran in the direction of the green light. From Chu Chen's perspective, they only saw countless green lights gathering in front of the crystal. Is it going to wake up? As Chu Chen whispered in his heart, the light of the crystal became more dazzling and floated into the air. In the white light, many white lines stretched out on the crystal, and slowly deformed at the same time. When the white light faded, the crystal had turned into Jiraki, which looked like a sleeping baby. Chu Chen took a step forward and reached out to catch it in his hand. Please give me flowers. The cloth wrapped around the body spread out, and Jiraki opened his eyes with a hint of confusion. Hello. Little guy, my name is Chu Chen. Looking at the cute Jiraki in his hand, Chu Chen couldn't help but smile and speak. My name is Ash. My name is Mei. Ash and the others also started to introduce themselves. Ash, Mei, Max, Brock. Jiraki looked up and looked around, his voice still with a baby voice. Then he looked at Chu Chen who was holding him in his arms, his voice crisp. Brother. Chu Chen was stunned, he didn't expect Jiraki to call him like that. But then he smiled and lifted him up, causing him to laugh. Tap 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 tap. At this time, footsteps were heard in the distance. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound, and saw Diane and Butler jogging all the way. The noise of Jiraki waking up was not small in itself. Especially since Diane and Butler had been paying attention to it, they could naturally find it at the first time. Ms. Diane, Butler, this is Jiraki. Ash and the others who didn't know the details were particularly enthusiastic about Diane and Butler. Did Butler come along? Chu Chen was rather surprised. The details are different from the original. It stands to reason that at this point, Butler should be excited to stay with the equipment he prepared. I just hope he won't start early, so that Jiraki can have 2 more days of fun. Chu Chen's eyes narrowed slightly. As for Butler starting early, if persuasion fails, he will directly use force. But it seems that Butler and Diane came here just because of some coincidence. There is nothing strange on his face, and his eyes looking at Jiraki do not contain too much. But suddenly, as if he noticed something, Butler frowned slightly, and raised his head to meet Chu Chen's eyes.